Okay. Is it working now? I might need to update my software. Okay. Looks like we're working now. That's good. Hi, Jasmine. I know. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Mm-hmm. Ouch. Your claws are sharp. I have to trim them again. Mm-hmm. Hey, don't go rub on that. Come on. Back away. Back away. There you go. Leave it alone, okay? Thank you. Man, your claw got me. My Skype. Victor Samosyuk. Okay. I can't remember what my Skype was. It's been a long time since I used it. I think it might have been Willow Model, but it might have been my email's username instead, because it might have been before I was modeling, because it's been that long. Yeah, let me do these resets. Okay. So much to do. Refresh, please. And this one too. Gmail Meet, maybe. What? What's that? Okay. My Gmail is the same as my, oh, it's an app? Oh, okay. I don't think I have that. Google Meet. Okay. I think I used to do a Google thing with somebody in college. I don't remember what it was now. I don't think it was using my current username, though. What was I going to do? Streamlabs, okay. How is this still loading? What are you doing? There you go. There you go. There you go. Which one of these says widgets? All widgets. There you go. Jasmine. Jasmine. What are you doing? Chasing a bug? I didn't even see it. Ghost bug? Chasing ghosts? Freaking me out. Hi. You're gorgeous. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Even though you say your girlfriend is hotter. I see you there in those shorts. Those are cool shorts. Hey. Sherry's here. You found my cat. Thank you for bringing her inside. Oh, you got a call, huh?
I was just going to come out and ask if you wanted pizza.
I was going to come in and ask if you moved your vehicle to the opposite side, and then I was going to go to sleep an hour ago.
It's already moved.
I'm trying to do my logins. I was falling asleep, though. So no pizza for me.
Alright, I'll probably be back in an hour or so.
Oh, that's not too bad, at least.
Correction, 2 to 3 hours.
Oh, that's worse. Well, just do that post-it note for the thing. Remember when I said you could just do your post-it note for your preliminary reports? Just put a post-it note.
Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't affect mine because it's a homicide, so it makes
Oh, that sucks.
more work.
I'll see you later. That was my roommate. Got called into work. This is a sad day. Maybe it's you who knows. I've had exes, sorry. What? What do you mean? I don't understand. Zeus. Okay, these logins are done. Got one more to do. Okay, I'm still trying to figure out these widgets. Let's see, which one do I have? Follower goal. Okay, what are my followers at? 178. Okay. Followers. How many do we want? Like, let's say we do like another 50. I'm going to count these 3. Okay. And subs. I'm sorry. Maybe too. I've had a lot of exes. A lot of ex-girlfriends. Uh-huh. Why are you telling me that? Do you want me to be your next ex-girlfriend? Is that what you're saying? Analytics. Where's widgets? This one? Nope. This one? Yep. Got it. Sub goal. Okay. So, why does it have 9 hours ago? That's really weird. I guess it ended at 10 a.m. Very strange, Lucy. She's too funny. Okay, this is 04/30/2022. Okay, goals have been reset. Wonderful. Oh, now it's all blue, orange, and purple. That's funny. All right. Let's monitor here. This is working. Okay, is that everything? And welcome to April, by the way. April 1st. Okay. Yep, follower subs. Looks good. Okay. So, I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick. And then I'm going to come settle down. Okay. So, Spicy, if you hear me, I will be right back. Spicy Man. Okay. Oh, I have to put this on. That's what I forgot. I got it. Okay, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Need to do some stuff. I wish you all the best, and it's good to know that life was created for two humans, not for one. God bless. See you. All right, Spicy. All the best to you as well. Have fun doing your stuff. I'll be here. I might fall asleep pretty soon, though. mitosis up in here. Now there's 3 of them. What the fuck is happening? Jerry brought in a bunch of fucking flies? Dude, the fuck? What the hell? There's like 3 moths in here all of a sudden. Dude, in my face, no less. They're like in my face the whole time. Seriously? Seriously? What the hell? Jasmine, come catch these fucking bugs. Oh my god. You're okay, you're not in trouble. I just want you to catch the bugs. You okay? Alright, that's great. Great bugs. Awesome.
I think we should explore a few solutions.
Grammarly's suggestions catch when your tone
So here's the pitch, okay? we've all seen Miss Swiss. It's that outtake show, and it was running it in. I saw chat spamming when I told Jordan to focus. So we're gonna run with that. Strike while the iron is hot. Jordan sitting at his desk at the video team section. I don't know what they do. I don't care what they do. But for the premise of this video, cannot be focused. Watching anime butts on one screen. I don't care what he's doing. Just can't be working. All right. And then he hears Miss Swift. Big TV right behind him. Miss Swift playing. Here's the line. Says Jordan, focus. Okay. And then his eyes go wide. He turns around. Turns off the TV. He's trying to get rid of me. He knows he's not focused, but he knows he needs to be. But goes back to his desk. Goes back to doing whatever he was doing. But he has to focus. So I'm at his window. Boom. Slam on the window. I'm like the Babadook. Okay. He doesn't know where I'm coming from. I slam the window. Piece of paper says focus. He does a little bit. He focuses a little bit. He doesn't turn off the anime butts. No. He flips his hat around. Ash Ketchum style. I don't know. And then he goes back to doing anything he wants, but not focusing. That's not enough for me. That's not enough for high res. It's not enough for what we stand for. So I appear behind the wall behind him, okay? Boom, Mifflin, up there. I tell him to tighten up. He needs to focus. He does a little bit more. He focuses a little bit, but not enough, okay? And then it's not enough for me. It's not enough for me, okay? We have to go even further beyond that, all right? He does eventually close the screen, but that's not enough. I'm still appearing. I'm appearing everywhere. I'm in the bathroom. I'm in his cereal. I'm in his snacks. I'm telling him to focus, and eventually he switches desks. I'm under his desk, okay? I'm telling him to focus there, and that's where it happens. He sits in a maxonomic chair. His eyes dilate, and he finally finds his focus.
Okay. Approved.
I sold it? I sold it! Yes! I'm gonna sell so many chairs.
Jordan, what the was that? We just lived a fever dream. I have no idea what just happened, and we approved it.
What kind of anime butts we talking? What kind of anime butts we talking?
That's right. You can go to Need for Seat and get chairs on chairs. On chairs. On top of that. Yeah. We've got 3 Maxnomics, baby. Well, there's also a 4th, I guess, in the backside. We can stack it. So if you are wondering how big the max, I don't know what it's called, like the large, I guess, the extra wide, whatever it is, Maxnomic seat is, it's large enough to fit another Maxnomic on top of it, at least while Dave's holding onto it. And then the other one, I'm sorry to tell you guys, but is unfortunately not for sale. Jithan's 3D printed that one. But you too could 3D print a Smite Maxnomic chair to put on your Smite Maxnomic chair to then put on another Smite Max Nomic chair by going to the link below. Of course, you can use code SmiteMax on the way out. Needforseat.com as well, but hrz.io/MaxNomicSmite will take you exactly where you need to go in order to get it, and of course be comfortable through all your gaming needs. So thanks so much for Maxnomic, and of course thank you to Aggro, and I guess Dave for modeling the chairs,
Yeah,
but
I don't
Aggro
know.
for hanging out with me.
Yeah, okay. I didn't do anything. Dave was the one doing all
Well,
the
thanks for
heavy
him
lifting.
for holding it, but you're here, you know?
Yeah, here we are.
So that's my participation award, right? Like, hey,
Nice.
you're right here with me, baby.
We take those.
We're going to be watching some Smite, as
We
it
are.
turns out. It's continuing going on. We're going to be qualifying a team for the World Championship one more time. We've got the Dragons, we've got the Bolts, and that's what we're about to break down. Instead, we can go ahead and look around and see what's going on throughout the week. If you've missed this group, well, the VODs will be up on Smite VOD at some point, but at this point, you can just go ahead and take my word for it. It's been nothing but 3-0s, 9 games played in Group B, and I think this set is going to break that chin. Dragons taking on the Bolts today. Winner goes to Worlds. Loser goes to Sunday. We'll play the winner of tomorrow's matchup of Sleekness and Valhalla Valkyries. Whoever wins on Sunday, guess what? They also go to Worlds, and that is a big deal. So if you're looking at Match 4 and Last Chance, those are the two that qualify you in. The Dragons and the Bolts will be trying their hand at it today. And Aggro, there's a lot of weight. You know, we were talking about it with the Leviathans, but if you're looking at it right now, you get to relax for 3 weeks. If you, well, quote-unquote relax. You get to prepare for Worlds for 3 weeks if you qualify today.
And that's a huge advantage to just know that, hey, you know, we get our chance to just relax a little bit, see what everyone else is doing throughout the rest of this tournament, and then formulate our strategy for the World Championship. Plus, you don't want to have all that pressure on you of, oh, if we don't win this game, then we end up not going to Worlds. You know, just getting that opportunity now and getting it out of the way when you know that your back isn't quite against the wall yet with our double elimination format, it's going to take some of that pressure off of you and make you play a little bit better potentially.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at these teams that are playing. We're going to talk about the Dragons here. We watched the Bolts at the end of yesterday. The Dragons also got themselves a nice 3-0 for this tournament. But something that they've been playing through and someone that they've kind of had at the forefront of their year has been FineOK. Has been doing incredibly well in the solo lane, causes a lot of trouble for not only lane opponents, but realistically everybody in the game once he starts rotating.
Yeah, I think solo laners are just in such a commanding spot right now in the meta, and they bring so much to the team composition. You know, all their picks seem pretty important. Their itemization is really good. And so when your solo laner is going to go out there and perform well, your whole team's going to look really dominant. And we saw that in the game where SOT looked really good for the Scarabs. That team looks way better. You know, Yarkor is going off the other games in that set, and they win all those. I just think that solo lane is one of the most important lanes in the game right now, and it's due to a lot of the strength that the characters they play have and the itemization they have. And if solo lane is near the top of the meta in importance, then that's a good sign for the Jade Dragons, because this guy, FineOK, has been at the top of this role for a long time.
There's also a lot of good news, because not only is solo as dominant as it is right now, but realistically, every tournament time they have matched up against the Bolts, they've won. So, I mean, this is the perfect time for it. You go back, you look at the regular season this year, it's definitely been a mixed bag for them. So this Bolts team has given the Dragons more trouble overall. But you look at Phase 1, Phase 3 playoffs, the 2 times they matched up this year in tournaments, and the Dragons came out on top. You go to last year, guess what? The Dragons get to come out on top. They have been doing a lot of winning up against this team, and like you said, a lot of it is channeled through the solo lane. We'll get to talk to FineOK himself and see how the Dragons are feeling going into the set.
That's right, FineOK, solo laner for the Jade Dragons, is with me. FineOK, I want to start with talking about the bat, though. The Camazotz, all year long, I asked Goremizer, the man with all the stats, all year long, what has Camazotz been first picked at? And it's like twice. All of Season 8 he's been first picked like twice. Here in this tournament, feels like if he's open, he's getting first pick. What changed around that god?
The axe changes were pretty big for him. Kind of just made like really aggressive, like lane characters really strong. So that definitely
Malice.
helped. Yeah, and yeah. I mean, if you get a lead, you can kind of build anything on him. That's how strong he is. But I mean, some of the other item changes as well, like nerfs to Mystical. Obviously, you're not building that on him. He's more of like a bruiser character. Blackthorn's really strong on him. So if you go like a Blackthorn Transcendence and the CAD shield, you basically have infinite health and infinite mana. So you can just run around the map and do whatever you want. So
It's been looking good for a lot of players. You as well, with the Malice in that one game. Maybe we'll see it today. Catering to that, Goremizer just mentioned it. Bolts are
on the map and do whatever you want. He's more of like a bruiser character. Blackthorn's really strong on him, so if you go like a Blackthorn Transcendence and the CAD Shield, you basically have infinite health and infinite mana, so you can just run around the map and do whatever you want. So.
And it's been looking good for a lot of players, you as well, with the Malice in that one game. Maybe we'll see it today. Catering to that, Gormizer just mentioned it. Bolts are a team that you've matched up well against previously during these tournament events. Do you think your play style is just good against their play style?
Yeah, I think so. I think we match up really well. Some of our some of our characters play similar. Our players play similar.
There are a lot of characters on both teams.
Good personalities, but yeah, we just play similar stuff and similar play styles. But I mean, I think we just kind of had their number for like the past 2 years. We've like you guys were talking about it. We've played them in basically every tournament.
Feels like it.
And you know, nothing's changed. So I think we'll get the better of them again today. But obviously a very good team, and we'll see what happens.
Kind of final thoughts from you here. Talk to me about pressure. World's quarterfinals on the line. You get another chance if this one doesn't go your way. Do you think this is the most pressure-filled set you've played so far this year?
I think probably not. The only reason being is that we still have an opportunity. There's a loser's bracket, and that hasn't existed in the other tournaments.
Right.
And also the team that we're going to play, we already beat 3-0, or we're going to be playing the Valkyries, who are obviously at a big disadvantage. And so we're pretty confident either way going to that set if we have to. But we don't want to have to do that. I don't want to have to stay. I want to go home for Christmas sooner.
That's right.
So
let's get it figured out
yeah,
here.
so it's definitely some pressure on the line there.
Sure thing. Well, fine. Okay, let you get back with the team. Best of luck. We'll go back to the desk to start it off.
Well, it seems like the confidence is going to be there as of right now for the Dragons. We'll see if they can stand up to that. Of course, like you said, not necessarily feeling as much pressure because they'll still be able to play on Sunday in the worst-case scenario for them. So things are going relatively smooth if you look at their history. But it's the Bolts on the other side that they're going to have to match up against, and that is where things get a little bit difficult. And especially if you look at the solo lane, we talk about Fine OK, we have to talk about Haddix. And this is his rookie year. It's very easy to forget that this guy has not been playing at this level, you know, for 3-4+ years. I mean, it feels like he matches up and slots in so well, and he fits in perfectly with this Bolts comp.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable this year. There's no doubt about it. I mean, he has been a primary win condition for them at times. He's been a facilitator for them at times. He's just been able to do it all, and that type of versatility is very, very impressive out of a rookie in particular. But like you said, it's easy to forget because he hasn't played like one at any point this year. He's been absolutely excellent, and I expect more of the same from him here today. I mean, you know he can play just about anything. I think that when I think about the best mechanical solo laners in the game, Haddix is certainly one of them. He's definitely up there with some of the best, not just in his role, but in the entire league. His mechanics are really on that top tier. So that's been a big reason why he's been so successful this year.
And this is actually, we just saw a couple of highlights of the Achilles. And I wanted to talk to you about that as well because, you know, we see the Odin is something that we don't get to see too often. He's usually banned out or left by the wayside. Achilles has been pretty big this tournament, though, and I feel like we've seen a lot of that being successful overall for Haddix, especially throughout the year, but here in Group B as well. I mean, do you think this is something that's going to be pivotal in today's set, or do you think it's just something the Bolts are going to run?
Yeah, I think that, I mean, we saw some clips of Fine OK playing it as well. I think it's a god that both of these players are willing to play, and they have pretty similar play styles, I'd say, for how they want to be attacking the enemy. So I think Odin definitely one of those gods that we could see some heavy prioritization, because picks and bans are kind of all over the place right now. I mean, Camazot's being top pick, like Dave was just talking about, has really changed a lot, and overall the way that, you know, we've seen more teams go for these more target ban styles as opposed to what do we just think is good right now. You know, something like Odin could easily get let through the cracks because of that.
Well, it's going to be fun to watch how these teams are going to be able to match up. Of course, it's always interesting to see these teams before they go into the set. Because, you know, they mentioned it during the interview, but a lot of characters that exist on both of these teams. They always seem very relaxed. I mean, you can even see it now. Like, the Bolts are having fun and laughing. I'm sure the Dragons are feeling very similar. But this is a set that, you know, you win, you get all of that comfort out of there. We'll see what they're going to be able to do here in picks and bans for game number 1. And the Bolts having first pick. This goes back to what we were talking about. David asked about it and had mentioned up to this point this year, Camazotz has not been a big deal. Solo laners have been loving him this week. Junglers still love him this week. Do you think he's going to be in this position to really pilot, kind of dictate maybe the picks and bans of the game?
Yeah, very possible. It's just that he has like no bad matchups, right? Like what matchup really is horrible for him over in solo? There's not many. So it makes sense that we would see him be near the top of the list when it comes to prioritization.
Well, this is unsurprising. Kind of forgot about it. We've been talking so much about solo lane, I forgot mid lane existed.
Yeah.
That Amus and Cobb, you might be thinking, man, Barracuda, he must be nuts on it. It was Vin the other day who was playing it and who actually looked the best on this pick. So it feels like a little bit of a target towards them there. Of course, what we've seen, he's been in mid a little bit more often than not. Hell gets banned out as well by the Dragons. The other side, though, it's the Zeus that stands out. I'm sure you're happy now that Zeus has escalated up towards the top, but realistically, we've seen the Dragons, and we saw Nehu in one of the SCC teams have been picking him up and have been performing out of this world with him. Zeus alongside the Erlon, the Canazots. It just feels like that is a good way to control a little bit of Whirlwind.
Yeah, I like the ban there on the Zeus. I mean, Hurry has just looked so good on that god. I don't think that, we haven't seen a lot of mages in general right now, and the mages we do see are mage ADCs. Zeus can make this Book of the Dead build look really good. I think that he brings a lot when it comes to early pressure. But if I had to guess what's going to be the return here now that he's banned, I think that Soul has looked like Hurry's next best god. The Jonquils look very good as well, but I would expect Soul to come through for the Jade Dragons if given the opportunity. They lock in their front line here instead. Kind of thought it was going to be Soul top 2, but hey, Odin Yamoja, you're not complaining.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. We get the Achilles. We talked about that a little bit there for the Bolts. But you get Odin for Finoke, one of the highly regarded, not just solo lane players, but gods that is now in his hands. We got a lot of highlights from that. And Yamoja! I mean, Mike, outside of Wrong U, Mike might have the best Yamoja. And honestly, it's for two different things. Mike's Riptides might be the best in the league in terms of keeping people in the impact. So they get the front line here for the Dragons, as you had mentioned. Izanami, Ganesh now join the Achilles for the top 3 for the Bolts. This Izanami's been on the rise, paired with a Ganesh. It helps, alleviate the fact that Ganesh has nothing in terms of clear early on. But, matching up against the Yamoja, is there anything to be worried about specifically in this lane? Does the Ganesh help against her?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get trapped in by the River's Rebuke, which is really big. So that helps. But overall, you're looking for the Izanami to be all of your clear, basically. And that's the case for basically any support she's playing with, and it works very well because she just does it all on her own. So I've got no problem with the Izanami-Ganesh combination. The Jade Dragons were the team that really made Ganesh look really good at Phase 3 playoffs. Then, Aurora started playing it, and a lot of other players started playing it. But that was usually in conjunction with something like Zeus. It depends a lot on what Ven is going to be going in this mid lane and how I think this Ganesh is really going to work for them.
Mercury. I can kind of let it sit there. They played 3 games of him the other day, and they won 3 games with him the other day. And it's a pick that only Sam has really been picking up, and only Sam has found a lot of success with this year, and only Sam has had it banned against him. Like, it is definitely a Jade Dragons-centric pick, and it gets to come through. But you've got Achilles, the Izanami, Ganesh. Like, Mercury isn't necessarily the end-all, be-all, otherwise everybody would be playing it. Is this just Sam's so good at it, we can pick it up?
Yes.
Or there's some counter match? It's just that?
It's just that. Yeah, Sam's just like, give me that, and he's going to make good work with it because he has looked unbelievable on this god during this year. I don't love it up against Ganesh because special delivery, he spins around the enemy god, takes some time, very easy to get ohmed out of that or knocked up out of it with the stun and the 3. They can drop Dharmic Pillars right on you during that time. So that's a little bit spooky, I would say, as a matchup goes, but otherwise, I mean, Achilles and Izanami, those are pretty free ganks for you the vast majority of the time. And Sam has made this god look pretty much unstoppable at multiple points this year.
We can catch up on the bans. Fenrir and the Daji here for the Dragons get banned away, trying to isolate Lasbra a little bit. Heimdall and Zhang Hui. Now, if this was literally any other team, that would seem absolutely ludicrous, but this is something that Hurry and Finoke like to play. And it feels like it's a little bit more isolating for Whirlwind this time around. The Heimdall as well has been a very big pick. Although I will mention, PandaCat is definitely one who's more willing to go out on a limb. I think he even played Danzaburo the other day. He's like one of the only hunters in the league that likes to pull a pick out like that. So even though it helps the Izanami a little bit, I don't think PandaCat's feeling that upset.
No, I don't think so either. He's got a deep god pool. This Neath could be for him. I think it's more likely to be in mid, but we saw Barracuda play it in duo yesterday. Don't expect to see Meditation alongside of it, but hey, you never know, I suppose. I'm really surprised that isn't Soul right there. That feels like such an easy Soul lock into me. You're slow immune, so you don't have to worry too much about Ganesh ultimate. You can just pop right out of that. It's been such a good pick for Hurry this year, and they could still go to Soul if they so choose and give this over to PandaCat. Certainly capable of playing it, but a little surprised that's the direction the Jade Dragons went, and it means that maybe they do want to go for a Magical Hunter. You know, Freya looked awfully popular in the first set, not picked or banned here. Could still be the option for Panacat.
We get the Gilgamesh on the other side here for Lasper, something that has been a very popular pick. I'm happy they lock in the Merlin, although it is outrageous because we haven't seen it in a while. I was going to talk about the Morrigan because that's something that we know Vin loves to play and has performed incredibly well on.
Yeah.
But instead, we'll ignore her until she becomes relevant. Merlin gets locked in here. We talk a lot about objective burn. He's got decent safety, things like that. We don't see a whole lot of him
No.
lately.
No, his early game isn't very good, and right now the mid lane meta is really determined based on early game, and that's why Hunters have been very strong, as it is Freya for Pandacat. The one reason,
clairvoyance.
Yeah, I guess so. I think the one reason that we see Merlin over something else in this mid lane is that there are very few characters that you can react to the sonic boom sort of line to with an escape. And Flicker is like the only one. You know, you're looking at a god like Raijin still has some startup on the dash. You know, a god like Scylla has to place the Sentinel. You know, there's not a lot of mobility for mid laners that you can react to it instantly with, and Merlin's Flicker is one of those. So I think that this is Ven trying to stay safe from these Mercury ultimates, just quickly flicker off to the side. Now, you still likely die a lot of those times because after your Flicker's down, he just dashes on you and kills you, but at least you don't get hit by the ultimate, and maybe that can be enough in some of these situations.
That's actually like a huge deal. When we watched it the other day, specifically this Mercury paired with anything in mid, but realistically Neath, who is a little more early game, like Sam was looking to get hands-on quickly.
Yeah.
Is that something that Vin's going to have to worry about in this game, especially with a Neath beside it?
Yes, absolutely. There's no reason that the Bolts or the Jade Dragon should shy away from playing aggressively in the mid 3v3 early on, because they've got Yemoja, who's fantastic, they've got Neath, who's fantastic, and Mercury can make it work if he's the one initiating the fights for you. So I think that those all look very good to me. I think the Jade Dragons, when they looked at when they were playing their best at Phase 3 playoffs, it was because they had pressure in lanes. The duo lane should not have pressure. I mean, Freya versus Izanami is a pretty big power gap there in terms of lane push, but Odin should be able to get pressure, Neath should be able to get pressure. And if the Jade Dragons can consistently be on this right side of the map, I'd expect to see a lot of blue buff invades, making sure that Achilles doesn't get to that really, really potent mid-game for free.
Speaking of pressure, though, and maybe lack thereof, right? We always talk about how Ganesh needs a little bit of help. That's the Izanami in this case. We always talk about how Freya needs a little help. In this case, it's the Yemoja. But, like, this duo lane, Freya takes a little while. We even saw that. Like, Zap playing it, he loved going back to it, but it still took a little while for it. Is this really just going to be funnel through the 3v3, get aggressive on solo, and hope Pandacat makes it there, or is there a spot where the duo lane could really be a win condition?
I mean, Yemoja always gives you those, oops, they messed up, they used their dash, now I drop my ultimate and they lose sort of scenarios, but for the most part, I'd expect the Jade Dragons to be focusing on mid and solo side, leaving Pandacat on that island, and letting him farm up towards the late game. And I think that, you know, if they're trying to nail down their strategy, that it was all 3 lanes with pressure. Sometimes we get outscaled. Now 2 lanes with pressure, we've got a scaling lane as insurance.
Well, it's game number 1. The Bolts and the Dragons. Winner of this set goes to World. Let's see how it starts.
World's quarterfinals on the line between the Bolts and the Dragons. In Mifflin, the Jade Dragons, they bring us some late game. Mercury, that's worked for Sam. Freya, that worked for Zapman, I guess, today, but still a bit of a new pick here that really over the last couple sets we've started to see the rise of.
Man, Freya's late game scaling, it's one of the highest DPS gods in the game, bar none. You've also got the OG Freya plus Odin combo, so Gungnir's Might going to give Pandacat a little bit of additional attack speed going forward. That's going to not only help Panda, but Sanford Soccer and Hurrywind as well are going to benefit greatly from that. Neutral objectives, well, they should be scared. The Jade Dragons will shred them pretty quick. The Olympus Bolts have got similar levels, Dharmic Pillars, Merlin as well, an auto attack jungler, as well as Izanami having one of the best stims in the game. Means that they could similarly remove these objectives, but I think the Jade Dragons are going to be the ones bringing that threat first.
I think it's hard to gauge. I asked Gormeister about this on the desk prior to the break just a few minutes ago. What are levels of confidence looking like for these two teams? The Jade Dragons made quick work of their opponent. The Olympus Bolts did so as well. And so both, I think, coming into this set with maybe similar levels of confidence that their game plan worked the way that they wanted it to in the first set of this tournament for the Bolts and for the Jade Dragons as well. I think an interesting rise pick as well here, Miff. You look over to the duo lane. Awesome Jake on this Ganesh. We've seen a wide variety of gods from Jake so far this year. I think Ganesh is certainly a unique look for him.
Yeah, it's a lot more of that facilitator's traditional support style. When I think of Jake, I'm still thinking about the Hercules support. I'm still thinking about the tier support.
Right.
This not exactly fitting in that
Have we
style.
seen that this year?
The
Tier support? Like once or twice,
I don't know,
if so. No, and I asked that question because of
Gore just walked out of the room.
I
We're
think
out of
back
luck.
to like how it was in season 7 for Jake, and it felt like we were seeing tier support on a pretty consistent basis. Been a little bit different. The God pool has grown to standard levels for Awesome Jake 408. This is such a unique matchup between these two teams. We talked about it on the desk. The Jade Dragons and the Olympus Bolts, they've met frequently, not only this year, but in past years, as Final K pointed out, in a lot of these playoff format events. And the Jade Dragons roster has traditionally performed very well against the roster that the Olympus Bolts are bringing to the table. So you're fighting against a little bit of history if you're the Olympus Bolts, but history is made to be changed a little bit, I suppose. That's an aggressive dash in from Awesome Jake. Stun, no good from PBM, and there will be no punishment on the use of that mobility.
Man, Jake backstepped like 4 of Panda Cat's auto attacks. Had even 2 of them landed. Jake's probably around 30% HP right now, so even off of flubbing the dash, Jake looks just fine here. And while we've got the duo lane, take a peek at these builds. It's a Death Toll in that first slot for Izanami. That's going to help out a lot insofar as sustain. But more interesting is that Shuriken.
Yeah.
I believe that's going to be a Shadow Steal, which means that Panda Cat, Freya rather, is a god that really benefits from lifesteal. She's got some phenomenal lifesteal scaling off of her autos. Well, Shadow Steal is going to put a bit of a damper on it, whereas Panda Cat has gone for the Gilded Arrow Ring Star.
Oh man, you don't see that often. That's just a walk-in speed buff steal, and Lazaro walks back from base, realizing it's gone. Mike uses the sprint, should avoid first blood. Don't love having to burn that active though, especially against some of what the Olympus Bolts are bringing to the table. So a small moment where the Boltsmith maybe feel like they can get aggressive and forces the utility out of Mike.
I wonder if Barracuda just had not leveled his dash until just then at level 4. Had he had it up, I think the chase down could have been there, maybe worried about where Panda Cat was standing. The Olympus Bolts did not have vision on him, so a dash forward could have been a little bit over-aggressive. Had they had the information that Panda Cat was hovering around purple buff, I'm pretty sure we would have just saw first blood.
Sam is stealing just a little bit away from Lasber here. A moment ago, Sam walks into the speed buff when Lasber's resetting. I mean, it was inch perfect, second perfect timing from Sam for Soccer to get there when Lasber's speed buff was spawning. And then takes away at least one of those mid-harpies while Lasber is trying to catch up. All right, so we've reached that level 5 mark now, Mifflin. That's a big pivot point here in this game for Sam for Soccer and the Mercury.
And now he's got so much global presence, can start to rotate over towards this duo lane, alleviate some of that pressure, which is why we're starting to see Barracuda play a little bit more respectfully. Barracuda, during the Hunter Roundtable, was one of the most vocal haters of Sanford Soccer's Mercury pick.
Whoa.
He doesn't love it.
And Sam's in solo now. Haddix locked into the cage, gets a double stun, has the dash away. Fatal Strike is there on the other end, and Haddix will survive, and that is everything used from both Sanford Soccer and Fino K, but the Achilles shrugs it off. About all Haddix could do there was play it the way that he did, and it was enough.
Man, he uses the
World
wave.
Weaver too?
Yeah,
World Weaver?
that's nuts. How does he live all that? That's the mechanical play that Aggro was talking about earlier. Hovers within the wave, blocks a couple of auto attacks, survives the stun, survives the triple ultimate combo of the Jade Dragons, and Haddix living there is massive for the Olympus Bolts. Now for about a minute, the Jade Dragons, they're running on fumes. They don't have a whole lot of fight potential. This could create an opportunity for the Olympus Bolts. Head back, start to regroup, and play around that mid 3v3.
Let's talk about this World Weaver a little bit here, Mifflin. Now 1 out of 1 uses has made its way to Fino K, or made its way to Haddix rather. Didn't work out. Won't get a chance to talk about it though. Barracuda's been stunned in place. Dashing this time. Oh, the banish is perfect. From Panda Cat, Dark Portal is down though. Valkyrie's discretion is up. And Barracuda trapped in the wave, and he will die. First blood to PBM.
That's so good for the Jade Dragons. They needed to hit pay dirt somewhere off of committing so much on the right-hand side of the map, but what was true just a moment ago, where the Olympus Bolts had a power play potential, well, it remains true. That's PBM and Panda Cat's ultimate. Luckily for the dual lane of the Jade Dragons, it doesn't cost them any relics. Beads are maintained, as is the Heavenly Sprint, so the Jade Dragons can play a little bit safer for now. Expect the pace to slow down for about 20 or so seconds while they wait on those cooldowns.
Oh, Hurrywin's ultimate is back up, so is Sam for Soccer, and so that, you mentioned, Miff, maybe the cooldowns around PBM and Panda Cat, the most important. But targeting around this World Weaver, especially early to mid-game, always a fun topic of conversation. One has already connected onto Haddix as far as setting up for Sanford Soccer. Is this going to happen again? I guess it might. Here comes everything onto Haddix. The Achilles lived it last time. Is this going to happen again? The cage times out, and Haddix, he's getting aggressive now. He has turned this fight around. Lasbro rotates on over from the jungle. Stun out from Haddix. But it is a disengage yet again. The Jade Dragons hell-bent on making this combo work up against Haddix. Sam at least held his ultimate this time. But Haddix was further from death the second attempt than he was the first.
Yeah, I've seen enough from the Jade Dragons gank the soul lane. It doesn't work. Haddix is too tanky already.
Can they fight though? Can the bolts re-engage? The ultimates are down for the Jade Dragons. All of them are there for the Olympus bolts. It is just a greater Scorpion dive by the bolts, and it looks like that's the only amount of pressure the bolts looking to put out. And so now we can take a deep breath. That would have been a good fight opportunity. The bolts just trying to exert a little bit of pressure onto the Jade Dragons. Might be time, Myth, to retire the double or triple ult onto Haddix. The Achilles is felt unkillable.
Yeah, maybe send some of those Barracudas way, right? He's already fallen down this game. Maybe you can keep exploiting that and have your Freya get a little bit of a helping hand transitioning into the mid to late game, especially considering Izanami's already got crit.
Do you think it's because Haddix has med and no beads or anything like that early on? You think you can punish this Achilles just outside of his Fatal Strike CC immunity?
I mean, that's all right, I suppose, but the meditation is getting canceled out by the Odin cage.
Oh,
luckily, it's that's Jake. Luckily, it's Jake this time.
I see someone on this side of the map, and my immediate reaction is that it's somebody on the Jade Dragons. I guess there was a slight hovering by Mike. No, Haddix was the one receiving some help this time.
Not that he needs it.
Not that he needs it, right. He's doing just fine. Even in levels. Gone Blackthorn on the other side. Final K, Breastplate of Valor. So there's this momentum
Great ult
on the right, and it's happening again. Mike silenced, and silenced permanently, at least for the next 18 seconds, as Lasbra and the Olympus Bolts pile it on, and they're leaving up the kills.
That was 100% Jake. Jake did just about everything there besides get the last hit. The ultimate hits on first tick, locks him down with the dash, and there's nothing PBM can do. If he had beads, maybe he lives that engagement, but he drops the Heavenly Sprint, and it got him 5 steps before he fell down.
What happens to PandaCat here? Does have the ultimate, also has Banish. Banish no good. Pull back in by Ven, no good. Ultimate down, so you might call that a win for the Olympus Bolts. If nothing else, you also delay the back from PandaCat a little bit further. And so PandaCat off to the 1 assist start. Ring of Akate, his first item there. And here's a look back at exactly what Jake got done in the mid lane.
Yeah, immediately locks him down. Lasbra keeps him there as well.
Oh,
The
that's
double
nuts.
CC chain.
Yep.
Nobody could help him. Hurrywin's standing 5 feet away, and he says, Mike, bud, I love you. I really do. There's nothing I can do about this.
Yeah, literally nothing to be done in that fight. So now Mike has fallen. Barracuda, the one who's died off for the Olympus Bolts. But Bears kept things fine in that lane. Just a level down to the Freya.
Not ideal.
Not ideal, right? I said fine, and then PandaCat ticks over to maybe a half to a 1-level lead. Ideally, the Freya's behind, but that has just not been the case. Hurrywind, I wonder, Myth, if you start to push that lead a little bit, maybe you can start to send some World Weavers on Barracuda's way. Maybe even burn some beads.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the potential. As of now, we're about 1 item away from where I think PandaCat's going to hit a power spike where he wants to take engagements up against Barracuda. It's only about a half-level lead, but Shadow Steel Shuriken is so strong. It's gotten power added onto it throughout the years. It's really gotten to be a great stat stick, and having 20% crit means there's a 20% chance you just win a fight.
Especially you apply the stem, like eventually at some point one of those autos is going to crit. You have to assume you're going to get benefit of that passive at some point throughout the fight. And we'll see if Barracuda can leverage that a little bit later on in some of these skirmishes. Anti-heal, of course, going to be very important when you're going up against a Yamoja alone, but Freya, of course, as well. So Divine Ruin first for Ven here. Vampiric Shroud is his starter item. Immediately into the Spear of Desolation. Could be a 1v1. Sam from Soccer and Lasbra drop kicks in. Sam immediately turns around. Here comes a World Weaver. It's going to go onto the Gilgamesh, but he immediately just shrugs off the stun. It was the 1v1 that was not to be. 2 ults spent for 1.
Man, Sanford Soccer misses the Sonic Boom and says, all right, well, I tried. Sorry, Hurry, not much I can do about this one. Lasbra is able to seal away some of those back camps, and it seems like the Olympus Bolts are just playing with so much pressure everywhere on the map. Earlier it was the Jade Dragons playing around the soul lane. Now it's the Bolts, and they've got the Pyro pulled out. Where are the Dragons? Nowhere to be seen.
And not on the Dharmic Pillars this time. Instead it's a Pyromancer, and the Olympus Bolts take away an objective quietly. But look at the Jade Dragons grouping. 4 members, everyone but Final K, grouped up around this Gold Fury. The Olympus Bolts are rotating over from mid. Sam is so low here in this fight. He's got to juggle the aggro. Could be a kill potential if the Olympus Bolts we're close enough. They are not, and the Jade Dragons answer back in the best way that they can. Send 4 to the Fury and take it down.
I wonder if that's worth it for the Olympus Bolts. They chose to go to the Pyromancer first. I'm sure assuming that the Jade Dragons would not have been able to burn down the Gold Fury as quickly as they did, especially considering Sanford Soccer is only sitting on the short sword in that second tier, so it doesn't have crit available, and it's not exactly the best tier 2 item in the game, barely gives you any power. But despite all that, it still is a Freya. You still have a Hunter in mid, and they were, the Jade Dragons that is, able to strip away the Gold Fury, the more important of the two objectives at this point, netting themselves a slight gold advantage, the macro game favoring them as well. The pacing, incredibly slow, has got to favor the team that has Freya. I think the Dragons are very happy with this pace.
Yeah, you would think. Not that Merlin or Iza are anything to scoff at later on in the game, but Freya, for years, has just been touted as this late game powerhouse. Mercury as well. And so the Jade Dragons definitely have their way into the late game, and the win conditions can lie there. I want to go back to Ven's build here. It was Vampiric Shroud, double flat pen early on, Divine Ruin into Spear of Deso. I believe it was the tier 2 item, got a slight buff in that tree here recently.
Yes, sir.
And so you're finding some maybe early pressure on this Merlin. Maybe, Myth, we're not going to get to talk about it yet again. Because
no.
That's a fantastic Riptide, a fantastic World Weaver. But are the Dharmic Pillars good enough? They seem to be for the time being. Mike has got the back end stun onto Awesome Jake, but the Ganesh will live. It's a dark portal, but then a double ult from Sanford Soccer as Barracuda dashes away. We are on a knife's edge, and none of the kills falling.
Man, meditation goes crazy there for Awesome Jake, living throughout the entirety of Valkyrie's discretion, even able to drop the Dharmic Pillars. It was nearly a perfect re-engage from the Olympus Bolts. Had Sanford Soccer not connected Sonic Boom on 2 key targets, that's it for the Jade Dragons. Panda Cat had already used Beads and the Aegis. That would have been a very easy pick for the Olympus Bolts. Sam coming up huge for his team. Unfortunately, the Jade Dragons, just not enough damage to finish off that Ganesh.
Panda Cat had to use both of his actives as well. Beads off of Barracuda. Both mid laners retain control of both of their actives. That's a drop kick and a lot of damage onto Panda Cat, but an immediate disengage from Lasbra. Barracuda's here. He'll provide some peel as well.
Goodness.
But is this collapse quick enough from the Bolts? They are relentless. Panda Cat, he might die where he stands. World Weaver's going to be late, but Barracuda does not
silenced
get
it.
The Ohm, massive from Awesome Jake.
What?
Barracuda will use the Aegis, and he will walk out alive. The Jade Dragons desperately trying to chase down this kill, but the dash away will be enough.
Awesome Jake still has Final K hot on his heels,
Oh
then
my.
pulled back in.
Oh my God,
Will the Dragons dive?
It's another fantastic silence from Awesome Jake. He is preventing the second re-engage now twice, but Haddix is rotated over. He's got a double stun on the left side of the map. The cage is down, and the Riptide will secure the escape of the Jade Dragons. Despite the health bars being full, the Jade Dragons will leave. They've got less numbers on the map.
I gotta highlight that awesome silence from Awesome Jake. He drops the silence onto Sanford Soccer as he's channeling Made You Look. Made You Look would have killed Barracuda, stops it in his tracks. Sam has to wait for the entirety of the Ohm, and then tries a Made You Look again, but this time Barracuda's ready for it, isn't able to Aegis and keep his life. That is insane T-play from the Olympus Bolts. These guys are playing with hot hands.
Awesome Jake on this Ganesh. The question was, how would he look? This is different from that wild, aggressive style that Awesome Jake is known for.
Oh, tell me we get to see it.
I think we will here, Myth. This is right around where it happened. Panda Cat gets deleted, and this was the nerve-wracking moment.
Stops him. Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's a nice play there from Awesome Jake, and that's so scary. I mean, Barracuda is so low, has to use the Aegis anyway. But when Jake's playing this way on a god that provides the amount of control that Ganesh does, it's going to be hard to find these kills.
Man, Jake's got to put that on his own personal highlight reel or something. That is an amazing clip.
Does it again.
The Jade Dragons nearly get the re-engage. I thought when Final K was sitting on tower line, we would have saw him completely engage, maybe a blink into tower to try and dive it out, but they spot out Haddix on the rotation in, the Jade Dragons that is. He walks over a ward, and the Dragons realize we can't take the fight with Haddix on our heels like this, and they are forced to walk all the way back to their own tower. Haddix nearly sets up the entirety of the Bolts for another kill, regardless with a double stun, but luckily the Jade Dragons with the Riptides are able to get out of there.
Well, Myth, Sanford Soccer is underway on his build here. Draugr taken down by the Olympus Bolts. But as a crusher into rage, that said, when we've seen Mercury so far this week from Sanford Soccer, it's already had a few stacks on the rage by this point, so still searching to add some of that crit chance. Gonna take a moment. What is this? From Awesome Jake, drops the Dharmic Pillars.
Good
Maybe
question.
it's being annoying, trying to stop the back from Panda Cat. Dharmic Pillar's not the longest on the ultimate cooldown.
Yeah, no, I still don't think that's worth it.
I'm trying
per
to help
se.
out here.
Hey, look, Jake's made such a phenomenal play just
Right.
moments ago. I'll give him the benefit
He
of the doubt.
earned my benefit of the doubt, right?
Yeah, but he also earned our ire a little bit for that ultimate. Now, for about a minute, Awesome Jake's not really going to be able to participate in the team fight.
Look at that, quarter of the way back on the ultimate
You're such a fan.
of Ganesh. Yeah, the cooldown, not too bad. Look, halfway back already on the Dharmic Pillars. Maybe you'd like to have it if a fight breaks out. There is some pressure kind of building on towards the right. A few minutes ago, remember, it was the active decision by the Olympus Bolts to go for the Pyromancer, give the Fury over to the Jade Dragons, and that has kept the gold lead where it's at. It has shrunk a little bit, that said. But the Jade Dragons with that gold Fury were able to nudge out just a bit of an advantage. But tier 1 tower on right here, Myth. There's just been continued pressure from this Odin against Tadix. Now finally net the first tower of the game. No chance, right? There's a frenzy here for Mike. Mike just hit level 12. He goes back for the frenzy. The Olympus Bolts are not on this side of the map, but they have to rotate in. Will it get dropped? The Jade Dragons just testing the response time of the Olympus Bolts. No frenzy gets used, but Shoguns plus frenzy for Mike could have kept that door open. Barracuda is over here on the Oni Fury as well. Panda Cat sends some damage in. Awesome Jake is going to take the World Weaver.
Whoa!
Oh, they take away the Fury, and the Olympus Bolts leave empty-handed. Can you get the kill onto Panda Cat? At least you would hope so. You'll get his Aegis on the other end of the
Riptide
for Polar Ray Mike. Fantastic. The River's Rebuke separates it, but there's a fatal strike awaiting on the other end of the ultimate, not needed, as Lasbra's gotten the kill.
Wins a Shamash, is able to secure the kill on a PBM, and now it's the Jade Dragons back in.
Oh, the cage is massive from Fino K, but there's a stun from Haddix on the other side of the fight. Sanford Soccer, he'll dash away from this. The Jade Dragons want no more to do with it. And the fight is disengaged. A couple kills for the Bolts, but a stolen Fury by the Drags.
Man, the Jade Dragons pull the Fire Giant initially for one of two reasons. They either say to themselves, we know the Olympus Bolts are on gold, and if they don't have vision here, we just get Fire Giant. Love that for us. Or, even in the worst case, the Olympus Bolts are forced to peel off of the gold Fury and rotate over to stop the Dragons. So, effectively, the Dragons slow down the neutral objective from going down and buy time for exactly what you see on the screen. Panda Cat with an admittedly lucky steal.
No, this is all, we're giving, look, if I'm going to give credit to Jake for the ultimate that he drops down, we'll call it pure skill by Panda Cat, just to be fair on either end, but this is an actual Fire Giant.
Are you serious?
They're going to drop the Frenzy and the Dharmic Pillars on the FG. We are at a breakneck pace here in game number 1 of this set. Somehow with only 5 kills on the board, these teams relentless. But enough damage onto the Olympus Bolts are going to force them off of the objectives. The Jade Dragons now posturing around the Pyro. They don't have Frenzy either, but there is still plenty of objective burn. Maybe a steal chance for the Olympus Bolts. Won't be, though. Jade Dragons secure the Pyro, and the Fire Giant just being toyed with.
I was so sure we were going to see the Jade Dragons pull the Fire Giant itself, considering how many resources the Olympus Bolts just used. It was what? The Winds of Shamash, Dharmic Pillars, Frenzy, both meditations down on the Olympus Bolts as well. I mean, look at their relics. They've got just about none. A couple pairs of beads, 1 Aegis on Barracuda. I think the Jade Dragons may have missed out on an opportunity there. But that said, still, great response time from the Chaos team. And a cheeky attempt from the Olympus Bolts, squashed.
If I do want to check in with some of the builds here as far as the carries go, because with the speed of this game, we might not get another chance. Hurrywin starting to get under his build a little bit. Stack Transcendence, Jotun's, Brawler's, Beatstick, get some good anti-heal. Mainly Panda Cat, though. As far as power spikes go on this Freya, you got 3 completed rings and then a tier 2 ring after that. You got to imagine, 1940, almost 20 minutes into the game, this is when the Freya's wheels really start to spin up.
My man Panda Cat's going to run out of fingers pretty soon. So obviously, right. The Telkine's coming up next. Some yellow damage. It's essentially the magical Kinsai is going to help out a lot against the front line of the Olympus Bolts, especially when you compare the junglers builds here. It's a much more facilitator style from Lasbra, who's gone for raw bruiser. I mean, you got a Blackthorn in the third slot. You've already picked up the Mantle of Discord, whereas Sanford Soccer has gone for a objective/frontline shred build. Already has the Rage, no stacks, unfortunately for him, but Serrated Edge is going to do a lot of damage and help you out with survivability. So I think that Panda Cat, once he finishes off this Telkines, he is going to be the major threat on the Jade Dragons. He's going to put a massive target on his back. But you brought up Hurrywin's build. He's going for the one-shot. My man's trying to be an old war sniper right now. Likely going to be the Mannequin's Hidden Blade and the Heartseeker coming up very shortly. I mean, whoever he hits is losing like...
World Weaver?
They're losing 50% at least.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Man, I didn't even consider that. That'll be big and bursty from Hurrywind as this build continues on. Barracuda, though, let's check in with his build. He's kept up with some of the crit mindset here. He's gone Shadow Steel, Aussie, of course, Wind Demon, and then a little crit later on in this build. Spectral then becomes a question that you start to ask the Jade Dragons about. But at 0-1-3, just seeing the game kind of revolving around Barra up to this point. Haven't gotten a great damage check in just a moment. That's a lot of CC on the Haddix.
He's fine.
Cannot move. But we have seen plenty of CC find its way onto the Achilles this game, and Haddix yet to die.
I'm looking at the ward coverage around the Fire Giant, and as of now, the Jade Dragons are pretty dominant in that. So I think the play of putting pressure onto the mid tower was just to kind of count heads on the Olympus Bolt. Say, all right, they're all here, so now we can start working on our rotation path towards the neutral objective. But in seeing that even with all that chain CC, they weren't able to put much damage into Haddix, it seems like the Jade Dragons are happy to reset, pick up some more of their farm, pick up a couple of pretty significant power spikes. Fine, okay. Just finishing up his Pridwin as well. You're getting your full relic strength back. But the same is true of the inverse. The Olympus Bolts, who had about nothing left in the tank just 20 seconds ago. Full relics. All the ultimates are up. This next team fight could be very indicative of the entire pace of this game going forward.
Quietly, the Jade Dragons, Myth, have pulled about 2,000 gold in the lead over the Olympus Bolts. Just a slight downward trend. No meteoric events that have really caused that. Just better farming. Maybe some objective secure for the Jade Dragons. Let's put the Olympus Bolts just a bit behind in that category. Levels, the widest discrepancy in the jungle here. Lasbra, despite being 202, 2 levels down to Sanford Soccer, who's apparently just been power farming over the last couple of minutes. And we're worried about the Freya. Hidden Blade completed, by the way, for Hurrywind, so that's something to look out for here. Also watch out for this Mercury. No stacks yet, but what can he get done? Barracuda, his health bar is halved.
He's done.
With one ability, and he's got to now leave this fight. Aussie will help you out a little bit, but you don't want to walk back into the fight. Haddix, he is alone in the back. Final K jumps forward, does not have his cage, so this should be a disengage by Haddix.
Lasbra forced to jump away, but the Jade Dragons TKO Barracuda. Haddix has to go back to base as well. It was an expensive engagement. It cost you Hurrywind, Final K, and Panda Cat's ultimate. Where will the Jade Dragons go? They're not going to risk it on the Fire Giant. Instead, Tier 1 tower, and that's pretty easy. Nobody here to defend.
That is a simpler objective. The Gold Fury is up.
Sam gets solo.
I was going to say, Gold Fury is up, and this is probably the right call by the Jade Dragons, because now we've seen both teams throw caution to the wind, pull the Fire Giant, and just react check the enemy team. If everyone from the Dragons goes over to the Gold Fury, that's maybe a pull with a frenzy by the Olympus Bolts. Might be anyway. But Panda Cat and Hurrywind are both here. This is both the carries.
The Bolts know.
The Mike hovering around the mid lane. It's a Rift hideout. Stun from Haddix. Some good damage from Barracuda. Has found its way in here as well. And the Achilles now is relentless. Nice banish. Keeps Awesome Jake at bay. So just a little bit of pressure from the Bolts while the Jade Dragons get the Gold Fury.
Yeah, Mike likely going to be having to go back to base here. Luckily, though, Final K has been able to make the rotation over from the Gold Fury. He can show presence and make sure the Bolts don't go for the larger of the two objectives. Pyromancer, pretty valuable at this point. The ability to rotate out of your own base, very significant. 24 minutes into a game, and the Olympus Bolts will get credit for this one. Final K, unsuccessful in the steal. But the Bolts stop showing face immediately. They strip all the wards off of the Fire Giant pit itself. They get a couple of aggressive wards on the Jade Dragon side of the map. Everybody on the Bolts headed back to base except for Haddix, who has to stay because there is threat that the Fire Giant goes down to the Dragons. But keep your eyes on the pockets of the Olympus Bolts. Every single one of them that has gone back to base has either upgraded some relics or picked up some wards. 3 sentries in the pocket to the Jade Dragons too.
That'll be the case for the Jade Dragons though as well. Just looking at the gold charts right now, there's still a few members with 1K plus on the Jade Dragons if they're going to get the opportunity to reset. 4 members with 1K plus. It was near a perfect reset for Hurrywind, who completes the Heartseeker. That damage onto Barracuda just a moment ago was without the Heartseeker. Now Heartseeker is there for Hurrywind. And so if one of these carries gets connected with on the World Weaver, you know, Myth, maybe if you're Hurrywind, you're not even worried about officially getting the kill. That's icing on the cake, right? But if you can burn actives or just get the carry out of the fight, then you've done your job.
The Olympus Bolts, or specifically Barracuda and Van essentially, are going to be forced to use their Aegis on reaction to Hurrywind's ultimate if they want to participate in the team fight that is currently happening. It might not kill them, as you already said. It will drop them pretty low. I think Ven probably gets dropped to about 30% HP from a fully channeled World Weaver ultimate. but that's a TKO. You're not sticking
Right.
around at 30% HP against this dive-heavy composition of the Jade Dragons.
Positioning in the jungle then can become important if you're all kind of grouped up anyway. Maybe that allows Jake or Haddix. I mean, they don't want to be taking much damage either. I mean, damage will still be big onto the front lines. But if they're able to body block it, at least you're able to keep your carries in the fight a little bit longer. There's no Pyro here. There's no Fury here. Left side tier 1 tower. Under threat by the Jade Dragons minion wave. That's not something the Bolts are worried about at this point in the game. With just the speed that both of these teams have shown that they can do the Fire Giant. And that was like 8 minutes ago. We kind of saw that dual pull. You can't leave this side of the map if you're one team or another. That's a good banish on Awesome Jake. Is there follow-up? Yes, there is, but it's by the Olympus
Lasbra!
Bolts. Lasbra's health bar is missing before my eyes. He's got to leave. And the Olympus Bolts have lost their jungler in health bar only early on in this fight. Haddix pulled back.
Oh my
but
God!
Soccer right down Main Street, and it's a massive Rivers rebuke from the Jade Dragons, and they will get 2 kills, but it feels like a hell of a lot more, and back to the FG go the Drags.
The Jade Dragons are just funneling the Olympus Bolts to these inopportune fights. At no point was Lasbra allowed to play in that engagement. Haddix is an incredibly tanky frontliner, if you would believe me, and well then, you're on the wrong side of town.
Oh no, then he's gonna die here on the other end as well, and that is a 1-minute death timer. Barracuda's gotta leave to give any sort of chance here to the Olympus Bolts. This is a Fire Gianted up Jade Dragons. The eyes on the tier 2 on right. You don't have your mid laner, you don't have your late game Merlin with Tahuti, Soul Reaver, and Obshard, almost Obshard, for 40 seconds.
Man, that team fight was just massive frontline gap. Where were Hurrywin and Pandacat throughout the entirety of that fight? Behind the Fire Giant, essentially.
Off the screen.
Yeah, they just waited for the rest of the frontliners to set them up, and that's the correct play when you're playing this type of composition. Fire Giant goes to the Jade Dragons. Right side, Phoenix stripped away from the Olympus Bolts, and you've got 3 minutes to play with this buff. Yeah, head back to base, spend up some of that gold, and strip away the remainder of the towers.
Yeah, this was massive from Mike. Look at the cage from Fino.
Sam's going to go over his shoulder, too.
That sets things up over the beginning. Yep, this right here.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that feels horrible. And then Ven was stuck in, forced the flicker away. And so whether or not that ultimately caused Ven's death later on, unsure. But that setup is nasty. This is what we saw from Mike in the first set of the week for the Jade Dragons, where Mike has more kills than everyone else on his team. And the Emoja a bit unhinged in the best way possible now for the Jade Dragons. Level 19 to Jake's 17. So despite some good plays from the Ganesh, that setup from the Jade Dragon support makes all the difference.
But the Olympus Bolts have got some of the best pieces for base defense, Dave. Dharmic Pillars, great space control. Merlin is, for my money, the best siege defense mage. Just the ability to throw out poke consistently, as well as keeping the minion waves out very easily. If anyone gets dropped low, generally the Jade Dragons will have fine okay tanking up these Phoenixes. If he gets dropped low ever, Haddix should be able to finish him off with the execute. If there is a disengage from the Jade Dragons, the chase down potential is certainly there for the Bolts. Wins of Shamash, very good at locking down some of these picks. So the Jade Dragons, despite playing with a massive advantage right now in both gold and with a Fire Giant and map state, they still have to put some respect on the Olympus Bolts, which is why we see this soft defense around the tier 2.
Right, not a siege that you can take for granted. Pandacat went back to base and sold off the starter item, picked up the Typhon's Fang. So nice boost for Pandacat. Fire minions on right. Luckily you got a Merlin with all the late game advantages and the good itemization that I mentioned for Venenu, so you'll be able to clear out those waves somewhat quickly, but about half the wave still makes it in onto the Titans. You're going to lose a little bit of HP in that regard. And in games this year where we've seen Titans down to like 100 HP, those little ticks could make a difference. It's this next wave where someone from the Olympus Bolts is going to have to leave, and that might be the Dragon's go button.
When the Olympus Bolts get the opportunity, I'm expecting an all-in attempt.
Oh my, it found its way onto Barracuda, who is down to half HP, but there's no immediate jump in from the Jade Dragons, not just yet. Haddix has been left alone, and now he is being worked down to half HP. Dharmic Pillars from Awesome Jake is just going to push back the Jade Dragons, and it's only World Weaver spent by the Drags. And the Olympus Bolts use 2 pretty big ults, space control ults at that.
And 50 seconds left to regen all your HP with Fire Giant. Mike might not have Omi, but he still has the ultimate, so that'll come back very shortly.
Here's Fino, flicker out from Venenu, nice silence out from Awesome Jake, right down Main Street. Goes Sam for soccer, but it's a jump back in and a drop kick from Laz to peel from the back line of his team, the Olympus Bolts. They're gathering together, but is that the right call? It's happening again, the Rivers Rebuke. Sends Awesome Jake right where he doesn't want to be, and that's into the grave. But Ven and Barra, they're left untouched on the backside of this fight. Titan is not going down quick enough, not for the Jade Dragons liking, and that's giving the Bolts a re-engage opportunity. Woo! The damage is massive, and Haddix is down the first kill, but Hurry with back in, he's got another.
Little more.
Still alive in the back of the fight, but the Jade Dragons Dragons nearly got
Can
the
Mike
damage.
do it?
It's all down to Mike. No, he cannot. Para, three-piece, baby, and this game goes on.
But maybe just for a little bit longer, Dave. Sure, the defense is there, but the Titan is only hanging on by a thread. You need all of your Phoenixes back before that's going to have any level of regen. So I think the Jade Dragons may have gone for the all-in. I can see the chat right now, panic and spam, but I think the Jade Dragons have built enough of a buffer that can feel just fine falling down.
Don't take away my hope, Myth. Don't take it away from me. No, you're likely right. That, but at this point, all right, so now we got to talk strategy. Realistically, this is still the Jade Dragons' game to lose. Probably hard when the Titan's that low up against the Mercury, who can just bypass your team, it feels like. But if you're looking back at the Titan defense, let's live in this moment right before the Jade Dragons close the game out, potentially anyway. And it's Barracuda, who's just untouched the entire fight.
Yeah, nobody's looking at him because they're looking at the objective that wins them the game. The Jade Dragons wanted to kill the Titan. Even Mike's throwing autos in there, but it just was not enough, and Barracuda goes unchecked, picks himself up a triple kill. And the smaller feed on the right side of your screen, the Olympus Bolts also get a Primal Fury on the tail end, meaning that they deal bonus damage to neutral objectives, but I don't think there's going to be any opportunity for them to step up to it. The Jade Dragons back at full fighting strength, and they're at the Fire Giant, enhanced, by the way.
Do you have to, all right, now I do want to talk strategy for the brief time that we can. Do you have to take this fight, though, outside of your base? I mean, we're still looking at minimal percentages for the Olympus Bolts. You can't fight anywhere near your Titan. I mean, you're just going to lose. One auto attack is in there. Do you have to try to do this? Group up and find an engage in your side of the jungle?
I think you do. Maybe the Olympus Bolts could play the coin toss game, just sit in the lantern fog on one side of the map and hope that the Jade Dragons walk down that side, but you're absolutely right. You can't take the fight in your own base. You can't take it anywhere near. I don't even think you can take it in the Phoenix, right? Like, you want to take this fight right outside of Phoenix line, because the second the Olympus Bolts start to give space, if they do defend in their Phoenix, they give their Titan away as well.
Yeah, and you want to do it in 5 minutes when the enhanced Fire Giant has fallen off, but the Jade Dragons, not a team to play slow in any metric of the game, much less. And they've got a massive lead and a great opportunity to find the first win in this best-of-5 set. All 3 of Barracuda's kills came in that engagement. It's been a quiet game from effectively everyone outside of the first couple of minutes. The Jade Dragons, remember, had 1 kill for the longest time, but that scaling has really started to catch up. Important to remember, though, what we just saw. The Izanami scaling is there as well. But you shift some focus here. That World Weaver connects into some setup. That's what the Jade Dragons are looking for. Barra ate the last one and just walked away.
Dave, I got a question, man. By the way, San Francisco can ult through all this and like 2-punch
right,
the
that was my
Titan.
thought.
I'm looking at Jake's build. Did he sell? Like, he's got nothing left.
Yeah, I don't know. You're right. He's been sitting on that Pridwin for a while. Now he's got Sovereignty. San Francisco has got some auto attacks.
Oh my God!
Well, what happens to Ben? He gets absolutely evaporated. He'll use his Aegis.
Still
but
living.
He still lives. Haddox has got the execute. Hurrywin, though, binds a kill onto Lasbro. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Solo laner for jungler. Venenu had to use both actives. Everyone on the Olympus Bolts had to use both actives outside of Barracuda.
The Jade Dragons have got plenty of time to play with. Left side, Phoenix going to respawning shortly for the Olympus Bolts. That drags Ven away, which means the Dragons have a massive advantage.
Oh, right down.
He wants it.
He's onto the Titan. Unreal. That's how this game ends. San Francisco doesn't care about the fight. And the Jade Dragons, it took 2 pushes, but they get it done. I was praying there was one more shot in there for the Olympus Bolts. But there was not. Outside of the miraculous defense from Barra and the rest of the team, the Jade Dragons set it up nicely.
Man, what a fun match. The Olympus Bolts bring the fight early. The Jade Dragons try to camp out the soul lane. It doesn't necessarily work for them at any point. Haddox lives through every engagement. But it was just a back-and-forth battle where a couple of micro plays, a couple of frontline gap engagements spells a dub for the Jade Dragons.
That feels like a game that, I mean, we got to keep things light and exciting. That ended on that last defense, and it just took a sonic boom from San Francisco to end the game. I still think some good moments for the Bolts and their fans to be happy about after game number 1. You fight back in the early, you keep yourself relevant. Scaling for the Jade Dragons just felt a little bit too good down the stretch. Game number 1, it's a barn burner. Hopefully we got at least 2 more of those. Game number 2, right after this.
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion. Ripping through! Titan down, ball 3!
Not just team jerseys, not just your SPL merch anymore. We even have something special for you. You might have seen it earlier today. You might have seen it on Twitter, but you can go ahead and see it on the website. I believe it's all hrz.io/SWC merch. Important, SWC merch, all caps. Make sure it happens that way because you can go get some of the championship edition jerseys for your favorite teams, the black and gold that are coming through. Of course, if you are a Titans fan, a Kings fan, or a Leviathans fan, as of right now, you know your team is going to be there and you can get that merch. Hey, jerseys aren't your thing? Cool. It's fine. We've got joggers. We've got mouse pads as well, all in the black and gold. Of course, that mouse pad looks fantastic, and I'm a big fan of those joggers as well. So I think all of it worthwhile. And again, you can go to shop.smiteproleague.com to pick that one up, or hrz.io/SWC merch, all caps, in order to get taken directly to the page and get some of your championship merchandise for this week. And of course, for Worlds, when it is coming up in 3 weeks. That is still kind of blowing my mind that it is 3 weeks away. But we'll deal with that after we deal with the teams that qualify. Right now, the Dragons one step closer to being able to do so just with this win over the Bolts. And a lot of it feels close, but you watch the gold lead, Aggro, and the gold is slowly and steadily funneling into the pockets of the Dragons.
Yeah, those fights were so close. I mean, so many times players would get away with slivers of HP, but it was always the Dragons that I felt like were doing the first step, being the initiator, asking the questions, and that's just the better place to be. You would just much rather be in a position like that where you're able to force them to answer what you are doing, and the way that Mike played this Yemoja was absolutely unbelievable, man. That ultimate got first blood. Panicat made this huge play by coming over and sealing away this Oni Fury. You know, sometimes you need a little bit of luck involved, and that one's just a coin flip Fury that ends up working out really well for the Jade Dragons, but
it's this one.
This ultimate from Mike changes this entire game, and Final K sets it up as well. Sam's right there with the follow-up, but this ultimate just completely changed how this game came out.
And again, you can see the team getting separated, but like all those kills, It's one thing to have the gold going in your favor, but into that fight, 26 minutes in, they're up by about 4,000.
Yeah.
Not, a great place for the Bolts to be, but not the end of the game place for the Bolts to be. It is the ults that Mike had that really set things up. This Emoja kind of showcased once again, why these Riptides, why that River's Rebuke, something to be worried about, and why Mike probably shouldn't have this god in his hands. The Bolts, though, put up a good fight, even in the defense. I mean, Barrett gets a triple kill, stopping the Titan. If their Phoenixes had been slightly closer to respawning, then it heals up, and the Dragons have a much more difficult time getting into that base and winning the game the way they did.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that we didn't see any Phantoms from the Bolts. I mean, you've got an Odin Cage and a Yemoja wall. I think that would have made a really big difference for them. I mean, everyone, save for Haddix, has a way to get out of an Odin Cage or a Yemoja wall, but do you have a way to get out after you've gotten out of one and then go straight into the other? No. So I think that a Phantom maybe could have made the difference, but at the end of the day, you just got to tip your hat to the Jade Dragons. They played really well. Hurry was consistently putting people really low with that build. That Neath build looked really good. Yeah. I mean, Panic Hat was doing a ton of damage on Freya, did 22k or something like that, a pretty high amount for how sporadic the fighting was in that game. Definitely a good start for the Jade Dragons, but I think as long as you take Mike off that Yemoja, I want to see Jake on something a little bit different than the Ganesh.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I think the Bolts will be much better.
We'll see what they're going to be able to do and how they adapt to this one as we move into picks and bans here for game number 2. The Bolts are going to be on the Chaos side this time around. Dragons get that first pick. Last time the bans for the Dragons, AMC, Hell, Olarun, all taken away. Bolts had gone for the Zeus, Erlongshin, Camazotz. We'll see how that shifts up with the shifting in dynamic. It's still the Amus and Cobb. And it's one thing, like, Barra can play it really well. We saw Vin play it really well. And it definitely took note for the Dragons.
Yeah, and that's the right type of ban, I think, because it enables so much in different team compositions. I mean, we saw for the Leviathans how much better they looked with Uller or AMC in mid in comparison to Medusa. So, I think that there are only a few hunters in mid that get me really, I feel like I'm going to be able to make a big impact on that type of pick, and AMC is at the top of that list.
Well, you had asked for it. Yemoja, gone. You don't need a Phantom, though, because now Odin also gone. Just straight up taken out of the equation here for the Bolts. Hell, Olarun will join the top, and this is the same bans that they had going into game number 1, which, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, which is the way the Dragons are feeling this time around. Neath joins the fray, so 3 brand new bans, leaving the Zeus, the Erlong, and the Camazotz all available.
Yeah, I feel like it might be Erlong here for the Jade Dragons. Maybe calling the bluff that they won't pick the Zeus, but I think that if you go with Zeus first pick here, I'm fine with it. Kama makes a lot of sense. This just gives you so much flexibility. I do think this is pretty likely to be in solo lane for the Jade Dragons, but like I said earlier, this is just a god that doesn't have a lot of bad matchups, so you can afford to take something like this with the first pick. And it almost feels like, if the Bolts are going to first ban Zeus last game and now not ban it at all, it seems like they're kind of wanting you to take it. They've got some type of strategy in order to beat it. If you could at least look at the first 2, you can get a better idea of something like that and decide if you want to go that direction.
The question is whether or not they value it, because we know Hurry is really good at it, and the Dragons are good making it work for them. Or if they value it for themselves. I mean, we see, when I think of Venenu, especially lately, Morgan is still one of the first gods that comes to my mind, although we haven't seen it as much lately. We'll see if they value it highly enough, or I guess realistically, he values it highly enough that it's worth playing. But like you said, early on, like he's still Zeus at the end of the day. It's the Osiris instead. A lot of flexibility there, but a bounce back to the Ganesh, which it was not the most standard Jake play.
No, but Jake did play well on it. It's just about what they wanted to play alongside it, and I don't really love Merlin alongside it. I will say that when the Jade Dragons were playing Ganesh, it was alongside Zeus, and that's the type of pick that I think Ganesh works really well with. But it also does pretty well into Zeus, because you just cage him, and what does he do?
Yeah,
It's
cries.
Cries, exactly, or has to beads and run away, and then still takes the damage in the prot shred. So I actually don't mind. I know I said I wanted Jake on a different pick. If you're worried about Zeus, that he's been left open, this is a fine selection to take in the face of that.
Alongside that Osiris, something that we've seen a lot in the jungle, but realistically has been bouncing back and forth, at least this week, as to where he is going to be. So we'll have to wait to see how the Bolts continue to round out their draft moving forward. Mercury and Zeus being hovered. And honestly, you could describe that maybe not throughout the entire year. At least the Mercury would give it away. But those two are just pinnacle dragons at the top of what they have. Instead, though, Heimdall gets locked in, was banned away from Panda Cat last time, so it seems like they're trying to get that up. But he has, in the past, flexed over to mid, maybe not the most common. Now with the Zeus, feels like it is Panda Cat. Do you like picking that up over getting something for Sam?
Yeah, I don't mind this because Sam, he probably wants to see a little bit more. Traditionally, they have really tried to save his pick until later in the draft so that he can get as many counter picks as possible. I think that giving him that type of opportunity is fine, especially now that the Bolts have locked in Thoth. It is crazy that they are willing to lock in Thoth with this many junglers who just absolutely decimate him. So on the table. I'm talking Erlong, I'm talking Dodgy, I'm talking Fenrir. Susano's another good one that's good into Thoth. Here's the thing, a lot of assassins are good into Thoth. Like, assassins just eat this character alive. So, but I think that they have to ban Fenrir. Like, it can't be a choice for the Jade Dragons because Mike will take it or Sam will take it, and it will look too good. I think that Fenrir, yes, you've got the Ganesh silence out the brutalize. It only takes one fight where they aren't right next to each other. I'd be very surprised if the Bolts don't ban Fenrir here.
Now, and this might, it depends on, I guess, what their bottom two are, but from a draft perspective, it seems a little wild to pick Thoth up in your top 3, period. Just because,
I agree.
I mean, in the list of top 10 mages, if I asked you right now, Thoth's not going to fall in that list.
Nope.
Like, hands down. So it is interesting to see them prioritize it so highly here. Fenrir is banned. Susano also banned. Daji and the Kleena taken away by the Dragons on the other side. So a lot of assassins getting whittled away here. We'll see what exactly they're going to be able to do as they pick up the rest of their draft. The Osiris is still the big question mark for me as to whether or not it'll be jungle or not. But what do you pair with a Thoth to make it look good?
Yeah, I think Ganesh, the reason that I think Ganesh works well with the character like Zeus, which is what I was talking about earlier, is because you can drop Dharmic Pillars from a range, and then they can't walk out of the cage. They either get Lightning Stormed in the cage, or they walk out, get Prot Shredded, take damage, and then die to detonate. Thoth can do similar things to that, so that pairing I already like. I think Osiris could work as the jungler, and Lasper has played a decent amount of that in the jungle, but it doesn't have that type of CC you're really looking for. Thoth, ideally I would like some type of guaranteed CC to guaranteed land my ultimate every single time, but it's also not necessary. Thoth is really all about your hit percentage on Hieroglyphic Assault on the 1. If you're consistently hitting that, you're going to be in a much better spot. But, if they're able to just run you down, you're not going to get a chance to return a whole lot of damage.
Question for the return. Hachiman locked in there for the Bolts. Very safe, very standard. Honestly, I don't know if there's much more to break down about him. Khepri locked in. And there was a period of time towards, well, actually not even that long ago, 2 months ago, where Khepri was the end-all be-all of every SBL set. I mean, he was getting banned, he was getting first picked, because having to deal with that res was such a problem. You close it out alongside the Mercury. The Dragons now have their draft as a whole. It is going to be that Camazotz in the solo. And this feels, despite not having the control that Yamoja brought, very similar in a lot of ways. Maybe even better, actually, than what they just had in game number 1.
Yeah, I like their draft quite a bit. I mean, the Mercury Khepri is classic. It lets the Mercury get way into the back line, overextend, and then get rezzed back to his team. Zeus Khepri, also very classic.
Zeus will literally never die this game.
it's and when he does, it doesn't matter because he's gotten his damage off guaranteed, so that feels really good. I think that this Thoth pickup is one that has just got to impress if you're Venenu, and he clearly picked it into the Zeus. I think that is a major reason why we saw it right after, right before the second ban phase. Is that's a matchup that he might like. Zeus just outclears you so hard, but that's true for every mage pretty much. The thing is that he doesn't have, he's got fairly long range with being able to chain lightning off his shield, but he doesn't have any sort of sustain, of course. And so, Thoth's play pattern in mid is not clearing the wave. It's hitting you with Hieroglyphic Assault because it reduces his cooldown, and then he can just go to the wave afterwards.
And then also you cry if you're me because you're in mid, and you're like, oh my god, I can't do this.
I'm 2/3 HP. I lost 1/3 of my HP for being somewhere near him. Like, yeah, it's very difficult. And so, for that reason, I wonder if Ven is just going to try and make Hurry really uncomfortable on this pick, force him to give up lane priority, not because his wave clear is worse, but because he's too low and too poked out, and then allowing something like the Osiris to come in. You know, I don't know if Osiris is my favorite pickup alongside the Thoth, but Thoth can still put out so much damage. You know, Thoth Hachi is a backline that has a lot of range and really, really good poke potential. If the Jade Dragons aren't able to close gap onto this backline, I could see this draft working really well for the Olympus Bolts. And there are tools to keep them off. You know, there's the Dharmic Pillars, there's this Hercules. There are ways to stop the Jade Dragons from getting in onto them, but I'm pretty sure if the Jade Dragons are able to infiltrate between the Mercury and the Camazotz, which are two gods who are really good at doing that, it's going to be hard for the Bolts to stay up and alive in this game.
It's definitely going to be interesting. When we see Zeus, we always look at this ultimate specifically in the fact that we've seen it used a lot to burn down objectives. I mean, Gold Furies, Fire Giants, they don't stand a chance, especially with a late-game Mercury alongside that.
Right.
But when I see the boulder from a Hercules, I see Thoth with his ult, especially the range that Thoth has.
Yeah.
I mean, you always talk about it, how whenever we get closer to Worlds, the closer and closer it gets, the more often you start to see the secure mages really start to shine through. Thoth, well, Hercules isn't a mage, but like he follows the same similar thought process. Do you think the Bolts are going to be able to capitalize on that throughout this game?
Certainly possible, but that's where this Camazotz and Mercury come in. They're able to really, even the range that Thoth would operate in for Final Judgment, that's well within the range of a Camazotz who can then just bat out of hell and escape and do a whole lot of really easy things to put pressure on you and then still survive. So I'm curious to see how it's going to go here.
We'll have to find it out. It's Thoth in game number 2 for the Bolts. Let's see what it can do.
What year are we living in here, Mifflin? Game 2, we've got a Thoth versus a Zeus in the mid lane. We've seen a little Zeus.
A little.
No Thoth, I think, right?
We've seen a couple from Zeros.
That's true, right throughout the course of the year. The two of them together almost never, at least so far in Season 8. It looks like Hurrywind has his eyes on that Book of the Dead build. And Venenu will stick with something in the flat penetration tree to start off here. Let's talk about this Thoth, though. Aggro expressed some concerns, though, Miff. Notably around Samper Soccer on the Mercury and Final K on the Camazotz and their ability to dive this mid lane mage.
Yeah, in the late game, Ven's going to be suffering. But throughout the laning phase, Thoth and Zeus together is a matchup that I'm pretty familiar with. Back in the day on Xbox, and Aggro can speak to this as well, the meta was large circles because aiming with a controller is impossible. So Zeus was incredibly meta. And then eventually some people actually got good at playing on console. And then Thoth was the immediate answer. I was not. Because he doesn't have to put himself in range for that damage after level 2. Once you get the wall and you're going to extend the range of your first ability, Hurrywind doesn't really have many answers to the damage output that Ven has in the laning phase. It's a ton of poke.
I have high hopes for this Thoth. Every time we see these unique picks, of course I always want them to work out. I would also not mind a 5-game set here, but let's take one thing at a time. Let's hope for a good Thoth game first, and then we can approach the rest a little bit further on. Lasper is behind Sam for Soccer here.
Wave's dead.
Would be difficult, though, maybe to lock down a kill. We are going to see a kill, and it's going to be Hurrywind, who drops her first blood, immediately answers back with a kill of his own in the mid lane. Now Sam for Soccer chasing down Laz.
Wow.
I'm not sure the damage is there. Both junglers live. One of them gets a kill, but it is first blood, that extra bit of gold over to the Olympus Bolts. Could there be another here as Mike has taken a lot of poke. Awesome Jake has as well. Looks like this one will be disengaged. Kill a piece.
Man, that was a dangerous play for Lazarus to have taken mid, but it pays off as Final K shoved into a wall. But Sam for Soccer's here. Let's see if he decides to chase that one out. He does not, just soaking up some of that farm. With the wave already being cleared out in mid, you'd think Hurrywind would be able to sit inside the wave, just kind of juke out some of those auto attacks, but it was an early Aegis. I think if he hold on to that relic for just a second longer, maybe that fight goes a little bit better for the Jade Dragons. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but the Bolts come out ahead.
Yeah, no surprise Lasberg gets active early. He's got the mannequins. You know, the Osiris likes to play that way.
Oh, wow.
Counter now. Pandacat's gone in with the Bifrost. Awesome Jake is rooted to the body blocks.
Med.
Just going to seal the deal here. Med doing work, but not enough. Polar Bear Mike sets up a big kill for himself this time, but Pandacat was there to do most of the damage.
Man, somebody's going to stop Mike. This is 2 games in a row. He's taking all of Pandacat's kills. Lasper, though, he's on the blue buff. Final K hovering nearby.
Could there be a fight over the blue buff? Not much of one.
Oh my God!
We are at a breakneck pace. We have 4 kills in 2.5 minutes. no chance for us to speak about anything else. That is a solo kill from Hurrywin onto Ven on the red buff.
That feels like a call-out play, right? For those of you Smite historians,
Oh, that's a good point.
that is an aggressive 1v1. Then gave Hurrywin the moniker the Salty Tower Boy, and the Salty Tower Boy just killed Ven inside of his own red buff on his own as an immobile Zeus throughout the early game after falling for First Blood. That's crazy.
Without his ultimate. And that feels incredible now. The momentum for Hurrywin here.
My man's holding waves. Celebrate.
I'll just drop my ult on the wave. I'm going to go back and spend here shortly anyway. So level 5 and 2 kills for Hurrywin. Remember, it was not the first blood, but it was still the kill for Hurry. So we figured he would at least walk away with the advantage because Ven only got the assist. And so now this Zeus already at a scary spot here, Mifflin. 2 of the kills centered around this mid lane. And we know that Sanford Soccer, fantastic at facilitating his players who are ahead. So you start to put some more pressure on mid. Ven has beads in 10 seconds. You have to get those likely away first. But fantastic area for the Jade Dragons to play around.
Barracuda just now ticking over to level 5, so Sanford Soccer was hovering nearby, seeing if maybe he could find a Sonic Boom engagement. He still has that opportunity, considering Awesome Jake doesn't have the Dharmic Pillars available just yet, but having not been able to take out the Hunter there, I think changes his mind and decides to rotate elsewhere. This Sonic Boom, man, I feel like if this next gank for the Jade Dragons goes well, that could really start to open the floodgates. Your Zeus is already playing with a lead. That's a ton of pressure. You've already got a slight lead in the duo lane as well. So if this bleeding gets any more out of control, that can make it really tough. That said, Hurrywin also starting to stack off that Book of Thoth and goes for the Axe. So Sundering Axe a little bit later on. Hurrywin wants to do that exact same one-shot playstyle that we saw in Game 1.
Yep, Hurrywin with the Axe start on Zeus in mid.
Gross.
It's worked out so far. 2 kills for Hurrywin, one of them assisted by Sam, one a solo kill on Ven around the red buff. The Jade Dragons now know this time. They know it well. So do the Olympus Bolts, though, and they know what happened last time. Hurrywin will get his second stolen red buff. Actually, not even sure if he confirmed the last one. He got the kill. That's all he was worried about. Confirms this red buff over Ven. And so Ven, it looks like Myth, Ven might have to be waiting a little while to get one of these red buffs uncontested, but the purple buff as well. Now has pressure put on it by Sanford Soccer. This Mercury is all over the place. The saving grace is that Laz knows that speed buff's coming back up, and that'll get stolen from Sam.
And Laz has also invaded the blue buff just beforehand as well. So the Olympus Bolts trading out the entirety of their left side jungle for all of the Jade Dragons' right side. And FineOK is fine with that, I suppose. I mean, he's been left alone on an island. He's playing at a 1-level deficit, but not the biggest deal. Your Camazotz is eventually going to do Camazotz things regardless. He's playing a very safe pick, so even with Lazbra hovering nearby, I don't think finds in very much trouble to a gank. The Jade Dragons, they left him alone. They said, we're going to play elsewhere on the map. Hurrywin's massive. PBM's already got a kill. Let's play around our leads. Sorry, Fine. That's just not you this game.
But Fine's doing
He's doing fine.
Right? He's doing fine, okay?
And he's okay.
Right. Mine was better.
Okay. I mean, oh.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
No, that doesn't work for any of their names. Not yet.
Not yet.
I don't know. Maybe someone's going to change their name.
Rebrand.
Miff, I don't know. You broke me, and I filled it in with what I could. I'm sorry. FineOK is doing fine.
Okay.
And so the Camazot's in a good spot now with the Blackthorn Hammer online. Haddock's able to go back and buy just a little bit quicker. So he'll have the item advantage at the moment, but FineOK is going to go back and spend here shortly. We were at a breakneck pace around the objectives in Game 1 as well. Lots of frenzies. The Dharmic Pillar setting up for objective burn. The Olympus Bolts still have that Ganesh. No frenzies yet. It was level 12 when we saw those relics come out. And this is the story. On cooldown, are the red buffs going to get invaded? Are the purple buffs going to get invaded? To this point, yes. The Jade Dragons have been there on every red, on every purple since that solo kill. The Olympus Bolts are here this time. The eyes are on a different objective, though. It is the Gold Fury that is just going to get lightning stormed on down, confirmed up by the Jade Dragons. In the early game, it's not a massive gold lead, 600-700, but just a bit starting to slip away from the Bolts.
Jake going for a solo invade on the speed buff, and what we missed while the Gold Fury was falling was that FineOK was actually able to secure his own blue up against 2 people on the Olympus Bolts side of the map. Jake commits the Dharmic Pillars as well as his dash. If Hurrywin finds him, Jake's dead. This is not worth.
Yeah, I think he's just going to die here, right? I mean, there's nothing that Jake can do. He doesn't have his ultimate.
Not worth at all.
Yeah, you don't think so, Miff. And so Jake takes some farm, but now Hurrywin's got 3 kills, and he's immediately going to go into the Book of the Dead. after he's finished up stacking this Book of Thoth. This Zeus is already a problem. If it wasn't already, it certainly is now.
Man, if I'm Ven right there, I'm just rolling my eyes, right? Like, Ven's had a tough time this game. You can't afford to be giving over any more free farm to Hurrywin. Hurrywin's had every single red buff that has spawned this game, barring the very first one, because that is uncontested thanks to Invader's Curse. The Olympus Bolts have got to do something to limit Hurry going forward. Luckily, with Jake not really splitting much farm in mid or any farm whatsoever, that has allowed Ven to catch back up. But somebody's got to suffer if that farm's not getting split, and it's Jake this time. 2-level deficit. He just now ticks over to level 6. It was 3 levels just a second ago.
Yeah, luckily everywhere else feels okay, at least within 1 level. There's actually a slight lead for Lasbra. We've, you know, the byproduct of Jake dying there is that another speed buff gets invaded. Sam for Soccer, that's probably the difference here XP-wise, just the speed buffs that he hasn't been able to get that Lasbra has. But mid lane, bit of a gap there. And you wonder, Myth, I mean, now you might be starting to nitpick here, but Polar Bear Mike is going to hit level 12 a decent bit before Jake is. That's not going to stop Jake, though, from finding the engage. Jarmic Pillars down onto Hurrywin, but it's the Skinner's blessing for Polar Bear Mike to save the Zeus's life. But Lord of the Afterlife back in from Lasbra, and the Olympus Bolts will find their second kill of the game. Mike is rooted in place, and that is where he will die. Haddix has got the double, and signs of life from the Bolts.
Man, Hurrywin just so far out of position there. Very easy for Haddix to use the driving strike not only to get out of the Lightning Storm, but also to put Hurrywin in the middle of the entirety of his team. The Jade Dragons have been losing every single engagement on the right-hand side of the map. And then we saw for the last 9 or so minutes, it was an active decision. Okay, let's not fight there. That's where the Olympus Bolts are at their strongest. Now the Jade Dragons rotate over. It seems like they forgot after getting that Gold Fury. Yeah, that's the Olympus Bolts side. They've been winning there pretty handily. Jungler and solo very far ahead.
Looks like another speed buff taken away from Sanford Soccer. Myth, I've seen a speed buff stolen here and there. I don't know if I've seen like 4 on cooldown taken away from a jungler in every single game. I mean, I guess in one aspect, when Sam is known to be by the reds and the purples, when those are respawning, you know he's not going to be over by the speed. So they've kept the Mercury behind, the Olympus Bolts have 1 level. Jake still probably a level and a half behind. But in all of this time, both of the Hunters have been left alone, Myth, and Panda Cat has pulled 2 levels ahead of Barracuda. The Heimdall needs some time to kind of spool up. And Panda Cat's there. I mean, at least levels-wise, gold-wise, feeling just fine as well.
Yeah, he's backing for Aussie very shortly. Whenever he gets the chance to head back to base, he's going to get that lifesteal available to himself. And Barracuda a little bit further away. Needs a couple hundred more gold before he can finish up his own lifesteal. I'm not even sure it's that Panda Cat is getting the majority of the farm away from Barracuda. It's not as if Panda himself is benefiting from these purple steals. It's mainly just Sam for Soccer and PBM playing up there. But it's just the farm denial. Barracuda is pretty far behind on purples. I think he's gotten 2 so far this game.
I got to admit, this is such a unique game because in some aspects, the Jade Dragons feel they're far and away ahead, notably in support. And then you start to glance around the map, and the Olympus Bolts are far and away ahead in other aspects of this game. Haddix is a level up, 2 levels for Lasbra now. I mean, I just keep looking at the levels bouncing back and forth. The Olympus Bolts have responded well to otherwise early pressure from the Jade Dragons, and they will put some pressure of their own onto the Pyromancer. The Olympus Bolts get a big neutral objective. Sam for Soccer eyeing the left side of the map. Red buff was just dropped down, I believe, by Sam. And so it's such a unique game of chess that we get to sit up, get zoomed out. No, Ven does get his own red buff. We get to kind of zoom out and watch the active decisions here because the Bolts, they're hedging their bets in some of these roles. Jade Dragons are doing the same as well.
It's a tale of 2 games. The left side of the map is largely controlled by the Jade Dragons, and the right side is dominantly controlled by the Olympus Bolts. Seems like Panda Cat wants to throw his weight around.
Can you do this? 1 level lead for Panda. We're going to see
the
1v1 beats from Barra are good. It looks like the mounted archery will get him out and alive. Sam for Soccer, though, brawling out with Venenu. Silence out from Awesome Jake, who does have the Dharmic Pillars, and it gets at least a tick onto Sam. Lightning Storm down, and it deletes Lasbra. Hurrywin with his 4th kill of the game. And this one occurs in the jungle. Lasbra, right where he shouldn't have been.
Man, Ven nearly able to get the reconfirmed kill on Sam for Soccer. The kill confirmed, if you would, considering the revive goes through, but the ultimate just off the mark. We saw Lazarus dive worked out for him. He did just enough damage. The Mannequin Scepter dot is actually what finishes off Sam for Soccer, but there's a Kepri on the side of the Jade Dragons. You got to work through a couple of lives before you hit pay dirt, and luckily for Sam, his speed buff hasn't been invaded. It's been up for like 3 minutes. nobody's rotated over. Seems like the Jade Dragons, they want to keep up on the left side.
They do. It's around this Oni Fury. Panda Cat has both actives and a 2-level lead over Barracuda, so why not? Right now you got a massive advantage in the Hunter role. Barracuda doesn't have beads or his second active. Jade Dragons take down the Oni Fury. Sanford Soccer loses some health. Maybe be wishful thinking for the Olympus Bolts to find an engage there. Still, you're on thin margins here, Myth. 13 minutes in, 900 gold, 1,200 XP is not the craziest. It's just where it's placed, you know, and it's the left and the right side of the map that we're talking about here. And so smart maybe for the Jade Dragons. They got a 2-level lead on left. They're feeling fine about Panda Cat. Let's put our pressure there.
Garmic Pillars used by Awesome Jake just to create some space. Tier 1 tower will fall down, and it's Sanford Soccer who finally locks eyes with his own speed buff. This Mercury going to get a massive boon. Again, the passive of Mercury being the more movement speed you have, you run, it charges up a bar. When it's full, your next auto attack going to deal additional damage. You can full charge it with some dashes and the ultimate as well. So now, Sanford Soccer effectively moves faster and hits harder. It's been nice for the Olympus Bulls to limit that potential of Mercury in the last 13 minutes, but now the Jade Dragons have got timer for themselves.
Yep.
They've got timer on the Gold Fury, and I'm not sure that the Olympus Bolts will have timer. Considering how desynced that speed buff was when it dropped compared to when the Olympus Bolts dropped theirs, it's going to be very hard for Lasbra to reestablish control around that buff.
If I do wonder with Hurrywind here, in the order that he's gone, I feel like normally we'll see Book of Thoth fully stacked, some mana item in between that and the Book of the Dead. Do you feel like just the way that this game has gone for him so far, he felt comfortable just immediately going back-to-back into those two items? I mean, not a bad build by any means, but it still makes some sense to you to go book right into book instead of wedging something there in the middle?
Yeah, Hurrywind wanted to get his power. That's all he wanted. He said, look, I'm doing well. I found a solo kill early on, 4 kills to Hurrywind's name. Doesn't want to slow down his gameplay. Breastplate of Valor synergizes very well with Book of the Dead, of course, because you've got mana on the stats of that item itself, and some CDR means that you're going to be able to consistently deal some more damage, but going for this Axe style of build seems like that's not really the concern for the Jade Dragons mid laner. He wants to be able to finish off kills immediately, and we saw it put to work up against Lasbra already. My man took 2 charges, a Lightning Storm, and a Detonate, and just died.
Yeah, Lasbra was missing. And so there's a Divine Ruin for Hurrywind as well. So the anti-heal, that could be important. Decent to apply there for the Jade Dragons mid laner. So the Olympus Bolts have had good answers up to this point here in this game. The last couple of minutes, though, there haven't been much in the way of answers for the Olympus Bolts. There hasn't been much. Almost a 1.5k gold lead is built up for the Jade Dragons. 600 gold in the last couple of minutes. And so it's the next rotations of objectives here, Myth. Specifically maybe this Pyro on the right side of the map, where there is still a slight lead for Haddix. Level 16 on the Hercules. 2 kills for the Olympus Bolt solo laner. He's absorbed the pressure and he's dished out some pressure so far this game. This side of the map is where the Olympus Bolts want to fight. Can you force the ultimate out of Fino K? That would be a big win with the Pyro coming up.
It would be, but Fino K playing so close to his own tower is able to just leap his way out of there, and in finishing the blue buff, should finish off his Transcendence as well, now fully stacked. He's doing a lot more damage than Haddix, but Haddix is a lot more survivable in the team fight. The disruption factor of this Hercules going to be very hard to deal with for the Jade Dragons backline, specifically Hurrywind. He's probably going to be dove more often than not.
Specific here, I will hold that thought as the Dharmic Pillars gets used. Lord of the Afterlife up and down onto Polar Bear Mike. Neither tether will hit the stun. So a 4-man dive onto 2 from the Olympus Bolts, immediately disengaged by the Jade Dragons. And important to note, Myth, Awesome Jake is still level 11, does not have the Frenzy yet, if that's where the Olympus Bolts want to go. And now does not have Dharmic Pillars, so the shred around this neutral objective is going to be just a little bit slower. Hurrywind is here, and he's got good confirm. Watch out for Sanford Soccer. He's rotating over from mid. Frenzy gets used, but it's by the Jade Dragons. Awesome Jake missing a lot of his HP, and Sanford Soccer is re-engaged from the left, but Jake, he has not taken enough damage. Lightning Storm will do plenty, and the Jade Dragons find the first kill.
Van alone in the tower, being dove by Sam, and Fine is able to work his way out. We'll see if Lasbra is just as lucky, as the Jade Dragons put so much damage into the Olympus Bolts, remove their support, take away the meditation, take a peek at the relics as well, beads from Lasbra, everything off of Haddix, and the objective remains standing throughout it all.
Man, Final K is just wailing away on the Haddix as well. Pyromancer,
there goes.
He's going to get killed off by the Jade Dragons here. And so that, at least on the right side, that's where the Bolts maybe felt some comfort here. Maybe that's where you can push your advantage. You can get this objective. Now, no. And so now that gold lead is built up. 3,000. It's doubled in the last couple of minutes for the Jade Dragons. And then we're about to shift to the objective on the left, where the Jade Dragons have felt the most comfortable, where Panda Cat has maintained a massive lead over Barracuda throughout this entire game. It just feels like the side of the map that should have been comfortable is now anything but for the Olympus Bolts in the entire map. All of the lanes, all of the roles, maybe specifically in the mid lane right now with how strong Hurry Wind is. Just feel uncontestable, but the Olympus Bolts are going to show up here nonetheless.
I had not realized how far ahead Panda Cat was.
Right.
I mean, 2 levels, very nice. It's 1,500, nearly 2,000 gold between these two hunters.
Yep.
Panda Cat has not been able to go back to base and spend up a lot of that gold just yet, so he's equivalent build to Barracuda,
Yep.
which is going to be very beneficial to the Olympus Bolts. They are forced into a position where they have to defend this Gold Fury if the Jade Dragons show up. So as long as the Bolts do not allow Panda Cat to head back to base, sure, he's ahead, but he's not able to utilize it.
It is still a level difference, though. So, build-wise, okay for the Bolts. Levels-wise, not great in the Hunter conversation. Jade Dragons maybe just waiting on that Frenzy to come back. That's 5 seconds away from Polar Bear Mike. So if you really want to pour out the shred, just wait for that Frenzy to get used. But the Olympus Boltsmith, they will not let this one go quietly. Gold Fury would be fantastic. Talk about closing up this gap for the Olympus Bolts. If you're able to make a steal, win this fight somehow, you're right back into the game. The problem is if you don't get the Gold Fury and you disengage, that's one thing. But if you lose the Gold Fury and then lose a fight, the Jade Dragons are a good enough team that they might just push the game out of control from that point on.
The Olympus Bolts hovering nearby. Keep your eyes on Fine-OK. He's going to try his best to close gap on the Ven. Gold Fury, it's burning fast.
Sam is charging his ult on the backside of the Gold Fury pit here. Dharmic Pillar's down.
Oh my God!
He has found the backline. Venenu is being dove, but he'll dash away. Final Judgment still awaiting over the wall. Sam for Soccer, the Scare's Blessing gets procced. And Fine-OK, he is solo diving the backline. This is feasting for the solo laner. A double kill for the Camazotz. Luckily, Haddix is at least able to grab one, but the last two members of the Bolts are alive around the red buff. Venenu from range pouring in the damage, but Fine-OK lives and he's got full HP.
Ven and Haddix drop down to half HP. Fine-OK is going to maintain that chase. The dual lane is all it's going to require for the Jade Dragons to take out that objective. A phenomenal dodge there. A nice juke is going to break the ankles of Fine-OK. 3 for 2, not awful. 3 for 2, and they get the objective. It's looking a little bit worse.
A little bit worse. Jade Dragons able to get the kill advantage and now the objective advantage. Positioning from Ven was so important there, and that was the first time I think we got a fantastic look at what the desk was concerned about when talking about Sam for Soccer and Fine-OK and their ability to jump into the backline. It was just an ult from Sam and then a jump and some bat out of hells from Fine-OK. And Ven had to position perfectly to stay alive. The backline dive was just too aggressive.
Yeah, it was the ultimate from Sam for Soccer. Fine-OK blinks on him, and Ven lost out on all of his HP before he could even react. The beads were used pretty quickly, and luckily for Ven, Sam for Soccer didn't crit. Had Sam for Soccer crit, Ven's just dead there. So the Olympus Bolts getting off a little bit easier than maybe they should have. The Jade Dragons, though, at the end of the day, were able to extend their lead yet again, get the neutral objective, win out on the team fight. But the Olympus Bolts do show some signs of life. Specifically, Haddix looks very good in that fight, able to finish off the kill on the Hurry Wind, as well as maintain his life. It's just whether or not the front line of the Olympus Bolts is able to create space before the back line of the Olympus Bolts have been crushed. If Haddix can get in before we see Sam for Soccer land the Sonic Boom, before Polar Bear Mike is able to find those abducts, that's where the value is going to come from the Olympus Bolts. So far, it's been largely reactionary play in the team fight from the Chaos team.
Yep, it has been. Difficult to react effectively when you're 2 levels down in the jungle, 2 levels in support, and 2 levels in ADC. Nobody else from the Olympus Bolts feels all that close outside of the mid lane, where Venenu, despite being dove relentlessly, somehow survives all of that and actually finds an important return kill there towards the end of the fight to at least keep things a little bit closer. But this would be detrimental.
Oh my goodness!
If Haddix dies off. Some ultimates poured onto the Hercules, and the Hercules does not die. That's Lightning Storm. It's a big team fighting ultimate down from the Jade Dragons. So you have used your Dharmic Pillars if you're awesome, Jake. So you're going to have to wait a little bit longer for those to come back up.
Panda Cat forced to use his beads as well. Heavenly Sprint expended by PBM. A lot of resources lost from the Jade Dragons. And Haddix just heads back to base. It does cost him his own meditation, which he has decided to upgrade here. So about 2 minutes left on that healing relic for the Olympus Bolts. But you got to feel like the Bolts came out ahead off that trade.
Yeah, it took both of the passive items as well for Haddix to keep him alive in that fight. Bulwark still 20 seconds away. Mantle of Discord.
Never mind.
Just about a minute away.
Jade Dragon's coming ahead now.
They do come out ahead, right, with the Pyromancer. The Olympus Bolts are not going to shy away from the positioning here. The Bolts have just been relentless in their inability to back up. It feels like they have shown up to everything despite whatever difference the gold is at right now. 5, 6K. The Olympus Bolts have been there every single time. It hasn't worked out yet, but it also hasn't knocked them out of this game yet.
Yeah, to contextualize it, it is the most relentless, aggressive, passive play I've ever seen. They show up to the objective, and they stare at you menacingly, but they're not really getting a lot of their footing behind them. They're waiting for the Jade Dragons to make a mistake. It's something that the Bolts have been described as in the past, the counterpunch team. They're always waiting for somebody to step out of line, somebody to dive a little bit too deep, somebody to commit a little bit too much from the Jade Dragons. But the Dragons have a composition to help them out if they do make those mistakes. How many times have we seen this dive get saved by Mike?
I say whoa, and Lasbra says no thanks. Dharmic Pillars get used by Jake here. On to Hurrywind. Okay, beads get used. Beads for Dharmic Pillar. You're feeling fine about that if you're Jake. That said, Lasbra also had to use his beads. That one for Sonic Boom from San for Soccer. And so ult and beads down, 1 apiece per team.
I wonder if anyone from the Olympus Bolts actually spotted out the beads from Hurrywind. I don't think many people had LOS. I mean, if Jake's really paying attention to the damage numbers as they pop up, he would have saw immune for the slow.
Is that ward where the Dharmic Pillar? No, yeah.
Yeah,
so
it is where it was. They could have spotted it, but the relic change where you can see your own teammates' timers doesn't apply to the enemies. So
the ward doesn't matter, Dave.
If they could see through the wall, I mean, they can see the wall. Somebody had to be paying attention.
I'm thinking of his circle on the map. Now, if that turned gold, you look at the mini-map, that's
pretty sick.
That's a lot of info. So, no, you're right. Good point. We'll see if it becomes obvious to us at any point if the Olympus Bolts have an idea that Hurrywind's beads are down. Maybe the Jade Dragons start to lean to that themselves. You're going to wait about 100 seconds for those beads to come back up. The Zeus has been it. That's been your team this game, damage and killing wise for the Jade Dragons. So you need to play around Hurrywind's safety about as well as you can. But a bit of a slow dance starting up here around the Fire Giant. There will be a Fury in under a minute's time, and the Pyromancer will not be up before that. And so every once in a while, Miff, you'll see one team kind of pull off, send a couple members over there, and that's when you can see now the odd-numbered team get caught out. But neither of these teams will want to let the Fire Giant go quietly.
It looks like Panicat wants to go solo to that Primal Fury, so it's the Olympus Bolts grouping up first on the Fire Giant, just creating some threat and making sure the Jade Dragons can't spread out too far on the map. It's essentially the Olympus Bolts saying, hey, I know we're behind, but you have to respect our ability to shut down this objective. You can't just do whatever it is you want, and it works out for them. Panicat was hovering near that Primal Fury, which would have helped out a lot the Jade Dragons around this fire, but he's not allowed to because the Olympus Bolts are just creating threat on the map.
Awesome Jake picks up a Sunder here, Mifflin, instead of the Frenzy that we saw in game number 1. The mass amount of shielding that Hurrywind will be able to pick up for himself. Could be important to get off of the map, but it's happening again where Haddix is abducted. But this time the Lightning Storm not spent by Hurrywind, so that is a big win by the Jade Dragons. Dharmic Pillars are spent by Awesome Jake, and so especially in these jungle fights, now a big piece of utility is missing.
Haddix spots out the pull here. He could work his way back in. Barracuda forced to disengage, and it's Hurrywind drop low.
Lightning Storm, it's big by Hurrywind.
Woo!
Detonate damage on the back end.
Oh, you're done.
It's gonna set up so well. Final K's got a double kill, and he wants more. He's got 2 in the back line of the fight. Wait for the Aegis. The triple's around the corner, my friend. San for Soccer will take it. And the Jade Dragons, they were patient, and patience pays off.
We'll see if they can keep this fight up. Final K does not connect the Vampiric Bat, so Lasbra should be able to walk his way out of there, but that's a consolation prize in the barest of terms. The Olympus Bolts lose out on 3 members thanks to a phenomenal dive and Lightning Storm from Hurrywind, and the Jade Dragons, well, they walk away with all their lives and a Fire Giant on all 5. 3 Tier 2 towers still standing, and that's not going to be true a couple moments from now.
Yeah, no, and what is 9,000 gold will be 10,000 gold here shortly. And now we've seen that a couple of times, Miff, where Haddix has been the one engaged on, but this time a little bit more patient by the Jade Dragons on the use of their abilities on the other end, and that bought him a fantastic fight.
If it's anything besides Zeus, Haddix is fine with that. He walks away and he full heals because he's Hercules. But because it's Zeus and the raw damage output that Hurrywind has, as well as the anti-heal from Divine Ruin, the Soul Reaver, just shield plus Chain Lightning, is going to drop Haddix to about half HP. Detonate afterward, going to proc your Bulwark of Hope and probably your Mantle as well. And when you've already expended all those resources, the front line of the Olympus Bolts essentially crumbles. Haddix is the majority of it. Awesome Jake on Ganesh is going to have to play this backline peel role. Lazarus, sure, he's kind of tanky. Kind of. He's got 2 defense items, but the Crusher and Stone Cutting Sword is the bulk of his build, so anybody who closes the gap on him likely wins the 1v1 at this point, especially considering Sanford Soccer just bought a Deathbringer straight up. So the Jade Dragons in great position now to start pushing out the map. They've already stripped the tier 2 from the center and right-hand lanes. So the only important lane, the one furthest from the Fire Giant, is free game for the Jade Dragons. The Olympus Bolts are going to have to group up as 5 and put up a defense. It seems as if the Jade Dragons are very willing to take the 5-on-5 engagement. FinoK doing his best to push up mid, maybe even potentially threatening a 4-1 split. The Olympus Bolts have got okay defense. It's not as good as game 1's compositionally. It's really going to come down to whether or not Ven can buckle up, tie up his cape, and find that hero play ultimate. If he's hitting 2 or 3 people, the Olympus Bolts, even at this massive disparity, probably can still win a team fight.
Awesome Jake has had a brutal game here on the Ganesh, 0-5. Only Haddix maybe has had a game that you'd consider all right by all metrics. But the Jade Dragons, you know, a lot of the kills, if not all of them, fell under Hurrywind early in this game. FinoK has suddenly surged forward. It's that hybrid build path he was talking about in the pregame interview that's given him a big advantage here. Transcendent Heartseeker now on the back end. This Camazotz might be priority 1, but then you've got a Zeus to worry about. Haddix has lost a decent chunk of HP here as the Jade Dragons begin to walk in towards the left side Phoenix.
And that is Haddix's beads early on, as well as his meditation. So maybe next time we see an abduct, Hurrywind will be willing to drop that Lightning Storm onto him.
Polar Bear Mike does abduct Haddix this time. Dharmic Pillar's out, Lightning Storm also down. But you've only taken about, I say only, you have taken now about half of the Olympus Bolts frontline HP. Sanford Soccer's engaged over on the right. Can he deal the last bit of damage to Haddix? No, he can't. The sustain is there. There's a Scarab's Blessing on a Sam anyway, but Sam gets a kill. The 6th of the game on Awesome Jake.
One more.
Through the Scarab's Blessing. And FinoK will end this game, at least on a rampage. The Jade Dragons as 5. Walking into the Bolts base.
Still 3 members of the Olympus Bolts alive, and it's the damage core of Barracuda and Ven. So the Jade Dragons showing some respect here. Going to work through the mid-Phoenix first, but 20 seconds on Jake, 40 seconds on Haddix. This is a massive power play opportunity, but there is only 30 seconds left on this Fire Giant buff.
I mean, FinoK is just walking forward. He's taking some good poke damage from Barracuda and Venenu. This Thoth has to play so far back. Final Judgment, pivotal here, but Ven has lost so much of his health to just the Chain Lightning from the Jade Dragons mid laner. Hurrywind walking in towards the Olympus Bolts Titan now. Venenu has the Final Judgment charged up, and the game will not end. The Jade Dragons will not look for it. Fire Giant 10 seconds from falling off, and all the respawns are back.
FinoK, the only one hovering nearby. The Olympus Bolts trying to chase him out, but I think he's just fine here. The Jade Dragons strip away the left and center Phoenixes from the Olympus Bolts. Very hesitant play. I would have expected them to try and go for something a little bit more aggressive, but considering it's a 14-5 game, they've been pretty dominant in the team fights as of now. There hasn't been much threat from the Olympus Bolts. This Thoth pick has kind of fallen through, I'd say. We haven't really seen an ultimate, a Final Judgment that has changed a team fight. The setup was something that the Des was really worried about. It's not there. We haven't seen it. The concerns are well-founded. It hasn't been an Awesome Jake knock-up into an ultimate from Ven. We haven't seen Haddix setting up with a pools or anything like that. Ven has essentially been left to his own devices, just trying to survive the multiple divers of the Jade Dragons. Generally, FinoK being the one accosting him in these team fights, and then Sanford Soccer afterward, once that dash is down. But there are still opportunities for the Olympus Bolts to fight back in. Namely, they've got still potential. I don't think they could take a fight around the Fire Giant whatsoever. If they meet the Jade Dragons in the jungle, they lose the fight. That's the barest truth of it. But if they are willing, the Olympus Bolts that is, to just send Ven into the jungle, a lone soldier, and say, hey man, use that ultimate, try your best to seal the fire. If you don't and you die, it's okay. You're not really doing much of the team fight anyway.
Yeah, they're not doing that.
So,
Ven is on left.
Potentially, yeah, nope, all right, he's pushing.
Fire Giant will be here for the Jade Dragons, enhanced. Only Dharmic Pillars is anywhere in the vicinity, but Awesome Jake will not look for it. Enhanced Fire Giant for the Jade Dragons.
It's fast.
32 minutes in. You're looking at one more Phoenix on the right side of the Olympus Bolts base here, and the Jade Dragons will move themselves one game away from the Smite World Championship quarterfinals. Olympus Bolts showed up all right in game 1 around their Titan, have not shown up very well here in game 2. The Jade Dragons have just continued their game plan from the set that we saw the Dragons play earlier in the weekend to now against the Olympus Bolts. Aggressive, in your face, give everyone the opportunity to win one of these games. This game, it's been Hurrywind and Fine-OK. Maybe one more fight ends it.
It's a lot of damage on a Haddix early on. Barracuda dropped low as well. Draugr keeping the Phoenix alive, but just for a moment.
I mean, what are you going to do? What are you supposed to do?
Not that.
When Fine-OK is able to walk into your backline, solo kill Venenu on his own when everyone's looking at him. You can't win the game. The Olympus Bolts lose their mid laner with 0 pushback. Their support is gone as well.
Whoa, what the Titan
might not have existed. I couldn't tell you. And this one is fast in kills, not necessarily time. And the Jade Dragons didn't break a sweat.
Was the Titan damaged before that? I thought the Titan was like full HP, but it burned
it
so fast. That was ridiculous. To answer your question, what do you do when Fine-OK is diving Ven? Not that. That's not what you want to see. Maybe Aegis a little bit earlier, maybe play a little bit further back, but if you're playing further back, your Titan just dies because I saw the damage. No, that was a checkmate situation. The Olympus Bolts, they've got to rectify that a lot earlier in the game. If you find yourself in that position 30 minutes in, there's not much you can do.
I don't really play chess. What check is where you are about to take the king?
And mate is when you take it.
Right, so we're in check situation right now as far as the set goes for the Jade Dragons, right? I mean, the Olympus Bolts they're in check. No, we're sticking with chess.
Okay, I
we're
love
sticking
chess.
With I play it so much. It's my favorite sport.
Oh, what's your MMR?
Couldn't tell you. Jade Dragons, they take a 2-0 lead here in this set. Can they go to the Smite World Championship quarterfinals? Find out after the break.
Such a Hey there, Smite fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible, and in Season 8, I'm sure our players are going to take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're going to need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks. The specs on these Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor.
That's a lot of cores.
That's plenty of processing power.
That's a lot of plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
That is true.
I mean, this thing has 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM.
Which you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs.
That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the hottest commodities in the PC world, an NVIDIA GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Content's gonna look good.
What's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240Hz monitors.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the Smite Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible Smite experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's @Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com. I know Mike didn't say the thing. Mike, can you say the thing for him?
You're telling me an alien wore this?
That's right, alienwarearena.com to join the global community. Of course, follow them at Alienware on Instagram and Twitter. But most importantly, go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to be able to get all of those just beefy discounts that are going to help you out. Especially, I mean, if you're looking at it, like, look, I think the best monitor I have is still potentially 60 hertz, which I might have to rectify sometime soon, because, like, that's the equivalent of the gamer Stone Age, realistically. You can go up to 240 hertz. That is such a great refresh rate. All your games will look smooth. Of course, if you get the beautiful computer that these pros are playing on, you'll have great graphics and, of course, an amazing performance. Plus, with a PC that could potentially stream if you're into that kind of thing. Either way, again, smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW for that one. I've got Aggro standing by one more time. Well, I guess sitting by one more time here on the desk with me. And the Dragons, this time around, have a little bit of bite back, at least early on. There's a first blood for the Bolts, a couple more objectives so that kind of keep things, a little closer. But they're always looking for the fight. And then eventually they just kept finding them, and they kept winning them.
Yeah, I mean, this game started off in such a good fashion there for the Jade Dragons because of Whirlwind and this Zeus in the mid lane. I mean, he was absolutely dominant. Got this solo kill onto Venenu, and as I said on the cast, a little bit of salty tower boy revenge potentially there for Hurry. But it just continues to be pretty simple math. Give Whirlwind Zeus, lose, because that's what basically every team has happened. Every team, I believe, he is undefeated on this pick since he started pulling it out at the Phase 3 playoffs. He played really well, but I think the biggest thing for me in this set has been how well Mike has played in support. That, when you think about when this team was at its most dominant and able to really just dominate the rest of the league, it's because Mike looked like he was just doing more than basically every other support, and I think that Mike has just had an unbelievable set so far and has been a big reason why we see the Dragons up 2-0.
You also get a huge performance once again out of this Mercury. The Camazotz looks good for fine. Okay, we get a lot of highlights, plus an 8.5 KDA that it's able to bring to the forefront. And that is just, I mean, a massive game for the Dragons all around, right? Everybody seemed to have something that was going their favor. And they were able to eat it alive. The Thoth had some moments, had a lot of good damage, and stayed alive in some circumstances. But still ends up going 1-4 here. Doesn't quite have what you want. Jake is the other point of conversation. How you had mentioned you didn't necessarily want him going back onto the Ganesh, although it wasn't the worst-case scenario. Unfortunately for him, he's 0-7-2 and not able to provide a lot. 10,000 damage separating the mid laner. 16, almost 17,000 damage separating FinoK and Haddix. That is where you're going to be. I mean, he did essentially a whole other Bara and then some's worth of damage here.
Yeah, that's crazy. But, I mean, Haddix mitigated 80,000 damage that game. That's a lot. That's a lot. Wild. That is wild that he was able to mitigate that much and only have a few deaths. But Hurry doing, nearly 30,000 is really crazy as well. I just think that the way that the Jade Dragons are playing right now is really impressive. They're on the same page.
Yeah.
This Olympus Bolts team just not playing to the standard that we've seen from them and trying to match that. I don't think they've been throwing these games by any stretch. I really do feel like it's been the Jade Dragons forcing them to make mistakes and then showing up and playing really well in those moments and doing all the right things. I definitely want to give more credit to the Dragons than blame on the Bolts or anything like that. But surely the Bolts need to make some sort of switch up in what their draft strategy is. This Ganesh for Jake is the obvious starting point, but I don't think it's necessarily just there. Lasbra has not been as effective as we've seen from him. Going Gilgamesh into Osiris, still going with that warrior style, not really able to keep up with what Sam has been able to put out.
Worth mentioning, Dave did say when Lasbra came into the studio, that it was one of the first times he had thought he'd ever seen Lasbra without a hat. That might honestly could be affecting him. You never know. We anticipated this set going at least 4, probably 5. In fact, if somebody had said that this was going to be a 10-game day, it wouldn't have been really that surprising for everybody. Of course, the first set goes 4. This one seems like it's on pace, at least, for the Dragons to find a 3-0. Bolts will be first pick. That's why they're behind me here. What kind of things can they change going into this? Outside of just the Ganesh, outside of where Lasbra... I mean, the Osiris didn't seem to click the way they wanted it to. What was it the game before that? Was the Gilgamesh, the Warriors, is it time to veer into the Assassins?
I think it is. I mean, it is worth noting that Lasbra got a very big lead in that game in the early stages. They were winning that right side of the map pretty hard, and he was able to do some pretty good work there, but then just doesn't scale very well into the late game, kind of as expected out of a Warrior jungle. But now that the Bolts are back in first pick, they banned Zeus, Camazotz, and Erlong the last time around that they were in first pick. I think that you can go back to banning Zeus Kama. Maybe you first pick Camazotz for yourself, but not really sure if they're willing to do that with what their valuations are on all these different gods. They first picked Achilles last time. I think that can be fine, but Odin was left open, so there's a lot to be thought of there. I think that right now I'd be focused on 2 things from the Bolts. Well, 3 things, I guess. Number 1, don't give Hurry Zeus. I think that's pretty key because no one has
That's a good step.
Has really come that close to beating it. Number 2, I would make sure that Jake is on something other than Ganesh. Even if it's good, Jake's the type of player that I think really relies on that momentum. He's been pretty cold on this pick. Get it out of his hands and try and get him more comfortable. And number 3, give Lasbra something that can scale a little bit better into the later stages of the game. That even when they get these leads, they aren't doing enough to really convert them. So instead of trying to jam that style, I think that I would just try and scale it a little bit differently. So those are the 3 main things that I'd be looking at to change if I'm Ro.
Those are admittedly 3 seemingly easy things to try and accomplish, right? I mean, most of that is making bans, and realistically, most of that is very simple because you can't ban away everything that Lasbra could play, so he's going to have a lot of options. Same thing there for Jake. And, of course, you can absolutely ban away the Zeus, so it does feel like it's going to fall into the right area for them. Mercury. Well, I just saw Sam on the screen, and so that's immediately what I thought of. There's FinoK hanging out as they get ready. But Mercury has been a problem, although it is something that feels like it's a little more manageable, I guess. Like
maybe.
In comparison to things like the Zeus, but still... It's definitely been a thorn in the side of pretty much everyone the Dragons have gone up against this week.
Yeah, I'm certainly fine with a Mercury ban. The only reason I didn't bring that up is one of the key factors is that they did set it behind last game, and I think that if they had, played a little bit better around that right-hand side and the Jade Dragons make a mistake or 2, then things go differently. So it's not unbeatable in the early stages, but you just give him enough opportunities and Sam's going to make you pay on that pick. So I certainly would not mind seeing a Mercury ban.
We can go ahead and see what the Bolts opt to do. Again, so far their bans this set. Zeus, Erlang, and Camazotz in game number 1. Yamoja, Odin, Neath there in game number 2 was their response to how well the Dragons did in game 1.
And so, if I'm looking at those two band segments, their two opening band segments, and now that they're in first pick, they don't need to ban Odin because they could just first pick it. So they could ban Zeus, Kama, Yamoja, and then first pick Odin, and you've taken all those problem gods out and still get yourself a priority pick. Now, they do ban Zeus Mercury, and I think this is very acceptable. I've got no problem with that. I don't love the Neath ban. I would personally ban whatever you're not going to take between Odin and Yamoja right there, but if they really feel like the Neath was too much to handle, then that's fine. But I think that as it stands now, the Jade Dragons are going to get a premier frontliner.
And for a while there, when you talked about, there were two people in the league. It was Jake, and it was Inbound. And Yamoja on their team wasn't as successful as it was for everybody else. That changed dramatically for both of those players, although definitely more so here for Jake and the Bolts. So this is a solid first pick. Plus, last time, like you mentioned, it was Achilles' first pick for the Bolts. Then immediately it was Odin and Yamoja.
Right.
You might not get much better off. Camazotz, Odin's still available, but a lot of things that might cause some trouble for the Bolts down the road, and only a little bit of healing on their side as of right now. The Izanami is what gets locked in alongside it to help give some pressure.
Yeah, it's interesting. Gives you pressure, opens up something like a Geb potentially. Geb not really what you want against Yamoja necessarily, but can be fine. I like the Bolts going back to Hercules. Haddox played that game really well. Despite the loss, I think you got to look at it a little bit more objectively, and that he mitigated 1 million damage. He was frontlining effectively, did good damage. You can kind of check all those boxes. This Medusa is interesting. This is a matchup that I wonder how it goes over here in the duo lane, assuming that this Medusa is going to duo, which is not a foregone conclusion, especially for this team. But Medusa has pretty good range with her abilities. If she acid sprays and then starts trading Izanami near the wave, Izanami can dash away, but a lacerate into a petrify, that's going to cover all that range pretty easily. So I think that could be a pretty interesting matchup to watch.
Well, we can talk about this. Odin has been mentioned. We saw it earlier. It does typically, at least standard-wise, throw Camazotz probably to the jungle, Odin solo, unless Mike is doing something nuts. We haven't seen Odin support in a little while. But benefits, Yamoja, Hercules, Medusa, they're going to have some struggles getting out of that cage.
Yeah, I think that with the Camazotz Izanami top 2, the Bolts go, nice, we don't have to worry about Odin cage. And, the Jade Dragons surprise them with this third pick. And I think that it could go to Mike. He's been clearly willing to play a lot of different stuff in support. I mean, the man played Hades support in, like, an important game this season. So, he's willing to clearly play anything at all.
And they're up by 2 now, so it's like, if this is the time to whip it out,
let her rip. Exactly. I think it can work. Final K has looked so good on this Kama. I'm kind of hesitant to take it out of his hands, but, with Sam losing the Mercury, it makes some sense to maybe just give that over to him. But I really like this top 3 from the Jade Dragons because the Bolts are probably thinking about the same things we are, that they don't know where these are going to go. So what do you ban? And I think if I'm the Bolts, I just ban 2 mid laners to make sure that I get value out of my bans, that we haven't been duped into banning a god that they were never going to pick anyways. I think Sol Jean-Kui are looking awfully good as 2 picks that I would take away.
Yeah, Sol is the most played mage by Heroin this year. Jean-Kui definitely on the rise a lot lately. The most banned against them has been that Yanis. Hasn't showed its face in a long. I guess face is. He's got 2 of them. Hasn't showed either of them in a while.
That's for the best. Giannis is not. He's not very good.
To be fair, last year he wasn't good, and Hurry was on a worse team, and he still played it.
That is true. If there's a guy to do it, it's Hurry. He's definitely the greatest Yanis player of all time. But I still can't imagine. You're just not killing tanks. You're not killing anyone with Yanis right now. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's probably going to, unfortunately, sit on the back burner. As much as I like the plays that can come out of there. Sol was a ban by the Bolts. You had highlighted that. Tiamat Daji on the other side from the Jade Dragons. The Daji feels, admittedly, makes a lot of sense. Jean-Kui joins the bans for the final 10, ultimately up there. And they grab a Circuit. We haven't seen any Circuit this weekend.
No, we haven't. A little bit of a ban rate, but no one locking her in. And I feel like this keeps this draft nice and ambiguous here for the Jade Dragons, because she can also support or jungle. But it looks to me, I want to say it's Serket support, Kama jungle, Odin solo, but I could really see it being Kama solo, Odin support, Serket jungle. I think either one of those is very very defensible and also would fit the style of the Jade Dragons. Both Sam and Mike love playing this Serket.
We can both agree, though, that Odin jungle is like the worst case scenario.
Yes, that is the worst case
It's just
scenario.
like a bad idea.
Agreed.
The only thing that could make it worse is if it was Kamazot's support on top
Oh,
of
I
that.
thought you were going to say the only thing that can make it worse is if Mifflin was playing it. But yeah,
well,
that's worst case too.
Yeah, okay. Fenrir locked in on the other side.
Yeah.
He does notably, I was going to say actually struggles, but no, opposite of that. Has a fine time getting out of the Odin cage.
Yep.
And there's not a lot of built-in immediate CC immunity from the dragon, so that's something that they're going to have to worry about.
Yeah, I like this Fenrir pick for Lasbra. It's nice and aggressive. It scales okay into the late game. You know, I think that it's similar to what we were seeing out of him in these warrior jungle picks, but with a little bit more hard CC, which means it's going to scale a little bit better in my mind. So I have no problem with the Fenrir pick. I think Disco is pretty underrated, so I'm fine with that Discordia pick for sure. As it's Scylla for Whirlwind. Interesting. So not the Scylla draft that I would have been super stoked to see personally, but it can work. They've got a little bit of setup. Serket is one of the better setup gods for Scylla, but not always the easiest to execute on. You know, you've got Odin Stun. You've got a Crush that'll cover the vast majority of the cage. You can get out of the Emoja walls. That's very important. But Scylla just does not, you know, when we're talking about mid-pressure being really important, Scylla doesn't really do that very well. And so this wouldn't be the pick that I would have expected, but I think it can work.
I guess we can bounce back a little bit. I mean, I was talking about Thoth at the time, but secure mages, there's some sort of conversation to be had right around then. But it's also worth mentioning because, you know, when you talk about Whirlwind right now, the gods that I think of immediately, Giannis, because that's what he played the most. Sol has been up there. The Zhonghui has been up there. Zeus more recently. And then it starts to fade away, right? You get through those four mages, and you're like, okay, well, like, we've seen some Morgan Le Fay. He's not really a big the Morrigan player. Tiamat's up there as well, but that got banned away on top of all those others that were just listed. Scylla has been like the only other god I think we've really seen him go to, so there might be a little bit of both right here, right? Like, hey, maybe it's not the draft, but maybe it's all that's left for him to grab.
Well, he's also played a little bit of Poseidon, though no one seems to have success with that god
Don't do
ever.
that. If anything, if there's ever a world championship, even though this is placements, if that's in the title of the event, don't play Poseidon.
Yeah, it's just cursed at this point. So I guess he stays away from that pretty wisely. I think the Morrigan would have looked really good here for the Jade Dragons because you would have had great transforms from the Kama and the Serket and the Odin being pretty solid. I think I probably would have preferred the Morrigan, but I'm just not a huge Scylla believer right now. But to be fair, I wasn't really a Scylla believer for Paul last year because I didn't think that god was that good at that time, and it turned out she was like really broken. So, you know, pro players.
That might have also just been Paul.
Well, yeah, it was a little bit of both. A little bit of both for sure. We will see if Scylla ends up being the right pick here for Whirlwind. But the mobility is there for the bolts. I think that it's going to be hard for Hurry to get guaranteed lockdown on some of these characters. Going to have to be accurate with that Sikkim, and that is always the make or break ability for Scylla at really any level. Is can you set yourself up with that Sikkim?
Well, the good news is for the Dragons, they've got about a 50% win rate on the Scylla. They had a 25% win rate on the Morrigan. So maybe at least study-wise doing that one. I had to look it up just to figure it out whether or not they would feel as comfortable with that. But it is going to be the Scylla picked in. Maybe we'll get surprised. Maybe it's going to be Hurry who could potentially pop off here. Izanami, Serket, a lot around them, a lot of shuffleability here is the way I'm going to describe it for the Dragons. The bolts seem a lot more straightforward, but we'll have to see who can win this one. If the Dragons can close it out or the bolts can give us a little bit more of a set in Game 3.
We've already got one reverse sweep this week. Will we get another? The Olympus Bolts got to turn it around here in game number 3, and they got to do it in 3 straight games against the Jade Dragons. Dulcin, Mifflin. Doug, I haven't given you a shout-out yet. I'm sorry.
Is that
Doug,
true?
Not yet this set.
That's messed up.
Well, look, there's been something to talk about at the premiere moment of each of these games.
Yeah, and it's Doug.
No, you're right. When you're right, you're right. Doug, I'm sorry. Doug has been with us for Game 1, Game 2, Game 3. And if the Olympus Bolts have their say, Games 4 and 5 as well. Jade Dragons playing with a little bit of leeway here, Miff. Of course, you want to close it out in 3, move on to the Smite World Championship quarterfinals, and not worry about it. But they're going to mix things up. We're going to give Hurrywin to the Scylla in the mid lane. Playmaking style, to be sure, maybe a bit harder to execute on. Be careful here,
oh my God.
He is taking a lot. Awesome Jake. Can you find the autos? Level 2 at a perfect time. And that'll disengage the Izanami.
Yeah, Panda Cat just digs in his heels and says, if I could just get through a couple more minions, I live here. And he does. Levels up to 2 and immediately disengages. You know, I walked past the player booths between the games, and I heard Mike accurately predict every single one of the first phase bans from the Olympus Bolts. So I gotta think, even though this is a wildly different look at the Jade Dragons draft, that this is something that they're used to playing, something they're very capable of, and something they were hoping to be able to bring out here today.
Really?
Yep.
That's actually very impressive. Although Kabama's the one, I mean, all the coaches do great work, but Kabama's the one you said that has like the
Laminated 20-page, just
each of them a different possibility.
Journalized entries, man.
Yeah. So like he probably has this exact situation written down, and then the next iteration is this exact situation, but like one pick is different.
Yep.
So he's iterated through every possible pick and ban, I guess. Just like when you go take a test in college and you're allowed to fill out a note card, you just write everything on the note card.
I just put C's.
When all else fails, C is the correct answer more times than not. Barracuda Myth, and I want to talk about him in this dual lane a little bit more because we've already seen a little scrapping early. This Medusa pick has seen some play. Might see first blood. And Bear has his way.
Whoa!
Pick from Polar Bear Mike. And Barracuda and Awesome Jake have got to make full use of that med. But these duo lanes are just tooth and nail, so close so many times to finding an early kill.
Man, that was a nearly wild turnaround. PBM finds the taunt onto both Jake and Barracuda and drops them both incredibly low. Jake, though, playing Yamoja, should be able to resustain his entire team at any point. And with Meditation, Barracuda already back to full HP and mana.
Yep.
Feels like he was 5% just 2 seconds ago.
That's about a 2-minute cooldown on that. So if Awesome Jake and Bear can sustain up, which you're feeling all right in your ability to do so when you got Yamoja in your lane, could be all right. On the flip side, though, Polar Bear Mike's got Blink, so you got aggressive engage with Starter Relic from Polar Bear Mike, a little bit more defensive than sustain from Awesome Jake. And this Circuit pick, Myth, is one that the Olympus Bolts have played, but it's largely been Lasbro, one of Lasbro's better picks throughout the year so far here in Season 8. Polar Bear Mike has shown it to us a couple of times. I think expectations should be pretty high around this pick. What do you expect from a Circuit support?
I'm expecting a lot of aggressive plays. If it were the Leviathans, I'm expecting like 2-minute stealth in the mid lane,
right.
But it's PBM, so I'm really projecting that he gets aggressive a little bit earlier on. You touched on Lazarus' selection as well, the Fenrir out of the jungle. And I'm looking at the other side, and just about everybody, if not legitimately every one of the Jade Dragons, has an answer to Brutalize. Hurrywin can use Sick'em to root him off. Final Kick can stun or just jump. Sanford Soccer can jump or ultimate. PBM has got 2 forms of hard CC. Panda Cat can either leap to escape or drop the silence. So, Laz are going to struggle to find opportunities to use Brutalize throughout the early phases of this game. Could be that he decides to max Unchained first. Could be that he saves Brutalize for last and even goes towards the Seething Howl.
Lasbro's here. He's on the left, and he has picked up Mike, and it is perfect timing. Polar Bear Mike goes down for first blood, and it's Barracuda who grabs it. Lasbro hits 5, immediately makes use of the Ragnarok. No beads, no chance for the Jade Dragon support.
That's tough stuff. You think you're just able to farm up those camps for free, but no, Lasbro's hovering just nearby, and that's one of the downsides of going towards that aggressive relic selection. PBM has Blink, so no CC immunity available to him in that circumstance, at least until he ticks over towards level 5, which is going to be a little ways off. It's a 1-level deficit for PBM in the support role. Jake already sitting at 5, but PBM close it up.
Yeah, no problem for Polar Bear Mike. So Lasbro, without Ragnarok here for a little while, gets perfect use of the first one. Gives some credence over to the Olympus Bolts in the dual lane. It feels like in the last couple of games, Barracuda has just not felt comfortable when left alone up against Panda Cat. Panda Cat was able to push that Heimdall lead a bit last game. Purple buff invaded, but looks like dropped down by Panda Cat, but he can't stick around to pick it up. Awesome Jake is just going to put some pressure in there. We've seen a lot of pressure around these buffs on the left side of the map so far this set here, Mifflin. Sanford Soccer effectively lived in the left side of the jungle there in game number 2. It's going to be a different look. What are they waiting for here? What pathing does Lasbro take? He's on the other side, and Mike and Hurrywind will be spotted out by the minions.
Just sitting on corners, seeing if anybody stepped forward from the Olympus Bolts. The CC chain, the damage output already for the Jade Dragons mid 3v3 is incredibly strong. Sick'em plus Crush, probably doing about 50% of Ven's HP bar with PBM there. That's the other 50% done and dealt with, but Nobody from the Olympus Bolts playing on that side of the map. So that means the macro farm, the macro game rather, going to go favoring the Jade Dragons. Rights and lefts now drop down. And Ven in some trouble.
Then we'll use the apple for the CC immunity, just in case. A little damage onto Mike as well. So Mike, not slowed down by losing first blood, but neither are Haddix or Lasbro. They've made their way over to Final K. There's Ragnarok on the Final. Beads get used. Cage down as well, and Sanford Soccer is on the chase, and Laz, he cannot participate any further. Final K can't either. It looks like one disengage aside, but Haddix goes back in. Sanford Soccer, bat out of hell. Swoop 1 used. 2 and 3 should be enough, but Haddix taking pretty aggressive pathing here. Can the Hercules get in range of Sanford Soccer? He will not try, and Final K will be a wall against a kill, but Haddix have to dash away to keep himself alive, and now Jake and Ven are here.
PBM locks eyes with Jake and stops him from locking down Hurrywin. The disengage nearly good, but nice Riptide.
It's a double Riptide, but it's just not there on the strife from Ven. That would have been wild if you're able to combine everything. No apple anyway, but the Olympus Bolts rallying around this right side. Blue buff gets invaded and dropped successfully by the Olympus Bolts. Is that the difference maker in all of that? The blue buff invade that ends up working for the Bolts, other than, I guess, beads used by Fino K and maybe some ults traded on either side.
Yeah, that's just about it. But when the games are as high stakes as they are right now, again, to reiterate, if the Jade Dragons win this one, they stamp their ticket to Worlds. If the Olympus Bolts lose, they got to fall down in the bracket. So you take these plays. You go for these high risk, high reward scenarios, and unfortunately this one was high risk. Pretty low reward, just getting the blue buff away from
Better
Fino
than
K.
no reward.
Yeah, better than nothing, but Fino K was fine beforehand, and he'll be fine afterward. Has the Breastplate of Valor in the first slot, so additional mana to his name, meaning that the mana sustain of blue buff, not as important as it could be.
Whoa, Mike, he's engaged on Ven here. He uses the apple yet again. CC immunity right on time. Awesome. Jake will be the last separator. Seems like Mike has been just fine jumping onto Ven, seeing if he can bait out that ultimate. Ven has not had it now for what could be a couple skirmishes if one ends up breaking out here on the left side of the map. Discordia is such an interesting pick, Miff, where it feels like there's a few players in the league when you just, I don't know, you get to this point in the set, you haven't quite gotten it going, Discordia comes out and then reminds us all why it's so good. That is disgusting from the Olympus Bolts. It's a double jump in from Laz. Stripe is there from Ven. And now the Discordia able to assist in a kill.
Man, the damage from Unchained was ridiculous. Doug, can we get a look at Lazarus' level order? I think he is maxing out that first ability.
Might do it again, jumps in, Hurrywin Sentinels away.
No, it's the Seething Howl.
It is a Seething
It's just
Howl
the additional
for
power.
Yeah, it's just a lot of damage from Lasbro wherever it's coming from. Well, we know where it's coming from is too. But the Fenrir rather has looked good so far for the Olympus Bolts, affecting both of the kills. One gotten, one assisted. Blue buff about to come back off cooldown. Haddix and Awesome Jake rallying around Lasbra, who's starting to heat up a little bit here in game number 3. But Polar Bear Mike is here as well. This is a 3v3 on the right side of the map. Mid laner starting to usher their way over towards right as well. Ven has got his ultimate coming from mid. Haven't seen an I'm a Monster yet. Maybe this is an opportunity for Hurrywin to get some good damage. Instead, Jake actually deals most of the damage here in this fight. And the 4v4 will disengage.
Yeah, early ultimate from Jake there does spell the end of that engagement. Haddix even using the boulder just to clear out the waves. The Jade Dragons realize that there's not much left fight left in the Olympus Bolts rather, and are able to secure their own blue buff yet again. Feels like the first game, kind of a little bit more one-sided. Game 2 was the Olympus Bolts controlling the right side of the map, the Jade Dragons controlling the left, and they were kind of content with that pacing, just trading out map state elsewhere. But in Game 3, it's the Jade Dragons showing up to the Olympus Bolts power plays every single time, trying to slow them down. They're not splitting the map. They've left the Hunters alone on an island, and the Hunters are thriving on that island, both sitting comfortably at level 11.
Everyone is so close to one another right now as far as XP goes. But if you're the Bolts or a fan of theirs, you are happy with the way the gold has been going. 1.7k for the Olympus Bolts, with seemingly no pushback from the Jade Dragons. A couple of kills and some good farming have gotten the Olympus Bolts right where they are now. And so the builds start to build up, for lack of a better term. Jotun's Wrath for Lasbro, if you want to keep up with the Fenrir build. Into a Blackthorn, and Blackthorn has found a lot of value in solo lane here recently. But a good enough item, obviously, to make work on something like Lasbro here in the jungle.
Great survivability, gets you a little bit of additional CDR when you're high in the HP pools, as well as okay power. I think that it's just fine, especially considering Lazarus shores up some of this power with that Seething Howl, Every time he triggers that one, you're not really sacrificing too much, whereas Stanford Soccer is not offered that exact same opportunity. Has similar ability to give power to himself through the kit. The Screech going to help you out with that slightly, but not as much, as well as Lazar also getting that inherent lifesteal. Going to let him stick around in these engagements a lot longer. So I really do like Blackthorn on this guy, especially considering he's going to be diving. What does Fenrir do? He gets in your face, and he gets in consistently. And up against all this CC lockdown of the Jade Dragons, Lazar's going to need that additional layer of survivability.
Yeah, Lazar will. You talk about survivability. I look at Awesome Jake here as well. Goes into Thebes second, has Sovereignty first. When you got all these physical damage dealers jumping on you and your teammates, maybe rushing that Sovereignty is the most value that the Olympus Bolts can get in support right off the bat. And then, of course, Thebes will help out a bit down the stretch. So, the physical prot aura for Awesome Jake first, and then to follow with Ven's build Myth. This has been what he's looked for seemingly all set long, which is into that flat pen tree. This time it's Deso into Magus. And so those strifes will set up for enhanced damage for Ven and this Discordia a bit later on. It's a dive no good onto Panda Cat.
Yeah, but it is a large grouping from the Olympus Bolts on this side of the map. Luckily, the Jade Dragons do have vision on the Gold Fury thanks to those oracles, so there's not much risk for the Olympus Bolts to just walk in towards that. The Jade Dragons privy to anything they do around the neutral objective. Yeah, the pacing of this game is a little bit slower than we're used to seeing so far in this set, so I think I want to evaluate which squad is going to feel a little bit better going into the late game. As of now, obviously the Olympus Bolts playing with a bit of a lead, but the team fight presence of the Jade Dragons, once FineOK decides to rotate out, once he's got that capacity to start separating these engagements, is going to be very hard for the Olympus Bolts to deal with. So I'm keeping my eyes on the relic selection, seeing if whether or not there's going to be a phantom pickup for the Bolts.
That's right. That's a good point. You talk about setting up for I'm a Monster. Of course, there's a bit with Mike. You know, obviously Hurrywin can kind of rotate himself through that. But FineOK with a cage can really lock off a large portion where Hurrywin can easily drop down that I'm a Monster for a big burst of damage. And FineOK has proven throughout this set and throughout this year that the Odin looks good in his hands. And so that's something the Olympus Bolts are going to have to find an answer to. Some disengageability, that said, Myth, in the composition for the Olympus Bolts from that cage. But the others are just going to be locked in until the walls end up getting broken. As things have slowed down here about 13 minutes in, it's been a maintained gold lead for the Olympus Bolts. Both of the kind of medium neutral objectives stand strong right now. Pyromancer on one side, Gold Fury on the other, but Lasbra is going to pull the former. Polar Mike in range, so is FineOK. A quicker grouping, though, from the Olympus Bolts is going to put more immediate damage down onto the objective, but it is dropped. As Hurrywin drops I'm a Monster onto Awesome Jake, but it has not done enough damage. Venenu deletes him in the back, and the grouping of the Bolts inside the cage pays off. Stanford Soccer goes down second, and the Olympus Bolts, they get two more.
Looked like Ven may have bounced the golden apple straight to Hurrywin's dome. Yeah, it was a double tap, just insta-kill onto the Scylla, who Hurrywin, to his credit, was able to drop the majority of his damage before he fell down, but it was all into Jake, and Jake doesn't care. He's Yamoja. He's just going to go ahead and reset, use that meditation, meet up with Haddix, get meted there as well, and reset themselves all the way back to a healthy state and pick up the neutral objective as well. The Olympus Bolts have got themselves their largest gold lead of the set so far, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. The Olympus Bolts have felt like they've been behind maybe the entire set long, just the way the Jade Dragons have been playing. And so, you know, Myth, you look at what had been working for the Jade Dragons up to this point that is not working in Game 3. Hurrywin has just not been able to find pressure in mid. Mike has been finding a lot of kills in Games 1 and 2. That's been anything but. The Circuit has maybe been a bit of a drop-off now for Mike. This game is far from over, but this trend fantastic for the Olympus Bolts. A Gold Fury pull when the gold lead is already above 2,000. If this is uncontested by the Jade Dragons and unstolen, the Olympus Bolts are going to pull a really nice lead given the state of the game right now. 15 minutes in, the Olympus Bolts extend another 1,000 on top of their gold, 3.4K.
Experience as well, looking just fine for the Order side, and the Jade Dragons not putting up much resistance, but 3,000 or so gold, not really the biggest deal this far into a match, 15 minutes in. But the Jade Dragons certainly have to show up to the next objective. I don't think they're in a position where they're going to continually allow the Olympus Bolts to do whatever it is that they want on the map. Jade Dragons currently sitting at a blank in the kill column across the board. but they're starting to hit some significant power spikes. Spirit Robe, Finisher Mike means that any form of CC applied to him is only going to make him tankier. Wind Demon Finisher Panicat, so he's got some decent 1v1 potential now. Final K is already starting to roll through the defense. We saw it there. No damage output from Haddix. That's Blink expended from PBM, and it only cost Barracuda his dash.
That's right. That'll be back up shortly. Purple buff is here, and so are Lasbra and Ven. The Discordia has already shown us what some of that good lockdown and good burst damage can do, and Ven is getting real scary at this point. Double flat pen to start off. We'll go into the Obsidian Shard next, so you get some percent pen already with that tier 2 item. And so it seems like now, Miff, regardless of who Ven is hitting, there's going to be a lot of damage pouring out. And that's what the Bolts needed, right? A spark of life, you know, a good push forward somewhere. The good news is here in Game 3, it feels like it's been just about everywhere.
Yeah, everything's been going well for the Olympus Bolts. Haddix has kept Final K locked inside of his tower. Every single gank attempt from Lasbra seems to have worked out for him, has 100% kill participation through the jungle. And as you said, Ven's chunking. Take a peek at the Magic defense across the board for the Jade Dragons. It's just kind of duo defense from PBM, going for the Thieves immediately into the Spirit Robe, and then you've got maybe a Silver Talisman for Final K, but barring that, everybody else, they're pretty susceptible to just about a one-shot kill from Ven.
And that's where the flat pen will help out. Percent pen as some of that heftier magic damage comes online against Ven later on in the game. Haddix throwing caution to the wind here. We are walking between a tier 1 and a tier 2 tower. 17 minutes in, no one apparently. Mike wants nothing to do with it, but Final K jumps forward. Will there be a cage on the other end? Stun charge, stun connected. Onto Laz. Mike takes some good damage from Ven here in the mid lane. That's just a rotation of the abilities from Venenu that's chunked out a good bit of health from that Circuit.
Yeah, Draugr putting in some work there for the Jade Dragons, giving their tower a little bit of additional defense. The Olympus Bolts, likely if that Draugr weren't applied, would have decided to just go ahead and keep the pressure up in mid, but the Jade Dragons, with numbers and with that additional defense, are able to maintain the tier 1 for now, but it's a completely reactive style of play from the Jade Dragons. It's almost a complete inverse of what we've seen so far in this set. Games 1 and 2 were nothing but proactive plays from these guys, and, well, the Olympus Bolts seem to have taken the winds out of their sails.
That's right. It's the Olympus Bolts just showing up to the objectives, kind of hanging around, hoping the Jade Dragons slip up, and that just never came. In Game 3, a more proactive approach, as you've mentioned, by the Olympus Bolts. They've got an opportunity to do so the next time these neutral objectives are back off cooldown. Frenzy will be here this time around for Awesome Jake. Helps out around those objectives. Maybe around a fight. Jake is going to get taunted in. Can the Jade Dragons find their first kill of the game so far? Lasbra does not want to be on the menu. Ragnarok looking for his food. Sanford Soccer pulled back, but uses the beads and immediately jumps on out. Kind of traded health bars on either side.
But we saw Panicat's damage output, and Lasbra saw it too. He was not able to stick around and take that 1v1. Is even forced to use his beads. Ragnarok doesn't connect despite a great ultimate from Jake, and it's Final K who's actually chasing out the bolts.
That's right. Final K is going to try to make Venenu awkward here, feel awkward. And Ven does have to back away just a bit. And so you can see, you know, that there is some tankiness coming on for Final K. Ven has been chunking most people that he's come across. Did not chunk, in the true spirit of the word, Final K on his jump in now. Phantom, I wondered, Miff, how Phantom would impact, or if it would impact this game at all. Awesome Jake obviously forewent the relic, but Haddix did not. And with how important those cages might be, Phantom maybe makes some sense here for the Hercules.
It does. Jade Dragons pull out the Pyromancer and take it. In that same breath, immediately the Olympus Bolts show face around the Fire Giant, just making sure the Jade Dragons aren't sticking around, and they are not. Like bandits in the night, they take the gold, they take the experience, and they leave. And now the Olympus Bolts don't really have much opportunity to sit on the right-hand side. Had they realized the Jade Dragons had gone back to base in bulk, maybe they could have pulled out the Fire Giant, considering we're 20 minutes into the game, but taking a peek at Barracuda's positioning, it seems like Primal Fury is going to be the call, and the Jade Dragons, I think, have to show up to defend this.
Yeah.
We're getting to the point where the Primal Fury passive is going to be massive for the Olympus Bolts. If they're able to take it, they'd walk straight over to the Fire Giant, and the Jade Dragons seem to agree. They've shown up. They're in numbers, and Jake's alone just for a moment.
Only Ven has really felt damage checked in the last couple of minutes, so both teams, except for also maybe Pandacat, will be learning just about as much damage as these two teams can do at the moment. Primal Fury is down to half. Blinks exchanged. Polar Bear Mike pulled back, but Polar Bear Mike back into the grasp of the Ragnarok. He wasn't in it in the first place. The apple no good, but the Brutalize is, and Mike goes down to Lasbra first and foremost as the cage is out from Final K, and the Riptide is good from Awesome Jake to keep him where he is. Beads get used. I'm a Monster is there as well, but no kills for the Dragons.
Yeah, Hurrywin doesn't deal damage to Haddix. We got a good check at it. He landed that I'm a Monster, and it was immediately completely healed back up. PBM tried to use his blink to avoid the Ragnarok. Lasbra able to pick him back up as well, and the Jade Dragons didn't really get an opportunity to take that fight. It was just the Olympus Bolts with great positioning, great zone. Haddix essentially locking down both Hurrywind and Panda Cat, removing the carries of the Jade Dragons from the equation. That's pretty easy stuff for the Olympus Bolts. Hurrywind needs some more items. That's all I can say. Because as of now, this build, it's not doing enough to peel with damage. You're going to need the help of your teammates, and your teammates aren't playing a defensive style. Final K is playing an initiator. PBM's playing an aggressive diver. So it really is just up to Panda Cat and Hurrywin to finish off the front line of the Olympus Bolts on their own.
I was going to say, I mean, the only monsters we've seen have been either onto Jake or onto Haddix. We haven't seen much from the mid laner of the Jade Dragons onto any of the squishies of the Olympus Bolts. Fire Giant started but reset. It's a jump in now from Lasma around the Fire Giant. Mike brought back, and Barracuda thanking him for it. Phantom gets used, and that'll mitigate Final K's cage. Sanford Soccer has to swoop out of this fight, and the Jade Dragons want nothing more to do with it.
Okay, I said earlier that Hurrywin doesn't deal damage for the Jade Dragons. Yeah, nobody does. The entirety of Sanford Soccer's kit lands into Barracuda. Take a peek at his HP bar. It's full.
Oh, it's full, man.
Yeah, 100%. Awesome Jake walks into the entirety of the Jade Dragons, and he walks out at full HP. Lasra picks up PBM, and when you're able to dedicate Ragnarok to a frontline tank and it just works out for you, that feels pretty good. The Jade Dragons just can't take these fights, but they can't let them go either, because if they don't, Fire Giant's going to fall for free.
Yeah, you're right in that middle ground where if we do nothing, the game is just going to keep getting worse, but if we do something, the fights haven't been going our way, right? You're stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. Luckily, the gold lead not completely insurmountable, but definitely still at a point where you're starting to question the best pathing forward. Yeah, I don't know, Myth. I mean, I'm hard-pressed to imagine you just totally give up a Fire Giant. Yeah, that was it. I mean, you know, he did some damage.
Yeah, watch Ben hit a tank, man. Watch that. All right, I bet Ben's dropping somebody like 40% HP, man.
I misunderstood your that's it. I thought you were saying, like, that's it, that's the engage. I was like, yeah.
No.
Are you sure? Fire Giant this time. Pulled again by the Jade Dragons there, forcing the hand of the Olympus Bolts. Venenu on Sanford Soccer, Lasbra killing spree, but Fire Giant's low here. You gotta lock it down, and the Jade Dragons do so. I'm a Monster. We'll help you out in that regard. Panda Cat is out. Hurrywin, PBM, they are out as well. But it's a re-engage from the Olympus Bolts, and it'll catch out one. If nothing else, the Bolts don't have the FG, and 3 members of the Jade Dragons do.
For a split second, I thought Panda Cat was going to go like full Scarface and just mow down the entirety of the Olympus Bolts. His damage output's good. On the Jade Dragons, he might just be the only one. Lasbra, pretty far forward here, should be able to escape out. And the Olympus Bolts may not have gotten Fire Giant, but they're undeterred. It's a grouping on the right-hand side. Tier 2 tower falling down pretty quickly. And the Jade Dragons, they get to maintain the buff on 3 members. Hurrywin definitely needed it. Maybe they lose a Phoenix here as well, though?
I mean, Jade Dragons are always going to feel more comfortable around securing the objective when you got I'm a Monster. But
smart.
Again, if nothing else, you've secured it so the Bolts don't have it. Mike is going to split out this wave.
So smart.
Stop it from being tanked up by the Phoenix. What's happening here in mid? Lasper stuck around. Final K grits the stun onto him. Ragnarok used now. Final K underneath the Phoenix. Beads get used by the Odin, and everyone will survive here. But a couple defensive relics used as well.
Man, Mike drags the minion wave out of the Phoenix, says, hey, you guys can try and siege, but good luck doing it with backdoor protections in play, and the Olympus Bolts unable to do so. Meanwhile, in mid, Final K nearly finds the solo kill, but only finds a little bit of farm through those waves and pushes them up. The Jade Dragons now at full fighting strength, 5 members all alive, 3 members maintaining Fire Giant for the next 2.5 minutes. But it's still the Olympus Bolts making the proactive plays. Pyromancer pulled.
And it's the Olympus Bolts who will get the Pyromancer with ease. And so there's a slight downtick, Myth, 24:30 into the game. Maybe a little bit earlier than that, where the Fire Giant got secured. Now we're headed right back up towards the Olympus Bolts, because there isn't much, right, that the Jade Dragons, I assume, feel comfortable pushing down. Maybe you can get some damage, maybe a tower here or there. This is going to get canceled out. Final K cancels his own back. I don't know how far away he was from completing it, but thin margins, will it be impactful? Final K seems speedy enough. Lasper just got his ultimate back. It's another jump in. Ult used.
Great cage.
The cage is out. Ven is able to find some damage through the other side, though. Final K walking away just fine. This is a full 5 stack from the Jade Dragons. Rivers rebuke
Apple
out,
missed.
and that'll force PBM off around the left-hand side. Haddix has used his ult as well. Sanford Soccer on the re-engage around the back, but Ven able to position around his teammates, and he will keep himself safe.
PBM making sure Haddix stays in combat, so there's no way for him to re-engage, taunts him away, and it's the Jade Dragons running with their tails tucked. We got to see Ven's damage into Fine OK, by the way. Dropped him down pretty low off of that strife, immediately into the Unruly Magic, even without that golden apple. Had it connected, Fine OK maybe pushing daisies right now. But it's the Jade Dragons trying to defend.
Riptide walked through by Hurrywin, who had to use his beads. Lasbra not tanking up the tower, but taking a nice chunk of damage from Panic Cat. Watch out, Sam for Soccer. He's around the wall here. Mike in and finds the engage. I'm a monster. Goes on to no one as Lasbra leaps out from the engagement. Ven, are you going to find a strife? Are you going to find some damage? You will onto Polar Bear Mike as the rest of the Olympus Bolts group up around the purple buff. And the Jade Dragons split 3 on one side, 2 on the other. Hurrywin uses his escape. But PBM,
Mike?
he wants more. In and out he goes empty-handed.
Haddix tries to pull him back in, unsuccessful. Lasbra, though, goes it forward, and he's found Mike.
There's a dark portal on the backside. Lasbra's got another. Fine OK at this point, just chasing one down.
Hurry!
Big stun for Barracuda. Haddix is the one who grabs the kill, and Fine OK has been left to the wolves, and Lasbra, he's eaten. The apple is there as well. The Olympus Bolts buy their time, and they grab 3.
God, the damage output just is not there for the Jade Dragons still. 26 minutes in, we're starting to approach 5th, 6 items into the build, but even then, it feels like every time the Olympus Bolts land CC, somebody's dying on the Jade Dragons. Every time the Jade Dragons land CC, everybody's living.
This is a push now from the Olympus Bolts. You get a good look at maybe what they think they can do here. 30 seconds on Fine OK. Left side Phoenix taking a while to go down, but it's the Titan walked out. There's only one tier 2 tower remaining. Respawn in 15 from Hurrywin. 20 seconds from Fine OK. Haddix low on health, low on mana. Panda Cat jumped on in the back. We've seen one miraculous Titan defense already this set. Are we going to see another? The Olympus Bolts, they rally around the Titan. This will not be a 3-0. We'll go on to a game 4, and the Olympus Bolts decimate the Dragons in game 3.
Blanked them, and the fastest game of the set so far. The Olympus Bolts convincing in their victory. A lot of it off the back of their jungler, the guy whose jersey you can see the back of right now, Lasbra.
He's got a hat on.
Yeah, he's got a hat on. It's that one. He popped off.
He did. Now, big game from Lasbra, and they needed it. The rest of the Jade Dragons in games 1 and 2 had shown up to play. The Olympus Bolts swept by the wayside. And if you're a Bolts fan, there's still a long road to go. But this is the way you know that this team can play. Concerted effort. You get a small lead in the early game, and you push it out to a big one late.
Yeah, it feels like whoever's winning the early in this set is winning the game in that one. And this time it was the Olympus Bolts. Oh, look, the Jade Dragons clearly had a game plan in games 1 and 2. They got countered out in P's and B's. That first phase of bans just targeting the core of the Jade Dragons draft. We'll see if they've got an adaptation now, because it seems like the Olympus Bolts have found a winning strategy.
That's right. No 3-0 for the Jade Dragons. Olympus Bolts, they take game 3. Can they push us on to a game 5 after game 4? Stick around and find out.
That's right. If you've been watching for a while, you might have been confused there. January 5th, one whole more day here on the High Res Showcase. And, of course, the SWC that will be happening throughout all of that. We have the schedule and everything, but all you need to know is that the 5th of January, a Wednesday, 6th, 7th, 8th, and then the 9th, that Sunday, are the days that you're going to want to be able to tune in. High Res Showcase, that's going to be happening there on the Wednesday. That's going to have your Season 9 update show. It's going to have your Slash Map reveal. A lot of fun stuff. The cosplay contest is always something I'm a big fan of as well. On Throwback Thursday, the day right after, it's going to be spending a lot of time with past world champions and hanging out with them before things get kicked off on Friday for us. If you're watching now, you're wondering, what are these teams playing for? Well, it's a spot right there in that Friday for the quarterfinals. That'll be going on, of course, with a halftime show, a lot of fun stuff going on there, all leading up to the World Finals. It's going to be a fun weekend, only 3 weeks away as well, so make sure you put it on your calendar. Every time I say that, it feels too real to me, and it's going to blow my mind that next week it's only 2 weeks away, and then eventually, with the way time progresses, only 1 week away, aggro, and that...
Gore, we're down after we're done with today.
Yeah.
We will have 5 esports days, esports broadcasts left in season 8 because we have 2 more after today.
True.
And then
Wow.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday of the Smite World Championship.
I can't tell if I'm having an existential crisis or not. Either way, we can instead let's focus on what's happening. We have a lot of fun esports that are going on.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we're getting. We were worried, at least I was a little bit, that this was going to be a 3-0, especially with how dominant the first 2 games looked from the Dragons. The Bolts, though, pull this one back. And aggro, they don't just pull it back. They demand this game. I mean, there's nothing the Dragons had that they could have said and stopped this.
No, there was just not enough damage from the Jade Dragons, and they were not able to get it off properly. But as I said last game, I felt like the biggest difference for me was how well Mike was playing in support, and that it looked like that old dominant style that we've seen from him in the past. In this game, the whole game plan was kill Mike. He doesn't go beads. He's not able to, Lazarus was nice and patient on when to use his ultimate to pick him up, and it just made it impossible for anyone to really get any sort of setup because Mike was constantly being the first one killed in these engagements. And I feel like that the good news is that that's easy to remedy. You can just change that up and give Mike a god that he's going to go beads on, take the Fenrir away from Lasbro, whatever. But all of these clips, it's Mike who's getting picked up by Ragnarok, and it's Mike who's dying first. And the Jade Dragons are starting all their fights 5v4. The Scylla did not work out very well there for Hurry, just not enough consistent damage from that pick, as we were talking about being a potential problem. The Camazotz looked nowhere near as dominant in jungle as it has in solo recently. So I think this draft for me was just a little bit of a misfire here from the Jade Dragons, and if they remedy some of those things, I think that they would have been in a much better spot. Also, don't give Jake Yamoja. No one should get Yamoja.
That healing was a lot. It was interesting watching because some of the highlights make sense. You see the Ragnaroks coming through. It just leads into the inevitable. And then some of them you'd be watching Vin or Bera, and they'd be in the middle of the fight. It's not like they were trying to avoid it actively. And for one of them, Vin's just surrounded by dragons, and his health bar goes down by that much. Barely 100 damage maybe that finds its way towards him. Yeah, that's going to be a problem for them. And of course, something that they can fix here in game number 4. A definite time to bounce back. That's the glory of being up by 2 games. You still only need 1 more to confirm your trip to Worlds. If you're the Dragons, if you're the Bolts, you still need to find 2 more, 2 in a row, and make it 3 for the hat trick. It's a lot in order to ask for it, and of course they're going to be second pick this time around as we move into game number 4, picks and bans, and figure out how they're going to adapt to this. Now the bans for the Dragons have been the same every single game. Amus and Cobb, Hell, Oleron. Does any of that change this time around based on that last one?
I don't think so, because now they're in first pick. You still have the opportunity to take some of those priority picks. You're likely to get Camazotz again. You can get something like a Zeus potentially if they don't decide to take it away from you. And with the Bolts opening with a Yamoja ban, I think that's pretty impactful for how they're likely to end up playing it. So the Jade Dragons actually ban up Odin. This means that if I'm the Bolts and I'm willing to give up Zeus in this spot, that I think they would just take Fenrir instantly to try and just make sure that they've got someone who can stick on him really easily. But the Dragons don't have to take Zeus in top 3. Remember, the one game they got it, they picked it 3rd overall. Bolts do ban it. So to me, this looks like a pretty easy Camazotz lock-in that you would send over to Final K and solo.
Yeah, he looked good on it earlier. No reason to try and dodge it now. One of the most picked gods that we've had this weekend here just in Group B. The 64%. Not quite the win rate you want down there, but again, that's just the Group B win rate. When you expand that a little further, it's a little closer to 50. I mean, it's been going back and forth for a lot of these players. But his first pick win rate, or his first pick rate, period, has just skyrocketed this week.
Very high.
In terms, and admittedly, it's exactly what you said. You know, we talked to Fine OK in the interview prior. He said the axe changes helped him out, and there's a couple of other things that make him just really good in the solo lane. But on top of that, name a matchup where you're like, man, Camazotz just sucks into that. And if there is one, I can't think of it off the top of my head. And admittedly, that is, well, if there's like 100+ gods in the game, maybe somebody has to cause them trouble. But they have to come at a price themselves, so the Bolts need to figure that out as they figure out what they're going to lock in here soon.
Yeah, last time they picked Osiris Ganesh in their top 2 whenever they were second pick. Something tells me they're not going to go Osiris Ganesh here. I mean, certainly that Ganesh pick did not look very good for Jake, and that's all he's played besides the Emoja. So interesting which direction he is going to potentially go. You know, I think that you could, yeah, Terra's a good option, man. I mean, Terra definitely hasn't seen any play at all in this series, which is surprising considering these 2 supports. And I think that going for something like Terra Olaron, yeah, Olaron open as well for the first time this set, because the Bolts abandoned every game. Terra Olaron top 2 looks really, really strong for the Bolts. I like it a lot.
And it gives them a hell of a team fight. I mean, you do have to mention the fact that Camazotz is great into something like the Sanctified Fields, but outside of Camazotz, which admittedly maybe they can still flex. I mean, we talk about it, what was run against Olaron a lot during Phase 3 playoffs was Camazotz, the Morrigan, Cthulhu. The Titans ran that. The Titans made it look good. The Titans also got a trip to Worlds as the top seed, so maybe you could take a note from them. That being said, the Dragons maybe not going to be following exactly that note since it has been Fine OK playing this Camazotz more often than not. But Sanctified Fields plus an Earth and Fury, it's hard to argue against that 15 minutes in when you're looking at any fight in the jungle.
Yeah, that team fight is super strong for sure for the Bolts. So the Jade Dragons, they have to kind of make the choice. Do we want to try and match their team fight prowess, which is going to be difficult, up against Terra Olaron is just the top 2? Or do we want to try and just bypass the team fight entirely, try and draft pressure in the side lanes, draft pressure in mid, and just make sure that they can't get to a team fight in an even 5-on-5? That, you know, yeah, their team fight's going to be better than ours, but whenever it's time to do it, we're just going to be further ahead than they can handle. The Ganesh makes sense. It's a classic counter pickup against the Terra. And they go back to this Neath, which the Bolts had banned quite a bit up until now. So I think that, you know, going for a little bit more of an early game look just based on these 2 picks alone.
It's an interesting aspect because, like you said, you know, game 1, you get this Neath. The Bolts decide, you know what, that was a problem. Ban it out every game since then. But it was a problem alongside the Emoja and the Mercury. And then there's Zeus that gets through, or Mercury gets through, or God help you if Emoja gets through. Not something you want to deal with here. So Neath locked in there for the Dragons. Still waiting to potentially see what they'll pair it with there for the ultimate mid 3v3. Ganesh will join in, but whatever's in the jungle. Hercules, once again, is the bounce back for the Bolts. Not only a ton of damage mitigated a couple of games ago, but a really good performance in this last game as well. It feels like it just fits very well for Haddix's playstyle.
Yeah, absolutely. No reason to take that out of his hands. He's playing really well on it. I love the Freya ban. That's the obvious one here for the Bolts. You could ban Soul if you want to be worried about another magical ADC. I don't think Kronos is super playable right now, so Soul's the only other one that would make sense to me in that slot. This Neath could still go to duo, and I think do fine over there and still build the same style and find some success. It's just a matter of what they want for Hurry in that mid lane. And with the Bolts banning Soul away, that's the obvious thing that he could go to. Could go Zhong Kui, but I'm not interested in being Zhong Kui up against Terra Olaron. I feel like you're just going to get completely outscaled with how your ultimate works versus theirs. So I think this Neath is probably going to the mid lane. That means the Jade Dragons might be really physical heavy in this draft.
It is going to be something that is a little more easily countered. We've mentioned that in the past, how, like, hey, if you're fizz heavy, especially if, like, your main mid 3v3 is, all of a sudden you get a sovereignty and things start to slow down a little bit. They already had a problem with not dealing enough damage last game. Right. We'll see if that affects them here around. Soul Freya, you had mentioned that. Finrear and the Daji band away on the Dragon. So trying to slow down and isolate Lasbra a little bit more. Prior to that, we got a Gilgamesh game, we got an Osiris game, and we weren't necessarily huge fans of what we saw there. We'll see if he sticks to the Assassins here. I mean, if you're looking at this team fight-wise, they're already pretty solid. What else can slot in pretty well for what the Bolts have?
I think I just go, yep, Chiron. That's darn, I wish you would ask the question faster,
Yeah,
Gor,
I
so
needed to get it out there. I'm sorry.
I know, man. No, you know, I just think that Ven on this god looks so good. You know, you love the cleanse to get through the Ganesh cage really easily without taking the slow. You'll still take the damage in Prot Shred, but you know you won't be CC'd at all. You need some physical damage coming out of mid and something that can actually contest this Neath, assuming that's going to the mid lane. I think this Chiron pick is really, really good here for the Bolts. I like it a lot. You know, it's between that and Uller, Medusa, you know, those traditional hunters that can go mid with AMC banned, but I think that Chiron is one of Ven's better gods, specifically of the hunter pool, so I love him going to this pick.
I mean, you go back to, what was it, the beginning of Phase 2, when Chiron like really jumped up in the meta and was being played by every hunter. The Bolts were the only team that were locking it in, and Barra barely touched it. It almost always went to Vin just to make sure it was comfortable. It feels like it's going to be good here. Erlang Shin, he's been a pretty big target ban for the last few days. And he gets picked up.
Whoa.
And now the Dragons are either going to show Vin how to do it or have Vin show them the reason why it didn't work again, because they lock in a Thoth, and that is, admitted again, very low on the list of things I expected.
It is, but I like it here because it means that you can hit this Oleron from outside Sanctified Field range. That, you know, his ultimate's never going to make him better against you pretty much unless you're dashing in. So that I think that makes sense. The Erlong pick is very risky to me because I think it does not deal with Oleron super well until it does. Like, if you're ahead on Erlong, you can just beads the Sanctified Field and insta-kill the Oleron, but if you ever fall behind on Erlong Chen against this type of draft that puts a lot of pressure on your Purification beads now with this Hunbat's lock-in, I think it's going to be very difficult for Sam to stay relevant in this game if he falls behind, so early game going to be especially critical for him this time around. But, you know, I like the Thoth up against the Oleron and up against the Chiron. Those are picks that you can poke pretty well. You stay out of their effective range pretty well. The dive really isn't very good from the Olympus Bolts. They want to group up and Deathball at you. And Deathball comps usually kind of just get eaten by Thoth because he just keeps you at a distance. Hieroglyphic assaults you down. Because he's hitting so many people, it comes right back up off cooldown. Can just back up, place another wall, do it again, do it again, do it again. You know, you don't have to worry about this big dive from, you know, a Thor or a Camazotz or something like that on the other side. They're trying to play you pretty straight up and honestly. So I think that as long as Mike, Sam, and Fine can survive the initiations of this team fight, because the initiations here from the Bolts are unreal with Fear No Evil and Earth and Fury and Sanctified Field. They are tough to beat. But if that front line can stay alive and stay staunch, I think the Bolts backline, or the Dragons backline, excuse me, has a chance to be really, really tough to beat.
Now, you know, it's a good team fight for them, like you said, if they can live through that initiation. But what about this lane phase? You know, like Erlang Shin, you mentioned at level 5 might struggle anything over in the duo lane. Hunbat's, especially once he hits level 5, is going to be able to isolate people pretty well. Especially with Neath going into the duo lane, we haven't gotten to see that a whole ton. What are the matchups going to look like early on? Are the Dragons going to be able to hold on long enough?
Yeah, that's the question. I do think that the Dragons have the better laning phases overall. I mean, the Camazotz Hercules is pretty much a push, but Hercules seems to be winning that pre-5 at the very least most of the time. The Neath Ganesh up against the Oleron Terra both have pretty decent kill potential, but I'd give the push potential to the Dragons. And then Thoth versus Chiron. Chiron should be getting pressure there, but it's pretty easy for Thoth once he hits level 7 or so to keep up. So I think that Sam's going to have some pretty easy lanes to gank. Overall, duo lane looks like where I'd be going early, but you know that's where junglers can always go early and find kills, especially on a god like Erlang Shen. I think that overall this game has to go well for Sam in the early, and the front line for the Dragons is where we're going to see this game won or lost.
Well, the Bolts have to win this to push us to game number 5. If the Dragons are able to win this one, then they are going to be able to secure themselves a ticket to the SWC quarterfinals. Would love if they could end it right here. They would be ecstatic for it. We'll see if they're going to be able to, or if the Bolts are going to make this one a little bit longer in game number 4.
Olympus Bolts rolling with just a bit of momentum after game number 3. Will that momentum carry them on to a game 4 victory, which would then, of course, push us on Mifwin to a game number 5. The Jade Dragons still 1 game away from a berth in the Smite World Championships quarterfinals. The Olympus Bolts, they bring out some picks that have worked individually for them all year long. But that's not what I want to focus on, Mifflin. I don't want to focus on that at all. Stop bringing it up. What I want to talk about is the Jade Dragons and the fact that we saw Thoth get crushed earlier on. And we're going to go back to it here. Hurrywin playing the Thoth in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Aggro brought up a decent point of you're probably never going to be inside the Sanctified Fields, but it is worth noting for Thoth that time dilation affects projectiles as well. So the projectile speed of his damage is probably going to be avoidable for Barracuda throughout the majority of this game. Hurrywin.
The longest execute is a slowed down final
Oh,
judgment.
God.
Beat! Oh my God! Not an expected pin is there from Lasbra. Can you get the return kill? You got
Wait,
it.
what?
Barracuda's found one on left. Lasbra survives in mid. And the Olympus Bolts off to an incredible start here. Lasbra jumping on in. Barracuda grabs the kill on left, and it is Hurrywin who dies at level 1.
Is that allowed? All right, so I was gonna go to like a whole minute-long spiel on why Thoth is gonna look pretty good this game.
You still can.
Because I think it's going to look okay. Well, I thought it was. I don't think it will anymore. Because Hurrywin and Sam in some trouble.
No, yeah, okay, good. if that's another kill, Miff, I don't know what we're talking about for 20 minutes, right? Lasbra,
a bloodbath.
You're off to a 2-0 start. Yeah, things not looking great for the Jade Dragons. Not looking great anyway, but
not ideal.
Not the end of the world just yet. This is relentless. This
Oh my
is absurd. Hurrywin has just not been able to walk forward here in this lane. He's level 2. He's at half HP. He's already died.
Oh, nice.
And this is what we got over in the duo lane. It looks pretty simple. The walls just forced Panda Cat into an awkward spot, and he had to trade against it.
Maybe his backflip was down, or he had leveled Unravel. I'm not quite sure, because I didn't see the backflip before that point. Haddock's now surrounded. Could be in some trouble here.
Sam for Soccer jumped on as Lasbra's in. Yet again, that's already the knockback.
Oh,
that's everything
no.
Sam for Soccer's got. But
Okay.
Lasbra's got a little bit more in the tank. Final K does as well. The return kill is in.
Yikes.
We are still fighting over in the duo lane. This is relentless. The Olympus Bolts in a set where the team that has won the early game has won the game.
Yeesh.
The Olympus Bolts are bringing it in game 4.
They really are. Just aggression across the board. I don't know what happened between games 2 and 3 and now 3 to 4, but the Olympus Bolts have completely shifted their style. It's a different style of draft and play style as well. This is early game aggression through and through everywhere on the map. I mean, it's not often that every lane is thriving like they are.
Look, it's a good thing I'm actively drinking coffee, because if this game is going to keep at that pace in game 4, I'm going to need every little bit of it. Yeah, no, we'll pull back the curtain a little bit. I am drinking coffee as we speak, and I need it.
Right now?
What do you mean?
Like, how are you speaking?
This is a unique trick. I'm not going to go into any more detail. I don't want to share the trick. The Olympus Bolts, though, Miff, they've drank some coffee after a game 2 loss that the Jade Dragons rolled over them. Looked great in game 3 and off to a fantastic start here in game 4, and a lot of it spearheaded by Lasbra on this Hun Bats. 2 kills off on a start here, 3.5 minutes in, and now he's got the Fear No Evil. So that's where you have to start looking as the laning phase continues on. Is where do these Fear No Evils start to get placed to set up for some kills? You could ask the same for Sam for Soccer. He does not have the 9 turns blessing, does have pin. But it won't matter. Haddix gets to push under the tower. A second tower shot actually might have allowed Haddix to excavate and get real close to finding a kill a bit after that, but no more kills to be found.
You know, not this time, but Haddix certainly happy with how that engagement went, considering it was a 2v1, and Final K is the one who is worse for wear. I'm expecting Lasbra to start making some rotations over towards the duo lane relatively shortly. Specifically, Polar Bear Mike doesn't really have the greatest answers to Fear No Evil. You drop Dharmic Pillars, sure, but you're still feared into a wall and potentially even your own wall. So he doesn't, Lasbra really doesn't have any bad options. When your entire team is doing this well, you don't really have anywhere you can't go to gank. Maybe you don't want to rotate over towards the soul lane, because if you don't kill Final K off the initial burst of CC, he's just bad out of hell, out of anything. So keep your eyes on Hurrywin, keep your eyes on PBM. I believe those will be the targets for Lasbra, whereas Sam for Soccer, he's got to start bailing some water out of this ship soon, because it is sinking slowly But the gold lead, as it stands, very significant at the 5-minute mark.
Well, Myth, I wonder if Panda Cat starts to be a bit of a life raft here as well with the World Weaver. Not in the mid lane. We've already seen a Neath mid and the damage that Hurrywin was able to do in that game and the setup he was able to provide in that game. Obviously, a little bit more travel time for that ultimate, but still that opportunity. Looks, Haddix doesn't have beads, Lasbra doesn't have beads, Jake doesn't have beads. Maybe not perfect targets, but those are targets that that Panda Cat can help set up for if you want to snowball one of these fights.
If I see Panda Cat send an ultimate Haddix's way, I'm raising hell, man. We've seen what happens when you drop all your ultimates on Haddix on Hercules with Neath. It just did not work out for them. And I'm not sure that this is a composition that can do it either. Sure, Sanford Soccer is going to have a little bit more damage on this Erlong Shen, but the lockdown, definitely not there. Haddix's survivability certainly is there. Already has the Blackthorn Meditation available, as is his ultimate. But it does seem like it's going to be the similar style of play from this Neath. Mannequin Scepter in that first slot, immediately going down the Transcendence tree. That's going to be a Mannequin's Hidden Blade eventually, assuming that the Jade Dragons get to that point. But the Olympus Bolts, I'm sure, would love to end the game before that happens.
Yeah, I hope we're getting to that point. It's a bad look for the Jade Dragons, even to get into upgrade threshold on the starter items. It's a Greater Scorpion grouped around. Sanford Soccer wants more, though. Double taunt, double knockup. It's all hitting now for Sanford Soccer out of the jungle. The follow-up onto Laz is an immediate ultimate dropped. World Weaver over from the duo lane. Hit awesome Jake, and Lasbro's gotten his kill in the meantime. But now Venenu, he wants more in this fight. The chase down on the Hurrywin, and it is good. The Olympus Bolts have come to play. Can you smell it, Myth, when there's a game 5 around the corner if this result holds?
Crazy. First off, the World Weaver went on to Haddix, so I'm raising hell. That just can't be correct in that scenario. Final K gets clipped by the Fear No Evil, was not able to utilize those beads to escape that situation, gets immediately shut down, doesn't even get the opportunity to channel his ultimate. Now the Olympus Bolts, they are far and away ahead. They're stripping away the jungle, they're controlling the neutral farm as well. Red buff taken, 6-1, 7 minutes in,
Everyone's
7 kills
like
in the game.
1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, every single one of them. There is a legitimate argument to be made if this pace keeps up for like 2 more minutes that the Jade Dragons might legitimately want to surrender just to stop the pacing. There's something to be said about it. I'm sure they won't, but this is brutal.
And it's all with Lasbra, almost. You know, he said all the kills. I can do math, I promise. 3 kills, 2 assists, 1 short of 100% kill participation. Can you add another here, though? Final K does have Bat Out of Hell. That'd surely be a fruitless effort. Maybe just get the ultimate. But Lasbra's really turned his game around. In the games 1 and 2 that Sanford Soccer was providing most of the setup, Lasbra has started to turn this set around. And the Hunbats is hitting properly here. Hurrywin does not have beads for the next minute. Talk about Lasbra and his options. Mid lane has got to be one of the better ones.
Yeah, now he is taking his eyes towards it. Hurrywin has been able to kind of reestablish some equilibrium in mid. It's been a little while since he's been accosted, stuck inside of his tower. Hey, man, let me create intrigue, use one of your phrases. Oh, this could work.
All right. Don't never ult Haddix.
Come on.
Don't you dare.
Yeah.
Don't ult Haddix. I swear, if you ever ult Haddix, I'm going to
raise hell. Leave me alone.
You must be raising hell here, Myth. Lasbra drops the ultimate on a Sanford Soccer, but this one falls short of finding big impact for the Olympus Bolts. Sanford Soccer is able to walk away. Hurrywin, though, soloed by Ben in the mid lane. He'll return the favor after a solo kill earlier in this set went Hurrywin's way. And the Olympus Bolts needed that one. Not really, but it helps after Haddix dies over in the solo lane.
Panda Cat taking the Hunter 1v1 up against Van. Van using the giddy up to push him out, but it's Lasbra left alone. BBM goes for the dive.
Pillars are here. Final K wants to dive as well. Lasbra's surely going to fall. But can the Olympus Bolts answer back? Sanctified Field out from Barracuda. He is coming in fully stocked up and ready to go. Polar Bear Mike doesn't have much to escape this fight, and he will not. Barracuda notches one in the mid lane. And so Panda Cat grabs a kill, but Barracuda has a couple as well. Effectively, the only even lane on the map right now is Duo.
Man, that massive gap in mid is going to be stifling going forward. That is 3 levels, 3-0-2 for Ven. Hurrywin already playing what I would consider an unorthodox god. Might be one of the last times we see him this year. Thought that is, not Hurrywin. I'm sure he's going to be just fine. Gold Fury, though, not fine. That's going down.
That's brutal.
I don't like thoughts, man.
Right, I'm saying with the other insinuated.
Yeah.
Absolutely tough. No. Been just fine here for the Jade Dragons. Not in game 4, of course.
Or 3.
Or 3. But
They got some kills.
games 1 and 2. Zeus looked incredible for Hurrywind. You wonder if this holds, which the Olympus Bolts don't show much of a sign of slowing down. 3,000 gold up, 10 minutes in. If maybe we're hanging up Thoth for game number 5. I don't know if I'm reaching for that one.
Give him a second, okay? It's level 9 now. Once he gets that second relic, things could get a little bit better.
You think Jake solos Hurrywind right now in a straight up 1v1?
If they're fighting in the jungle, yeah. Yeah, I think Jake wins that fight, and I don't think it's particularly close, if I'm honest.
No.
Yeah, Hurrywind is pretty far away from the power spice that he
needs
needs.
some farm time. Needs some farm time. Panda Cat could be a bastion of hope for the Jade Dragons. 2 out of the 3 kills on the Neath, fully stacked Transcendence, Brawler's Beat Stick. But you're going to need some time to really wind up and get in that one-shot potential threshold. And so in games like this, Miff, where you find yourself down pretty far early on, are you I mean, I guess you're looking for what? Individual picks if you're the Jade Dragons? You're hoping that a World Weaver can set up a kill on a singular member of the Olympus Bolts and you can disengage?
I mean, that's one way in. You're maybe hoping for some overextensions from the Bolts as well. Like they try and get involved in Soul Lane. That could make it a little bit easier for the Jade Dragons to fight back. But individual picks could go a long way. It's just hard to do when Haddix is behind your tower.
Yeah, between Tier 1 and Tier 2 at 11 minutes. Pretty indicative of the way that this game has gone. Tier 1 gone. Haddix leaves the fray. It's another World Weaver onto Haddix.
Blocked.
Fear no evil out from Lasbra, and that sends Fine-OK running to the hills. Bat Out of Hell gets used. Some damage follows up there. On the other end, actually, very close to killing off Fine-OK. As he swooped down from the Bat Out of Hell, if nothing else, space has been bought, and so you get a Tier 1 tower in mid if you're the Bolts. You rotate over, you grab a Pyromancer. No, thank you very much. Just the way the pathing looked there for a moment, a little bit of pause that the FG might have been considered, but it's not. Panda Cat at least, Miff, able to grab a Tier 1 over on the left, the singular saving grace of the last minute or so.
Hey, he's also got a level lead over Barracuda, so that's something going forward. Maybe the Jade Dragons can return the favor to this Tier 1 here, but it's the Olympus Bolts, 12 minutes in, exactly where they were beforehand. Hurrywind dashing it aggressively, seeing if maybe he could chase out Lazra, but he cannot. Spoiler alert. Well, whatever the opposite of a spoiler is, because you've already seen it. For now, I think the Olympus Bolts... Yeah, recap alert. There's not much for the Bolts to push. They've already taken the Tier 1 mid tower, so you don't want to probably step up to a Tier 2, even if you are this far ahead. The Fury and the Pyromancer are going to be down for the near future. This could be an opportunity for the Jade Dragons to slow down the pace of this game, try and find a little bit of farm, get those secondary relics available. Sanford Soccer, Hurrywind, and Mike all sitting at level 11. Aegis going to go a long way when you're taking this much damage.
How is Mike a level ahead of Jake?
Jake hasn't been splitting as much. Mike has to sit in mid because Hurrywind is getting dove.
I guess that's true. Mike is not there. Hurrywind isn't either, but for 2 different reasons. Panda Cat.
Yikes.
You've got a lead over Barracuda, but does that last much longer? Ultimate down from Awesome Jake. Aegis used by Panda, so are the beads, and Panda Cat will survive. He's got to use everything, but he remains on the map. The Tier 1 tower in left, however, does not. The Olympus Bolts, maybe if that's all they were really concerned about, getting some of that extra gold.
Yeah, and taking both relics from Panda Cat probably feels pretty good as well. Had that not been a double Spirit Arrow, Panda Cat just falls down. Nice Dharmic Pillars from Mike to separate the engagement. But now Tier 1 mid tower gone, Tier 1 solo and duo gone as well, which means that if the Olympus Bolts, or when rather, the Olympus Bolts group up on this Oni Fury, the Jade Dragons, if they decide to show up, have nowhere to retreat to. It's essentially show up, win the fight, or show up, lose the fight and the objective.
Yep.
Best of luck playing into this deficit. Silver linings where they lie. Hurrywind has ticked
Miff, I'm getting the vibe you don't love the Jade Dragons' chances here in Game 4.
I called for the surrender 7 minutes ago.
You said if it continued on the same pace.
And it has.
It has continued on the same pace. 4,300 gold ahead are the Olympus Bolts. 14 minutes in. That is a hefty, hefty gold margin to fight up against here. Still level 11 is Awesome Jake, though. You could drop that ultimate and help your team spread out some of that damage. I wonder, again, you wonder if, Frenzy's been such a topic of conversation, if that's something PBM or Awesome Jake start to consider as they reach level 12. PBM, actually, as we've mentioned, the first one to reach that mark. So you get the idea, Myth, that the Jade Dragons at least want to be on this side of the map. The Oni Fury respawns. Needless to say, the Bolts are going to be here. We wondered how the Jade Dragons would reply. And for now, a full 5 grouping in the left side jungle is the answer.
If the Jade Dragons butt heads with the Bolts, they need to win out on the engagement because they're not escaping the fight. So the Olympus Bolts, with all the house money, are going to pull out the Oni Fury. They don't even necessarily have to tank it, trading aggro back and forth, and it's falling fast.
Fino onto the Oni Fury, but it's reset well by the Olympus Bolts. Great communication. Dharmic Pillars down, and the Bolts secure the Oni Fury nearly there by PBM. Final Judgment flies through. Doesn't get much damage there. The Olympus Bolts actually looking to disengage here. Final K kind of doing as he pleases on the Bolt side of the left side of the jungle. But the Oni Fury secured, and the Olympus Bolts not looking for the fight on the other end.
Not much to fight over right now. Fire Giant,
Pride.
not necessarily on the menu.
More
Pride.
gold.
Gold goes a long way. You already got so much of it though. They're not Scrooge. They're fine, man.
Yeah, all right. I was about to dive us into like an economic conversation,
Let's
like how much gold should people have, right? Those sorts of things. No. We're gonna stay away from that, Myth. We're gonna see.
That's dangerous.
Which is why we're gonna stay away from it. The Pyromancer is gonna spawn here shortly. At this point, look, the Olympus Bolts are the ones pulling the strings of this game. The Jade Dragons just hope that they can reply in some form. Final K uses the beads and the Bat Out of Hell, or maybe it was just the Bat Out of Hell. It was indeed just the Bat Out of Hell. Stop turning gold, it confuses me. My brain is small. He's still got beads, but does not have Bat Out of Hell. The Olympus Bolts are going to put some pressure onto Final K here on the right. May be able to convert that into a successful Pyromancer here in just a few seconds.
Could even, honestly, I'm looking at the builds now. Telkine's already for Barracuda.
Titan's Bane.
You've got Titan's Bane finished up for Ven.
Frenzy.
Yeah, maybe just
Hydras.
bypass. Yeah, let's just go to Fire Giant. I think for the Olympus.
You're
Bolts.
shot calling for the Bolts right now. Are you calling FG?
Yeah, if you guys are listening, maybe just go for the Fire Giant.
Which
Best case scenario,
they're not,
you get it.
To be clear,
they're not. Worst case scenario, the Jade Dragons show up and you probably win that team fight. I guess heat check with the Pyro. That's fine.
Right.
No way Mike's dropping any resources to try and steal that one away. Dharmic Pillars so important right now.
Well, is a fight going to get forced before Final K has that Bat Out of Hell back off of cooldown? Forced to no, but Pyromancer secured. Jade Dragons again here, they're hovering around these objectives, but not doing much in the way of trying to steal. Hurrywin does have that Final Judgment, but maybe saving that ultimate for big damage numbers in the fight, Myth, is more important than trying to steal away the Pyro.
Yeah, let's take a peek at the damage numbers as well.
Yeah, please do, Myth.
Yeah,
what are you
Hurrywin's
seeing?
sitting
Tell
at
me.
4,500.
Give me a peek into your brain.
Legitimately not that bad. 4,500. He's only about 2,000 down on Ven, and Ven is playing a much more aggressive, much further ahead character. So once Hurrywin starts to get involved, especially around this next item, Ratatouille, likely what he's looking towards in that third slot, that's going to be very nice for him. It's the exact same build that we saw on Scylla, and it wasn't doing a whole lot of damage with Scylla, so it's more so about the poke on Hurrywin right now. I'm not super confident in his ability to apply it, considering that any individual diver on the side of the Olympus Bolts can likely either TKO or straight KO him. Lasbra, Haddix, even Ven in a 1v1. I think Jake might still win that fight. Barracuda certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm looking at it. Jade Dragons, as long as they play intelligently around the siege defense and they survive the sanctified fields, that could be an opportunity for them to fight back in if Fear No Evil's also down.
Which it's not right now.
Neither is Sanctified Field.
Neither is Sanctified Field, right. Panda Cat was lining up the World Weaver for a second there. So with Fire Giant still on the map, the Olympus Bolts are going to group up over here on left. Maybe considering working down a Tier 2 tower. I suppose at this point in the game, Myth, the Bolts are considering that the Tier 2 on left less risky than going for the full-on FG pull. If we can just get this without needing the Fire Giant, we'll be in a pretty good spot. Panda Cat charges up the ult. We'll use the backflip to get out of the fray. Fear No Evil down. Panda Cat used the World Weaver and then immediately shotgunned onto Lasbra, who's able to walk away from the fight. Nonetheless, 3 ultimates down from the Jade Dragon. Fear No Evil down for the Olympus Bolt. But here's Sanctified Field. We're going to chase back in. Final K will not survive, and Barracuda, he's on his killing spree.
Hurrywin still doesn't have his beads available. Going to be 2 minutes of those come back up. We'll see if the Olympus Bolts decide to stick around and keep up that chase. They will not. Instead, reset. They've already taken down the Tier 2 tower and Final K at very little cost to themselves. Just a couple of relics off of Haddix and Lasbra. Ultimates going to be coming back up shortly. I think the Olympus Bolts, yep, reset. Still have 20 seconds left on that Camazot's respawn. I think maybe you'd head over to the Primal Fury. Who needs it? Primal Fury is only a primer for the Fire Giant.
That's right.
You just go straight there. You don't need any help. You're like too much gold ahead.
That is fantastic analysis. You are too much gold ahead, so why not pull the FG? You're not wrong, though. Look, you got to simplify it.
Yeah.
You're right.
Make it easy.
They're so far ahead, it just doesn't matter. You also have a Frenzy. There was a Jade Dragons ping on the FG, so this is known, or likely assumed by the Jade Dragons that this would be happening.
Mike has to.
And it is going quickly. Polar Bear Mike doesn't have Dharmic Pillars yet. Might come down right on the back end of the Fire Giant. The Olympus Bolts take the FG. Mike has used the Dharmic Pillars as well. Haddix could be a sacrifice here. On the back end of the fight, and the Olympus Bolts are going to let their solo laner fall to the wayside as they will get out with the Fire Giant on everyone but Haddix.
Hurrywin went for the Charon's coin, so he got some percentage pen online. Maybe just picking it up, realizing that he doesn't have very many opportunities to take fights and get gold going forward. Charon's coin a little bit cheaper on the gold department, and it works out. He does significant damage into Haddix there. The Jade Dragons, I think this might be one of their best fight potential moments. 5 versus 4.
5 versus 4, but no World Weaver, no Dharmic Pillars, no Final Judgment going into this fight. Fear no evil here for Lasbra on the other end.
Okay.
And it's the call by the Bolts that it is not worth our trouble, not worth the potential Fire Giant loss to go in and try to take down that Fury. So the Jade Dragons will get that one comfortably. Still find themselves just under 7,000 gold behind.
You didn't have to say it.
6.2K.
Oh my goodness. Hey, look, experience is only 1.2K. That's not awful, legitimately.
Okay.
Experience gap's starting to close
I
up.
appreciate you throwing a life raft in because that's necessary here at this point.
But
it's these next 2 minutes and 40 seconds, right, where the Olympus Bolts, they only have 2 tier 2 towers to work down. And so you have to imagine now that Haddix is back on the map. You got 30 seconds till Frenzy. Got to be looking at one attempt on a Phoenix, you'd think.
Yeah, I do think so, and it seems like the Olympus Bolts
at least one
also want to attempt it. They've got phenomenal siege, space control, blink in, Earthen Fury. That sets up pretty well. It doesn't have blink, actually. Walk in, Earthen Fury. You could also have Fear No Evil be the initiator. Sanctified Field is a great no-play zone. You could just drop in the middle of the Jade Dragon's Phoenix. Haddix has been incredibly tanky, and that has not changed in the last 3 or so minutes, despite him falling down. I think the Olympus Bolts are very much right to group up here.
Yeah, why not? Haddix is going to take a little bit of poke damage, though, from Hurrywin. Just positioned himself behind the wall. Fear No Evil out from Lasbra. Taunts through from Sanford Soccer, but no good. Ven! Out of his ultimate he goes, and Hurrywin has gotten the execute kill, and the Phoenix has taken literal 0 damage, and the Olympus Bolts are repelled from the left side Phoenix after losing their mid.
That was one of the best Dharmic Pillars I've ever seen. Mike dropped it on like 5 guys. Fast food chain right here from Mike from the Jade Dragons.
Look. And their burgers and fries. No way.
Hold on. Not sponsored, by the way. The Olympus Bolts try their best to try and finish off that left side Phoenix, and I agree that they were right to try and do so, but maybe staggering the engagement would have paid off a little bit more so. All of them walking in at the exact same time made it very easy for the Jade Dragons to stack up their own abilities. We saw a great ultimate from Hurrywin. Mike drops the phenomenal ultimate himself. Even Sanford Soccer is able to stop Lasbra's engage, even forcing out the Hunbots' beads with the 9 turns blessing, and the Olympus Bolts all take damage together because they're standing in like a 5-unit square.
They're too much gold ahead. They're standing in a square. I appreciate that, Miff. You're keeping it nice and simple for me.
5 Guys reference?
No, you're right. 5. All their burgers and fries are there. 5 guys on the map for both of these two teams. Still pretty early in this game, so we're far away from the enhanced Fire Giant. The Olympus Bolts will only have 30 seconds left on the current FG. Not much more to be done. Maybe you put some pressure on one of these tier 2 towers that's still standing. But that probably instills a little bit of confidence, doesn't it, Mifflin, that the Jade Dragons underneath the first Phoenix Siege of the game, able to lose literal 0 HP on the bird. They immediately delete Venenu, and the Phoenix loses almost no health, and the Jade Dragons, they won't roll the dice. And the tier 2 tower on right, if I'm remembering correctly, will be the sole objective knockdown of the Fire Giant for the Olympus Bolts.
And now they can reset and spend the next minute establishing ward dominance around the Fire Giant pit. I think the Jade Dragon's in a much better position this time around to try and put up a defense around the Fire Giant. 5,000 gold, 25 minutes in is a lot less impactful than 5,000 gold was at like the 12-minute mark, and that's exactly where the Olympus Bolts were. The Jade Dragon's doing a great job of putting a Band-Aid on this bleed out. So, now, definitely has potential to show up around the fire, but even then, I think it's more so about the steal potential than it is the actual engagement.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, and that's what you look at Hurrywin for. The final judgment from range keeps things interesting. A Soul Reaver is a good power spike for Hurry out of the mid lane. Ven hits a pretty good one, though, as well. He's got Heartseeker. And the big pivot, remember, when we saw Hurrywin playing this Neath earlier on, was that Hidden Blade. And PandaCat has now upgraded the starter item to the Hidden Blade. And he's got Titan's Bane on the back end of the fight as well. Or on the back end of the build as well. And so PandaCat's got some great targets here with these World Weavers. And depending on how those connect and where they connect, the positioning of who they connect on, can tilt these fights despite a big gold lead for the Olympus Bolts.
This might be wild speculation and completely out of pocket, but
Probably is. It's you, right?
If PandaCat goes for Rune-Forged Hammer in that 6th slot, Mannequin's Hidden Blade applies a slow. That slow applies before the 20% HP shred. Then Runeforged will proc immediately. You've got 20% additional pen from Titan's Bane.
Okay.
The passive of Runeforged is 20% straight up more damage. That could help out a lot with the one-shot build and some survivability. The stats on Runeforged, giving him a little bit of a health infusion, would help out a lot with Lazarus Dive. Could be a potential item that he's looking towards.
If it's a Runeforged, I'll buy you lunch for a week. Taunt in from Haddix, or on to Haddix. World Weaver there, but doesn't do much damage. Final K was around the backside of the Olympus Bolts this entire time. Bat out of hell. Now used by the Jade Dragons. It's only Hurry and Mike who still have their ultimates, but Lazarus still has his on the re-engage. Mike is rooted in place, and he is killed by Venenu. The grouping from the Jade Dragons is good, but it's a disengage. The Olympus Bolts, they still have got everyone, but their health might just be too low to confirm this Fire Giant. There's still poke. There's still kill potential from the Jade Dragons just because of the health bars.
Barracuda and Jake both have healing to keep you up and available, so that's exactly what the Olympus Bolts are looking for, just trying their best to regen a little bit before this fight starts off in earnest yet again. And the Jade Dragons, they're not in a position where they can step forward and stop this from happening. And taking a peek at their relics as well, they probably don't want to walk into an actual fight. So Hurrywin being Thoth is pretty ideal. You could stand further away than the Olympus Bolts can return fire from and try and slow down some of that heal.
Must have been an incredible Fear No Evil from Lasbra that got Fino's, Sam's, and Hurrywin's beads all in conjunction with one another. So those won't be down for this Fire Giant. And the FG down to half, way below half. It was burning quickly. The Jade Dragons baited in just a little bit. Sanford Soccer dueling with Haddix over on the left. The first round of ultimates back off of cooldown after the initial fight, but Sanford Soccer was left alone on right. Venenu grabs that kill. There's a respawn back from base here for the Jade Dragons as PBM is back in the fight.
Man, Hurrywin is dealing so much damage right now. Fear No Evil, the wall connects with Mike, but only Mike.
But the Fire Giant is still so low. Awesome Jake will pop his ultimate yet again. Hurrywin looking for the final judgment. The Olympus Bolts take down the FG, but there's going to be another sacrifice. 0 clean Fire Giant so far this game. The Bolts will get it again, but 45 seconds of the buff will be wasted waiting for Awesome Jake to respawn.
But what can the Jade Dragons do to close up that gap? Primal Fury, a pretty decent target. You're not really looking for it for the passive, but the golden experience certainly going to go a long way here. The Jade Dragons effectively have slowed down the push, as you said, for about 40 seconds. So the Olympus Bolts have to wait it out, and that allows the Jade Dragons to start looking towards some of those 6-item slots, get those relics back and available. Only 40 seconds until every single one of their beads is ready for the next engagement. And having maintained at least one tier 2 tower throughout that last Fire Giant siege should buy you another 15 to 20 seconds. The Olympus Bolts,
let me ask you a question.
It's not a foregone conclusion. Yeah, go for it.
Are you nervous for the Olympus Bolts right now?
A little bit, yeah.
I'm nervous for the Olympus Bolts right now.
I'm more nervous for me.
Why?
Because if the Jade Dragons win, 21 minutes ago I said surrender.
To be fair, the game looked
real bad.
It looked surrender territory 21 minutes ago. And I say I'm nervous for the Bolts, not by any sort of analysis, just by gut feeling. Where the last couple of fights, they've gotten the opening kill, but the Fire Giants haven't been super clean. The last Fire Giant siege, they got nothing done.
Squashed on the Phoenix.
They got a tier 2 tower on right. And so I say I'm nervous because the advantage has been there, but the fallout from that advantage hasn't been quite as hefty as you might expect. And the experience leads. The experience is gone, right? If anything, the Jade Dragons have one now. Mike is one level ahead of Jake. Everyone else is level 20. Still that gold, though. Fully 6-slotted is Lasbra. Sanford Soccer missing a 6. You know, those are the sorts of things you still look at.
And Well, you got to remember how the last Phoenix Siege defense went. It was a 5 guys ultimate from PBM that completely stops the Olympus Bolts. You can't rely on that every single time. Keep your eye on Lasbra, though, hovering around the edge of the fight. He's looking for that blink engage with the Fear No Evil, likely looking for Hurrywin as well. Hurrywin has been doing a lot of damage in these fights.
This is what PandaCat's been doing, just sitting way back, charging the World Weaver, waiting for someone from the Bolts to disengage. You imagine the shot calling just has PandaCat waiting to be told who to throw that ultimate onto, and then everyone from the Jade Dragons piles on. It's hit Haddix a couple of times, hasn't done the massive burst damage you're hoping for.
They gave up.
The Olympus Bolts back away. And so, Myth, you wonder if this is the style of game. There's still 1 minute and 15 seconds left on this Fire Giant buff. This is the type of game where the Bolts are going to have to win a fight around the Fire Giant in order to win the game, because they have just not been able to get it done. Another, I don't even know if you call that a siege, but another kind of wandering around the Phoenix goes without a single tick of damage hitting the left side Phoenix.
Hurrywin's just sitting super far away, and Haddix is trying to initiate, but he loses out on like half of his HP to 3 rotations of Hurrywin's abilities. Lasbra can't really find the opportunity to blink ult in, but he can find the opportunity to finish off a tier 2 tower.
45 seconds.
Maybe a 4-1 split. That is one way to slow down the Jade Dragons. Hurrywin can't be both places at once. So now he has to shift his attention more so over toward the left-hand side and maybe even potentially expose himself to Lasbra.
Haddix has got Fine OK and Sanford Soccer in mid, but there's no equal push from the Olympus Bolts on the left side. You've got 25 seconds left on the FG buff. And it looks like Reset is on the verge of being called. Barracuda was channeling his back, did not go through with it. Lasbra hovering just behind the wall here. Awesome Jake walks in, drops one of the pillars. You got 10 seconds left on your Fire Giant buff. Are we really about to fight when it's about to fall off? It looks like the Bolts say no as they back off.
Man, the Jade Dragons defense is super annoying, all right? If you engage in earnest on the Olympus Bolts, you're getting locked in place by Dharmic Pillars, and that's if you're able to get through that iron wall of artillery damage that is Hurrywin right now, sitting nearly at the top of the charts. This is very difficult for the Olympus Bolts to siege into. I think eventually you just have to, like, all in. You have to roll the dice. Say, all right, guys, let's blink in there. Let's pull out the Fear No Evil. Let's force some beads. Let's sacrifice some lives. The Olympus Bolts are looking for the clean siege, and I don't think they're going to get it. It's going to have to be dirty. You're going to have to trade a couple of your teammates for it. But I think that the longer they wait, the more opportunities like this, where they allow the Jade Dragons to stall out this game, the less and less the gold matters. I mean, you're still sitting at like 8,000 gold in the lead. Who cares? I don't care anymore. We're already starting to approach 6 items across the board for the Jade Dragons.
Myth. Hold me, I'm scared. I'm nervous right now.
For the Bolts?
Thank God the AC is pumping in here, because I'd be sweaty otherwise. Yeah, I'm nervous, man. The Bolts have, and this is just by nature of the ebbs and flows of this game. The Bolts, they got me all confident at game 5. I'm nervous because I'm not so sure. The Jade Dragons, I'm excited because of the turnaround potential of this game. What a story it would be if the Jade Dragons go down as big as they did early and survive 2 Fire Giants from the Olympus Bolts. This is enhanced, a slightly larger advantage for the team that is able to secure this one. Every active in the game ready to go. Every ultimate in the game ready to go as both of these teams group up around the enhanced Fire Giant. The Jade Dragons have kept themselves in this matchup. 1 team fight win away from the Smite World Championship quarterfinals if you're the Dragons. If you're the Bolts, a game 5 against the Dragons with a team fight win. But the Fire Giant has taken forever to get pulled up to this point. Still slow by the Olympus Bolts. And the longer we dance around here, the more this poke damage is whittling down the health bars.
Hurrywin's in a different zip code, man. Is this allowed? It's the Dragons in first.
And it's Sanford Soccer who is taunted 2. Haddix walks back. Lasbra alone in the back line with Hurrywin. Lasbra gets the 1v4 kill. Finally, a World Weaver from PandaCat finds its way in the back, but it's only Lasbra who goes down. The chase is on. The Olympus Bolts, they smell victory. PandaCat, you gotta chase them down. The beads get used, so the stun does not connect, but the damage sure is there. The Olympus Bolts, they smell blood in the water. They smell game 5. PandaCat, backflips away from danger. The Bolts not concerned about the enhanced fire giant. They want to push this 4v3 right down the mid lane.
They're grouped up on the Phoenix, and without Hurrywin, that's the best line of defense for the Jade Dragons gone. Can Final K, Sam for Soccer, and Panda Cat do it on their own?
Oh, that's big. On to Final K, but they're not able to delete the Kamazats. Not just yet. Venenu still dealing damage, but he is losing a lot of his HP. In the meantime, Sam for Soccer goes back in, and he's able to grab one. Now it's Final K and Panda Cat up against 3 members of the Olympus Bolts. Awesome Jake's health bar slightly low. Panda Cat, he's got a full build there, and the Olympus Bolts will walk out of the base.
No way they stick around for that one. The respawns were already there. Panda Cat, you know, there's nothing he does here. That's intimidation factor. Look, the Olympus Bolts play that team fight so incredibly well. The very moment that the Jade Dragons engage around the Fire Giant, what happens? Lazarus says, oh word, finally, you're not all 5 stacked on top of Hurrywin, blinks past the entirety of the Jade Dragons and nearly finished off Hurrywin on his own. I believe it was a little bit extra damage from Ven over the wall that helps out.
We're not going to end the game on a team fight around an Oni Fury, surely,
No,
right? That's
no
not
shot.
how this is going to go. World Weaver onto Awesome Jake. Fear No Evil down. Oni Fury destroyed by the Olympus Bolts, but it's Dharmic Pillars from Polar Bear Mike into the sanctified field of Barracuda. Final Judgment takes some nice damage, and you're right, Myth. The game will not end on a fight around the Oni Fury, but Oni Fire minions for the Olympus Bolts will be working down the mid lane.
All right, so now the Jade Dragons do have to contend with a poorer map state on this next Fire Giant defense, but it's not worst case scenarios.
Fire Giant's still there.
Yeah, it's still there. It's enhanced, by the way. It's been enhanced for a while.
We never went back to it.
Okay, Fire Minion Waves in mid. That should be pretty easy to deal with, especially when you've got a guy like Thoth on your team. 6 items, very nearly finished for just about everybody. It just is Awesome Jake on the side of the Olympus Bolts trying to finish off his, and just about everyone else on the Jade Dragons, except for Final K, trying to finish off theirs as well.
Whoa.
Speaking of Final K,
Fino!
yikes!
Oh no, Fino! Barracuda gets the opening kill. The Olympus Bolts have a massive advantage now. The Kamazats, MIA, Sam for Soccer, joins his teammate in the grave. PBM alone with both of the carries now. You got a tank and you got some damage. Maybe that's all you need. But the Olympus Bolts will not turn back for the enhanced Fire Giant. Lasbra walks in. Silence from Mike. Might just save his teammates, but I'm not sure he'll be able to save his own life. Dharmic Pillars, decent enough to save his life. Final Judgment right down Main Street. Get some good damage.
Lasbra dropped low. They still have to walk through Hurrywin, and that is no small task. The Olympus Bolts licking their wounds, healing up in the center of the map, and it's just Hurrywin standing between them.
You might just have to push it here. The Bolts have gotten nothing done on their sieges. This is maybe your best opportunity to end the game, to push us onto a game 5. But Hurrywin, he's got big damage, but the Bolts have it as well. They group up around the Jade Dragons.
Hold on!
Panda Cat's gotten the opening kill. The Olympus Bolts, the health bar's melting.
Whoa!
Unreal triple for Panda. Doesn't matter. Bolts send us to game 5.
What is with us, man? And these reverse sweep sets. Yeah, somebody grab the broom. Quick, the camera's not on us just yet. Good stuff, Dave. This is nice.
You pulled back the curtain and we didn't even have to.
I thought the camera was, but it was on the winners, the Olympus Bolts. Look, the Jade Dragons had nearly insurmountable odds throughout the early game. Remember back to minute 3 when the Olympus Bolts got first blood in mid. There was a duo lane kill as well, and I think even Final K died in solo, but it didn't matter because the Jade Dragons somehow were able, thank you very much, to hold on to their base for just long enough to get this game to a nearly even state.
Is that the we need to come to consensus on what a reverse sweep looks like. Is it the direction of the sweep or the direction you're facing? Or the way you're holding the...
You want my back to the camera.
I don't know. Myth and I are going to discuss what a reverse sweep looks like. It could look like a Bolts win here in Game 5. You cannot miss it. I swear to God, if you miss it, I'm going to yell at you personally. Game 5 coming up next.
I might miss it.
That's right, we're in a Game 5 scenario. One of these teams is going to make it to the Smite World Championship after this game, guaranteed. I can promise that, as much as I can promise that we have some brilliant, beautiful new merchandise for you. In the event that you want to root for a team specifically at Worlds, we have Championship Edition merchandise, hrz.io/allcaps SWC merch. All of that last bit needs to be in capitals. Of course, you can get your favorite team's jersey in the black and gold. Jersey's not your style. We got joggers. And, of course, we've got a mouse pad for the championship. All the team's logos. And, of course, in that beautiful black and gold with the Smite World Championship written all across it. All of it is available at shop.smiteproleague.com or hrz.io/SWC merch, which will take you directly there. Either way, you're going to be able to get some beautiful black and gold merchandise, root for your favorite teams in just 3 quick weeks. It will genuinely fly by faster than you think, and the SWC will be kicking off. And one of these two teams is going to be there. Maybe both of them, depending on how Sunday goes, but at least one of them will be. It's just taking a little while to figure out who, Aggro. The Bolts have pushed us all the way to Game 5.
I feel like our reverse sweep potential frequency has gone way up this year. The teams have gone up 2-0 and then lost the next 2 way more often.
Realistically, you roll it back, SK Gaming kind of ruined it for everybody. Like,
I
they
guess so.
started off the trend, and then PK continued the trend, and now everybody just gets some reverse.
Yeah, they all think it's cool, but look, I mean, this game, I think, is brought to you by this guy. Lasbra just had so many big plays in this game. I mean, the kill in mid for First Blood. How many 3 to 4 man Fear No Evils did we see from him in this game? And really team fight turning moments. I was really impressed with Lasbra in this game. Thought he was an absolutely huge factor in this game. And here is the end from Barracuda's perspective. I want to see if Herwind, where this evade and punish goes, because that was a great Aegis from Hurry. This was really close, man. And remember, if the Jade Dragons defend here, they win the game. They could have very easily marched it down and gotten that Titan killed.
Ooh, if there's another
close.
Body in front of Barra there,
I know
that Titan doesn't die.
That is so close, man. You can see the guys just locked in.
Watch Barra's camp.
Yeah, yeah. He's like, ooh, not even close, baby. He knew he had it the whole time. An unbelievable game there from the Bolts, but I think you got to give a lot of credit to the Dragons because this game should have been over really early.
Yeah.
Like the Bolts were off to a great start. They were behind in every lane, but Herwin's Thoth in the late game and the early game was abysmal, but that's kind of Thoth. In the late game, it was fantastic. He was consistently hitting that poke like we were talking about here on the desk and making it very difficult. Panda was able to survive a lot of engagements that you feel like he had no business surviving, had a great escape on that left-hand side in between his Tier 1 and Tier 2. The Dragons stuck around, but I think that ultimately it came down to Lasbra having too many good Fear No Evils, and this Erlong Shen for Sam just not able to be effective, and it's because of the picks that the Bolts had. Erlong is one of these characters that feels like he can do things that no other character can. He's got 3 CCs that don't DR one another. He's crazy. But he has a lot of bad matchups, and he really struggles into certain gods, and whenever he starts to fall behind, that CC just doesn't. He doesn't live long enough to get that CC off, and he doesn't deal any damage alongside that CC. And you can have games like that where Sam looks very ineffective during it. So Erlong Shen is one of those types of gods that, by nature, is kind of feast or famine, and definitely wasn't feast in that game.
And one thing I think that stood out to me, at least, because we talked a lot, and especially early on, I heard the casters mentioning it a ton, where it's like, okay, so for some reason we're attacking Haddix again, and it continues to go through. You look at, roughly similar damage between the Hercules and the Camazotz. 40,000 damage mitigated, separated between the two of them. A lot more from the Hercules, where Haddix was able to survive through a lot. Picks and Bans game number 5. Dragons are your first pick team. Hell, Amuz and Cobb, and then a god that starts with O. It was Olarun for the longest time. Odin was last game. We'll see how they try to change things up. Umoja Mercury, Zeus were the bans for the Bolts last time around. So far, at least the top 2 of those are still the same.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with another AMC ban here for the Jade Dragons. Olarun instead, which is interesting. I still think that maybe I'd consider banning AMC, though your first pick now, and Hurry's looked good on that god.
Yeah.
I don't see why you couldn't first pick it. Force them to take something like Freya in order to deny it from you, but you could always get Soul on the back end. So you're guaranteed to get a Magical Hunter that is good, even with the Olarun ban. I don't mind this adjustment whatsoever. And the Bolts may be trying to tempt them by leaving Mercury open, but decide not to. So, yeah, I think if I'm the Jade Dragons, you know, the Camazotz has looked good, but not unbeatable. These last few games, the Bolts did have an opportunity to take the Camazotz first pick in Game 2 of this set and chose not to. And I like this call. AMC first pick here.
It is not often we get into a meta where AMC first pick is viable, let alone something that could win a game.
Well, AMC is only either first pickable or unplayable.
Yeah.
Those are the only two. Those are AMC's two states, and we are in the latter.
Well, good
Or
news
the
for the
former.
Dragons.
The former.
Yeah, the former. He's first pickable, and he's doing pretty well so far. We saw what the Bolts were able to do with him just yesterday. Now it'll be potentially Heroin, although Panda Cat does love this pick as well. So depending on how the draft shakes out, they can always flex around something like that. Camazotz and Terra, which treated Jake pretty well last time around. And notably, you know, when I think of the Leviathans right now are a good example of it. Whenever Emoja's gone, Terra's a good way to go to. Camazotz Terra, who cares about that? They played it last game. Let's instead talk about this Mulan, because it's something the Dragons love. And it's, again, one of the only teams, if not the only team, that really plays it.
You know, we were talking earlier, like, does Camazotz lose any lane matchups? He might lose this one. Mulan has enough damage and sustain that I could see Mulan winning this lane matchup. I'm not a solo lane expert by any means, but how quickly they locked it and all that kind of stuff. And if you aren't coming in with a game plan for what am I playing against Kama in lane, then you're not doing your job very well. So I have to imagine that the Jade Dragons like this matchup. I like the Fenrir pick right away. Make sure that Lasra gets an impact god that can really shut down this AMC. Of course, Stinger's going to be a problem for him, but Stinger's a problem for everyone. So you're just going to have to take that L whenever it comes across. So I like this Fenrir pick quite a bit for him. And then the Freya ban makes a ton of sense. And like you said, this very easily could be AMC duo that Panda Cat does really like this pickup. But I love the Terra selection here from Jake, and I think that makes AMC a little bit less attractive there in that duo lane, because that lane is long, and it's very easy to just get rooted by the Terra and die for it.
We did see it was Freya Soul last time around with the Ola run already off the chopping block, so that'll be potentially another way to isolate some of the Bolts. Force Panda Cat into something different. We'll see what he ends up playing. I mean, Heimdall, Danzaburo, things that he really likes playing. Of course, a lot of fallbacks, although not necessarily as popular over the last week of play as we've seen in the past. Discordia was the ban from the Dragons. The Bolts end up going for none of the magical ones that I had anticipated. Go for the Neath. And then Medusa will be taken out of the game as well. So a lot of hunters that have disappeared and a couple of mid shots over there towards Vin. But he played the Chiron last time.
Yeah.
Granted, they don't have a magical carry here for specifically Bara, but Soul Chiron is not an uncommon duo for the Bolts.
Yeah, you could just go Soul here if you're the Bolts and give that over the Bara, and I don't think the Jade Dragons are going to take Chiron away from you, so you still end up getting both of those and feeling pretty good about it. Hachi's the other one that you expect to see whenever a lot of hunters are taken off the board. They're giving Ven that final pick. Ven has played a lot of mages. Chiron was his only hunter pick of the set. Otherwise, it's been Merlin, Thoth, and Discordia. So maybe we see him go back to that traditional mage tap.
Everything so far. No, I'm pointing at you, Dave. Not at all. Stay over there. You're casting. Hang out. You got to chill out for a game 5, man. Nobody can hear him. I don't know why.
No one can. Yeah,
I
don't know why you're talking to
as
him.
though he was going to talk to me. No, he's
I'm right here, Gore.
Yeah.
You can talk to me.
You know, we were chatting. We've been chatting for 4 games. I haven't got to chat for 4 games.
Yeah, and you're sick of it. I get it. I get it.
Well, hey, Hachiman is pretty standard overall. Same thing for Fenrir, Terra, and Camazotz. All of this has been pretty much par for the course for the Bolts. Is the Dragons that instead can change up the pace of their gameplay.
So I think Zhang is obviously on my mind for what Hurry could play. I mean, that's been his pick that he's gone to. I think that with Khepri, it's very good. I don't love it against Terra, but it's not horrible because he's root immune during the ultimate. He's not horrible against Fenrir.
I forgot about him.
Yeah, I think that this is fine here for Hurry, and it goes more into that team fight sort of mentality that they've had to really go for. In Susano for Sam, I was really curious about what Sam was going to take. I was thinking a Willix is a possibility between the Fenrir on the other side, the Camazotz both having leaps, and then Mulan having a knock-up. I was thinking maybe a Willix if they wanted to go more early game. But this draft is interesting because typically in Smite, it's easiest to generate mid pressure and then spread that pressure throughout the map because you can easily get to all the buffs. But what the Jade Dragons have done with this draft is that they've established pressure on their side lanes. AMC Khepri is insane clear, and then Mulan is going to get pressure over in solo. They're not going to have pressure in mid most likely because Zhang isn't very good early game at clearing the wave or fighting. Susano kind of the same way. So they're trying to transition their pressure from side lanes into the mid lane, and that isn't always as simple to do.
Yeah. Well, I will say the Khepri, because it stands out to me the most. Notably, I mentioned how it was like such a big deal during the Phase 3 playoffs.
Yeah.
One of the most banned gods that we had during that event, but still won virtually all of his games. Only lost one during that weekend, so it was very important for them. Feels like it should be a good pickup here for the Dragons. You just made a face at this TMI. You do not like it.
No, it's fine. I mean, it's not the early game sort of pressure that I thought the Bolts might be going for. But I think it can fit. You know, it scales pretty well into the late game. It's not a great matchup against Zhang, but it's also not horrible. Like, he can really easily chase your jump, but then even after he chases your jump, you're still kind of tanky. So it's not the end of the world that he's able to stay on top of you like that. So I think that this is a fine pick here for Venenu. I was expecting something a little bit more pressure heavy, but with Discordia banned, you know, that's a pick that we know he likes. The Merlin didn't look very good.
Yeah.
The Thoth didn't look very good, and Thoth isn't a matchup that I really like against Zhang anyways, so I think the Tiamat is very okay.
They really missed the memo, right? I mean, this is like a qualifier, very important matchup for him. It's not a World's Finals, but like this is where you're supposed to lock in Poseidon.
Ah, true. And then lose for it right away.
Well,
yeah.
and they have like
And then
one of the
instantly
worst
lose.
like Krakens that anyone
Of all
could
time.
remember,
Right.
and it's everyone's eyes are on it because it's a finals. Oh man, unfortunate. Well, we're not going to see that one though. The Camazotz, the Terra. I mean, it feels like they've got a lot of carry potential here, and especially if they get into some Team 5 phases, the Bolts are going to be able to do fine. But the Dragons have dragon picks is the only way I can describe it. Like every single thing on their composition. AMC you can argue about like being the top of their role. Khepri is in that conversation in Guardians. But realistically, I look at this and I think, yeah, that is very much the Jade Dragons. Where is their ultimate win condition? Like are they playing through this Mulan? Is it all on the AMC or where do they focus that?
Yeah, I think that overall the Jade Dragons game plan is going to be to deathball. Like, they're just going to group up. They're going to be one big mass, and they got some big boys there with the Khepri and the Zhangqi, and they're just going to run at you. And their composition is very low range, is what I'm seeing here from the Jade Dragons. Whereas the Bolts, they've got Tiamat, one of the longer range mages that can do a lot of the stuff that she wants to do from a distance. How well can the Bolts kind of tether off the damage from the Jade Dragons? But as far as game plan goes, I think it's going to be all about these side lanes. Which side lane is going to be easier for Sam to gank? Which side lane is going to be able to get more invades off? That's going to be the name of the game, and making sure that Whirlwind isn't getting ganked too much in mid. That Mike is there to keep him alive and maybe help him rotate some of these fights a little bit later and clean up.
Feels like there's going to be a little bit of a balancing out of how much can Sam and Mike do to alleviate what Lazra did, especially after that last game. We will see who is going to Worlds. Game number 5. It's the Bolts, it's the Dragons. Let's find out.
We've already got one reverse sweep already this week. Do we have another one in Game 5 between the Bolts and the Dragons? Dragons came to play in Games 1 and 2. Bolts came to play in 3 and 4. Hopefully we get both here in Game 5. One more time, Dolson, Mifflin, and Doug. I got you, Doug. We'll be bringing you the fun between the Jade Dragons and the Olympus Bolts Worlds quarterfinals. One game for the Worlds quarterfinals. Of course, a chance. I don't want to undercut the tone. A chance for the loser to still make it there. But you'd love to just get it done right here and right now. And in a moment with that level of pressure, Mifflin, the Jade Dragons go to Mulan, Susano, Zhangqi, and AMC. I leave out Khepri because maybe the most standard out of the whole team comp.
It is a very Jade Dragons composition, isn't it? With their back against the wall, they decide pressure, and maybe a little bit of team fight with a Zhangqi going a little bit forward into the game. I'm expecting a highly contentious early game, especially considering Lazra back on that Fenrir will likely want to try and throw his weight around while Sanford Soccer is still working on his scaling. Soul Lane all of a sudden has got a fair deal of kill potential, I'd say, since Final K is playing the premier lane bully. But taking a peek at the relic selection for the Jade Dragons.
Are we worried about Ragnarok, you think, Miff?
I think so. A little monotonous. 5 beads.
Yeah, all 5 of the Jade Dragons got beads. Because think about think about what turned this set around, right? It was Lasbra on Fenrir, ulting PBM, who didn't have beads on the Circuit that game, on cooldown every single time. And so you can burn the beads and still get Ragnarok, but you'd at least like to have the beads on the first attempt, right? And so the Jade Dragons will not diversify their relic choices, but will unify the risk as awesome Jake pulled in here with PBM. There's some body blocks maybe around the corner. A jump over the wall from Lasbra. Brutalize. Yes, please. Olympus Bolts first blood on the cringe gank from the cringe gank king himself. Lasbra makes his way to duo lane at level 2.
What a blast from the past, man. Only Lasbra.
It hasn't happened in a while.
With everything on the line in a game 5 says, you know where I should be at level 2? Probably the duo lane, and he was right. He nets first blood for Barracuda, who has been playing phenomenally today and now has a massive gold advantage going forward. But this could be a double-edged sword. If Pandacat's able to clear wave before PBM gets back, well, that's a lot of farm for AMC.
Is it a single-edged sword now that you've lost your beats for the bolts?
I think it's just a dub for the bolts at this point.
No, right. I mean, I appreciate you throwing a life raft to the Jade Dragons. Like, maybe there's a world where Pandacat gets a level lead or something here. No, now he's also lost his beads. So the duo lane of the Jade Dragons don't have beads for at least 103 seconds. What is that, Myth? A minute and 40 seconds? Thank you very much for the answer.
Yeah, no problem.
And so Lasbra at level 3. I don't know. I'm not going to try to do the math on how long it'll take him to get to 5. But if you really want to min-max your moment, less time than beads, there you go. So maybe a chance for Lasbra to head on over to the duo lane. Won't have his blink, though, for a minute. But that'll be up instead of beads. I don't know. We're setting up a scenario here where maybe Laz can push this lead over on the left side with the ultimate, with the blink, all coming off cooldown. But I think, Miff, we do need to talk a bit about the solo lane here. Final K up against Haddix. Mulan up against the Camazotz. Camazotz has been a lane bully, a game carry here throughout this week in qualifiers. Mulan has not been a pick we've seen, but maybe holds a similar mantle.
Yeah, I think that the fight very much favors Mulan in the lane. Haddix really not under much threat of death right now. With Bat Out of Hell finally coming up, he's ticked over to level 5, so all of a sudden Final K has lost a whole lot of his skill potential, but that doesn't mean that Haddix won't be stuck exactly where you see him, forced to use his meditation in his own tower as well. But as far as headed back to base in a body bag, I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, no, likely not. Maybe with a little pressure from either of these junglers. So Lasbra will tick over to level 5 here momentarily. Mike maybe at slightly less of a threat. Mike is also level 4. Once he gets to level 5, you know, really the opportunity is starting to get mitigated for an immediate return gank from Lasbra. Doesn't mean it can't happen if PBM and Pandacat start to overextend in that lane. But we've talked plenty about Lasbra for good reason. He showed up at level 2 in the duo lane. Sanford Soccer on this Susano Myth, I think, carries a certain level of weight with it when you talk about expectations. Similar to the Mercury, you know what you're going to get, or what the ceiling is, and maybe even what the floor is for Sanford Soccer on a pick like this.
They want Panda.
Maybe they do want Panda. 25 seconds on the beads for Pandacat, but Hurry Wind is here.
This is gross. They're just hovering.
Purple buff's about to look, Pandacat's going to walk right into this. Are they going to stay in time? Does he know?
He spotted him.
Oh, he dropped
the hive over the wall.
Unlucky. He spotted him with the hive over the wall, and the mentality of Pandacat, smart enough, that would have almost certainly been another kill for the Olympus Bolts, but empty-handed on the re-engage attempt.
Man, that game sense is ridiculous.
Oh, I'm walking over to purple and waiting for it to respawn.
I'm literally currently in the shop thinking about my next purchase as I wait to respawn, man. That is a nice heads-up play for Pandacat, able to maintain his life and get his beads back and available. So Jade Dragons find some equilibrium yet again. All their relics available to them. So Lasbra gonna have to work a little bit harder if he wants to engage these fights with Ragnarok. Speaking of Lasbra, though, unorthodox build. He said, I'm going to be initiator. I'll just go for Blackthorn before I finish the Jotun. So he's got Shillelagh in that second slot. This is going to help him out with survivability, but CDR is going to take a little bit longer now with this style of build.
Yep. So the Ragnarok slightly fewer and further between. I haven't seen much from Sanford Soccer, as if we've seen much from any players this game, but is this the threshold, Myth? You're the 6-minute mark. You're starting to wind up a little bit. Do you expect to see Sam start to scrap here over the next couple minutes?
Maybe looking for counter ganks. I'm not sure how strong his initiation is, especially around the mid lane. Aggro broke it down pretty well on the desk, saying that the side lanes are really where the Jade Dragons are going to try and play through, and I think now specifically just the duo lane, considering Haddix has got the get out of jail free card that is bad out of hell.
And likely won't need it. Still sustain up here in this lane. But Lasber and Sam for Soccer, they're both here. A little bit of damage from Sam onto Laz, but he'll jump away. Haddix takes some damage and a bit of the ultimate from Final K. Holds on to the bat out of hell, so that's a win for Haddix there in that lane. If Final K was headed back to base here shortly anyway, then no biggie. But Miff, there's been so much going on in other lanes on this map. Attempted ganks, first bloods. We haven't talked about this Jean Queen. We might need to right now. Hurrywin's got to burn the beads. Sam for Soccer is in behind Ven, who also has beads. Will not get used. He'll jump out instead. Both mid laners receive a little bit of pressure.
Earthen Fury expended by Jay, realizing had Sam for Soccer teleported to his mark, would have likely killed Ven in exchange for his own life, but that option is removed by that burst of healing that Terra's ultimate provides, so the Jade Dragons played a little bit slower in the middle of the map. Ven holds on to his beads, Hurrywin does not. Lazarus playing Fenrir, and he's got Ragnarok, and, well, that means that he's got a pretty decent target to start looking towards as well. Hurrywin likely going to spend the next 2 minutes inside of his tower, if I had to guess.
Maybe not by any choice of his own, right? It's just the way that the game has flowed. And then you wonder, you know, how this Zhong Kui starts to take a hold here in this game. You're a bit behind in your early game right now. You got Divine Ruin. You're going to get some decent damage online with whatever the artifact item you're purchasing is. Are your eyes just later on in the game here, just Zhong Kui, you want to build up enough at this point where you're not super concerned with the game as it stands? What you want to be able to do is W key in a few minutes, 10 minutes time maybe.
I think that once he ticks over to 12, that's going to be a good opportunity. Right now, not so much.
Maybe not at level 9 when you still don't have beads, but Hurrywin does walk
Good
forward
abduct.
here into Venenu. Abduct is out for Polar Bear Mike. There's also a Scarab's Blessing, and there it is, onto Hurrywin. Can Hurrywin buy enough time, though? Can the Jade Dragons collapse back into this fight?
Wow.
3-man Typhoon from Sam for Soccer, but Scarab's Blessing is gone, and so is Hurrywin's health bar. Bat out of hell from Haddix finds its way under the tier 1 tower, but the last swoop used as a disengage.
The Olympus Bolts grouped up as 5 early on. Barracuda making the rotation to confirm the kill onto Hurrywin, and Haddix is here as well, making sure that nobody on the Jade Dragons can feel comfortable inside of their tier 1 mid tower. Pandacat a little bit slow on his own rotation, does not get there in time to make an impact. And it is the Olympus Bolts who come out ahead in the engagement, put a little bit of damage into the tier 1 of mid, and I mean a little bit. It's barely reflected even on the map, and establish vision control around the Gold Fury.
Pandacat has beads. Won't use them on the initial route, won't use them on the stun. Awesome Jake will toss out the ultimate, but Sam for Soccer, he's on a rotation into the duel lane here. Pulls Awesome Jake back in. Jade Dragons desperately need a kill here, and they'll get one. Pandacats receive pressure, but he will turn it back tenfold. Awesome Jake falls, and the Jade Dragons officially on the board.
Well, there's your silver lining on the Jade Dragons. Sam for Soccer finally getting involved at the 9-minute mark and has a slight level advantage over Lazra, who has just now ticked over to 9. This Susano is your stopgap measure. He's your bridge into the mid to late game, and he's going to create some space for Hurrywin. It seems like the Jade Dragons still very willing to play with some confidence, are able to invade that red buff as well. Keep your eyes on them, though. The beads finally back available, which means the Jade Dragons have the opportunity to play aggressive.
Yep, they do. I'm still just waiting for these rotations out from the solo lane, Miff, because we've seen what Camazotz can do plenty over the course of this week on the mid to late game rotations in. Looks like Haddix considering a Transcendence, which we've seen as a pretty popular second item on the Camazotz solo pick. But Final K as well, because we've seen instances of Mulan doing so well on rotations out of lane over the course of Season 8. Haven't seen it here in a little while. But you feel like it synergizes pretty well with Final K's playstyle. So maybe, Miff, we're looking at Gold Fury, we're looking at Pyromancer as an opportunity for these solos to get involved.
Yeah, Final K is dealing a lot of damage right now. If he closes gap onto Ven or Barracuda, even Lasbra, none of them are winning the 1v1 up against them. Mystical Mail already finished up, so yellow damage certainly there, as well as a good deal of defense. It's really up to Ven to zone out Final K with damage once he does decide to rotate out. Whereas on the other end, Haddix has got a different mentality for how he would like to play, and it's, I'm going to go in and I'm going to try and one-shot somebody. Transcendence in the second slot for the Camazotz. It's going to take a little while to stack up. None so far, but I think around the time he finishes stacking, it's going to kind of coincide with around the time he decides to start rotating as well.
Would be a good power spike. Will be a good power spike for Haddix. Awesome Jake is throwing out the Earthen Furies at will. Gold Fury is low here by the Jade Dragons. Who cares about a kill lead if you've got the objective, Polar Bear Mike? Uses the Scarab's Blessing onto himself, but there's Final K in the back line.
Okay.
There's Hurrywind doing the last bit of damage, and Final K on the disengage with the Mulan. The Jade Dragons show up around the Fury. They will get it, and a kill to go.
The Olympus Bolts don't have left, or much left rather, to chase this one out, so they just have to watch as the Jade Dragons reset back to base. That was a dangerous Gold Fury call.
It was.
There was everybody hovering nearby. The steal potential was there. Unchained from Lasbra has got similar burst damage to what the Jade Dragons were using to confirm, but luckily for the Dragons, it goes their way, and Lasbra goes back to base in a body bag.
In a body bag, but the Pyromancer will be joining Laz, who's now headed back from base. So the Olympus Bolts at least able to get an objective, shrink up that gold lead just a little bit. It was actually close to 2K, a little bit over 1,000, so my math completely wrong, but
hey, not completely.
Has
That's
shrunk
half.
down back to about 400 or 500 here, so about having that gold lead. So the Olympus Boltsmith now in a position where the early game had gone pretty well. You get a couple quick kills, but now the Jade Dragon starting to dictate pace a little bit further. That was the first rotation from the solo laners, and Final K very impactful in the back. Can a tier 1 tower get taken down 12 minutes in? Final K would sure like to think so. Haddock's a bit low here, but no further push from Fino and PBM, sensing maybe a rotation out from the Bolts.
That tower's been dropped low enough now that you might as well qualify it as down. Final K, once left alone with Haddock, should be able to finish it off, but he's not left alone. He's surrounded.
Final K's got his ultimate. Be able to cancel it out, but he's brought right back into the awaiting arms of the Olympus Bolts. Final K does not have his beads, and the burst damage takes too long to fly in. They have not killed off Final K, not just yet. The stun is there on the back end. Double knockup from Sanford Soccer with the Typhoon. Will keep things interesting, but the Olympus Bolts finally grab this kill, but that has allowed time for Hurrywind to rotate through.
Haddock still has Bat Out of Hell, and it will be forced out. Does not want to get pulled back in by Sanford Soccer, and the Olympus Bolts, similarly to what we saw on the left side of the map, are able to disengage after finding their pick. Final K was just a couple seconds away from receiving that Scarab's Blessing, but PBM's cooldowns just a little bit too long.
And needs a little bit extra CDR, has the Relic Dagger already. Fall with PBM's build C. What he elects is the proper route as the rest of the game unfolds. Both supports going Thieves early, no surprise there. Similar ideas in the Hunter builds here as well. Both Crusher, both Aussie. Looks like both Wind Demon after that. Still a 1-level lead though for Panda Cat over there in the duo lane. Nothing that will really worry Barracuda, who's got a couple of kills. But come rotation time, could be an impactful lead. And I think Hurrywind starting to hit an important point here, Miff, when you talk about level 12, around that area. Rod of Tahuti, an expensive second item, but it is completed now. And so the Zhongqi starts to hit a bit of a power spike. Panic Hat takes a lot of damage. Beads on the back end. Barracuda nearly gets a solo kill from Panic Hat. He wants to turn it around on his own. Aegis is there. Stinger is out as well. But Panic Hat locked in place. No honor with Barracuda. The rest of the Bolts are there, and they will put down Panda.
You can see Panda Cat scratching his head saying, man, you know what? I had him. He was dead, but certainly not when he's surrounded by 4 of his own teammates. And PBM, you knew they were there, walks in alone, but only able to take a little bit of his HP bar.
I know where I am.
Yeah, I'm fine. And I got Sanford Soccer in the wings.
This is a 4 versus 3. There's going to be a numbers advantage if the rest of the Bolts can rotate through. Earthen Fury down from Awesome Jake. Lasbra in. That's not where he wants to be. There's a knock on the other side. It was a 1-kill advantage, but no more. The Olympus Bolts drop 1, and it's Lasbra on the back end. A bit of an overstay. And these Typhoons, Smith, that one only hits 1. But we've seen a 2-man Typhoon already, a 3-man Typhoon already. Sanford Soccer already starting to hit his mark on this pick.
Man, the Susano has looked very good for him. He's initiating a lot of these fights. He's counter-ganking incredibly well. He's everywhere the Olympus Bolts don't want him to be, and that's including their own red buff. Then, forced back to base, he cleared out the bat camps, realizing that Jade Dragons were hovering nearby, and they want to keep up the pressure. Tier 1 mid tower? Yeah, that's theirs. The Jade Dragons stripped this one away. This could open up the door towards the Primal Fury as that respawns in just under a minute, or even the Pyromancer as that one's coming back up. Panda Cat, despite falling, well, he's still about just even with Barracuda.
Yep, healing is an important question here in this game, Miff. Of course, when you have Hurrywind on the Zhongqi, you've got a Terra. Final K's got a little bit in that kit as well. So Brawler's Beat Stick for Sanford Soccer, mentioned the Divine Ruin for Hurrywind. And also, once we start looking at anti-heal on the other side, it's going to be important to notice the Pythag's piece. Haddocks, can you get into the Bat Out of Hell? Yes, he can. Ultimate use, though, by Final K. Then you look at the flip side, Miff. You got Sustain in the kit of this Camazotz. You've got a Terra. You're going to have some life steal for Barracuda there as well. So you're starting to see just a bit of itemization into that anti-heal. Feels a little bit more so, though, for the Jade Dragons right now. And Ankh picked up a Divine Ruin, a a Brawler's Beat Stick, a Contagion for Fino K. All of it centered around mitigating that healing.
I would say the Cursed Onk finds value if you're playing against Terra on her own, but you're also playing against a double meditation composition, right? The Olympus Bolts are going to be proccing the passive of that Cursed Onk in just about every single fight.
This fight is critical here, Mifflin, with how close that this game is. A big
sweeping
sweeping fight changes the face of the game for the next 5-6 minutes. Primal Fury is up, and it is full HP. That's what we're fighting over on this side of the map. Hurrywin's ult is down. Important to look at there, but so is Earthen Fury. Bat out of hell, about to be back up. Got a full 5 rotation over to the Fury. But it looks like the Jade Dragons playing a bit more cautiously, though you could say the same about the Bolts as the Dragons walk forward.
Yeah, Hurrywin has released his spirit, so he's lost a good deal of his damage mitigation, wants to stack that back up by sucking the souls out of some of these minions. Look, I just think that as of now, the Jade Dragons are in a position where they can take fights. They would love to take any engagement that they can, but it's all revolving around 2 cooldowns. It's Hurrywin's ult and PBMs.
Yep. Same for Soccer. His ult has been impactful as well, but I agree with you there, Mifflin. Those are the 2 ultimates you got to look at as far as walking in and being able to walk out alive. Watch out for this Mulan. Fine, okay. Could rotate around the backside of the Olympus Bolts. Ven has both of his actives. Barracuda does as well, but that won't stop a Mulan. Polar Bear Mike puts an abduct onto Haddix, who's up here for some reason. Bat out of hell is going to have to get used, and used it was. The Olympus Bolts hovering around the Primal Fury that was down beneath half HP. This is disoriented from the Olympus Bolts. Individual members going in on one side or the other, but it's right back to the Primal Fury. Go the Jade Dragons, a separation of big health bars. Fino K and Hurrywin walking forward. Primal Fury low. How much are you willing to risk if you're the Olympus Bolts to steal it away? And
wow!
Because the Primal Fury gets taken, but you need to get out of the fight alive on the back end, and Fino K's got other thoughts in mind as Awesome Jake running away from the ult.
Jean-Qui's ultimate comes back up, as does the Jade Dragon's potential to take an engagement. Haddix falls down, but he'd already made the hero play. Screech stealing away that Primal Fury feels very nice for the Olympus Bolts and keeps this game at dead even. What was that, 100 gold? Like a couple hundred experience as well. 18 minutes in. The Jade Dragons and the Olympus Bolts have kept this set incredibly interesting all 5 games, and they're going to keep it going for the next probably 10 minutes or so. There's not much left on the map to separate these 2 teams. Pyromancer, that's a paltry sum.
Yeah, Miff, now I'm nervous for a totally different reason. It's because both teams are making me nervous. Neither team with a massive lead. But we're going to do it all over again around the Pyromancer. Oh, no!
Wow!
Solo, the Scarab's Blessing is perfect. And Panda Cat gets the kill onto Lasbro. The Scarab's Blessing gets used, though, by Polar Bear Mike. Jade Dragons get the Pyromancer. Are you going to get a kill onto Awesome Jake as well? Yes, you will. Lasbro and Jake go down for a Pyro.
Are they going to go to the Fire Giant as well? The Jade Dragons are grouped up as 5. No. It's just Sam for Soccer who's low HP, but it will be a reset. 30 seconds left on Awesome Jake's respawn. We're 19 minutes in. I think the Jade Dragons could reset and just walk straight to the Fire Giant, at least force a fight from the Olympus Bolts. There's going to be a moment here where if the Dragons do pull it, the Bolts are going to have to defend at a huge numbers disadvantage. You've got eyes on Ven in mid. San for Soccer should be able to cut off the rotation. Pinged out is Ven's positioning. Wow. Yeah, that's a pull.
Good thought there, Mifflin. As there is a separation by the Jade Dragons. All 5 members of the Dragons around the FG. The respawns are out from the Bolts, but you got to factor in travel time here. Haddix,
you good?
He is taken low by Fine. Okay, he has Bat out of hell, but he's not going to use it. Mounted Archery also used by Barracuda. It's all disengaged from the Olympus Bolts on the backside of this fight as the Fire Giant continues to get worked on. Now Venenu is low. Everyone from the Bolts is losing their life right now. Finally, Lasbra is able to turn around the kill on a Sam for Soccer, but the Dragons have been on the FG the entire time. Mike, be careful, my friend. You don't have Scarab's Blessing, and you are low. The Bolts may be able to find a big
stun.
Massive stun in from Laz, but there is no follow-up, and Hurrywin puts him down.
Panda Cat picks his stinger back up. The Olympus Bolts have to think twice if they want to stick around in this fight. Jake uses both dashes. Now you're stuck.
Oh, no, the walls are there, but they put him in his grave. Fino K grabs the kill, and Barra and Haddix, the last 2 alive. It looked like for a moment the Bolts were going to grab some big kills, but it's only Sam who goes down, and the Jade Dragons, we thought it was even, but now it's anything but.
Man, the Olympus Bolts in the last 2 games, their team fight was airtight. There was no chance for the Jade Dragons to find these free picks, but what happens in that fight? Sam for Soccer essentially solos out Lasbro with the help of a Scarab's Blessing to not trade out his own. We see Awesome Jake going in desynced with the rest of his team. Haddix dropped down to 10% HP before the Fire Giant is even legitimately pulled by the Jade Dragons. The Olympus Bolts seem to have lost a little bit of their focus, and You can't do that. Not in a Game 5 situation, not against a veteran team like the Jade Dragons. They will punish you for every centimeter you step out of line.
And what a difference, like, 2 minutes makes.
That's wild.
We're even into a 4,000 gold lead now for the Jade Dragons. 3,500. I'll throw a little love to the Bolts. 4,500 though in the experience department. And this is a massive shift now in this game. And Sanford Soccer has really come alive in the kills department. Lasbro's looked for engages, but just hasn't been there. 1 and 4 on the Fenrir. A polar opposite game from what we saw in game number 3 that gave the Bolts a chance at this reverse sweep. That still could happen. But you got an uphill battle. As Hurrywind at 4-1 and 4 as well has started to turn around his set. The dominoes are falling in the right direction right now for the Jade Dragons to take this in game 5.
Uh-oh.
Haddix finds an engage on the Final K here in mid. There's a stun onto the Mulan as well. You don't want to lose your soul laner, not one aggressive like Final K has been, but it looks like he'll be just fine.
Yeah, he should be able to resustain with his kit as well. Fire Giant going to go a long way to keep him topped off. Meanwhile, Hurrywind trusted Final K. Everybody else from the Jade Dragons rotated in like, hey, bud, you good? But Hurrywind keeps up that push with Panda Cat and is able to take out that tier 2 tower. Do the Jade Dragons want the Phoenix now? There's so many towers left you can take easily.
There are a lot of towers left. Is this an area where the Olympus Bolts can punish the Jade Dragons? Are the Jade Dragons doing too much? We're waiting for another minion wave. We're going to give this one a go. That Phoenix has already taken a lot of damage. If the damage finds its way in, it's good. Double stun from Laz on the backside, but yet again, there's no follow-up. Haddix is abducted. He is stunned, and he is in the bat out of hell. Mike uses the Scarab's Blessing on himself. Might be a small win for the Bolts if you can get into the fountain and get back, but this Phoenix is low.
Final K and Panda Cat still have their ultimates available, and the Olympus Bolts have used just about every single one of theirs. Still have the Ragnarok, and beads are down on Mike. That could be a target.
Good engage from Jake. Good engage from Sanford Soccer. Hurrywind is deleted. Awesome Jake. Ragnarok desperately searching for someone to gobble up, but nobody is there on the other side. The Phoenix still stands, but the health bars starting to whittle down just a little bit for the Jade Dragons. The Olympus Bolts stand strong.
45 seconds left on this Fire Giant. Lasbra forced back to base here. Mike dropped low.
Sanford Soccer, he goes in, but he's alone. Final K is here as well, but he is down to half HP. The juggling of aggro here, masterful from the Jade Dragons. But now back from base comes Lasbra. Does not have Ragnarok, does not have the health to continue, and the Jade Dragons refuse to back away. Until now they've realized this is a fruitless effort.
Hurrywind knows he's only got 20 seconds left with his fire. The rest of his teammates dropped incredibly low. The frontliners, well, they tanked the Phoenix. I think the majority of Final K and PBM's HP lost to that bird, and there was nothing for them to finish off. Oni Fury, though, nice consolation prize, and Fire Giant going to be spawning in just under a minute. The Jade Dragons now find themselves with a comfortable gold lead. They've got a map state advantage. Everybody's looking very strong. 9 out of 10 affected kills by Hurrywind. 5, 1, and 4. And he's hit a massive power spike Soul Reaver. Finished off. His burst damage is there.
Been no answer for Hurrywind just yet. So you're hoping that at some point down the stretch here for the Olympus Bolts, you're able to find an answer. You wonder if anti-heal needs to be a more important topic of conversation around this Zhang Kui, because that has been difficult to lock down. And so we'll see if the Bolts start to itemize in that direction. Interesting route, though, here from Lasbra. So he sold off his starter item and completed a mask 24 minutes into the game.
Yeah, he don't do damage anymore. he doesn't take a lot of damage, but he doesn't do much damage either. Yeah, 15% less damage taken, but he also heals less and does a lot less. So that means that Lasbra has fully committed himself to the kind of facilitator role. He's looking for Ragnarok, and that's it.
We're an Oatbot, baby. All right. Because think about it. Under the Phoenix, Lasbra had walked forward after coming back from base. And immediately died.
Yep.
Or he stayed alive, but his health bar effectively was keeping him out of the fight. So maybe it makes sense here. Lasbra, he needs the ability to walk into one of these fights and find a target. Unfortunately, a couple of the priority targets still have their beads. In 15 seconds, both of the carries will have their beads back. One of them will. Panda Cat will be 15 seconds behind that. But the Jade Dragons slow playing this one a bit. Back in base is Lasbra. What direction does he go? Onto the left side, Phoenix. That could be the go button here for the Jade Dragons once they see the jungler.
Yeah, not super easy for Lasbra to clear that wave, by the way. It's an enhanced wave, and he's got Lono's mask.
Yeah.
I guess he thinks that the Phoenix should be able to defend itself, so he doesn't want to show himself on the map and give the Jade Dragons the opportunity to start pushing their way in. So good internal calculus from Lasbra, realizing that his Phoenix is strong enough, and he doesn't give that advantage.
You think that's an immediate pull from the Dragons?
100%.
Yeah.
100% immediate pull. But instead now they have to play hesitantly and wait for the Olympus Bolts to show exactly where they all are. Now, the Jade Dragons in a very good position. All their relics still available, all their ultimates up as well. They pull the fire.
And Sanford Soccer's got the bubble as well. It's going to be so hard to get one of these targets locked down. Lasbro jumps into the back line, but a rare miss on the stun from the Fenrir. But some good damage numbers out. But Awesome Jake has been so quick to throw down these Earthen Furies. And the Jade Dragons will just wait for it to time out and back off. One big ultimate down. Stinger's gone from Panda Cat as well, but Earthen Fury, such an important ultimate for the Bolts, has gone missing.
Massive team fight tool loss. Now, you're already lacking damage because of Lazar's build. You've lost some burst now from Earthen Fury going down as well, but doesn't look like it. Hurry's hurt.
Whoa, Sam's got a double pull here. Venanu loses half of his health bar with just a slight engagement from Sam. That's enough to just make Ven think twice. All right, guys, we're a little bit too far forward. Let's go back to the other side of the Fire Giant pit for the time being and try to reset this game. 27 minutes into the game, 3 minutes away from the enhanced Fire Giant. Jade Dragons behind early, but have roared back in commanding position. 3K ahead of the Olympus Bolts here in a winner-take-all Game 5 Smite World Championship quarterfinals on the line. Loser moves on to face the winner of one of our matchups tomorrow. But the Jade Dragons would love to avoid that. Haddix would love to avoid dying out here. Bad out of hell will help him. There's a double stun from Lasbra, and he gobbles up Hurrywind, but brings him right into the rest of the team. The Olympus Bolts are now running from the target that Lasbra brought to their doorstep. Awesome Jake will fall as well. Lasbra, Ven, and Barra, the last three alive.
You fools! This is exactly where I want to be, screams the back line of the Jade Dragons as they shut down Haddix and Awesome Jake. Sure, you're able to reposition them, Lasbra. Sure, you don't take a lot of damage. Your teammates do. Jake does. Haddix does. And they are shut down. Fire Giant now on all 5 members of the Jade Dragons and only 2 Tier 2 towers standing between them and the exposed birds of the Olympus Bolts. Lasbra, limping around the jungle, has not had an opportunity to make his way back to base just yet. The damage output of the Olympus Bolts needs to be focused because they do not have a lot of damage to play with. So if they are trying to kill any individual target, all 5 members of the Chaos team need to agree on who that target is, and that has not been the case in the last 28 minutes.
Right, I mean, Lasbra Ragnarok Hurrywind, who then got placed down inside the Olympus Bolts team, and there was no damage at the end of that fight for Hurrywind. There's been no answer for this Zhang Kui at 5-1 and 6. Outside of an early death early on in this game, the Olympus Bolts have just not had an answer for it. Barracuda starting to get underway, or not starting, getting close to being finished with his build here. Some crit down the stretch. Ven has got some great burst damage in his build. But it's just not been applied consistently enough here. Bolts will not contest around this Primal Fury. Maybe there is some confidence myth for the Olympus Bolts, the way that last Phoenix defense went. You at least made the Jade Dragons think twice about how they wanted to walk in, so maybe you're feeling a little bit more confident in your ability.
I'm crazy me that you think that's them thinking twice. I think that's the Jade Dragon saying, hey, thanks. I was really having a hard time trying to figure out how to get into your back line, so this was way easier for me. Under the Phoenix. Okay. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Best case scenario is Lasbra delivering a hyper carry to his back line. Well, it better not be Hurrywind, I guess. And anybody else. Yeah. Lasbra with that Ragnarok ultimate. Tier 2 tower in mid, stripped away as the Jade Dragons start to work their way down the duo and center of the map. It's a split engagement. Seems like the Dragons are confident in their ability to win their ones.
Well, you know what sucks is Hurrywind is the only one without beads right now. Everyone else in the Jade Dragons still got their beads.
Hurry's like, bring me. I don't have beads. He just DM'd Lasbra. Hey, I don't have beads.
Yeah, don't have beads, by the way. Bring me into the back line, please. I'm begging you. So, what could be the final siege of this set? Will it be a reverse sweep hope still alive for the Olympus Bolts, or the Jade Dragons flip the script around in a Game 5? One more siege, one more team fight could be the difference maker, but we have seen some crazy base defenses up to this point. You cannot rule anything out between these two teams. Every relic in the game is here. Every ultimate in the game is here. Sam for soccer, he wants Haddix. Lasbra, he wants Fino-K, but Fino-K will walk out just fine. Ragnarok is gone. Polar Bear Mike takes a good bit of damage on his way in to the Phoenix, but the Kepri procking up or aggroing up this Phoenix just fine. Earthen Fury is down from Jake. Yep. And the Dragons just leave.
Yeah, okay, boys, reset. Earthen Fury's on us. Let's just go ahead, give it a bare second as Lazara's ultimate is down as well. Now the Jade Dragons re-sustain with Fire Giant. They walk back in. Luckily for the Olympus Bolts, this might be the most resilient Phoenix ever.
Sam is back in, bat out of hell, not used to escape, but used to find the backline this time from Haddix. But look at Final K is just controlling Barracuda on the end of this fight. The Phoenix finally falls, and the Jade Dragons push no further.
They can start to work their way towards the center of the map. Hurrywin drops his ultimate as a deterrent tool there, says, hey, don't keep chasing me. I'm actually a little bit squishier than I'd like. I don't want to take the fight, but in doing so, loses out on one of the best team fight abilities of the Jade Dragons. So after stripping away that left side Phoenix, they don't take away any of the Olympus Bolts' lives and instead are forced to reset. 30 seconds left on this Fire Giant is not enough for them to siege, clearly, considering, what was that, combined like 5 entire minutes trying to take out that left side Phoenix from the initial push that we saw at about the 20-minute mark. So the Jade Dragons going to go ahead and reset, get ready for yet another Fire Giant, enhanced Fire Giant this time. That means whichever team is the recipient of this buff no longer needs to concern themselves with backdoor protections. And I'm sure the Olympus Bolts would love to have that to their name, but they have not been very successful in taking neutral territory fights. If the fight erupts in the jungle, it goes the way of the Dragons.
It sure does. Maybe something the Olympus Bolts can hang their hat on, Myth, is Ven here. You're going to send a whole lot of Tiamat minions down the left side of the map. That'll at least slow down the fire minion push. That'll allow you to show a little bit more face around the FG that's spawning up in 45 seconds. And so some space created, at least here by the Olympus Bolts. And you got plenty of time to rotate through the Fire Giant. You know, the Jade Dragons aren't doing anything funky just yet, so you can push out that wave a little bit further if you'd like, if you're the Olympus Bolts. But the question still, you know, it's the same, Myth. Everyone on the Dragons has just died once. You know, burst damage, the full-on engage onto a Ragnarok target still might just be the issue because Hurrywind outside of that early kill has just been untouched. He's got 22,000 damage here in this game. That cluster at the top of Jade Dragons on the damage charts outside of Ven, who's put together a fantastic damage game on the Tiamat, has just been too overwhelming. The Jade Dragons have just had too much.
And speaking of the single target selection of the Olympus Bolts, even if Lazara does pick up the Ragnarok, well, sure, you can beads it. If you pick up Hurry when he's killing your team, if you pick up anybody else, they either beads it because there's not a whole lot of threat on the side of the Olympus Bolts to strip away that relic, or, barring all of that, all 5 beads are down, and it's not Hurry in his mouth, you still have Scarab's Blessing to save your life.
Yeah, you're right. There's a lot for the Bolts to work through here. The opposite style of composition I want to play against when dealing damage is my issue. I don't want to kill anyone twice. I can't even kill him once.
Yeah, me either, man.
You know, we're working through beads. We're working through a freaking Zhang Kui. Now there's a Scarab's Blessing on the other side. Are you kidding me? This is aggravating for the Olympus Bolts. You know, a crazy play is what this team needs. Though you're going into this Fire Giant fight, maybe feeling a little bit better. All eyes on Venenu. He is full build on this Tiamat. Late game Tiamat, better believe there's lots of damage to be done. Fire minions grouping up on the left side of the map. They will eventually find their way into the Titan room. Final K has lost half of his HP. That's the most positive health trade we've seen from the Bolts in a little while.
Yeah, Lazara jumped in and stunned him and did maybe half of one of the individual blips, 50 damage, onto Final K, and Final K was not able to connect the bow shot onto him, so Lazara walks out of there.
No chance.
On his own.
I refuse. No chance.
Okay, go on.
Fire minions. I swear.
Yeah, you better not.
Right, yeah, please, go back. But the problem is now this is going to give the Jade Dragons the advantage numbers-wise around
here's the
this
pull.
enhanced Fire Giant.
And there it is.
And the Fire Giant gets pulled by the Jade Dragons the moment that Haddix goes back to base. Is there a miracle play to be had by the Olympus Bolts? Lasbra on the other side of this Fire Giant pit. This can delay the game. It's not going to win you the game, but it'll give you the opportunity to win it later on if you are the Olympus Bolts. Sanford Sucker is low. How is this happening? How are the Olympus Bolts finding this much damage? Lasbro's on the opposite side of this engagement. Stinger is down, but the Olympus Bolts have done you one better. They're in a 4v5, and they have pushed the Jade Dragons off the FG.
Yeah, Lazarus just like walking around the edge of this team fight saying, hey, wouldn't it be crazy if you guys gone on me? Please go on me instead of the Fire Giant. And, well, he does pull the attention of Panda Cat away just for a moment. Haddix forced back to base yet again to defend his own Phoenix. And that opens up the door for the Fire Giant. Enhanced, by the way, 35 minutes in.
It's a repull. The Olympus Bolts reset for Lasbra. You got Haddix still over on the left side of the map. It was a perfect juggling of aggro from the Olympus Bolts just a moment ago. You're going to have to do it again because your solo laner's over on the left side of the map. The Fire Giant, this is slow though. The Jade Dragon's not fully committing to it just yet. Barracuda is low on the backside of this fight, but Final K chunking down some damage as well. Now the Fire Giant committed on. Can Lasbro make a play? No, he cannot. The Jade Dragons get the enhanced fire giant, and Lasbro will die in the pit as well. And the Olympus Bolts, they gotta leave.
Sanford Soccer forces out Barracuda's ultimate a little bit earlier on in this engagement, so all of a sudden Hachiman is looking like a great target for the Jade Dragons. They don't need to concern themselves with crossing gap all the way to the left side of the map. They can just push here on the right. Tier 2 tower used to be there, if you'd believe me, falls down incredibly fast. And the Jade Dragons, they don't need minions. Backdoor protection's not an issue.
It's just been a brutal game for the engage of the Olympus Bolts.
See ya.
1-5 for Laz, 0-5 for Jake. That's your engage. That's it. If you're the Olympus Bolts, and it is not, they're 1-10 combined. You can't ignore the assists across the board, but it's just not been there for the Olympus Bolts. The Jade Dragons walk in with an enhanced fire giant into the Olympus Bolts base. Fino K soloing out Barracuda under the eye of 3 members of the Olympus Bolts. Panda Cat taking some big damage numbers here from Haddix. It's bad out of hell. Will take a little bit down as well. Right side Phoenix gone. Mid lane Phoenix gone. All eyes over onto the left.
Panda Cat's going to resustain all the way back to full HP once he auto-attacks a minion twice, thanks to that Death's Embrace. So right and center Phoenixes have been taken. The Olympus Bolts have committed a lot of resources to scaring the Jade Dragons out of their base, and they are successful in doing so. The Dragons go ahead and reset all the way back to the Oni Fury. Going to get some enhanced minions working through the entirety of the map. Why play it quick? Why leave it up to Risk? 37 minutes into Game 5 to stamp your ticket to Worlds. The Jade Dragons are not going to leave it up to chance. Instead, reset completely, finish up their builds, get some potions of power, pick up some additional wards to group up to stop the very last Phoenix remaining for the Olympus Bolts. This next team fight very well could be the last.
I mean, you're right, Mifflin. Why risk it? We talked to Fino K before the set started. And he said, look, we take our chances against any team here in this group. Even if we lose, we've got another shot, and we're feeling confident in our abilities to beat one of the 2 teams that could be at the end of this tournament. But that's like if we have to, right? You want to?
I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I want to go to Worlds right now. I want to be there right now. I don't want to deal with that. And so why push the envelope if you don't have to? This is such a commanding lead for the Jade Dragons, and you still got 1 minute and 40 seconds. This has been such an eventful enhanced fire giant, so impactful for the Jade Dragons. You've got so much time left on it. And the Olympus Bolts haven't shown you the ability to defend their Phoenixes.
They have not. Haddix dropped down to 50% before the fight even starts. The Jade Dragons playing with a whole lot of time and a whole lot of map pressure as the center and right lanes have started to push their way towards the Olympus Bolts side of the map. The Jade Dragons finally regrouped as 5, should be ready to put up a defense. Seems like Lazaro wants to go defend mid, but the second he does, the Jade Dragons are going to know, and they're going to engage.
Olympus Bolts have roared back in this set, but they've got to make some magic happen here towards the end. But how many times have we seen this story? Oh,
okay.
Soccer is deleted. That is the most positive play we've seen from the Olympus Bolts in like 20 minutes. They get a kill onto Sanford Soccer. They have a 4v5 under their left side Phoenix, but is the 1-man advantage enough?
Barracuda sinking some good damage into PBM, is able to force the Jade Dragons out of their fountain again, but where is Lazarus? He's defending.
Well, Fino K
wow.
down Barra. Big kill on the back line of the fight. And Mulan sends her regards. Fino K says bye-bye, Barra. Hurry with the double kill. The Jade Dragons reverse sweep will not happen today. They might lose Game 3. They might lose Game 4. They will win Game 5, and we'll see you in quarters.
Let that be a lesson to everyone. Nobody beats the Jade Dragons 3 times in a row. You can see the energy on Mike. These guys are excited to move on.
Look, this is what you play all year for. You play all year. Of course you want to win Phase 1. You want to win Phase 2.
That would be nice, yeah.
You'd love to win Phase 3.
Can they do that?
But the Smite World Championship is
well,
what all of these teams have their mind on all year long. And the Jade Dragons have moved themselves one step closer to realizing that moment. It has got to be a weight off of the shoulders of these teams, favored or not, right? Favored or not going into this week, being the top seed in this group or not. It is a weight off your shoulders to now not have to worry about it. In 3 weeks, they'll be playing their first game at Worlds.
Man, what an exciting set, too. You can never accuse either of these two teams of having a boring match, right? These guys push every single game the distance. I think the shortest game was, 28 minutes? Otherwise, they were all going at least half an hour. Goes all 5, but the Jade Dragons, with mental resilience that you cannot scoff at, are able to crush the reverse sweep. The Olympus Bolts storyline, it would have been cool. With the Jade Dragons, they want to win.
What am I thinking about here? If I'm Sleekness or the Valkyries, I'm very nervous to play against this Olympus Bolts team because the amount of fight And back-end resilience from the Bolts here
thank you.
is making me a little bit nervous. Bolts nearly get the reverse sweep. The Jade Dragons stand strong. Game 5 and the set and the Smite World Championship quarterfinals. Onto the Jade Dragons. We will take a break. When we come back, Desk will break it down.
The Jade Dragons wild ride takes 5 games to get there, but at the end of the day, they're going at least to the World Championship quarterfinals. They've guaranteed their trip there. They're going to have a lot of fun doing so. But it takes them 5 games to get there. It's Gormizer, it's Aggro for one last time. One last breakdown of the day. The Dragons are the ones that get to stand on top this time around. Although there were some moments, especially in the early game, it was bouncing back and forth. Honestly, even at the end there were some moments where it's like, okay, wait a minute.
Yeah.
It seemed like the Bolts had a lot of fight in them. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to do it today.
Yeah, every fight it felt like, okay, the Dragons are winning it, but only by a little bit. But they have won it, and they've got a Fire Giant. They're going to left side Phoenix, and they're not grabbing it because their siege just wasn't very good. Yeah. There was such a low-range composition that it was very difficult to get in and actually be able to break the base of that siege. But, man, what a game this was. I thought that the duo lane played so well from the Jade Dragons. Mike and Panda Cat, I mean, come Worlds time, you have to expect that these guys are going to step up, and they really, really have. The hurry on the Jean Kui was really good. Sam made the Susano work. I mean, Panda Cat's basically like doing the corner lean, like he's playing Rainbow Six or something like that, coming around the corner with that stinger and making it work really, really well. I felt like the front line from the Jade Dragons was able to do so much in this game. They baited out this Terra ultimate over and over and over again. I don't think Jake really had a super impactful Earth and Fury, for the last 30 minutes of the game. They were just able to play around it too well.
I will say, it feels a little bad. I know we watched a lot of Panda Cat highlights in there, but at least one of those plays, the thing I was watching was the 6 save that came from Mike. And
yes.
Panda Cat got the kill afterward, but that was one of those moments that really helped push them forward and escalate the fight the way they needed it to. Of course, the Bolts still have their opportunity on Sunday, and there's a lot to be talked about there, and we'll talk about it a little bit later. Right now, we get to highlight what was that? It was a 9.0 KDA for Panda Cat. You see Heroin 7, 1, and 7 on this Zhang Kui. And, of course, Final K has a pretty decent Mulan game throughout this one as well.
Game.
2, 1, and 10. It just feels like everything finally clicked there after a rough game 3 and 4 to get things going back for them. And now they get to do exactly what the Leviathans are doing, right? They get to watch the rest of groups. They get to start prepping everything in their notebooks, looking specifically forward towards Worlds and figuring out what's going to be going on there. And I feel like they learned a lot this set. This is a great opener and a great way to then be able to not only earn your ticket because you won, but then sit on this for a couple of weeks and figure out what this patch has in store for you when you are on the big stage.
Yeah, 2 things stand out to me after looking at that post-game stat screen, and it's number 1, that Sam puts out 25,000 damage, Lazar only puts out 8. Obviously, Fenrir is going to have a difficult time dealing damage, but that's still a pretty big difference in player damage. The other thing is that Jade Dragons comp that is going to be all in your face. They have, like, no range at all, and the only way for them to fight is going to be all grouped up right on top of you. Only 6 deaths in 40 minutes. That is crazy.
It's kind of wild.
And says a lot in particular about how Mike played on that Kepri, giving that damage reduction on the 2, rezzing the right targets, using the shell, that kind of stuff. It was a really big game from him.
Well, they made sure to put on a really good show and, of course, earn their spot to the Smite World Championship. We can go ahead and ignore what we're saying about it. We can go see what Panda Cat has to say about this win.
Panda Cat ADC for the Jade Dragons and Reverse Sweep Denier standing by with me for the post-game interview. Panda, what does a win like this kind of tell you about your team? You go up 2-0, gets pushed to 5 games, you're able to stay mentally strong down the stretch.
It just shows that we're prepared to take the sets the long run, and we're ready to go to all 5 games every set. Some trolling involved, so some of the losses weren't too bad because we trolled a little bit. So it was like, okay, let's just reset. But I'm just proud of the team. We stuck in it. We stuck in it mentally and physically, and we just played it out.
Talk to me about the pacing of the duo lane in this set. And maybe this is just my inexperience with SPL level play. Felt like there was little extra in that lane. Felt like there was more scrapping, more 1v1 attempts. Did you feel that way throughout this set, or business as usual?
I don't think there's many 1v1 attempts. Okay, I think we kind of fumbled the dueling quite a bit this set.
Yeah.
I think Barrett killed us. The Neath game I died in lane, and then Jake and them died like the first wave of the Ganesha game.
Right.
It's just a lot of early fighting. It's just the way the meta is. Like, the first wave is so important, so you fight for the wave, and whoever gets it gets a pretty big advantage. So, yeah, past the 1v1, there was no 1v1ing happening. Like, I was just staring at Barrett, he was staring at me, and I was literally, if you look at my player cam, I'm giggling the whole time because it was just like,
waiting for a fight
what's just
to start,
happening?
man.
Yeah, we're just looking at each other. So.
Final thoughts here from you. All season long, you play through these, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. You go through the playoff events. The goal is always Worlds.
Right.
Do you feel a weight off your shoulders now? You're going to quarterfinals. You can kick back and relax for the next few weeks.
Yeah, for sure. This is, I think, my first time in a while that I had to qualify into Worlds. Usually I'm not to toot my own horn or anything, but top seed, so we get qualified in automatically. So it's a different experience, definitely new, but we're definitely we're ready to go. We're gonna review what we need to review, study what we need to study, and just get ready to hopefully win Worlds.
That's right. Scary looking team to be sure. Congrats on the win here in Game 5, the berth into the quarterfinals of the SWC. That's it for this. We'll go back to the desk to end the day.
You know, the thing that I'm taking as the takeaway there is, while they're not used to qualifying throughout these weeks and just automatically getting that ticket to Worlds, Zapman a couple of days ago was talking about how he likes playing through these qualifiers. And
yeah,
I'll say it, Zap's won a lot more recent World Champions than a lot of others, so maybe it's going to be worthwhile for them, especially when you talk to the Dragons last year and the beginning of this year, and they're like, you know what? What's the point of being the best team all year if you get to the very end and you're number 2? This is probably a much more, at least, fulfilling experience for them.
Yeah, and I think the way that they win this set, in particularly that Game 5, you know, going through some adversity, this Jade Dragons team has always been kind of known as this, like, early game. They're just going to run you over. That's the only way they're going to beat you. Having to come back from adversity in the set and then come back in that game and really win a long, drawn-out, team fight-oriented game, I think does show some maturity from this squad that, you know, they were not showing games like this. They were constantly making mistakes during Phase 3 and during Phase 2 that prevented them from winning games like this. Panda's playing a nonchalant like he always does, but I feel like winning a Game 5 in that fashion certainly is a sign of good things to come for the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, and again, has to feel good now knowing you're going to the SWC, and you're not too worried, at least over the next couple of days. Probably, like, you've got a week and a half, and then the stress will ramp up again. Right around New Year's, you'll be like, oh, wait a minute, we have 5 days, by the way, to get things ready. We'll figure out what they're doing. Here is the schedule if you've missed today. That is the first set in Group B that has gone more than 3 games. Of course, tomorrow we're going to watch Sleekness take on the Valhalla Valkyries. Winner of that, well, they get to go up against the Bolts. So tomorrow, someone's getting eliminated. Sunday, someone's going to Worlds. We'll figure out who that is throughout the weekend. Group B has been a very interesting dynamic throughout all of this. It kind of surprises starting off at the very beginning with Elysium getting knocked out, but this Dragons Bolt set stood up to what everyone expected. Sleekness and Valkyries is going to be an interesting one to watch because Sleekness, especially from what we've seen, at least in match 1, maybe not necessarily their matchup versus the Dragons, are looking like a team that could take on the Valkyries and do pretty well. We'll take a look at Group A as well. In case you missed that a little bit earlier today, Scarabs took on the Leviathans. Leviathans stamped their ticket to Worlds. And the Scarabs still have that potential. Winner Dogs and Warriors will be the first match that we watch tomorrow. Loser goes home. Winner goes up against the Scarabs. And we live in a world where we might watch the Scarabs and the Warriors go up against each other one more time. 5 games last time. We'll see, I guess, who learned the most out of that if the Warriors are able to win, or if the Winner Dogs can really throw a wrench in everyone's plans and take a dub down there in that 3rd place match, and then potentially in that last chance qualifier. A lot that's still going to go on this weekend, a lot of fun to still be had in aggro. It feels like we've done so much, and there's still so much more.
I know, there's so much going on. It's been really fun, and that's what the World Championships and the placements are all about, but super excited to see these SEC teams tomorrow. You know, they finally get their chance, their final chance to try and beat some of these SPL teams and not the ones at the very top like the Leviathans and Dragons where they're obviously going to have some trouble. This is their time to put up or shut up and see what they can do.
It's going to be fun. That's tomorrow, 11 a.m. start time, same as it's been all week. We'll make sure to see you there. Of course, we still have 2 more teams to qualify this weekend, so it's not done yet. But thanks so much for tuning in today. And, of course, thanks so much in advance for tuning in tomorrow. We'll see you Saturday for some more Smite.
Patriot.
Is it back yet?
Hell yeah, it's back. Try stuffed quesadilla jumbo shrimp tacos only at Del Taco.
Hey there, Smite fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible, and in Season 8, I'm sure our players are going to take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're going to need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks. The specs on these Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor.
That's a lot of cores.
That's plenty of processing power.
Plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
That is true.
I mean, this thing has 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM.
Which you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs.
That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the hottest commodities in the PC world, an NVIDIA GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Content's gonna look good.
And what's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240 Hz monitors.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the Smite Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible Smite experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's at Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com.
And you're telling me an alien wore this?
Happy Friday, Smite fans. You are watching the SWC qualifier placement event, and today is a big one. We got the finals of both groups. Still matches to be played throughout the rest of the week, but teams will be going to Worlds after our matches today. That's the most important fact, and all of it powered by our friends over at Alienware. This amount of high-octane action, you can't get it done on any old PCs, any old equipment. Alienware is the gear that you need to get it done. And you can get your own Alienware gear at smitegame.com/Alienware. Use code SMITEAW. Make sure to follow them at Alienware on all those social media platforms. Shoutouts to Alienware. Thanks to Alienware for sponsoring us this year in the SPL. My name is Dolson. Gormizer joins me for what is hopefully, Gore, a very, very exciting day of matches.
Yeah, I'm actually really pumped for this one. Again, first off, we get two people who will then qualify for Worlds. That's a huge deal, being able to know at least part of that bracket.
Well, 10
more than,
people.
I guess, the
two teams.
What did I say? Two people?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, two teams. That's
You know
a
what,
good
Gore?
catch.
No, we can't start off like this. I love being on the desk with you. We'll keep it rigid and straightforward throughout the onset. Yesterday, we saw some lopsided matchups. Over in Group B, it has been sort of this interesting back and forth week so far, and important game here today between the Jade Dragons and the Olympus Bolts, the two teams that I think were favored to come out of this group. And Gore, two teams, both Jade Dragons and the Bolts, who have gotten it done against their opponents, 3-0 fashion, both teams looking strong.
Yeah, I think that's a huge deal for them to be able to come in. Again, not a lot of footage to be able to watch on them. If you go back to what I think it was the pregame interview for the Dragons, they were mentioning the fact that they haven't really had mini games in the last month and a half for either of these teams to look at. And there's a lot of weight behind it. These two teams have gone back and forth in a lot of circumstances, and of course that means that it makes it even more interesting to see who's going to be able to actually get that spot to Worlds today.
And of course, this is the schedule over in Group A. Group A, the only group out of two that have had a set that is not a 3-0. That 3-2, the Solar Scarabs over the Oni Warriors, planted the Solar Scarabs in this matchup to go to the World Championships against the Atlantis Leviathans, who took care of the Winter Dogs in 3-0 fashion. So that means, if you look at the bracket, that the Winter Dogs and the Oni Warriors, they will play later on, not today, for one last chance in that last chance matchup. So not all is over for either the Leviathans or the Scarabs or the Dragons or the Bolts with a loss here today. But with the Smite World Championship berth on the line, maybe one of the highest pressure matchups that any of these four teams have played so far here this year. In the Atlantis Leviathans score, I want to start with them here in this matchup up against the Solar Scarabs. This is a team where all year long the conversation has been the regular season matchups have been good. They have taken care of business. Every team is going to lose some games throughout the regular season.
Yeah.
How do they perform in these playoff events? We have seen growth from Season 7 with this Leviathans team, and this would be a massive, massive win for these guys, able to get a berth early on in this tournament into the Smite World Championships. And when the going gets tough, Gore, when the games get high pressure, high octane, who do you lean on? But maybe one of the best supports in the league in Wrong You.
Yeah, and I actually think it's a really, really important detail to have, because one of the things that makes this team so difficult to deal with is the fact that every single one of them have gods you don't want to have to play against, right? And I think that goes maybe triply for the support, because this is a god you just can't let Wrong You have, right? If Yamoja is in the mix, we've honestly gotten to the point where we can almost just say the game's over. Like, it's going to be a win for them, or at least it has trended that way. I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure they've won at least 90% of their Yamoja games, if not more, honestly. And I think that creates a lot of versatility for them. I also think it's worth mentioning, I mean, you talk about regular season, and that's the perfect way to highlight this. They have only dropped a single game to the Scarabs this year, and it was all the way back in Phase 1, so it was, while things were still getting fresh for a lot of people. That being said, they did not play against the Scarabs during the groups in Phase 3. So it's been like 4 months or something like that, maybe 3 months since they've played this team. It's going to be a lot more interesting to see how exactly they tackle them knowing that, but I think that the way they typically play is, admittedly what they said in an interview the other day, is they're just going to come in and play their game and see what happens.
Well, Leviathan, just as a mascot, feels right for this team. I mean, it feels like any single player, I mean, it should have multi-heads. I don't know if there's any Leviathans that have 5 heads out in the wild, because it is a real creature, by the way. You heard it here first. But it feels like this is a 5-headed beast of a team, whether it's Wrong You, Zapman. Panatom has had a fantastic series of performances here as well. But Wrong You, the backbone of this Atlantis Leviathans team, the in-gauge menace himself, standing by for the pregame interview.
Yeah, that's right. I got Wrong You here with the Leviathans. You had a good matchup earlier on in the week, and now you got to go up against the Scarabs, who took the Oni Warriors all the way to 5 games. As Gore said, you've only dropped one game to them all season long. Now you got to go up against a kind of newly revitalized. How do you think the matchup's going to go today for you guys?
Well, we got to respect all the teams here in the tournament because it's a war qualifier, so everyone's going to try their best. So we're going to try our best as well.
One of the things that we kind of talk a lot about on the desk is, holding strategies, not revealing all of your hand here. How important is it when you get to, these final sets? Is it to either still hide some of those strategies or to let everything out to make sure that you get that chance to qualify?
Well, like right now you can show everything because you're playing for World Finals and you're going to have more time to prepare, more strats for World, so you can show everything here or you can save it, but I think showing everything right now, it's okay. So we might show something.
Well, there we go. Maybe a little tidbit out there for all the fans. We got 4 teams that are going to be going to the finals. Obviously, we're sending 2 today and then 2 on Sunday. If you guys qualify, what's one other team that you'd like to see make it there, and what reason?
Maybe an SWC team.
Oh, I'd like to see the SCC team maybe get a little bit of spice out there.
Yep.
Well, Rongi, thank you so much for taking your time to be here with the pregame interview. We're going to throw it back to the desk and let you get back with the team to get ready.
Thank you.
Look, if I know Wrong You, in the back of his head he's thinking, I don't care who else qualifies, we're winning the whole thing. SCC would be fun. That would add some intrigue into it. Confidence and poise from the Atlantis Leviathan support. you know, at this point, and I agree with his point there, you know, what is there to hide? This is the most important matchup they played all year. It's such a long year, Gore.
Yeah.
The goal, of course, is to win the Phase 1, the Phase 2, the Phase 3 playoffs. But it's to win Worlds, right? That's the point, is to win Worlds. Yeah. And this team is now one set away from being in that final bracket.
And I think it's really interesting just to see the way that they typically tack these things on. I mean, we talk about it all the time, but, like, look at the Leviathans over the last couple of years. Like, they like playing Smite. Like, it's, like, they love the competitive aspect, but sometimes they're going to, you know, if they win this set today, I wouldn't be surprised if you told me they went home tonight and were queuing Ranked or Assault or Arena, things like that. Like, I know, like, Katie was playing Smite randomly the other day at, like, 11 p.m. She decides to learn. Hardcore's in her arena game because naturally, because like they love playing the game so much, and I think that really opens them up for this circumstance where like they're happy to be here, but like they're also just really good at it. They see a lot of the game and understand what's happening.
Now, Gore, the Leviathans absolutely love the game of Smite. The Scarabs do as well, but I think the same energy the Leviathans have for just Smite in general, the Solar Scarabs have for winning Smite games in general. You talk about the energy that this team brings, the disappointment they feel when the 3-5 game sets don't go their way. Inbound is at the forefront of that conversation. His energy is infectious to this team. He is a leader in and out of game, and I think this team is better off for it. The way that he not only carries himself in game, Gore, but out of game, I think gives this team a bit of an extra edge. But he's going to have to show up big today. Everything we just said about Wrong You means that the support matchup is going to be one of the most important here in this set.
And this is where things, because, you know, I like to lean on stats. There's stuff about Wrong You that I always think are interesting, right? Like, when it comes down to KDA, he's in the top 5. He's the only support that's, like, broke the top 20, things like that.
Yep.
Inbound and the rest of the Scarabs, realistically, are an enigma to a lot of that. Because if you look at the beginning of this year, they weren't that great. There's no other way to really slice it. They were not playing to the par and the standard that even they set for themselves. And I think if you look at this team now, they are breaking a lot of these standards. Do they still have some problems? Yes. But a lot of this has been isolated. In fact, they figured out a lot of their drafting style, right? There's a couple of things that maybe go wrong for them, but like this, you know, Baronic playing Charybdis, Inbound playing the Sylvanas, I think that's one of his best gods, and he makes it look fantastic. A lot of the things they were playing just the other day in that best of 5 is amazing. Plus, you have to give them a lot of credit because their mental is nuts. They got absolutely thrashed 2 games in a row and then had a reverse sweep. And the way they adapt to sets is something that you have to highlight as well. I think the team now is in a completely different position than they've been in, even, you know, if you just go back to the Phase 3 playoffs, even if you go back to Phase 3 groups, and I think that they are going to give this Leviathans team a run for their money.
There's something about the Solar Scarabs in longer sets, right? The Scarabs technically come into this set against the Atlantis Leviathans on a 3-game win streak because they reverse sweep the Oni Warriors. They lost 2 and won 3 straight games against the Oni Warriors. And so I think that's going to be an important trend for us to follow on the desk here, Gore, and on the cast as well throughout this set. Hard to see a world where the Leviathans get blanked today. You know, the Scarabs look, the Scarabs are a wild card team. I think it's a low percentage chance that this is a 3-0 for the Solar Scarabs. So the longevity of this set, the bounce back and the adaptation potential for the Solar Scarabs team is going to be very important.
And if you have to look at it, look, the Scarabs, they transitioned. At one point, it was they could never win a game 1. They'd always win game 2, and then game 3 would be up in the air.
Right.
Then it transitioned to they'd always win game 1. Then they'd lose game 2, and then game 3 was up in the air. And so this is a team that, you know, sometimes things just don't click, right? Whatever it is, the early game goes wrong, whether it's a draft, whether it's just, you know, somebody happened to do something early on the other team that stalled them out. And sometimes that slip-up happens, but the thing that I think is the most important about it is, one, they ride those games through because we've seen them win some of them. I mean, we talk about it. Phase 3, maybe not playoffs. I think at playoffs they did it once. In groups, I know they did it once, but like 10K plus down, they still win the game because they have a really good map state where they can go in and get a backdoor. I think their ability to read the map actually has been one of my favorites to watch throughout this year.
I think Stuart, the guy on your screen right there as well, Stuart has really grown into this team.
He was nuts the other day.
Right? Fantastic set the other day. Inbound played a variety of picks throughout the last 3 games. In the last 3 games against the Oni Warriors, Inbound played Kuzumbo, Sobek, Sylvanas. And I bring that up because it was different for Stuart, where they leaned into just a couple of picks for Stu. Izanami was looking really good down the stretch in that Oni Warriors set. Olaran was out there as well. Freya got a sneaky pick in that set, so a couple instances of magical ADCs for Stuart. Is that something the Leviathans are prepared for in picks and bans for game number 1? We will find out down the stretch. This is a big one, Gormizer. And I want to cycle back. I have a history of close calls when saying as far as caster cursing goes, when saying things like, you will not 3-0 the Atlantis Leviathans, you will not 3-0 so-and-so. I remember last year during the Smite World Championship Finals, I was on the desk with you and Miff, and I said, you're not going to 3-0 the Ghost Gaming at the time, and PK went up 2-0, and I was very, very nervous for myself. So we'll see if I've cast or cursed the Atlantis Leviathans here, and if the Solar Scarabs can pull out some magic and win this one quickly. Though I don't think the Solar Scarabs name synonymous with quick sets. I think both sets today, Gore, have the potential to at least go 4 or 5 games. Not at least 5, that's the most you can go. At least go 4 games. I would be surprised if either of the 2 sets today get blanked out at 3-0. And the Atlantis Leviathans are going to pick up right where I left off. Couple bans you would think aimed towards Stuart. Izanami, yes. But I think as of late, the Charybdis may be more of a Veronic pick.
Yeah, this is actually something, I love the way that the bans come out for the Leviathans, because if you look at the Scarabs, Erlong Shin makes sense. That's something Panatom really likes. You look at the Emoja. I literally said this before we had the interview with Wrong You, but if the Leviathans get this, the game might as well be over a lot of the time. And of course the Hell, who I think is just a powerful pick right now. But when you look at the Leviathans bans, none of those gods are getting banned in the top 3 by any other team, save for maybe Izanami, right? Like Izanami could flex into those top 3, but most of the time those are bottom 2 at best. But Stuart had some of the best games we've seen him play all year on that Izanami the other day. We've seen Boronic, not just this event, but in past events and in the group stages, rock this Charybdis. And that Naja, despite the fact that it had an atrocious debut for the Scarabs, had some of the best games that were able to turn it around, and I think that's just what Scream's going to be able to give to you.
Yeah, to recontextualize that, Naja for Scream in the first time we saw it in the set against the Oni Warriors went 2-7, whereas on the flip side, Cuvo Fred was like 12-0. On the Fenrir. Naja played in games 4 and 5 for Scream up against the Oni Warriors. Both of those wins. KDA looking a lot better in those last 2. So worthy of a ban maybe from the Atlantis Leviathans.
And here's the thing that is wild, though, because we talked about specifically how this is great, like target banning, right? But go back to the Warriors, and what are they target banning? There was one god that got banned all 5 games. Kali. And it is this Kali, right? It's something that they've been playing. And you look at Kali, and you hear us talk about it. Kali's a late game hyper carry. Scream will start picking up the pace at level 3, though. It's one of the things that it is absolutely wild to see, but he will get engaged early on. With Oleron on your team, it's maybe going to still be a little slower pace, but that's how the Leviathans play already for these top 2. I like the way that the Scarabs are setting themselves up because they know it can shift a little longer.
I'm going to give you a second. If you have Kali win rate for the Solar Scarabs, that would be awesome. Because I am curious. You look at a pick like Mercury for Sanford Soccer, been banned out all year long against him. And the win rate's pretty good on that pick. So you're wondering if it's a similar style here, where Kali is just that good for Scream, or if maybe it's the potential that it brings to the table. You got it for me, Gore?
83%.
There you go.
He's won 5 of his 6 Kali games.
All right, so, limited data pool, but does show you that.
But and some of those were like the back doors. Like some of those are, hey, he's having a bad game, and yet still was able to get something done. I think it's something that, despite the fact that it's only 6 games, that's still impressive.
Right, more often than not, he's winning on this pick, and it's not like a 100% win rate in one game. Decent number of games here for Scream. Lots to catch up with here, Gore. My goodness, Oleron, of course, we talked about that. That's somehow the least interesting pick here. Solar Scarabs like that pick for their hunter. Neath, then, you assume, would be in the mid lane for Boronic. And then there's another Freya pick, Gore, but it's not for the Solar Scarabs this time. The Atlantis Leviathans want to dip their toes into the magical ADC pool.
And I like their draft just in the sense, like, Camazot's Terra, like, Terra's going to help make your team a lot tankier. Camazot's has been having a really good weekend, but specifically Leviathans love playing this pick, and it's flexible for them. We saw Hardcore have one of his best games, I think, and maybe all year on this pick just the other day. So it's a really, really strong pickup for them. But the Freya is the one that's the most interesting because, like you said, we saw it a couple of days ago. It was interesting when he gets picked up there. Zap has played through metas where Freya is the best god. Zap has played through metas where Freya, if you locked it in, you're going to get laughed out of the battleground, essentially. And so I'm interested to see where this is going to go. But when you're up against Oleron, you are in a good position that you're not getting out pressured immediately, right? If you look at most of the gods they banned out, specifically the Sylvanas, you're not losing lane pressure immediately, and you have that Terra to help back you up. So you're not necessarily going to be swinging for the fences right out of the gate, but he's definitely got time on his side here.
In the one game that we saw Freya up against the Oni Warriors did literally nothing. 0-1 and 0. Again, that was the game where Cuvo Fred against the Solar Scarabs went absolutely nuclear.
Yeah, he
just shut down everything.
Kind of just did
now
it
the
to
Solar
him.
Scarab score, I think they take away a little bit from what the Oni Warriors found success against them with early on in that set. This Fafnir pick, notably, that Fafnir was just working for Numa and the rest of the Oni Warriors early, and that 5-game set where we saw those two teams facing off. And so they're going to pair that with 3 characters that love a coerce, right? You want an Oleron, a Kali, and an Eth, all to have it if possible. On the flip side, though, Gore, we get our first finished composition of the set with a Daji and an Uller rounding out the drafts here for the Atlantis Leviathans. In the Uller pick, you'd think Zapman, but we've seen Shinto play this pick in this year, and it looked scary.
I'd have to go double check it. I'm pretty sure he's got a 100% win rate when he's played this Uller. We talk about Shinto's KDA being ridiculous all the time, but the times he's had to flex to this Uller has been very clean for this team. And when you look at this, especially the Daji, there's a lot of not CC immune ults on the other side, so that's going to be easy for Panatom to set things up. You pair that with Uller having good stuns, this is going to be a lot of blood early on. Luckily, Neith is a little more early game askew, so that is going to help keep them alive, but she's very predictable in her disengage, things like that. So ultimately, that mid 2v2 and then 3v3 as it expands is going to be interesting. But like you said, when it comes to late game, you've got auto attacker, auto attacker, auto attacker. Say that right. Yeah, try to say that 5 times fast. And then you add in the coerce on top of that. I think it just creates a very interesting problem. And admittedly, Neith, you're maybe not looking at her as your late game hyper carry, but you got Oleron Kali with a coerce. Yeah, I'm happy about that. Plus the World Weavers being in mid, being a lot easier to find and a lot quicker to find those stuns. It's just a lot of good setup here for the Scarabs.
Yeah, setup's going to be important, especially when you talk about Gore. The fact that Scream, despite a late game pick in the Kali, does like to get active early. So you imagine playing around those World Weavers is going to be pivotal for the Solar Scarabs. Now, when a Hercules gets locked in for the Scarabs, I'm normally very excited that it's Inbound who's playing an aggressive pick that he's able to set up with. I don't see a world where Fafnir's going solo lane, so that means it's going to be SOT on this Hercules score. And I will give every ounce of credit to Sot, because with some of these more unique picks, there's certain players in the league where you say, all right, I trust him to play this style of pick a little bit better in the solo lane. I think SOT is one of the guys who can make this Hercules work.
And when you think about it, because one of the things we always talk about Camazot's, the reason he can survive in solo lane so well is his sustainability and survivability, things like that. Well, Hercules has a lot of that, but he also brings a lot of damage and a really good amount of setup. If you're talking about ganks over here, he's got good CC that's reliable. And when you look at Freya, I mean, Valkyrie's discretion can get you out of a fight, but that's going to be Hercules 2 for a Freya ult. That's always a trade that you're probably worth taking. Same thing, Daji can get away, but she needs someone, whether an enemy or an ally, nearby to be able to do so. I think this Hercules is a really good way to help keep some of the Leviathans a little bit more under wraps and in control.
Now, the Leviathans, remember, in the set that we saw them up against the Winter Dogs, it was a quick 3-0. There's a little pushback from the Winter Dogs, but we got the sense of dominance from the Leviathans. This is going to be a pretty telling game one on what type of team the Atlantis Leviathans are going to be here throughout the rest of the weekend, maybe into the Smite World Championships if they're able to win this set. Freya, admittedly unique here, Gore, for this team. I think Terra's in an interesting spot. Obviously some changes, but it's something that Rongyu played a couple of times up against the Winter Dogs. Do you still think Terra's in a spot to be impactful despite some changes there in the flow of that kid?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think she's perfectly fine. Like, the most that has happened to her in the changes is that she is going to, admittedly, deal less damage, which is perfectly fine for the sport. Rongyu wasn't out here trying to absolutely kill people and slaughter them on his own anyway. It's Zapman and Shinto behind him that are helping out with that, Panatom as well. And so I think this is a pick that not only feels comfortable for them, but is going to open up a lot of doors.
Gormizer, the Solar Scarabs and the Atlantis Leviathans. This one, absolutely huge. Game 1. Let's kick it off.
Is going to the SWC after this set. Which one is it going to be? Leviathans or the Scarabs? Well, only time will tell as we jump in game number 1. It's J-Mac and Aggro here to bring you the action in this set. And the first thing that immediately catches my eyes here is just going to be the fact that we have a Freya in this game, and it's going to be on the Leviathans of all teams to pick it up here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the pick that you think of Netrioid for sure, the former hunter for the Leviathans last year, but Zapman pulling it out, and he's got plenty of experience on this pick. Just a little surprised that we see it
at all. You know, it's such a feast or famine style pick. It can struggle so much when put behind. But the Scarabs draft does not fight particularly well early. The only thing that they're going to be able to use in the early game is this Neath ultimate to put pressure on Zapman. Other than that, Kali doesn't really scare you that much early. Oleron doesn't really scare you that much early. It's going to be, it might be difficult for them to shut down Zapman on this Freya, but both teams scale so well that it'll be interesting to see who actually ends up on top if we get there.
Yarkor going with this bully Kamazats that we saw yesterday. Has had success across the board, I would say, here in the solo lane. It seems every time one of these seasoned solo laners gets this god, they become an absolute menace here, and Yarkor already putting SOT down to less than 100 health in the first minute of the game. Seems to be a testament of how strong this god's flexibility is over here in this lane.
Yeah, definitely not a great trade there for Solar Troll, but still has a couple of potions and Hercules sustain whenever he hits 3, so not the end of the world for him. I'm not a huge fan of this Hercules pick, though, for Solar Troll, because I don't like paying teams off for buying more anti-heal. You know, the Leviathans were going to make the composition of the Scarabs less effective by buying anti-heal anyways. There's a Kali and there's an Oleron. So they were already going to be building Divine Ruins, Brawler's Beat Sticks, Toxic Blades, whatever it may be, and get good return on those items. And then by picking a solo laner that's a little bit more sustain dependent, like Hercules when it comes to these team fights, those Divines, Brawlers, Contagions, Onks, whatever they get, just get even better against him. Whereas I think a character like maybe Osiris would have fit this draft pretty well, still been able to sit on the carries, but not been as decimated by anti-heal.
Panatom aggressive in the mid lane. Baronic low. It tricks the Spirit in, but a stun by Scream, and then a response by Shinto. A 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane. But it's the Solar Scarabs who come up, pay dirt for the first blood bounty. Maybe a little bit more beyond here. Shinto under the tier 1 tower. But Scream coming up big to save his mid laner, even if only for an extra moment.
And that's a huge timing as well, because it means that Scream might be able to just invade this red. Shinto might be able to steal it away as he is here, but no, Scream gets it. Big play out of the Kali to get that first blood. And even though I said Kali doesn't really scare you early, the only part that's really spooky in the early stages about Kali is that her Incense into Lash combo, the 3 into 2, it does significant burst damage, especially whenever he finishes that Crusher. After you can survive that burst, you're fine most of the time, but that will put a little bit of fear in you, and so that's not a great start for the Leviathans to end up giving up first blood over towards Scream. But Baronic, I don't know if he'd already backflipped or if he just didn't put a point in it. It got a little greedy and held that point at 3 and put it in, 2 points into Spirit Arrow to help him clear. But I kind of kept rambling because I expected him to just backflip away. It just never came.
Man, how long has it been, Aggro, since we have seen a magical hunter lane against each other here? I mean, we've seen, Soul come out over on one side of the map and then Oleron on the other. Pretty much really only those two realistic. I mean, we don't see Kronos very often. We certainly don't see Freya often, but now we can have two magical hunters in the same lane against each other.
Yeah, both these are so scaling dependent. Both these characters don't really want to be taking the fight in the early game, but Oleron certainly could have the better end of it, but Stewart actually decided not to go Mannequins, which is the more lane-dominant starter item to pick up on something like Oleron, and neither did Zap. They both go for Gilded, so both a little more worried about their scaling.
Ultimate in from the mid lane. Rongyu will block it out. A Sanctified Field out of Stewart. Some good damage up against Rongyu, but not enough to seal the deal. Now to counter rotation from Panatom as he leaps in to go for Stewart. Up onto the Pal Lao. Chains everybody, pulls 2 in, and Rongyu's the one who comes up with the final shot of the kill. Scream low, but Scream will be out.
Inbound in trouble as well. Has that leap, and it will be a 1-for-0, but the Leviathans just in total control of that whole engagement. Neath ultimate comes over, Rongyu, no panic, just gonna step in front of that. We drop the Sanctified Field knowing that Rongyu doesn't have beads, so we should be able to slow him down, but Zapman's whoop forces the beads from Stewart, stops a lot of that damage coming onto Rongyu, and then the re-engage from Panatom and Rongyu was absolutely perfect, especially knowing that Stewart's beads were on cooldown. So that's a huge play there for the Leviathans. That gives them a lot of duo lane pressure because now for a minute and a half, Stewart is really a non-participant in any fight, and Panatom could potentially just come right back over and do it all again.
Oh, we do see a small fight over the Totem of Ku, even a boulder expended there out of SOT to make sure that he can secure it for his team. Yarkor will have a decent amount of sustain to keep himself back up It is a Crusher out of Scream for his first item. Other side here, Panatom picks up a Jotun's Wrath. Scream goes aggressive onto Panatom here, and there's that combo you were just talking about earlier. That was half of his health in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, right, just like that. I mean, it's a fairly long cooldown for both of those abilities, so you're not getting multiple off in a team fight very often, but it's all about just dealing enough to set up for your team.
Shinto half health by Baronic and inbound here. A nice little hammer set up for the Spirit Arrow, I should say. And it's going to be a transcendent start for both of these mid lane hunters, but it's going to be a Mannequins versus a Bluestone here in the mid lane. Talk to me a little bit about, kind of why the Mannequins on Neath when you'd expect it to be another kind of Bluestone hunter.
Yeah, I'm more of a fan of the Bluestone for sure, but this just means that those autos are going to hit harder. It lets Baronic be a little bit better at clearing jungle than Ullr. Normally Ullr would have the heavy advantage in that department, but Mannequins makes it a lot easier for Baronic to keep pace.
Solo laners are battling it out, but the junglers are here, and so is Wrong Yu. A stun onto Scream, and he doesn't even have an opportunity to get that destruction ultimate through. Wrong Yu eats the Spirit Arrow and inbound. Too late on the return to help out his teammate. It's the Leviathans to come up with another kill, 3-1 up early in the game. And not much of a goldie here, about 300 even despite all these kills.
Love this combo the Leviathans have. Getting Terra alongside some characters with dots just feels so good. Insta-pop that ultimate. Scream's not ready for that burst damage quite yet. Whether it was Vampiric Bats or some tick damage from Panatom, it just ends up being too much for him to handle. It ends up dying and maybe would have died anyways. Yarkor had ultimate, so probably dies even if he uses Destruction, because as soon as he gets hit by that Powwow, he's getting pulled back in. That puts significant dot damage on you. You're not going to end up surviving long enough to get out of range of Yarkor in that moment.
And we get a nice up-close and personal view of exactly what happened over in that solo lane. Initially, it was all up against SOT, but as a stun through, and it seems that it may have just been a combination of just a couple of basics there from Yarkor and the dots out of Panatom, but Scream pops instantly, and that's able to get a kill on the board. That time for Wrong Yu. So 3 up on the board, spread across the team here. And kind of talking about, going back to these magical hunters, we actually see a Hastened Ring versus a Ring of Hecate on the opposite side for them.
Yeah, I like the Hastened Ring a lot for Freya. We talk about her as a on-switch, off-switch type of character where when her 2 is up and her 1 is up, she's going to out-DPS like anybody. But when they're down, she's basically worthless. So you want to maximize that time. You want to get attack speed because it's duration-based, not attack-based, and you want to be able to get as much aggression as possible during that time. So Hasten Ring, classic combo with the Freya. Lets her really go off.
Another initiation here onto SOT. Dots come through from Panatom with 1,000 cuts, chasing him out, using the Scorpion to try and hold out. Bat out of hell from Yarkor, but a push under the tower. SOT might be able to turn this one around and see if he can get out of here. He does have the help from the tower shot to kill Panatom on landing. But Yarkor is the one who comes up at the end to get an extra kill.
Really well played by Sot in that moment to get that 1-for-1, make sure that he doesn't just get traded out for nothing. That backstep was absolutely beautiful.
A lot of damage, or attempted damage to be thrown here at Wrong Yu, but he's fairly tanky on this Terra. He'll pop the ultimate in response to help Zapman out. And Scream is falling low. He's going back and forth trying to get some help here. Once the minions come through, Scream walks through the tower, but now they left inbound all by himself to leap over the wall and be met by Shinto on the other side.
But Shinto missed the axe, so he's not going to be able to lock him down easily. Good stun coming from Wrong Yu, but I just don't see a world where there are actually enough damage there to kill inbound. Lose a couple of ultimates there if you're the Leviathans, namely Wrong Yu's ult, but you did get the blink from Scream. Still, anytime you can get out of that Terra ult range without losing someone is a good thing.
Well, we get to see some of the early damage of the Freya puts Stewart down to about half, but he's sitting inside the tower line, so not much more can be had there. I'll be very curious to see how this matchup goes later on. It does often feel that Freya can just win those boxings no matter what when you get to that late game, but what's the opportunity, kind of the window for an Oleron to win some of these trades?
Gotta get some autos on her before she pops her steroids, because with this Ring of Hecate in particular, the magical version of Ichabod, if you can start the trade with some Hecate stacks on the Freya, you might be able to actually out-DPS her. But at this point in the game, Oleron is just so much more teamfight focused with Sanctified Field. I don't know that he's ever going to feel very comfortable in the 1v1 with Zap, assuming everyone has all buttons available. Freya, it's hard to lose a 1v1 as Freya once you get Hastened Ring, as long as you're hitting your autos during that time period.
Well, it seems that this kind of solo lane build that's come out for these Camazotz is still sticking around here. The Blackthorn Hammer's become very popular amongst any physical solo laner at this point in time. This Transcendence immediately after seems to kind of be the go-to rush for these Kama solos.
Just difficult to punish this character for building a lot of power like this, right? I mean, you know, if the Hercules starts building Transcendence, you'll see Panatom come right over, just get a kill easily because he doesn't have that type of survivability. But because Camazotz has so much healing and does so much damage, as we just saw from him on the screen, and has all that survivability, he can get away with this type of build better than other solos.
Let's see if anybody on the Scarabs can get away from the Leviathans. A stun out of Wrong U, knock up out of SOT just off the mark. Inbound is getting chunked away by this Dodgy, by this Camazotz, forced up in Draconic form, but as soon as he lands, he's going to be bursted away by Shinto with the hail of arrows. Puts a 5th kill up for the Leviathans. The Scarabs, or at least for SOT, doesn't look like he wants to give up just yet.
Not yet, but I don't think he's got a choice. The Leviathan's just too strong around this Pyromancer. And Inbound went from feeling really tanky to not feeling very tanky at all, because everyone finished their flat pen items in that second slot, namely this Brawlers and this Crusher there for Panatom and Shinto respectively. And I really expected Inbound to go for a Sovereignty in this game. You're going to need magical protection for sure, but Ullr, Dodgy, and Camazotz, two of those three you're going to be seeing in your mid 3v3 in the early stages of the game. That's a lot of physical damage, and to be going what I'm assuming is going to be a Divine Ruin. You know, they don't have a good Divine Ruin applicator. I think going Divine in this game is fine on the Fafnir, because don't forget that whenever you coerce someone, they will inherit that Divine passive. But you need, I really feel like he needs a Sovereignty in order to not get snowballed on in the early stages. I would have vastly preferred seeing him go Sovereignty, then Divine. You know, maybe by that point, Zapman's doing too much damage to him, so you know, you got to put yourself in a catch-22 either way, but as it stands, very squishy.
Well, Baronic gonna lose 3/4 of his health in an instant, and maybe the rest of it. Shinto gets the final shot to take him down, and it started like it was gonna be a good trade there for Baronic, and then, well, Wrong You showed up and decided that nobody's killing my mid laner, nobody is gonna put him in danger, and they turn around and put their 6th one up on the board.
Just can't be going for contested mids at this point in the game. There's too much burst damage and just didn't have anyone around him, way too alone.
Inbound leaps away, but now he doesn't have the leap. He's only got a transformation. Stewart will unleash everything he has stored up from the orb to throw some damage out, but that sets up for the Gold Fury. Scream is here. Scream goes
Big
in,
stun.
gets a triple stun, pops the destruction, going for Zapman, but Valkyrie's discretion is there to put him down. Inbound gets yanked into the Powwow. A quick transformation, and ultimate out of the mid laner from Baronic is on the way in, but it will not find anything aside from some damage on the tank. The Leviathans come up with an easy kill.
Look, I mean, Scream does his job in that moment. He stops them from getting the Gold Fury. It's Stewart.
Goodbye.
Barrel stuffs Zapman down and gets that easy solo kill on the left-hand side. Got a crit on that channel.
I gotta imagine,
so,
right?
Yeah, that doesn't feel great on the other side. But either way, I mean, the Leviathan's definitely controlling the pace. That is a big kill for Stu to grab right there, because they need a win condition right now if you're the Scarabs. I mean, Scream is your late-game win condition for sure. Veronica's too far behind in mid now to be a real win condition for you. Stewart's even, and by getting that solo kill, maybe can start to expand into a legitimate lead, and the Scarabs will have an easy way to play the map, which is focus on Scream getting his farm and protecting Stewart. If we can do those two things, we're going to win this game. Leviathans, I imagine, will now spend a little bit of extra time making sure that Zap doesn't end up falling behind.
And speaking of Zap here, going for the 3rd ring now. The Queen of the Rings out here on this Freya. Hasten Ring, Ring of Hecate to match the one that Stewart has picked up, who his second item instead has been this Typhon's Fang for a little bit extra lifesteal and some percent pen. And Zapman, after that death, he's now sitting a little bit behind Stewart, about half level down to him, working towards that 3rd ring. Shinto and Wrong You just kind of goaltending over here towards this mid lane, but Inbound and 2 others from the Scares are waiting to try and catch him out.
Yeah, but Shinto's playing at such a range. You know, they know Scream doesn't have Blink, and Shinto's poke is starting to really hit home.
Panatom blinks in to go with his teammate, teleports in with the Trickster Spirit, goes right up to Baronic, but it's Scream who's the one who gets bursted out. Shinto with the first kill of the fight. And now with a 4v3, the Scarabs don't want to walk too far forward because Stewart is forced to use the beads, Sanctified Fields to hold him out, but Yarkor pops his own beads, pops the bat out of hell, and pops Stewart.
Stu has no shot, even with the relics and the ultimate, and the Leviathans looking like an unstoppable force, just going one after the other. Okay, we can hit Baronic. Let's hit Baronic. Oh, he's out. All right, Scream it is. Stewart's turn. You know, it's everyone. As soon as they walk up, Leviathans always feel like they have a CC ready, whether it's Axe or Terra Stun or Yarkor jumping in. They just have all these tools in order to close gap and make the Scarabs uncomfortable. And not only do the Scarabs lose a couple of key members there, but they lost a ton of relics at the same time, both Beads and Aegis for Baronic and Stewart, and it still clearly didn't end up mattering that much. So the Scarabs just don't seem to have an answer right now, and a big part of it was that Solar Patrol wasn't there in that fight. The Yarkor was obviously doing great work in order to pressure out Stewart and create space for Panatom to come in and deal that last bit of damage. But Solar Patrol has got to get involved in these fights at some point, because as it stands, the Leviathans are just rolling them.
And when we talk about XP leads here, Shinto has 2 levels up over Baronic. Rongyu about a level and a half up over Inbound, so the first major power spike between the supports at the very least comes through with second relic fully upgraded, it seems, here for Rongyu with that shell. Inbound still not level 12, so he doesn't have access to it, and sorely lacking in some of the defense there because it is that Divine Ruin second item. Dash out of SOT. May have just sealed his own fate there. He's down to half health and being chased out by 3 of the Leviathans, but a massive heal comes back to keep him alive. He gets a bat out of hell from Yarkor after a push in the tower.
Yeah, just that Brawler's Beat Stick for anti-heal, and clearly not enough to handle the Hercules at this point. That heal ends up being huge. Would definitely like to see the Leviathans itemized for a little bit more anti-heal. I do not think they have enough with just 1 Brawlers. No Ankh for them. You know, no Contagion, no Pestilence. I think that's the direction I would probably go. It looks like Rongyu is looking to build a Divine Ruin as well, similar to Inbound, because neither team has really good Divine Ruin applicators, so that does make some sense to me. But overall, if I'm the Leviathans and I'm like, surely we have Solar Patrol dead, he just dashed in, and there are 3 or 4 of us here, and then to see him get that much health back, I think that would make me want to build the anti-heal that much more.
It seems that was a given sign. Zapman goes aggressive against Scream to try and box him out. He eats a World Weaver Destruction. Gets popped from Scream to try and immune most of the Valkyrie's discretion, but it's not going to be enough time. A knock-up inside the Sanctified Field from Stewart, and Zapman is as good as gone, floating indefinitely to his own doom.
Panatom looking for Scream, can't find him, but will settle for finding Stewart. Stewart has the beads and he'll use them, but only Inbound on the way to help.
Rongyu is on the top side of the fight. They're going to hold out for the time being. Shinto is here, throws some big damage at Stewart, but Stewart and Inbound are already gone from the fight. A quick kill up against Zapman, but it did cost them quite a bit to get.
It cost him a lot, but Zapman is definitely worth the investment at this point. And you get his ultimate and both relics. Really did not like that fight selection from Zap at all. There was no help coming. They were very far away. He sees Stewart on the wave and left, and then still takes the fight against Scream, so he knows Stewart's going to come help. He knows that he's going to get Neath-ulted by Baronic, or should at least assume he's going to get Neath-ulted by Baronic, and then still takes a fight that's going to be like a 2.5-on-1. He almost got Scream anyways, but, you know, is that really worth it at the end of the day, even if he does get him, because you know that so many people are going to get assist gold for your death, whereas only you are getting your kill gold. Just don't love that decision-making there from Zap.
Well, it will be the 4th and final ring to kind of round out Zapman's build. Now, when you look at 4 rings here on a Freya, what's kind of the 5th item that you look towards? You just go for the raw power of a Rada Tahuti? Do you go for some extra pen? Do you go some lifesteal? I mean, what's maybe the thought process with Zap on a final item?
I think he needs pen. I think you need a little bit more penetration. Just this build only gives you that demonic shred, which is, again, very similar to Executioner for physicals. You wouldn't look at a Hunter build and say, oh, Executioner is enough pen. You know, I think you still need some percent pen in there. So I'd expect it to be something like Obsidian Shard or Charon's Coin, something along those lines. He could go Divine, and that could be fine, I suppose. I think I would have preferred it a little bit earlier, but attack speed is so key on this character that I would understand not wanting to get it until you've got as much attack speed as you need. Could go Toxic Blade, would give you attack speed and some flat pen. So that probably wouldn't feel too bad. I wonder if he's got room for multiple of these items, because, you know, I don't know that he's going to want to upgrade that starter item, because you're not building into the crit one, because you can't crit. So, you know, it's only the other one that would give you a ton of attack speed, which is probably good enough toward going, but you could always sell it for a different option.
Imagine a crit Freya, though. Actually, you know what? Don't imagine that. That's probably
Gross.
a terrifying world. Maybe not as terrifying as a crit Chronos that I talked with Mifflin earlier about. You know, somebody gets a fail knot, and then you have your Chronos critting for, what, like 800 plus damage. An auto would be absolutely terrifying. SOT starts with the Fire Giant over here. I think is maybe just to get a ward of some kind over. Contagion out of him, so he's got some physical defense, he's got some anti-heal, and he's got a lot of health in the build, to say the very least, going with that Shield of Regrowth third item.
Not a lot of procs, though, specifically magical protection. I've got a feeling Zap is going to make the difference in killing this Hercules. I really don't see a world where Solar Patrol can face tank Zapman's Freya damage for a considerable amount of time. So I think the Leviathans should be very willing to just take a really simple front-to-back team fight, hit the tanks in front of you. We're going to shred them really easily. Inbound is not tanky. Solar Patrol is not tanky to Zapman in particular. That should be the direction, in my opinion, that the Leviathans should be going.
That's going to be a quick Oni Fury out of the Leviathans. No response out of the Solar Scarabs to even go towards that objective. Not sure if they even had any vision or knowledge that somebody had walked over there until the sound alert goes off. Instead, you see the Scarabs start grouping around this right side. Fire Giant is up, but with everybody on the Leviathans up, can't imagine the Solar Scarabs try and pull a risky Fire Giant pull.
No, that would be something else for either team to really go for. But the Leviathans, if they can get positional advantage, I think that they really could put significant threat on this Fire Giant. But it is worth noting that a couple big power spikes just came through for the Scarabs. Chin Size done for Scream, Sundering Axe done for Solar Patrol, Spirit Robe done for Inbound, Demonic done for Stewart. All of those are really big power spikes, but the Leviathans are hitting power spike at the same time. They're all sitting on completed items as well. So I think that this is going to be a pretty key fight, and everyone's going to be at a pretty strong point. Even with the Leviathans being as ahead as they are, you look at itemization, there's really no significant difference between them. Scream, you know, always leaves that a charged bow, so he's not at a true 4-item spike, but pretty darn close to it.
It does give him quite a bit of attack speed here, but another objective taken by the Leviathans. It will be the Pyromancer this time around, and that's just, again, kind of a lack of vision here from the Scarabs. The only ward they've got to the top end there, SOT, he gets blocked out by the wall. That was placed out by Rong Yu. The Leviathans are already posturing up around this Fire Giant. They're kind of forcing the Scarabs to respond to this as they even go with an immediate pull of the objective, waiting to see who will walk forward. It is Inbound and SOT here. Stewart all the way at the backside of the fight.
You can just keep playing that same play over and over again, though. We just wait for Zapman to find a whoop on a frontliner. They're going to drop him straight into a Terra Stun, and then we're going to be able to shred them from there. Rongyu's wall was a little bit misplaced the last time around, so that didn't end up working out, but there's no reason that that style of play can't just continue. No Magi's or anything like that on the front line here for the Solar Scarabs, so that play should continue to work pretty easily.
It seems the Leviathans will just go ahead and back themselves up, get a little bit of extra farm, maybe even head back to the base and recuperate their wards. Both teams kind of need it, and Shinto needs a lot of help. Beads expended, a jump in by Scream, but the Whoop is able to hold him out. Destruction pop just to keep Scream alive. Shinto's still low in the back end of the fight, and Zapman's the one to take down Scream. First blood up, the fight goes the way of the Leviathan. Stewart down to half health, pulled back into the powwow, and the Vampire Bats plus Panatom take him down.
Rongyu finds the double root. Baronic's got a backflip away, but the Leviathan's already on the victory march. They thought they caught Shinto, but Shinto caught them.
Baronic down to about 10%, and Hardcore is the one to end that one, making a double kill for the solo laner. And the Leviathans pick off 4 in the mid lane. And aggro, this could just be game right here.
Yeah, I think that's just game one. Stewart just did not find a particularly good sanctified field. Had beads, got pulled by Powwow anyways. Just not a very good fight there from the Scarabs. Got a little sloppy, and the Leviathans took advantage.
One team fight is sometimes all it takes. It's very common in these Leviathan games. SOT's doing everything that he can to delay the inevitable. But it seems the Leviathans will be able to take game number one, kind of just bouncing that Titan back and forth for whoever is going to get it. And finally, it will go down. Just shy 25 minutes, Leviathans start out the set strong.
I love the way the Leviathans played that game. Just really played to the strong side of the map. That solo lane, playing around Yarkor, which has been a winning formula for this team for years at this point, because that guy's been an absolute monster no matter where he's playing. Just didn't love the Scarabs draft in terms of where the pressure was going to be. Didn't think they had a particularly, cohesive draft in that moment. And we've seen the Scarabs bounce back after having some bad drafts, some bad game ones. This is pretty typical for this team. So if you're a Scarabs fan, I don't think the world's on fire, but definitely not the type of showing you wanted to see.
You think it's possible maybe that we even see a Camazot's first pick out of Scares if they're in that slot, or maybe just a ban? It seems this guy is just a menace no matter where you grab him.
Yeah, I think that he's just been doing a lot out of that solo lane in particular. Still has that flexibility to go into jungle. Definitely a ban-worthy god.
We'll see what happens in game number 2 that's coming up right after the break.
The Atlantis Leviathans start off this best-of-5 set in about perfect fashion. The Solar Scarabs have some pushback, but it's not nearly enough down the stretch. Just more consistent for the Atlantis Leviathans. A team now 2 game wins away from moving on to the Smite World Championships. And you guys at home, you can get a little piece of the Smite World Championship fun as well. Look at these jerseys. Oh, my God. Limited time jerseys. And this is very important. hrz.io/SWC merch.
All caps.
SWC merch needs to be all caps. You can still go to shop.smiteproleague.com, follow all the tabs. You can get there eventually that way. But hrz.io, all caps SWC merch is how you get these limited edition SWC merch things. Look at that Leviathan jersey. Looks amazing. The joggers look sick. The mouse pad gore might somehow be my favorite thing in all of this.
I know, because when we had the mouse pad for phase 1, 2, and 3 playoffs,
it looks so
and
good.
it was the Bologna, and
so
those
good.
were really good, but this knocks that one out of the park. Look, I
This looks
love
so
that
good.
other mouse pad, but this one is fantastic. I also didn't realize it when I first looked at it, but they've got the SWC logo on the left sleeve there, too, so, like, even better for the jersey.
Gore, is that stuff, was it white and blue or is it black and gold? I couldn't tell.
Am I wearing black and gold or white and blue, Dave?
I
Is
don't
your
know.
shirt
Was the dress white and blue? Wait, were those the two options?
It was white and gold.
Oh, all right. So
And
I
then
mixed the two up.
black and blue.
All right. Sorry.
And by the way, because of lighting, it was white and gold. Yeah. Yeah.
Nope.
No. Yes.
Black and blue. Those jerseys, though, black and gold.
Well, let's go fight right now.
And those look amazing. I'm going to have to get my hands on some. I'm
excited
taking
for
applications from pro players for which jersey I should buy. Let's talk about game number 1 here, though, Gormizer.
Oh, man. Okay, I'll say my joke.
Okay.
I was going to say buy one of each jersey, so that way no matter what, you're right.
That's right. No matter what, I'm winning. And I'll consider that at shop.smiteproleague.com. Let's talk about game 1, though. The Atlantis Leviathans, they come out with a draft that has some unique twists on it. But one of the big pivot points in this draft was going to be how the jungle played. And you're going to see a lot of Shinto, a lot of Yarkor. But at the forefront of a lot of these clips, this is maybe a forgettable one for Panatom, dies for first blood. But Panatom played such a big role in helping set up for Shinto, helping set up for Yarkor. And yet again, the Daji at the forefront of one of these replays. So fantastic game from the damage dealers of the Leviathans. But the jungler was at the forefront of a lot of the conversation.
It's this fantastic combination. Every single one of these, save for that first blood, who do you see in front of you? There's Wrong You, there's Panatom. There's Wrong You, there's Panatom. There's Wrong You and Panatom almost always together. Even here, this one was
Wrong You
actually
and
sick
Panatom.
because Wrong You ends up eating a Neath ult for his team, so it opens up even more of that conversation to be able to continue diving. It's little things like that that really do set the Leviathans apart as a team. And I think a lot of this is the Scarabs have a draft that I think is a very solid draft, a very Scarabs draft as well. The downside is that Wrong You is playing one of his best gods in this Terra.
Yep.
And otherwise, you're also playing, like I had said during the desk, but realistically, a lot of gods that don't have any built-in CC immunity up against a Daji who is going to capitalize on that. Panatom, the 1 and 2 doesn't look that great. The 11 looks fantastic because he's everywhere. He's all across the map. He's traveling all over the place and really helping set up these kills. Hardcore, Shinto, they get to capitalize on it and have like the best looking KDAs because of it. But Panatom and Wrong You were just always around ready to help somebody out and set them up for even more.
Yeah, Wrong You at 5k damage was hovering around the damage numbers of 4 out of the 5 members of the Solar Scarabs. Camazotz now played twice this weekend for Yarkor. A combined 14-0 and 9 for Yarkor in those 2 games. 9-0-6 in the first game up against the Winter Dogs. 5-0-3 for Yarkor on the Camazotz here in this one. Gore, admittedly, look, Camazotz has been in the conversation all year long. But I did not expect first pick Camazotz all weekend long, all week long, right? And to be looking as good as it does. Now we're in the conversation of pick ban priority if the Solar Scarabs are in that first pick slot, and maybe that's something you have to give over to SOT. We will see what the priority lies in these 2 teams' eyes heading into P's and B's for game 2. Solar Scarabs, they are in that first pick slot. Gore, Camazotz need to be your answer.
Now here's where things get interesting.
Yep.
And I'm gonna find the number of bans for Camazotz while I talk about it. But before this event, Camazotz was only first picked twice.
Right.
This year.
Right.
As a whole. He's been banned 29 times. and I'll find his top 3s as well. But like, it's not like he's top 3 30 times, right? And that's out of 397 games up to now, or up to this week. So it's something that, like you said, it's not necessarily what you're expecting, but it has been such a pivotal point that just this week, not only has he skyrocketed in terms of where his priority has been, he's been first pick 10 times up to last game. Last game makes it 11. And now he's got 4 of 11 wins from that first pick position. So even though he's getting prioritized super highly, it hasn't always directly translated into a great performance the way we've seen some of these times. That being said, do you risk it when he's played 15 games now? You know, even though a lot of those first picks didn't come to fruition, the rest of the games did.
And Gore, you know, I think maybe a smart pivot then in the eyes of the Leviathans here, realizing that's likely a first pick for the Solar Scarabs if the Camazotz does not get banned away. The other 2 bans for the Leviathans remain the same, though. Charybdis, again, you'd think ADC, but that tends to be a Baronic pick with the Solar Scarabs team. And then Najah did well enough for Scream in back-to-back games against the Oni Warriors, despite a forgettable first effort in that set, to continue being banned out by the Atlantis Leviathans. Some wrong you-centric bans by the Solar Scarabs, Gore. Terra and Yamoja, 2 great picks to take away. That leaves open the Ganesh, though, which admittedly is interesting. When I think of wrong you, not that Ganesh can't do this, but I'm thinking of the Yamojas, the Terras, the walk you down, deal great damage. Plenty of lockdown in both of those picks. Ganesh can do so, but it's through maybe a bit of a different lens, and so I still have high expectations for this pick, but it is a unique look maybe for wrong you.
And if I'm looking at this, I'll have to double check just to make sure the other day, but outside of this event, we haven't seen a Ganesh for wrong you before.
Oh, thank God.
He's never had to go that
I'm
far
right.
down. Yeah.
I'm right.
So,
yes.
So yeah, no, absolutely. I was looking for it, and I was like, come on, he's got to have played 1, right? Like everybody's got 1. No, he just doesn't touch it. And so it's going to be interesting to see how that pairs up for him, because like you said, it's a different style, but at the same time, if I'm looking at someone, a support that's in the top 5 KDAs in the league, yeah, I'm going to let Rongyu play anything he wants. If anything, this is just going to bolster those numbers a little bit more. But I also have to look at this Ardio, Dave, because they've won a lot of games with the Ardio. They've only lost 3 this year that they had out of it.
3.
They've only lost 3.
Man, and look,
it's an 85% win rate.
85% win rate.
For the Leviathan specifically.
Right. And that's a scary stat, right? Ardio's been so popular all year long. Maybe the numbers have normalized a little bit, closer to 50%. But still very, very strong for Yarkor. Leviathan still needing, or Solar Scarabs rather, still needing a support. So Sylvanas and Sobek, 2 picks that had been played in 2 out of 3 wins against the Oni Warriors the other day. Leviathan smart, doing their homework. On the flip side, though, we heaped praise on Panatom and Shinto after Game 1. The Solar Scarabs don't want to deal with either of the picks that those 2 players were able to play. And Medusa Gore has been a fringe topic of conversation.
Yeah.
With the changing of the ability placement on the anti-heal, now on Acid Spray. Acid Spit. I don't know, I don't want to mess that one up.
Spray.
You know which one I'm talking about.
Her 2.
Freya, though, locked in. Does this mean we're maybe looking towards a Medusa mid? Or a Freya mid?
All right, Dave, let me talk to you about some really, really old Smite things that Aggro's going to glare at me for mentioning, because there's no way this is ever going to happen. But Freya used to be played in the jungle sometimes.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no way that's going to happen. I want to get that out there. But, like, in Season 1, 0, it existed.
If
before
it
the item store was separated and you could get physical and magical on Freya, yeah.
Would you think if we're on the Solar Scarabs, I would be more.
No,
open.
I'm not. It's not even crossing their minds.
I'm just saying I'd be more.
I'm
open,
an idiot.
I'd be more open to the possibility of Freya jungle if it were Scream playing it. Not that Panatom can't, to be very, very clear. But he's not one who feels like reaching into the bag of tricks.
I very weirdly agree with you on that, and I kind of hate that I do. Like, I don't like the fact that I could agree with anyone playing it, but like, if someone's gonna do it, it would be Scream, and it would probably look okay.
It'd probably look fine. At any rate, Medusa and Freya, one will.
Yeah,
have
probably
to go
mid for Medusa. By the way,
you'd think. Right. That's
that's the
original
question
topic.
you asked.
The Solar Scarabs, they stick with jungle, hunter, and mid, and 3 pick score that are pretty standard in those roles for the Solar Scarabs specifically. Erlang Shen for Scream is something that we've seen him play, a fantastic early pressure style god. Only 1 game of it in the last 6. That was a loss against the Oni Warriors. But Izanami and Tiamat are 2 picks that for Stewart and or Baronic rather respectively have looked pretty good. A different look, though, for inbound here, Gormizer, with the Bacchus getting locked in. You want to talk about pressure in that lane, you got an Iza and a Bacchus running down what we assume will be a Freya and Ganesh early in the lane.
Yeah, I can't think of a worse first, like, 5 levels for the Leviathans than what they have, right? Like, for Freya and Ganesh, their lane, like, they almost don't exist in that lane for 5 minutes. They're just going to have to sit there and let smite happen to them.
Right.
Ideally, Susano can come over and alleviate some of that pressure, but, you know, Zapman's not going to be able to hit incredibly hard early on. The clear is going to be pretty easy to block if you have someone like Inbound who wants to kind of get into the wave and stop a lot of that damage from getting spread out. Izanami's got insane push already, and, like, normally you have something like if you go Izanami Geb, Izanami Ganesh, it offsets the fact that your support isn't going to push that hard. This is going to be a lot of pressure immediately on the Leviathans, but then you look at their late game, and it's absolutely nuts if they get there. I mean, Ganesh, Freya, Artio in the late game is enough to win most team fights in any given circumstance. Medusa and Susano, at least in that mid, the 2v2 evolving into the 3v3, should be able to do just fine on their own. I expect a lot out of those two, especially early on, but it's where they put that pressure. You know, we talked about the 85% win rate here for Hardcore on this Artio. I'm not worried about that doing well early or late. It's going to do just fine because they do well with it consistently. It really is the duo lane right now, and we talked about Wrong Hughes stats. We saw Zapman get soloed a couple times, or maybe just the once, but like definitely stumbled on this Freya in game number 1. I think this is one that they're going to be worried about it, but they're still going to be able to survive as long as they make it to a certain minute.
Right, it feels like, Gore, with the Solar Scarabs in game 1, there's a few kind of different pieces matched together. Some of the bits of that composition worked. Maybe feels a little bit more consistent top to bottom, a clear game plan for the Solar Scarabs here in game 2. I want to hear your thoughts, though, on this Achilles pick, because Achilles has been very important in the solo lane. I keep saying weekend. We're still in the week. All week long.
It's Friday. That's like the start of the weekend.
It is the start of the weekend. For us, though, I don't know.
It's the middle of the week.
It's the middle. That's right. It's the middle of the week for us. The Achilles, though, has been important all event long here, Gore. Yeah. Is this the style of pick you expect SOT to have a good game on, an okay matchup maybe into the Sardia?
I think a lot of it is specifically for that matchup, right? Like that control. It's also going to help having that executed online a little bit later on, just being able to deal with someone, because, you know, Ardio's going to have some healing for the team, but for the most part, they're going to be stuck where they are, so you should be able to get that off in the middle of a team fight. Stuns, it's easy to chase people down, Freya as well as Medusa as well. Maybe not necessarily Susano, but if he uses all his cooldowns on something, you can still keep him in check. I like the look of it. We'll just have to see if he can make it through a lane phase against Hardcore.
We're expecting some fireworks in the duo lane early on in game 2 between the Scarabs and the Leviathans.
Back on the Freya here for the Leviathans. It will be going over to Zapman's hands once again. A slightly different look from Shinto. Still a hunter, but this time that Medusa that's gotten a couple of recent changes to some of the ordering of her kit. You know, you get the anti-heal on her acid spray, the lacerate, can deal damage to minions now. But I want to go back on the whole, you know, Freya jungle thing. You've recently had to go against a Freya jungle. That wasn't too fun. It was a play test. That was not a fun game for you.
Oh, I don't remember that at all. No, I was thinking, when I think of Freya jungle, I think of when I was first climbing in ranked, like season 1, in Soulshiner, playing Freya jungle was like my gatekeeper. I couldn't beat the guy no matter what. He would just 1v9 all of our games. And that's what I was thinking about when it came to Freya jungle.
Yeah, Freya jungle, not so great this day and age. Definitely want to keep her in a lane, try and keep her as safe as possible, because let's be honest, she really doesn't have a whole lot of kill pressure for the first, like, what, 14, 15 levels of the game probably?
Yeah, it takes her a little bit of time. Really that hasten, but good start already, putting pressure on Zapman with this duo lane, and this is what I like to see from the Scarabs. You know, I said at the end of last game that sometimes they have these compositions that don't really mesh super well, and you know, they get off to slower starts. I like this composition a lot more than what we saw from them in game 1, because there's clear pressure over here in duo. There's clear pressure in the jungle, and you've got lanes that you can lean on. You know, you can maybe catch an Artio overextending, though that's pretty difficult. You can kill a Medusa in mid with something like Erlong Shen. You can easily kill duo lane with what you've got over there. So the Scarabs definitely have some good tools this time around.
Yarkor on this Artio, and as mentioned on the desk, an 85% win rate when he gets this god. And it wasn't only until, you know, recent time. I say recent, I mean, we're talking, you know, start of phase 3 months ago, that this god really kind of came back in the meta, and Yarkor was one of the first ones to bring it there. And the fact he's sitting at 85% win rate, it's probably a reason this god rarely ever sees his hands anymore.
Yeah, it's not for lack of picks, that's for sure, when it comes to RDO and Yarkor's combination. It's just the fact that my man wins on that pick really, really often, and definitely a little bit surprised that the Scarabs were able to give it to him. But it's a testament to what Rongu has done. You know, so many of the bans thrown his way. That's what good teams do to you. They make you give them picks that you don't want to give them, and this is just another iteration here.
And this time we get to see Rongyu's debut Ganesh here in Season 8. Another thing that kind of got brought up there is we've never seen that combo just yet. Panatom versus Scream here over at a speed buff fight. 2.5 minutes in the game, but SOT is here to make sure that Panatom has no chance of getting this buff. Scream will be able to drop that, but now it's a collapse in by the Leviathans. Yarkor goes in, a dash out by Scream, a teleport in by Panatom to try and cut off the path. The root holds him in place for just a while, and somehow Scream able to make it out of the 3.
And Shinto now in a bit of trouble. Baronic not close enough to follow up, so Shinto will end up escaping. Talk about a value out of your purification beads. I think Scream immune 3 CCs with those purification beads, and they mean that it's easy for him to get out of there. I don't know if the Leviathans thought he had blink and just hadn't pressed tab or what happened, but they definitely overlap their CC way too much. If namely Panatom just holds Wind Siphon, Scream's always dead in that situation. So a little bit of lack of patience there for the Leviathans, but Scream makes a good play to take advantage.
Yeah, it is 4 sets of purification beads here for the Solar Scares. Everybody except for Inbound, who's one of the only players on the team who doesn't. Actually, no, there's quite a few that don't have CC immunity on the team. My misstep there, but he goes for the meditation, which we've been seeing a ton of out of the supports. It seems to kind of be you either get med or you get blink these days as your support, and it seems that both supports have opted for that med.
Yeah, I think med, it's obviously very good. It's by far the best relic in lane, but I do think it falls off pretty hard, and I do think, you know, have it, like right now, Yarkor has meditation as well. Double med, I don't think feels fantastic come the team fight stage, but it's not horrible. You know, what would Yarkor be going anyways? It's not always easy to pick what you want over there in that soul lane. So, you know, I don't hate seeing a lot of meditations, but I do think there's such a thing as too many, like maybe the double meditation duo lane we saw from the Bolts yesterday.
Man, we've normally been seeing fights over red buffs, fights over purples or blues. This is one of the first time ever, at least in this season, that we're seeing constant fights over the speed buff. To taunt in by Scream, a belly flop from Inbound, and the damage from the Belch and Scream's basics will be enough to take down the jungler. First blood up for the Solar Scarabs, and Zapman in danger on this left side as he's getting ran at by Stewart, but Stewart needs a few more autos and no Dark Portal to his name to try and secure the kill.
Yeah, I already used it in order to get some pressure over here, but great first blood there by the Solar Scarabs. Just taking advantage of how you know they're going to play the game. Shinto is never going to defend that speed in a million years. Because we want to know why. His red buff's up. And that's farm that he can go get. So he's going to go get that. And it leaves Panatom out on an island. Not great ward coverage around that. I mean, it was an easy trap set by the Solar Scarabs, and the Leviathans walk right into it. But it's such a great trap because they know how Shinto in particular wants to be playing the game. He doesn't want to help his jungler secure speed. He wants to get guaranteed farm and not split it if he can help it. And so much so that he's gone Eye of the Jungle as a starter item in order to make it that much easier for him to go and solo things like mid Harpies and his red buff. Panatom going to be pretty far behind to Scream in the jungle.
And talk about the double-headed serpent of a trap that you set up there. I mean, you have a Bacchus and an Erlong Shen. Erlong usually can do it all on his own. You know, you get the root, the knockup. Well, then you throw another knockup and a stun, and once he hits 5 here, Intoxicate to throw about a bunch of extra damage. Gotta imagine if the Scarabs are keeping up this pressure towards speed, they just keep going at it, but so far not in a position to do so just yet.
No, but they've got time if they want to group. I mean, Solar Patrol can easily push this wave, start to rotate over. You know, Inbound's already here. Rongi's actually heading to the left-hand side. Does have time to do these back Harpies and then still be there in time for speed, but if I'm Panatom, I'm going, Yo, Shinto, I promise you'll get red after speed. Can we just make sure I get it?
Less than 30 seconds till it's up, and here's Scream, here's SOT, and Inbound sitting in the mid lane with Baronic. They want to go for a fight. Shinto is in the midst of the tower. Yarkor's the first one to rotate over. He'll get caught out, but he'll heal up every bit of damage that he took. And maybe for the first time since its initial spawning, we'll get to see Panatom try and get that speed buff, but Scream and Inbound go in. They put a ton of damage onto Yorkor. He goes down instantly. Typhoon rips through the backline, but now it's Inbound who's caught in the midst of it. It's the damage out of the Susano and the dots from Shinto. They're able to take him out. Petrified does hit one, and ult in by SOT, and Wrong U is gone.
Shinto's got a dash out, and the speed buff still going to be invaded. Actually was secured somehow there by Panatom, it looked like to me, but either way, a great fight for the Leviathans, or excuse me, for the Scarabs. Again, playing aggressively in the Leviathans jungle. Yarkor looked pretty immortal at the very beginning of that fight and did a lot of sustain, but had used a lot of cooldowns, was a little bit isolated. The Ganesh ultimate didn't do quite enough there from Rongu to keep them off of Yarkor, and that full-on commit onto the RDO was the way to do it. Not often that you say that, you know, that full committing onto the RDO is the right play on that engagement, but in that situation, it worked perfectly.
With it, the Solar Scarabs are able to pull themselves up 2,000 gold over the Atlantis Leviathans. Not a statement that many teams get to make, is getting a significant gold lead on the Leviathans less than 8 minutes into the game. And with that lead, Scream, he's got his Crusher. You have a Blackthorn. Now Scream has gone back to base to pick up that Adventurer's Blade for a little bit of extra attack speed potential. And I mean, if this is just going to be the trend of the game, you can only imagine in the next 30-45 seconds the Scarabs go up to that top side one more time.
Yeah, why not? It's been working for you so far. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And you know, Zap maybe could rotate all the way over, but that's not going to feel particularly good for him at this point in the game.
Be a whoop onto Inbound. He's got his belly flop if he can get out. Silence from Wrong U is holding him in place. Inbound jumps right on top of Zapman, but that'll be more than enough to get this Bacchus out for now. Inbound lives on. The Leviathans already starting to back away. Scream actually on the left side of the jungle this time around to put some poke back up against Panatom.
Poke on Inbound is pretty valuable, though, especially if he's going to try and be there for a speed buff invade. And all this pressure is just coming from the lane clear that the Scarabs have. This game plan has worked so well.
We don't care about the speed buff, says the Solar Scarabs. Gold Fury is up. Maybe we can get something. It's Inbound in danger on the backside of the fight. Zapman will just run him down. And without their support, the Solar Scarabs now have to give up the gold.
Man, for 9 minutes, the Scarabs were playing so clean, but a big mistake there from Inbound really sets it up.
Zapman goes aggressive on Stewart, and that is curtain calls for the Hunter. It's actually a double kill for Zapman, as the time between the Inbound kill and that one was just close enough. And Leviathans are able to tie up the kills, but still a little shy on the golden XP.
And for what it's worth, a solo kill there on the Stewart. No one else did a point of damage. They got some assists for being close by, but Zap had that all under wraps, all on his own. And those are critical mistakes there, back-to-back from the duo lane from the Solar Scarabs. Inbound zoning way too far ahead, making it easy to pick him off while his team just doesn't have the damage necessary to get that Gold Fury. And then Stewart walking back in the lane and getting soloed right away. Those are tough pills to swallow whenever you've been playing really, really well up until that point.
Shinto's Lacerate gets stopped by the Belch from Inbound. Veronica is still chasing him out, but Zapman and Wrong U are waiting for Inbound on the tail, and the belly flop still not quite up for Inbound, but just enough damage and some zoning here by Baronic. Make sure that his support gets to walk out.
Yeah, very good stun. Maybe saves Inbound's life, though. Bobby's pretty tanky at this point already. Bacchus pretty much always really tanky. The tankiest god in the game because of his damage mitigation on the passive and on getting those protections from Chug as well.
Instead of the speed buff, they're going over towards the purple on this left side. Double taunt in by Scream. Dharmic Pillar from Wrong U to zone them away. And an ultimate rips through by Panatom. Finds two, but not a whole lot of damage from him.
Wow.
Instead, it's a whole lot of damage on him. Inbound gets the final shot. Shinto gets some good damage, but Stewart picks up the second kill of the fight. A few members of the Scarabs very low, but they come out with two quick picks.
Man, the duo lane comes up big after those big mistakes they made. They redeemed themselves beautifully. What a flop in from Inbound. Sets up an awesome dark portal coming from Stewart. And Panatom and Zap just get absolutely flattened by that engagement. Just no shot to turn it around. Not nearly enough damage in the world in order to start a fight being that far down in the HP department and still be able to come back and win it. Valkyrie's discretion was still on cooldown as well, so Zapman feeling a lot less useful than he would like to on that Freya.
Panatom being bullied at his speed buff yet again, but this time it's just SOT. 2 levels up over Yarkor, but might still need to even be careful here. 3 members to try and rotate to get a kill onto SOT. Stuns Panatom and chunks through a ton of his health. The Wind Siphon is beads out here by the solo laner, but he's going to go right back in, blinks past them, and eliminates him. SOT with the 1v3 kill.
And now Scream's coming in looking for Yark core. The cripple's good, but Yark's in serious trouble.
He got a lot of health back there from that heal. And now with Shinto waiting in tow, it's a 2v3 at this tier 1 tower. SOT will get poked up here by Yarkor. But Yarkor's the one who probably still needs to be careful as Inbound is waiting around the corner.
Good silence coming from Wrongview, but no shot. They've got the damage to kill this Bacchus. Solo or Troll, what a turnaround there. I mean, he plays that fight mechanically perfectly. Nothing he could have done better with his spacing, the timing on the beads, the way he uses the ultimate to escape, and then turning around, preloading the combat dodge in order to then blink past and do it that way. That was unbelievable from SOT. This is absolutely perfect. This reaction on the Wind Siphon is absolutely nuts. Waits for his buttons to come back up, knows his opportunity. I mean, that's as clean as it gets.
Just nice and easy kill for SOT. Another day of the week in the solo lane for the Solar Scarabs. 4,000 gold up now, 12 minutes in the game, getting close to 13, 6-3. Probably the most stark of all of those stats, 7,000 experience that the Solar Scarabs have up. It's 3 levels in solo, 3 levels in jungle, even pretty much everywhere else across the board, about a half level to a level separating the rest of them. But you want to talk about pulling up a lead here, Scream and SOT doing a lot of work here with the Scarabs.
And this is the type of game that if you're the Scarabs, you have got to win this. You know, you cannot afford to lose this game from this point. And again, in a best of 5 against a team of the Leviathan's caliber, you have to be able to convert. And namely, you do that by not taking any fight that does not involve your Achilles. Every single fight from here on out from the Scarabs, Solar or Troll should be there, because he's a huge part of why they would win.
I want to go for a fight up against SOT, but look at the damage SOT put back to Panatom all by his lonesome. Panatom's at 10% health under the tier 1 tower trying to back, and with Scream rotating over, there's nothing else the Leviathans can do. SOT is swinging, man.
Yeah, he's doing a ton of damage for level 14 on this Achilles. Just went and bought a full shifter shield, basically, off that reset. So now he's going to be dealing even more damage when he's healthy, get even tankier whenever he's low. Love that purchase. Don't see it a ton, but I think in game states like this where you're very ahead, this can be very good.
Zatman will W key at Stewart. Dark Portal goes through. Zatman has to use the Valkyrie's discretion to get the kill, but at Stewart gets just enough lifesteal, and because of that, Zatman is the one who goes down off a rotation from Scream. Stewart, perfect ages to keep him alive.
Yeah, easy bait there from Stu, and got Zap's beads as well. Zap just didn't use that Valkyrie's discretion in time in order to avoid the Dark Portal because he knew he needed the auto attacks, and that makes it so that Stewart ends up getting, even if he would have traded his life 1-for-1 in that situation, it's good, but to allow Scream to come in and get that cleanup kill is absolutely huge. Scream did pre-beads expecting a banish in that moment, so he is pretty vulnerable now, but with the type of lead the Scarabs have, that shouldn't matter much.
And that's going to get even further here. Gold Fury goes down to the Solar Scarabs, 5,500 gold, creeping up now towards that 8,000 experience that they've got here. Solar Scarabs have come out swinging here in game number 2, put themselves up a huge lead. And a lot of it off the back of Scream and SOT on that right side of the map to get them going.
And that Susano has looked really good. Oath looked very good on it yesterday up against the Jade Dragons. Panatom has obviously had an iconic Susano during his career in the SPL, but it has its weaknesses. You know, it looks really unstoppable at times. When that character gets the ball rolling, he looks absolutely insane. But in game states like this, where, you know, what is he really supposed to do? He lost a couple of speeds right off the rip and has ever since just been getting gunned down in his jungle, and Solar Troll and Scream have really been willing to take the fight to him. I think the Scarabs have done a great job neutralizing this pick for Panatom.
I mean, it was, what, 3-4 separate speed buffs, and, well, we get to see another, well, now it's a 2v1 with Scream coming through here. Zatman had no chance in winning that fight. Perfect bait out of Stewart, and a rotation from Scream gets another kill on the Leviathan's Hunter, and puts Zatman even further behind, now 2 levels down on this Freya.
Yeah, last one, you know, mistake, but defensible. That one, I think, is Zap with poor fight selection again. I mean, no ward coverage at all on that left-hand side. Clearly no one had seen Scream, so he wasn't checking for that necessarily. And honestly, even without Scream, I don't know that he was going to win that fight. It didn't look like it was going to be an easy win for him because Stewart was starting to really swing and had a really good Dark Portal again. So Zap maybe trying to force it a little bit too much
feels like the game might be slipping away from the Leviathans whenever you start seeing decision making like that.
And if you're the Leviathans and you're down a combined 6 levels on one side of the map, another 5 levels when you're looking at the opposite end in the duo lane here, I mean, what's kind of that point where, or what is it that they have to do to even try and get back in this game?
I mean, God, you're down 3 levels in both of your side lanes now. Zap's level 14, Stewart level 17. You got to fight around Shinto because he's the only one who's close to his lane opponent. And he's pretty strong right now. Going Crusher, Trans into Titan's Bane means that he's going to be hitting pretty hard with both autos and abilities. So it's not impossible for the Leviathans, but it's 3 levels in support, 2.5 in solo, 2.5 in jungle, 2.5 in ADC. From this point, the Leviathans have to capitalize on a Scarab's mistake, which, as we said earlier, has been known to happen. So it certainly could be the case, but if the Scarabs play it clean, this one should be theirs.
Pyromancer goes down cleanly for the Scarabs, and now on the Fire Giant, inbound, distracting 3 on the top side, but Panatom is routing himself towards the bottom end of this engagement. Inbound, falling low, inbound, does have the belly flop, so he'll make it out of there. Very risky play by the Scarabs. They do manage to keep their support alive.
Yeah, just barely, and that would have been a pretty bad start to the mid to late game scenario there for the Solar Scarabs. But Bacchus will let you get away with a lot when it comes to your positioning and how aggressive you can be. So in that sense, it makes a lot of sense for Inbound and his play style.
Yeah, it's not often your support gets to walk up to 3 players and still make it out of a situation like that, even with 10% health. But level 15 on the Bacchus, now he has his Bulwark, which he didn't have during that last fight. So if it was already tough killing this Bacchus, good luck now that he gets a shield once he drops below that 40% threshold.
And it's going to mean that he's a lot tankier to Zapman. That was kind of the hope, is that maybe Zap can do enough damage, but you know, Zap doesn't go pen very early in this build if he's going for the same one as last game, so he's a ways away from getting penetration. And against a Bulwark and a Pridwin and a Thebes, 3 items with magical protection and a lot of HP from the Thebes and from the Bulwark, I do not see a world where Zapman can actually deal significant damage to Bacchus.
Yeah, it feels like Zapman's going to have to get to 6 full items before he ever really starts doing anything to inbound. Scream will walk up against 3. The taunt is beads out by Shinto. Panatom throws out the Typhoon, but Scream is just fine, and so is Inbound in the midst of this Dharmic Pillars. Instead, it's SOT doing the damage to everyone else in the backline. It's going to be 1 down quickly. SOT grabs Panatom. Immediately into the backline goes Scream. He'll pick up Shinto, but not before he goes down to Yarkor. 4 versus 3 now for the Scarabs in mid.
They do get a shutdown onto Scream, so that's big, but still, the Solar Scarabs just throwing their muscle around, and that's exactly what you should be doing when you've got a lead like this. Take fights. Don't just let the Leviathan sit around and farm. Take the fight to them. And the Scarabs position aggressively. Scream gets a really nice taunt. Good patience from him. Shinto just backpedaling a little bit too much and still ends up getting caught in it. And that's just the Scarabs leveraging their lead. The Leviathans had pretty good target selection, landed their abilities, you know, they were in an okay position. Solar Scarabs are just outright stronger right now, and that was the difference maker.
Hey, you want to talk about a game that's just kind of happening around Baron? I mean, no discredit to him. He's been putting out damage. He's 0-0-4 right now on this Tiamat. But it seems that he's just been getting to kind of chill out here in mid lane while the rest of the fight happens on the map.
Hey, he's helped grow this lead. His rotations over to speed were important, but you're right. These are the easy games in mid, where both of your side lanes are dominating. You know that they can't pressure you because they just need to stay alive on their side lanes. You know no one's going to rotate to you. So you can just kind of scale and get to the late game. And that's perfect on a pick like Tiamat because that's where she wants to be anyways. Barana definitely has not lit it up. I mean, he's bottom of his team in player damage, but hasn't needed to. Just where he's walked has helped facilitate this lead.
And 1 stun here to get somebody out. 1 minion thrown out here to create a little bit of space. Veronic, as I said, 0-0-4, now has his Obsidian Shard picked up here for the 4th item. So he's nearly getting close to that full build point on this Tiamat. Opposite side here, Shinto still hasn't been able to pick up his 4th item. And we'll talk about kind of rounding out builds. It's a full Kinsai for Scream, and Panatom just now gets his Serrated Edge online.
Yeah, he's a full item down right now in the jungle, and Susano, you know, from ahead you can do a lot, but from behind, you do not feel like you're dealing damage. He still has good CC, which is always good to have as a character, but not going to be putting out that 100 to 0 damage anytime soon.
Ward coverage. Where's it at for the Leviathans? It's not on the Fire Giant. You do see Yarkor rotating over, but that Fire Giant is as good as gone. Solar Scarabs pick up the biggest neutral objective on the map for basically free.
No one there, and Leviathans are probably right to not be there, but Inbound cannot get caught here.
Inbound silenced out, pulled in by Panatom, thrown up in the sky by Rongyu, who used the Intoxicate to get an extra Pridwin shield. The rest of his team is not there to help him out. Panatom finally able to put a kill on the board, but all the while, the Scarabs pushing up that right side of the map. They take both of those towers in the right lane.
I mean, look, it costs the Leviathans a lot to kill Inbound there. It's 3 ultimates, it's a Frenzy, it's a Beads from Shinto. But at the same time, the Scarabs don't get a Phoenix. They trade out a couple of towers. They lose a member with Fire Giant. You know, that slows their push down pretty significantly. Definitely a positioning mistake there from Inbound. There's just no reason at all to be there. You can be not right next to your teammates and still be getting information, getting vision, that kind of stuff. Be somewhere where your teammates can help you. And that play goes a lot better because of how long he lives. Definitely a big mistake there from Inbound that has taken a lot of time off the clock in this Fire Giant push.
And what was this massive experience deficit between all these players in the blink of an eye here? Now just about everybody on Leviathans have hit level 20, so now you have at least all of your base scalings out there. It's really just those items that are starting to make a difference, but Shinto's gone back. He's picked up dominance. It's mostly Panatom who's kind of still behind here in the jungle.
Yeah, and he's got Bumba's Spear. You know, he's starting to get closer and closer to that big damage spike. I mean, as soon as he finishes Heartseeker, he's going to be fine. He's going to be dealing plenty of damage.
Whoop onto SOTs. That man is throwing basics at him, but they're not doing a whole ton of damage just yet. SOT groups up with 2 more of his Scarab teammates. They'll take out the left tier 2 tower. Now a rotation over towards mid. It's SOT at the front line inbound, sitting over by the door while Scream is doing what he can to start pushing these minions up to get ready to take the last tower, or maybe just distract the Leviathan so the rest of the team can take a Phoenix.
Stewart will make pretty quick work of this Phoenix, and remember, the waves won't matter to him because he can just use those autos anyways as they pass through. So definitely going to be a tough wire to balance on here for the Leviathans. Don't think you need to defend this tier 2. It's already gone. You only have to worry about a minute and 20 seconds on this FG push. If they can handle that, they might be able to stall it out a bit longer.
Phoenix took about 1/3 of its health earlier on. It's healed some of that back up. SOT under the Phoenix. He'll be the one to tank it up while the rest of the team moves in. Stewart starting to pepper some damage in, but it's a tornado and a big stun that comes through. Frenzy is popped. Armic Pillars and a triple belly flop out of Inbound. Takes out one. Rongyu falls down, but not before we at least get a triple through here for the Solar Scarabs. The Phoenix still stands, and it's a 3 down versus the 1.
They tried to do the exact same play, focus the Bacchus, but it's obviously a lot worse whenever the whole team is still right there next to him. Zap in trouble.
Zapman surrounded by 3, knocked up and knocked down. Scream's the one who takes him out, and it's just Yark the Shark to try and hold them out. But one lone RDO is not going to stop 4 strong in the Solar Scarabs. They're going to take game number 2 and get themselves a little bit closer to the World Championships.
Scarabs have woken up. Didn't take them 2 games this time, only 1 for them to get right back in the driver's seat. And I think that their decision to go with that whole pressure composition, namely in the duo lane, but over there in the solo lane as well. I mean, constant speed buff invades really paid off there, clearly, because Solar Patrol was massive, Scream was massive, and it just became impossible to stop them. So I think in the next game for the Leviathans, focusing on making sure we've got a little bit more pressure. You know, you think that you should have pressure at mid with the Medusa versus the Tiamat, but it still wasn't able to affect those fights at all. Picking up higher pressure jungler for Panatom, something along those lines, but overall, you just got to tip your hat to the Scarabs. They came in with a really good game plan with this draft and executed it really well.
I mean, Panatom essentially didn't get a play for pretty much the entire first half, maybe first 3 quarters of that game.
Yeah.
And by the time he was able to come through and try and make an impact, it was already too little too late. Solar Scarabs come up 1-1 to start out this set. We'll take it to game 3 right after.
That's our
forgive-
stage. That's our stage manager.
Yes. We love Mike here.
We sure do.
And you should love Mike too. Either way, the Ravens, team behind me, cool logo, fun name. It's a very familiar team, Mifflin. It's Mogao, it's Rapio, it's SAP7, Silenced, and Vaporish Coast. And I think a lot of these guys have had a lot of, tenured experience, whether it's across SCL, if you look over towards Coast, or if you look in just the minor league. Mogao has been around for a long time in
Like
terms
all
of
of it.
competitive history. Yeah, and I think it's going to be fun to watch them. Zap 7's actually, out of all the names on this, there's so many familiar ones. Zap 7's the one that stands out to me because I remember it was either last year or 2 years ago. No idea who this guy is. Locks in Vulcan, and I'm just sitting there, ready to clown on him because it's like, man, some no-name Locks in Vulcan in the SCC, what's going to happen? He has one of the most phenomenal Vulcan games that I've seen in the SCC, and has cemented his name in my brain.
Yeah, this whole squad, I think, is very entertaining to watch because of the pacing of the game. It is a distinctly European team in that they like to play a slower pace despite having some early game picks. I'm talking about like that game last season where we saw Rapio wait until 26 minutes into a game on Thanatos Jungle to decide to get involved, and he gets involved by picking up a pentakill immediately. Literally 0 damage, straight into a penta. So, I'm expecting a slower pace to today.
Yeah. Well, here's the question I have for you. If you're taking a slower pace, can you take a slower pace against a team like Hexbombo that, has, just some names like Trix Tank and Zeros and Johnny's?
Oh, okay.
Echrome. Itori might be like the least tenured of all. Echrome, I think, had a phenomenal performance last year. I think Itori has had some really, really good performances over the last couple of years. But the 3-piece core in the middle here, that's a lot to handle here on the Mambo. So, you know what? I think it's going to be a fun match to watch, to say the least. But I do pose the question, can you slow down against them? Do they even allow that?
Well, considering specifically Trix Tank plays with Wild Abandon, he doesn't seem to care about map state or like what's happening or what's going on around him. He's just going to hit buttons better than the majority of other people, and he plays very aggressive picks. It is going to be difficult to slow down the pace against this team. But that has been the win condition against these Trix Tank Zero squads for the last couple of years. So maybe it really is a conversation of which team is able to establish the pace, maintain it, and make sure that their game plan comes through. And I'm a huge proponent, I've always been a huge proponent of early game pressure. I think it's the only way to get your hands on the levers of power in a match. If you go for a scaling style composition against a team that is trying to bring early game presence, it's not up to you whether or not you get to that late game scale. It's just withstand the efforts of the opposition. I like to be the guy who's proactive. I don't want to be the reactive player. I think anytime you're able to get the ball rolling, that's the right way to play. And Hex Mambo, certainly a team that loves to get the ball rolling, and they do it quickly.
Now, I'm going to give you a take, and I want to get your opinion on this one. I seen Heimdall locked in, and, Coast has a really good Heimdall. I think Echrome has a really good Heimdall. We were talking about it, I believe, yesterday as well. Like, I think Streak Up, Spudio all have really good Heimdalls. When I'm talking about almost exclusively European players, and so my take on this, I'm willing to go out there and say I think Europe might have the better Heimdall of if you go EU versus NA. Like, just more players over there are better at Heimdall than North America.
Yeah, I think it kind of plays hand in hand with the cultural difference in how they approach the match, right? Like, the ADCs like to play a little bit slower in the lane in Europe. They like to play for that late game scaling. They want to get their items online before they really go for those 1v1s. There was a meta where both North America and Europe had to play the Jingweis and the Heimdalls of the world, but I feel like Europe a little bit more so held on to the Heimdall. They've been practicing it a little bit more consistently. Whether or not I'm willing to say that they've got the best Heimdalls, maybe. I mean, Spudio comes to mind, Vaporish Coast comes to mind, but like Snoopy's over there in North America.
Yeah.
We got like Guy J.
Is Guy J like a nuts Heimdall?
Guy J is just like a nuts ADC.
Guy J was like real good at ROM when he played it in the SPL.
Real good at ROM,
he got to pretty much only play those two in the SPL.
You're pretty good at anything, I think.
Good point. Maybe that's the key here. We can catch up on the Jazz. Heimdall, Osiris, Kumbhakarna locked in there for the Ravens. Persephone, Fafnir, Habwa, and Kleena. So Kleena, first off, went from like a must-ban #1 pick literally all week, and then this set, she makes it down to 7th. That kind of blows my mind.
Yeah.
And I think it is going to be Kleena in the soul lane as well. So it's not going to be that traditional Kleena jungle that's going to get
Arise,
involved
my
early on.
child!
I am surprised that she sees such a lack of priority, maybe a lack of respect for the better term, but we are playing on the newest patch, and in the newest patch we've seen a sweeping change to the jungle in that Habois jungle has become very popular. Now Water Spout no longer self-roots, so you can just keep moving. When you're on the water carpet, you are gliding, applying your damage as well, so your scaling doesn't take too long anymore. He's no longer that late game, now I can start dealing damage because you can skip boots and immediately get some of those high priority items online early. I like this draft from Hex Mambo.
I'm vibing with it as well. I think Hebo, it's one of those things that's really fun because I never realized how much I hated that self-root on the 3 until I got to play without it, and how freeing that feels all of a sudden when you're just like, oh my god, you're right. And look, I have to, anytime a Hebo gets any changes, I have to go in and touch him just because he's the one who got me into the game. I have the respect for him, so I have to make sure to maintain.
You downloaded Smite for Hebo.
When I was watching someone, a YouTube group, play Smite, and they were playing Hebo. And I thought, that looks really fun. And so I got the game. I saw he wasn't immediately available. And so I went, cool, bought the Battle Pass, and was like, let's just do this thing.
That's easy.
Yeah, or not the Battle Pass, the God Pass. There were no Battle Pass back then, because I'm old.
Okay. Fair enough.
We'll see whether or not this comp can live up to the hype that we have behind it. Here in game number 1, as the Highland Ravens take on Hex Mambo. This is a battle of a really cool logo versus a really cool name. And honestly, Highland Ravens is a pretty cool name as well. So realistically,
they should just win?
Yeah, both teams should win. Everybody's happy.
That's just simply not how Smite works.
Both teams can't win?
No.
What happens if you kill the Titan but together?
Like what do you
like if the Titan was like the Titan was if both Titans were at one hit.
Can't happen.
And you both auto. Yeah, you're right, because the server's going to register one before the other.
Yeah.
I did computer science. Hey. Either way, Mifflin, I don't know what kind of energy I'm bringing with you, and it's only 11 in the morning. We still have the SPL to go later. Either way, this is going to be fun to watch. Khepri gets locked in. Kind of glanced over that one. I also didn't even register it was locked in on the team that had the Kumba and the Osiris already in there. So it is a Kumba solo, which if it was literally anybody that was not Mogao, I think is a huge heavy talking point. Probably still should be. But Mogao likes playing things like this.
Yeah, Mogao is going to play the Kabrakins, the Kumbhakarnas, just Guardians in general. He likes Jormungandr. It's a very different style. I think that he really does, Lamogao that is, value survivability in the lane, and, well, Kumbhakarna is going to bring exactly that. You've also got a decent matchup in Kleena in that she's not really ever going to be allowed to channel that first ability for the silence. You're generally going to be able to sleep her out of it, or at least just walk away, something like that to disrupt her. Generally, though, you're not going to see her max out that ability first in lane. It's going to be either the flickering visions or the dash just for superior clear. So I don't think Itori going to be too concerned about the lane matchup. It's more so which one of these guys is going to scale harder, which one of them is going to make a larger impact in the late game team fight, because neither one of them really has got a whole lot of kill pressure.
And they bring like different things, right? Late game, you look at Kleena and it's like, cool, you've got damage, you've got setup potential, you know, to an extent where most of your setup potential is, hey, you walked through a wall, screamed at him real loud, and did some, started the damage up to kick things off. Kumba's like, all right, I'm going to knock this guy into the air, I'm going to root that guy, mez this dude. You've got a lot more traditional Guardian setup coming down from Mogao, so that'll be fun to watch. He also does, Kumba does like a sneaky amount of damage, not enough that it's going to be like anything to overshadow the mid laners, but, you know, enough that you're going to have to pay attention to him. Johnny's going to be on the Habois. Johnny is one of the more fantastic junglers we got to watch in the SCC, 2 years ago? We got to watch him, a lot of fun. Got a pentakill in the SBL last year. And now he's kicking it back with the homies here in the SCC.
Yeah, I've got high expectations for Johnny.
You should do well.
I had high expectations for him all year last year, and he lived up to it at times. Very difficult to play in the circumstances with which he was, but now that he's playing on local ping, he's able to group up with a squad that he's got a lot of experience with. I think that he is going to find his home here and potentially make a run for the SPL later on in the year. But got to talk about Habois jungle and how it's been fringe meta in the past. At times it's been a top pick jungle as well. Now I would argue probably a little bit more so just a comfort pick. Itori, though, doesn't have any comfort available to him.
Ooh, gets locked down as well, no health, and can't go into the wall. Rapio with a good gank comes over and gets first blood in the game. Ravens immediately up to a small lead.
They are. That's the tough part of escaping on cleanout, right? Like, you just want to walk into the wall, and you're immediately putting yourself in a position where it's very easy to apply damage to you. You're not juking. You're literally standing against a wall. So
And they know where you're going to go, right? Like, that was a straight line.
And solo lane walls are tiny, by the way. They're not the exact best way to escape those situations. Rapio did not have the ultimate just yet, so maybe had he got in there, Itori would have survived, but not the case here. So back to Habwa in the jungle.
Yeah.
Does a lot of damage, scales very quickly.
You can't talk about it. Echrome is now in trouble here, and it's Rapio putting up 2 in this game so far. With a gank on right, immediately followed, runs over to left, and it's making his name pretty hard to keep out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm going to not talk about Johnny anymore because it feels like Rapio is just going to kill somebody if I do, so don't want that bias to ring through on the cast, so instead we're going to have to look elsewhere, and I think the best place to look... Yeah, we can talk about Osiris jungle. It is really dependent on how strong your early game is, especially if you pick up a Mannequin Scepter. It's something I said about Erlong Shen yesterday. If you're picking up Mannequins and you're playing an auto-attack warrior jungle, you probably want to get involved before level 7, at least 1 kill, a little bit of damage, something on the map to help out your team. Rapio's done already 2 kills by the 4-minute mark, both kills on him. But in spite of it all, Johnny has maintained level parity. He's level 6 to Osiris is 6. Gold is not too far apart. 3,200 for Johnny and about 37 for Rapio. That's essentially just first blood. The farm for this Habwa has been very good.
Johnny just all over the place. Not necessarily in terms of map pressure, although that might be changing right here. Goes for the slow onto Mogao. Helps the Tori speed up as well. It's a fight over the blue buff. Whether or not they can actually get something going is going to be a different conversation. Damage is going to be good. Stolen away thanks to Rapio and picked up by Mogao. Ult, the epic uppercut thrown out by Mogao. And it's just a little bit of space created. And that's going to be the difference of what an Osiris can provide at level 6 versus what Hebo can provide at level 6.
Yeah, that and Johnny actually just missed every ability. He threw out like 3 water hands, didn't connect a single one, and missed the knock-up as well. So not much Habwa's going to be able to do there. I would argue now that he's got Divine Ruin, he's like actually pretty strong. 3-1 ult combos probably going to shut down just about any squishy from the Highland Ravens, maybe with like 1 more ability from an ally. So definitely a threat on the map. Still has level parity despite not getting experience for that blue buff and spending a lot of time trying to defend it. Johnny's doing just all right. I think all he has to do is bide his time. Sure, Rapio is making his presence known on the map, but even looking at everybody else for Hex Mambo, there's no level leads anywhere. Just maybe 1 in solo, and that's it.
Yeah, not a whole lot created for them. It's just sent through the realms. Coast not playing around with what this Fafnir can do. Tricks Tank body blocked in, and another kill going to the jungler here for the Ravens. Rapio just making sure they are ever present. They're going for a little bit more. If that slow connects, maybe having a different conversation. Good thing about the Habwa carpet, does immune all slows when you're standing on it. So I guess ideal against Osiris, except for the whole he's still kind of killing you dead thing.
Yeah, you're also helping out your allies too. So if somebody's isolated by Osiris, you could drop the water carpet and have them use it to escape. I think it is a very good matchup for Habwa, and eventually we're going to hit an inflection point where Rapio's not going to be allowed to line up against Johnny. Yeah. Eventually, this Habwa is just going to do too much damage to be responded to. Rapio more so about consistent damage in a team fight come mid to late game. It's Osiris' ability to stick to you and consistently apply those autos, whereas Johnny just like has to land that first rotation of abilities, and all of a sudden this Osiris is not allowed to stick around.
Well, it looked like on right they were expecting maybe an invade on the blue buff again, didn't end up coming through. And so Itori just gets one this time around and finally feels, I guess, a little more confident in the lane. You had mentioned the lane matchup, and I think Itori is like slightly behind, but it really doesn't make that big of a difference. You had also called it out earlier. I think we just saw Echrome hit 8 like a half second before Coast did. So even when you look at experience, the only quote-unquote deficit is zeros here, and Persephone feels pretty good late game. You also see it there in the jungle. And guess what? Hebo feels pretty good late game, so I feel like this is going to be something that Hex Mambo are okay with this pace. And you had mentioned it earlier as to whether or not you could keep it slow when you're going up against a team like Hex Mambo here. And they seem to be the ones who actually want it that way.
Yeah, they've gone for a much more scaling-dependent draft than I'm used to seeing from this squad. And looking at the composition of Hex Mambo holistically, they do not have a very strong front line. Itori is going to go generally towards maybe some bruiser items, but I'm thinking a lot of power on this Kleena. Inherent survivability by Soul Eater, just once that's fully stacked up, giving you ability lifesteal, going to allow you to stick around these fights more so, but you don't have any traditional CC. I would argue probably the strongest CC that she can apply is that slow in a team fight from her ultimate. Other than that, it's Trix Tank with the hammer on Fafnir, maybe burning out these beads. Maybe you have Chrome do it with the ultimate, but generally all single target Highland Ravens are going to be very safe.
Trix Tank got pulled around and is getting bullied slightly, but not enough that I think he feels fully in danger. Rapio and Johnny getting into a small collision, throwing some damage back and forth. A lot more being thrown at Johnny than in return. And it ultimately seems like this isn't going to go anywhere. I thought Rapio was going to look for something big with the positioning Trix Tank was in, that he was going to maybe Lord of the Afterlife in, and they might not be stopping just yet. Mid-camps are the real big contention point for them, but they do fall back finally, and Hex Mambo, I guess a little worse for wear. The farm ends up going towards the Ravens.
Rapio just doing so much damage right now, just poking out whoever steps forward. Trix Tank, too low HP, I think, to get involved in any of these team fights. Going to have to resustain or head back to base before he's able to do that. And even if there is a commitment from Hex Mambo, who have got good CC lockdown from zeros, the Grasp of Death can be good in these scenarios. It's still generally going to be single target damage, and Eye Silence hovering nearby on this Kefri is going to dissuade you from wanting to engage. I think it's going to be pretty clear on when Hex Mambo is willing to take a fight, and it's all going to revolve around Johnny for the next couple of minutes. If this Havois is nearby, maybe we see the Chaos team make a proactive play. Otherwise, it's all about this farm, and so far, the farm has been going well for them, but the Highland Ravens are going to be able to start pushing that lead shortly. 2,000 gold, just about. Objectives becoming feasible as we approach the 10-minute mark. Experience slightly favoring them as well. Gold Fury, Pyromancer, both great options to force a POI, force Hex Mambo to step out of these towers.
Well, Shogun's Kusari, not something you're used to seeing, or at least I'm not used to seeing, on a jungler. Picked up there by the Osiris, so expect to see Rapio and I guess Coast, and I guess Sap. Realistically, just those two, Rapio and Coast, swinging a little faster in some of these fights when they're together. And something, I'm a big fan of Oni Hunter's Garb. Not something we get to see too often, but Mogal's gone and picked that up. How do you feel about this? Like, normally it feels like not only a fringe item, but like late in the build as well. But he's already gone for it like immediately.
Yeah, it's an item that's like deceptively good. Anytime you're getting percentage damage, percentage any stat in Smite is just generally going to be very strong. But the raw stat stick on it as well is very good. 60 magical procs, 200 HP, I believe, as well as some CCR.
Yep.
Means that you are able to stick around in these team fights very easily. It's an item that I'm surprised we don't see picked up more often. I think it really is just the passive on it doesn't get you the most value too early, but on a god like Kumbhakarna, who's already very difficult to shut down and in the soul lane, I think it works out just fine. No complaints from me. It is slightly different, but I think it's a slept-on item. That's all it is.
Yeah, I like picking it up. Again, it's usually
I have
like
never
the
once purchased it in my life.
You don't play a lot of like support or frontline though, do you?
Oh yeah, for sure. I play a lot of Smite.
You do play a lot of Smite, but like how often do you find yourself like playing a Guardian?
Here's the thing about how I'm 1700 MMR, so I don't get my roll ever.
Oh yeah, okay, that's
yeah. That a lot.
And,
often.
Man, and everyone in chat like felt some of that too. They're like,
he's just like me for real.
Yo, I never get my roll either. Me, I queue exclusively support. I almost always get my roll. It freaks me out when I queue in and I'm not playing support. Like I have like an existential crisis. I'm like, what?
So it's like Jeff Hinlaw.
What do you mean? Yeah, essentially. Like, and it's just because I feed so hard everywhere else, man. All right, either way, we can.
We'll cry together after the set.
Yeah, bottle it up for now and let it out later. And that's what therapy's for, something like that. Either way, we can look at this and gone back to a relatively slow pace. I mean, you know, Rapio got hands-on, 2 back-to-back kills really early on, really quick in succession. Now there's maybe going to be a fight over here in the duo lane. Coast eats the Dark Portal. Good stun from Trix. But there's going to be the res from Eye Silenced. Best case scenario for you, you're able to get the kill and you get the ult. Worst case scenario, this is what happens. You get out of there, but you still get the ult. So feeling confident about that. Johnny's made his rotation over. Silence is going to get
Coast stuck around.
down. There's some damage. Yeah, Ghost is low. There's going to be a good Crystal Tricks tank. Not going to get locked down. Jungle v jungle going on around the purple buff. Johnny is going to be in a little bit of trouble, but he's got backup right here in the lane. Doesn't seem to be worried about that. Lord of the Afterlife healing is going to come back for Johnny. Now they're going to continue chasing him down. They switch targets to E-Chrome, taking a little bit of damage, but there's a good dash. There's the crushing wave.
Aegis.
There's so much damage being poured out, but not enough. Johnny is one hit away. It's 1-for-1 coast for Johnny, but Tricks Tank, he's getting low, and Rapio's here looking for the final blow. Not able to find it onto him or onto E-Chrome. And it seems like it's going to fizzle out.
And meanwhile in mid, Sap7 dove zeros in his own tower, picks up the kill, turns it into a 2-for-1 trade, favoring the Highland Ravens. And I think Rapio goes untouched for much too long in that team fight. Surprised to see Tricks Tank and E-Chrome willing to step up here. Rapio's very healthy.
Yeah, Rapio just wants to go.
Don't do that.
He just slams down E-Chrome, maybe making him rethink everything about that decision.
Tricks, you sure?
And Tricks, you just saw what happened. I understand. That obelisk, it's nice. That scepter feels great. Do you want to defend it with your life? I guess we might see. We'll look instead and see what happened over here in mid lane. And Mifflin, you kind of call it. He just killed
did
it. He just did it. He did. The Aegis was there. He didn't care. The ult was there because what? He didn't care. And just gets the kill.
But it is an expensive kill. Costs Sap7 his beads and Aegis. So if Johnny's able to rotate through, should be able to make something happen. Only costs zeros his ult and Aegis. And, well, you still maintain the beads. So CC immunity available up against the likes of Lamogao or even Rapio to a certain extent. Going to go a long way. That's super annoying for Itori. Just does not get the blue buff invade. Epic uppercut removes him from the map. And from there, Lamogao very easily confirms himself that blue buff. I do want to point out, though, great Aegis from Vaporish Coast in that last fight. Johnny lines up the collateral ultimate, and on the tail end, we see the immunity pop up for Coast. That fight would have gone very differently had Johnny got that credit.
Yeah, that's a look. Even early on, without a lot of damage, that ult can chunk. Ghost, I believe, yeah, just had to use his ult. CC immunity now completely gone for him, so something to be worried about. But a solo onto the Pyromancer. Rapio is just making their presence known. They're going to try to find a little bit more. Coast is going to take the crystal right into the waiting arms of Johnny. There's a crushing wave. He can't immune it this time, and Johnny finally gets one on the board for himself.
And look at the golden experience. It hasn't moved from last we talked about it. Highland Ravens, they're winning the fights, but they're not getting much after.
Mogao blinks forward and immediately gets stopped from existing. He's not allowed to move forward, not allowed to throw out any abilities. Good silence E-Chrome with the Dark Portal. At least stops that one. Purple buff gonna get confirmed by Hex Mambo. Tricks Tank stays alive. E-Chrome, Johnny are out of here. They're feeling pretty good about this.
Yeah, Hex Mambo are doing just fine. Itori spending a lot of time in lane, farming up. He's going to be able to clear out that tower, so there's some global golden experience for the team here. Red buff, though, being looked at. Highland Ravens, successful in an invade yet again, but Hex Mambo, they've been getting invaded all game, and somehow they're the ones shrinking the gold lead. They're shrinking the experience gap. This game is
they just lost a Pyromancer.
It's like solidly fine. And they've got great scaling. We saw it. Johnny's ultimate already hitting for upwards of like 900 damage. He's starting to get a couple of these core items online. A slightly different build than what we're used to seeing from a Habuwa. Goes for the Stone of Binding in that second slot. But once he finishes up this Enchanted Spear, likely going to be a Spear of Desolation. That's it, man. Your Habuwa's online.
Now, Mifflin, we haven't talked about this, but I think this does deserve its time, and it's Khepri. Not just the ult and
oh,
how,
you're gonna do an
good
impression?
I'm not gonna do the
yeah, say it.
The get off of them.
No, but say it like Khepri.
The get off of them.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You're so good at that.
Yeah, either way, I was going to mention the skin. He's playing Khepri gun. He's playing Khepri gun. Look at that.
There's a gun Khepri in the game?
Do you not know about? It was like a literal meme for a year. It got put into the game like a month ago.
Oh, I think I muted Khepri gun like on Twitter.
Oh well, understandably, yeah. You have to give credit because the transition, in Olympians.
Yeah, but for Khepri between Scarab and gun, you know that was hard for him.
Yeah, honestly, you got to think about it. Non-living entity. He is shooting bullets out now. We'll see. Oh, if he can sustain himself here. Good damage being thrown out towards Itori, but not a lot. That's going to be sticking to him. Even though Hex Mambo are down 2-4, like you said, they continue, or sorry, 2-6. They continue getting invaded. Fights haven't been going their way. They lost a Pyromancer earlier. They're still closing up the gold gap, and honestly might still want this fight. Johnny's lurking in the jungle. Mogao's coming over here. The purple buff invade is going to be real. Mez onto Johnny. Epic uppercut to get him out of the fight. He comes crashing down, and Habwa is immobile. There's going to be a crushing wave to get out of there, and that's going to be Johnny's ult suspended for just a little bit of damage onto Silence. Itori's here, but I don't know that Hex Mambo have a lot to work with.
Yeah, I was certain that Johnny was dead when he didn't beads the epic uppercut. It might be a delayed death here. No ultimate available. That is the beads, and it is enough to get him out.
He's going to turn around even. Doesn't have a lot of healing to be able to come through into this. No lifesteal. And a good ult from Zeros, but do they have the damage follow-up? That's going to be the big question mark. There's the res from the Khepri, and it pulls Rapio right back into this. No kills for either squad, but a lot expended.
Itori, Trixtank, both can get involved. Still, in the Dragon form, Trix can close gap pretty easily. If he's able to stun anyone out with some help, maybe this chase goes their way, but instead it will fizzle on the map. I thought Hex Mambo would try and get aggressive on a Vaporish Coast, considering Echrome dropped the Dark Portal off the offset of that fight, dropping it down to sub 50% HP, but it was a good engage from Lamogao that stops that aggression in its tracks, and from there, Rapio very nearly finished off Johnny, but at the end of the day, you're able to strip away the beads from the Hebo. That's pretty big. You got beads off Itori as well. And all you do in exchange is trade some aggressive relics on the other side. Blinks used by Rapio and Mogao. You've also lost out on the horrific emblem. Rapio's a madman, by the way. No defensive relics for him. Going for a bruiser-style build out of the jungle. I think that Highland Ravens come out by and large ahead on that.
They've maintained a lead for a long time. Epic Uppercut seems to be just getting used on cooldown. Itori is just locked up, does make it into the wall. Mogao doesn't seem to want to slow down, though. Okay, yeah, he is going to peel away. It looked like they wanted to chase a little bit more. They're going to get the blue buff, and Rapio's going to be able to fall back. 5-0 for the Osiris.
Yeah, chat, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's the 20% HP threshold for Itori to get into a wall with that passive. Had Rapio just held on to Lord of the Afterlife, he likely would have been able to chase over the wall and potentially finish off that kill there. But I like the idea of Rapio. Drop my burst, immediately try and get this guy so low that he can't walk into the wall, but just not quite enough damage from Lamogao on the other end. Kumakarna, great CC, great ability to lock down, not the greatest ability to deal burst damage. After that uppercut was used, there wasn't much left. So that means Itori is able to walk himself out of there. While we're talking about unorthodox items, and we're going to be doing it a lot with Lamogao specifically, Stone of Gaia picked up. That's an item that used to be dominant in the meta, has a lot of sustain, great HP regen, a massive infusion of health just straight up, but no defense on it means that you are sacrificing a little bit. It's going to be getting value in these fights that go a little bit longer. It's whenever they group up around the Pyromancer, they group up around the Fire Giant, these objective dances, that's where generally you're going to get that value.
I might be wrong, but looking at most of what Hex Mambo have, I'm pretty sure it's just triggered off of Johnny here. But to be fair, Johnny is going to be hitting him a lot, and that water spout comes up a lot. And so this is going to be a good pickup, I think, to just kind of quell that, right? That presence that Johnny is going to be bringing early on. You've got, you know, a lot of presence outside of that, though. I think Mogao has been in the middle of these fights. You had mentioned maybe like lacking a little bit of specifically defense here. But going for the Oni Hunter's garb and the breastplate, like he's got cooldown, he's got damage mitigations. He's feeling pretty confident, I think, about his protections already.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to pick up, the Cloak of Concentration as well, so he is going to be very tanky. Highland Ravens getting aggressive here, pull out the Gold Fury, trying to force a fight finally at the 22-minute mark. Trixtank dropped below 50% and was not even allowed to face check the objective. Gold Fury goes down absolutely for free. Hex Mambo, they're biding their time. They've been doing it for a very long time at this point.
Yeah.
Johnny's level 20. Zeros is approaching 20. We're at 4th or 5th item for the majority of people in the game right now. Hex Mambo, what are you waiting for? It's time to start putting up a defense around some of these objectives.
They're starting to show a little bit of face here. Atori.
Nope, 0%.
Yeah, nope, never mind. Yeah, I thought Atori was going to go for something, but instead, he just falls back. Pyromancer is going to get picked
fire?
up
Question mark?
by Raven. Yeah, I mean, at this point, look, you got Gold Fury, nobody stepped up. You took Pyromancer, nobody stepped up. Just go for Fire Giant, right? See what it's going to happen. Force a fight. Hex Mambo is just going to watch it happen. I mean, Mifflin, we talked about it. It was like a 2K, hovering around 1,500 gold lead for like 20 minutes, essentially. This is the first time it's actually gotten to something that feels substantial, and Hex Mambo aren't doing anything about it.
Yeah, but even though this is the largest gold lead we've seen, relatively, 2,000 at the 10-minute mark might be worth more than 4,000 at the 23-minute mark. You're generally trying to limit Johnny. That's the guy you're trying to strip gold away from, and he's doing just fine.
Yeah, he's got a rod.
Tahuti. Probably going to be able to upgrade that one shortly if he so chooses, or even potentially finish off like a Bumba's Spear. That's going to be a massive damage boon for the Sabois once he heads back to base next. I'm just not certain that the Highland Ravens use their lead quickly enough to limit Hex Mambo. I know that Hex Mambo actually just have 2 kills, like only 2.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I've got confidence in their ability to turn around some of these team fights. We haven't seen them. Hex Mambo, that is, group up as 5. Now's the time to do it. Fire Giant pulled out.
Hey, they're doing that thing you said. Walk up and just do it. See what happens. Doing their best Shia LaBeouf impression. They're starting it up. They're not going to completely burn this down. A little bit of aggression onto Itori. He's taking a lot more damage, I think, than expected. Johnny as well has to play this carefully. Not a lot of mobility to get out of there, save for the ult on the Habwa. Mogao is going for the zone. I believe they leashed, yeah, they have leashed the Fire Giant. And it's just every now and then those lava pools going to be pulling up. So Silence has to watch his feet.
Pulled back out. So now the FX are going to ring true through the fog of war. Hex Mambo, they realize it's pulled. They're going to have to start walking up shortly, but again, no great front line besides Trix Tank. How do they engage? Well, they don't have to. Fire Giant's not taking any damage.
I am embarrassed in myself. Silenced not even looking at the FG is tanking it better than I do when I'm actively paying attention to it. I like casually avoiding the knockups, watching the water pool. But Rapio gets caught out. Crushing Wave going to come up a little short, so he does not find the kill just yet. Johnny is going to get chased down, and that is where the crux of Habwa comes into this. Trix Tank has to leap over the wall. Beads used, E-Chrome's gone, and Trix Tank is getting chased, slowed all to hell, and his death is all but confirmed. Triple kill for Sap7 on the Tiamat, and everyone else on Hex Mambo has to watch as they walk into the Phoenix.
This might straight up be game. Great CC from Lamogao. Delays the epic uppercut, but Zeros calls that one out. He's been playing against this guy for a long time. Mid-Phoenix burning away quickly. 30 seconds left on nearest respawn, and if Itori dies, that might just be it. Does limp away. Even then, Highland Ravens are healthy.
They're good enough to walk in here, and it seems like that's gonna be what they do immediately. Walking in, Zeros just gets deleted, and they're gonna start up on the Titan. Not before killing Itori, though. Although Itori with a good dash, no healing, makes it into the fountain. They're not gonna care. Game number 1 here for the Highland Ravens. All but confirmed, and now secured a lead over Hex Mambo.
I would argue Hex Mambo did not play that game. Am I fair in that analysis? Yeah. It was legitimately 0 fight back. We saw 3 objectives pulled, I think, throughout the entire duration of that match. How many Gold Furies died? I believe it was only 1.
I think it was only 1.
Only 1 Gold Fury dies. Nobody shows up to defend it. That goes to the Ravens for free. They walk over to Pyro. They do that twice. And then it's another Fire Giant where we see a slight engagement from Hex Mambo, if anything, but having no frontline, they weren't able to walk in, and even though the only frontline they had single target CC, so he couldn't walk past anyone either. I don't know. They just bided their time, and they did it well. They kept the game close for 20 minutes, but not once did they try and win it.
And a lot of the gameplay was Smite happening at Hex Mambo. They, like you said, though, good farm, good techniques, except for the actual fight parts where that was all Ravens all the time. Rapio with some brilliant early game kills. They get an early lead, and the Ravens take game number 1. We're going to break that down, move on to game number 2 right after this.
Be right back, anybody.
Ravens take game number 1 over Hex Mambo. And Mifflin, they just kind of did it. If we're looking at the reality of it, you get a good first blood over in right lane. I guess that's this side of the screen for you guys. And then a good kill over on left lane. And then Rapio was just ahead for the rest of it.
He was, but I don't know. It's an awkward spot where even though Rapio gets off to a phenomenal start, I'm not going to take it away from him. He dominates the early game. He's the only one getting like things going, and he does it very well from minute 1 to minute done. But the lead from that is not what got them the win, man.
No.
They didn't use that lead to force an early goal.
None of the leads prior to 20 minutes matter.
No, Rapio's like 4-0, like triple kill first blood essentially, and they're up 1,500 gold, and they're up 1,500 gold for the next 22 minutes. And then I can only think that Highland Raven said, "Yo, I don't think Hex Mambo wants to fight us. Let's just do some objectives." And they just do some objectives, and from there the game immediately falls apart. Gold Fury, Pyromancer both go down for free. Fire Giant essentially goes down for free. Where was Hex Mambo? Not there.
Yeah. I think that was the fight, if I had to highlight it, because there was stuff going on in duo where Johnny dies, then and it was a 1-for-1, and then they get the trade. But yeah, you look at the gold here. It's the same difference that you probably saw the last time. Hey, look at the gold here. It's 6 minutes later and slightly further ahead. And that's because, as you called it, they finally get themselves a Gold Fury, a second Pyromancer. Soon after. No, they didn't even need to fully commit to the Fire Giant. This is just how they won. And it was by surging forward and dancing around the Fire Giant for a few minutes and trying to force Hex Mambo once again to bite on the bit, and they never did.
Not a single time. I mean, I understand that Hex Mambo would struggle with a composition like this to take defensive positioning. Fighting in is going to be very, very difficult, but gotta think they could have done a little bit more than that. Johnny only puts up 5,000 damage throughout this match, about the exact same as his Fafnir. Yeah. Ittori does good numbers, but that's Soul Lane, so I'm going to deduct like 75% of it. I just want to...
Solo lane damage does come with an actual modifier on it.
There's a for real asterisk on Soul Laner's damage output, but...
Half of this was attained not in team fights.
Yeah, I just want to see more from Hex Mambo. We were gassing him up on the pregame segment. This is a team that we have very high expectations for. As far as name recognition goes, I don't think anyone in the EU SEC beats out this squad. Combined gameplay years and competitive, these guys have the most tenure. Wins, World Championship dubs, they got those. I just don't think we got to see much of it here in Game 1.
It'll be fun to see if they can make it bounce back in game number 2. This, again, could be all the weight here for Hex Mambo. 2-0, especially to start things off. You had mentioned the name power. Great for the Highland Ravens. Not so good if you're Hex Mambo. So we'll see what kind of turnaround alternatives they take. Jormungandr was their first ban last time, so not surprising. You had mentioned Mogao loves this pick, and it probably even more so since it's been a little more meta in the SCC over the last couple of weeks. Sobek gets banned away. That's just a don't let Trix have that god, period. And Kumba gets respect banned, Mifflin.
Yeah, that is curious. Hex Mambo putting so much emphasis on Lamogao out of the Soul Lane. Because I would argue if I'm going to ban anybody, I'm probably banning Rapio, right? Like that guy dropped a 5-0 on Osiris and does damage all the way across the map. I wasn't allowed to talk about the game for the first 2 minutes because he was so busy ganking every single lane. We do see a ban towards Rapio here, or I would assume Rapio. We have seen a good deal of Nemesis in the Soul Lane in the last couple of weeks, but it is a pick that I do associate with him out of the jungle because he played it a lot back in the SCL. And there's another pick, I would argue more so, essentially another ban, Osiris taken for Hex Mambo.
Johnny had a really good Osiris last year, though, so I have to give him the credit where credit's due. Should be an interesting pickup for him, like you said, kind of stripping that away. Chalk was banned out by the Ravens in the top 3 game number 1. Bacchus is what takes that place this time around again, something to stifle more of Trix Tank. And it gets locked in alongside this Medusa. So the Chalk, I would say, I hope I have high hopes for, because the Ravens did pretty well, or went out of their way to ban it. But Medusa has proven herself as a top priority.
Yeah, Medusa now in Season 9 now does damage to the wave with Lacerate, so her wave clear has gotten a lot better. She's got great 1v1 potential. Lacerate into Viper Shot just does insane damage overall. You're able to confirm kills like at level 2 if you don't go for the acid spray, which now does have the anti-heal on it, as
Feels
you
good.
highlight. Yeah, you don't have to use your dash to make sure somebody isn't fully sustaining from an Aussie in a team fight. Feels pretty great. It's very easy to apply, especially in lane. I think that Chalk, though, interesting topic of conversation in that he is, I think, no meme, no cap, no April's Fools, like a triple flex god. If Chalk goes jungle, I'm not complaining.
Yep.
If we get Chalk and solo, I'm not complaining. And for some reason, if he goes mid,
yeah,
I'm still not complaining. His scaling is good. Team fight presence incredibly strong. The ability to stay in lane, thanks to the scaling on the torrent, is just very, very good. And that is a multifaceted threat that now Hex Mambo have to consider going into this next phase of bans. One of those flexes, though, has been limited. Ask Inbound, you could say Cthulhu has 2 roles. Ask anyone else on the planet, Cthulhu's got 1, and it's in the solo.
We did like 3 waiting room segments on it last year. And we were like, at first, we were like, well, I guess we'll give it credence. And then, like, immediately we were like, yeah, no, stop.
No, it turns out he doesn't have, like, CC? Okay.
He does get locked in here. I was going to be honest. I expected it to be locked in, but for Hex Mambo, because they banned Nemesis, and that to me was like, oh, cool, we'll get rid of the counter to Cthulhu, then we'll grab Cthulhu. Instead, they've just limited themselves, so we'll see how well that ends up working out. Chang'e gets banned. Any other mid laner in this game, I'm like, why? But Xeros does like to play Chang'e. Thoth as well, something that has been very prominent. Persephone and Agni on the other side, so a lot of mages immediately stripped away from the
Glory to Athens!
Yeah, I think Zeros might look towards the Aphrodite. It's a pick that he's very apt to go towards, and looking at the rest of the composition for Hex Mambo, link up with an Osiris, a
Bow
Camazotz,
to your queen.
Incredibly strong. I was so confident in the Aphrodite call. Instead, it's Hera locked in, and she's got great self-peel. The HP shield going to be very good.
Go forth, my children, and take over this land.
Immediate burst. You've got your bubble buddy Argus to finish off some of these engagements. You've got a polymorph to self-peel as well, essentially acting as a disarm and silence.
Yeah.
It's very, very potent, especially against picks like Khepri as well. He goes for the abduct onto anyone that isn't you. Well, you're going to be able to polymorph him off and act as that ranged peel, and it's just a good deal of burst as well.
It's and maybe harder to time this, and especially have it happen in the middle of a team fight, but hit a Khepri as somebody else on the team's getting low, all of a sudden he can't ult them. That probably opens up some good opportunities for you. We can see if Hex Mambo find any of those opportunities here, though. The Ravens already up 1-0. Game number 2, if they can put it in the books, they'll close out Europe with nothing but 2-0s, which would be absolutely wild to me, especially for the start of first week, but specifically against this squad. We'll see what they have to offer. Hera has been able to bring a lot. This is not what I expected, Mifflin. I see Osiris and Camazotz. I guess last year conditioned me for Kama solo Osiris jungle. Instead, Johnny's on the Camazotz.
Yeah, I was along the same lines as you. I was really expecting this Osiris to go in the jungle just because of how dominant Camazotz can be in the soul lane, but the matchup between Osiris and Cthulhu is not so bad. Yeah, Cthulhu going to generally struggle to clear out the wave, probably going to give you a lot of space in the lane. And I'm surprised to see the Warding Sigil pick up for Tori, which is going to slow down his laning phase a little bit, especially considering Lomogau's already got some defense and power and some lifesteal from Vampiric Shroud. But the ability for Johnny to get involved on Camazotz, I think, is going to be much higher than it would have been on Osiris against this composition from the Highland Ravens. If iSilence ever steps even a foot out of line, Vampiric Bat's great slow to lock down. You've got the ability to dive very easily with Bat Out of Hell. It means that you can remove yourself from the playfield, don't have to worry about this high CC core of the Highland Ravens. So I'm just fine with this allocation of the gods.
Rapio already. A ton of damage thrown their way. A good polymorph early on from Zeros. And Zeros does have a Hera you have to be worried about. Going up against it, we didn't talk about it a ton. I mean, got a good solo kill last game. Did decent damage. Like, Sap7 just had a great game on the Tiamat and is now back on that Tiamat. And so I anticipate another solid game out of mid. So maybe a little bit of a struggle there for Zeros to face up against just because we know it's going to be consistent.
Yeah, and Zeros does not have the ability to box very easily up against a Tiamat either. Well, for the first 5 levels, you're feeling all right. Maybe around level 5 to 7, too. That's where Hera's going to have a significant advantage. The burst damage of Argus is very deceptive, and then the ability to chase out in a tower. But once Sap7 maxes out that Primordial Onslaught, once he's able to get to around that 8, 9, 10 mark, I think there's going to be a distinct shift in the lane's power levels where Tiamat is going to start slowly outscaling. But considering the pace of Game 1 and how Zero's approached the lane previously, it was a whole lot of sitting inside of his own tower, or a lot of waiting. I think we might be able to expect the same thing here until some of these supports start to rotate out, turn into the 3v3 or the 2v2 in mid.
And speaking of supports, we kind of glance over at Athena. I mean, you had locked in, I think because you had been talking about Aphrodite, and that's when the Hera came in. It became an easy pivot conversation for you, but Athena's not often picked up. Again, a god I love to death. I think she is never necessarily not meta, because taunt is always going to be a good ability, but there is something to be said about the fact that she's not #1 right now. She doesn't do as much damage. I think it was the beginning of Season 8. She was like picked up in any role you could play her in, it was worth having her. So it's kind of weird to see Trixtank go for her.
Yeah, I was considering Athena. I thought she would be very strong once we saw that the Frenzy start was really popular in the duo lane, because she has got a very strong level 1. As far as Guardians are concerned, she might be one of the most oppressive level 1 Guardians in the game, just thanks to that dash. Has high damage output. When you pop Frenzy, it's going to do upwards of 100 damage at level 1. You apply the slow, reach passive, you're bursting for like over 150 to 175, which can completely sway a lane, while the enemy has to like lick their wounds or potentially even die on first wave, but not a Frenzy pickup. Instead, very standard from Trixtank. Worth noting though, Confound deals damage, so Athena gets that boon at least, be able to stop people from using Blink. But she is a largely inconsistent god, I'd argue. You can get a lot of taunts, sure, but getting the value from the ultimate, not incredibly consistent. Shield wall, very hard to use in team fight, and pretty difficult to use in lane as well. So I'm curious to see how Trixtank pilots this one.
It'll be fun to watch. So far, the taunts, like you said, have been on point. Rapio's showing up in the lane, though, and guess what? Trixtank is a step too far forward. Rapio, once again, it's the jungle for first blood.
Yeah, Vaporish Ghost had to make sure he got the laugh off there, too. So you better believe Trixtank takes some mental damage as Rapio picks up first blood for himself.
A plus 1d4 psychic damage on top of the kill.
It's tough, man. Speaking from competitive history, and specifically speaking from playing against Vaporish Ghost myself, that kid has been a taunter since he was 13 years old, so like 6 years now, and I hated it. So I gotta think Trixtank
now
probably also hates it.
Is any of that for you inspired by, let's say, your team maybe playing up against Coast, him getting, something like a pentakill at some point while he was kicking his feet because he wasn't tall enough to touch the ground in his chair? Maybe feels like some mental damage there. But Coast, trying to turn this one around, is incredibly low. Through the Realms was Eye Silenced. Lands back, does not have the Khepri res. But it doesn't seem like Hex Mambo want to risk for it. They don't have the cooldowns necessary. Instead, going for a small invade. They get the experience and the offering, but not the kill.
Gore, I thought about it for a second while you broke down that fight. I think the main tilt point for me was that I was not allowed to scream back at him because he was a legitimate child.
Yeah.
And his
dad
father
was, like,
was in the
10
crowd,
feet away.
and he was like swearing at me, bro. Like I didn't know what to do with myself. I was like, do I yell at his dad? Like what? There was no win. Maybe a win in the future for Highland Ravens, who got off to a quick start. That's called a bad transition, and I did it. We're looking at the exact same lead that we saw in Game 1, about 1,000 at the 5-minute mark, and still not a whole lot of presence from Johnny. Johnny has done a very good job of keeping up in farm against Rapio, who has largely been fed in this set, but he has not been doing a good job, Johnny that is, of matching pressure or starting fights or getting proactive. Camazotz has head back to base, has picked up that Jotuns, has the potential to start applying some damage to these engagements. I want to see him do it.
It's interesting because we always talk about it, and this is something that you'll hear the pros mention. Hold that thought. Johnny tries to get aggressive. Trixtank's going to be coming on his way, so they've got a taunt available to him. If they want to get into this fight, Mogao's rotated out of the lane.
He TP'd in.
Itori didn't. And so it's all a wash.
Super surprised. That was a quick response from Lamogao. Says, okay, are they aggressing? I'm going to TP to mid immediately, whereas Itori had just used his TP similarly back towards lane. So Lamogao doesn't even miss out on that much farm. He's able to get back to the wave, maybe just like 2 minions.
There's a good taunt. 2 people pulled in from Trixtank. The Argus gets dropped. Rapio's taking a little bit of damage from that, but it's going to be
okay.
a pull instead onto Johnny. It's Camazot's not too worried about his health bar right now. But just like you said, should be okay. And ultimately, it's just but a couple of ults dropped. You don't have that available for Trickstank anymore. You don't have Zeros available.
No. Keep your eyes on Rapio. That's the go button for the Highland Ravens until Lamoga starts more consistently rotating out of lane, and then it's always going to be Cthulhu's ult to let you know when the fight starts in earnest. Otherwise, Rapio's ultimate, that giant AoE knockup and silence and just large burst of damage, is going to be the initiation tool for the Highland Ravens. But 7 minutes in, not a whole lot of initiating happening on the map as of now. Exact same pace as what we saw in Game 1. And same levels of aggression that we saw from Hex Mambo in Game 1. Maybe they're just waiting for individual plays, trusting that potentially Echrome might be able to get the upper hand over Big Portage Coast, but I doubt we see a Heimdall really try his hand in a 1v1 up against Medusa, whoever's piloting it notwithstanding. Maybe they're waiting for the ability to get that second relic at level 12 to start looking at these neutral objectives. Because I would argue in Game 1, there was a good chance for Hex Mambo to just outscale come late game because they had a Hubwa in the jungle.
Yeah.
Looking at the scaling of both of these team compositions now, maybe it's like a 50-50. I might even give a slight edge to Highland Ravens just because their team fight is so easy to execute on, thanks to a Cthulhu.
As you get a Cthulhu to kick things off for you, get a Khepri to give you literally a 6th man on the field. Zeros just takes a ton of damage in mid. Doesn't die, but it does get put in place and might be a TKO. It looks like just because Trickstank is hanging around in mid, he's going to be able to get that wave. But it is going to be some time spent away from lane. And those left mids are going to be spawning up soon, so you could see some aggression. Immediately, it's going to be the Oracle Harpies, picked up by Rapio. Doesn't seem to have a problem there. Trickstank dashes forward and is not going to be able to find too much about it. The thing I was going to mention earlier, and this is going back to Johnny's farm specifically, was the conversation about whether or not Silence is going to die here. And that's maybe the biggest one. It finally chased down. Camazot's sticking to him. Argus gets dropped, and they're looking for a little bit more if they're Hex Mambo, but they're not able to find anything. No follow-up, no damage output to really stop down these mostly tanky targets. In fact, it's going to be Rapio instead who goes in. The ult's going to come in, but unfortunately for him, Johnny's up in the sky, and now it's Rapio down but rezzed, and he's going to be able to rejoin the fight. Shock has sustained, so not too worried about his health bar. Again, a lot dropped, except for bodies. They all stay alive.
I think the ultimate from Trickstank there actually saves Johnny's life. Rapio sets up the Axe Toss in his second ability combo, deals damage on the way through, but the damage mitigation of Defender of Olympus may have been just enough to make sure Johnny does not fall down. Lamoga TP's into the tier 2 on the left-hand side, making sure that Echrome and Trickstank cannot feel confident in their ability to invade, and he just forces them back here. That said, on the other side, Itori has yet to leave lane, so we'll have a pretty significant advantage as Lamoga walks all the way across the map. Already a 1-level lead for the Osiris, might jump up to 2, but that's just farm that Rapio is going to pick up. He's sitting very close by.
Cthulhu just looks so cool. He's just like running around the map. He just looks so cool. I mean, look at him. Like, that just looks so cool in the background. He's massive as well, especially when that ult comes through. Maybe we'll get to see what Mogao can do here. Like you had highlighted, a level for Itori, whether or not that's going to make a big difference. He is the team fight, I think, on Mogao. So kind of the balancing point for the two of them. Looks like I'm not going to be able to pivot into this. It's going to be a fight immediately. Some good damage onto Zeros. Johnny is going to be isolated from the lane. Ult not available yet. Doesn't have any safety in Relics. And that's going to be a second kill for the Highland Ravens. 10.5 minutes into this one. Now trying to turn their attention at least to the jungle. They're going to take away this Greater Scorpion.
Yeah, Greater Scorpion taken away. I think we could look towards the Pyromancer as well here. Hex Mambo on the back foot, not really willing to step forward again. Trickstank is Athena, so doesn't really have any steal potential. Toss a reach, I suppose, but that's only like 60 damage. Does not get there in time. And that is the first objective of the game. Goes the way of the Chaos team to maintain the exact same gold lead that we saw in Game 1. No, that's tell a lie. It's about 500 higher at the 2K mark. I'm expecting a gold free pool very shortly.
At this rate, they have a lot of control. And I was going to, and I'm going to go back to it, because I'm going to get this thought out one way or another.
Feel free.
SPL farm game.
Yep.
It's always talked about by the pros and the SCC whenever they come to the lands and they play against each other. It is always talked about as, you know, this next level thing. It's something you have to get used to. It's something that people have mentioned about the new Valkyries. having to come in, and it's like, you know, playing at the SBL is going to be different because the way the game just functions. You're going to see, I think, some of that here. You know, you're seeing Johnny keep up in terms of level. He's, you know, 1 down right now, but farm has been going well for him considering that, you know, he's died once and not been able to pick up any kills. But realistically, with his experience, with Zero's experience, with Trickstank's experience, you'd expect this to be a team that could really pull a massive lead like we've seen in the past. And so I think that speaks, you know, levels about how the Ravens are playing this, the fact that they've got these leads so consistently and so comfortably.
Yeah, I think it's an argument more so that macro is not the most important factor. It is very important in a match, but the ability to team fight and choose your aggression is very much what will win you a game. As Vicorch goes phenomenal beads to avoid the ultimate from Echrome and buy some time for the TP in. Lamogal back towards that tier 2 tower. Will not get there in time. Echrome and Trickstank on the retreat.
They've got Rappy over here. They've got Silenced over here. They want something to happen, and it might be an invade. Echrome tries to go for the purple buff, and that's going to be the go button for Mogal. Immediately, the knockups are going to be coming out. Turns around to try and control a little bit more of the fight. Trickstank uses the ult. The damage mitigations are gone, and Echrome's taking a lot of hits here. Trickstank goes down. Coast gets Echrome, and that's going to be a 2 swing in the duo lane. And you had called for it, a Gold Fury on the chopping block already. Well, that might as well just set it right in their laps.
Insane pathing from Echrome. Decides to walk into the jungle towards his own purple buff, I suppose, for the farm, but he saw 3 members of the Highland Ravens walk over a ward right next to his purple buff as he was pathing that way. Goes back in towards the lane, and it cost him his life. I think had he just kept walking towards the tower, he probably survives that engagement. Instead, it costs both duo laners their lives, and Highland Ravens pulling even further ahead. Second neutral objective of the game falls down. Gold balloons out even further. Experience balloons out even further. It's that macro play that you were talking about earlier. The experience of Zeros, Tricks, and Johnny in the SBL that is making sure this game stays at least a little bit closer in terms of experience in gold. Only about a 1 level gap, maybe 2. In the jungle, mid's only down 1 level. Supports are dead even, despite an 0-2 start for Trickstank, but no team fight presence. Haven't seen a 5-stack even once from Hex Mambo in the entirety of this set. Haven't seen an objective, a neutral objective fight even once in the entirety of this set. The Highland Ravens, they might not be farming the most efficiently, but they're just winning every single fight, and eventually that will net you a dub.
And we were asking for it last time around. Again, it was like a 1.5 to 2K gold lead for 20 minutes during the duration of the game. And well, Highland Ravens have finally been able to push that gold lead a lot heavier this game. 14 minutes in, they've got the 3,000 and some change gold sitting in their pockets. Yeah, 3,500. So feeling pretty confident about their capabilities. It's going to be, you know, essentially 700 per player if you split it up evenly. It's a tier 1 that they should have over everybody else. But you can see it, you know, a tier 3 finished in mid. That's just completed over where Zeros doesn't have one. Taunt just a little short there for Trickstank in mid lane as well. So, you know, little skirmishes like that, little things that are really favoring the Highland Ravens and giving them the bonus they need. Trickstank takes a lot of poke over here as well. Fury's down. I don't know what they're fighting for on the left-hand side. But it doesn't necessarily matter because they are getting the kills and the damage done on the Highland Ravens. Coast goes up against Johnny, and Johnny has to rethink the scenario. Does get a little bit of healing, but immediately falls back. And that's been happening a lot to the jungler. I saw him do something to mid, and the Tiamat had a very similar reaction. Sap is going under the tier 2. Knockup's going to be there, but the mitigations come through from Trickstank. The ult is there. Instead, it's going to be Rappio who goes in and just absolutely gets rid of the health bar Zeros had left. An easy, clean pickup for him. Sap gets taunted in, but maybe this is the fight the Ravens won.
Horrific Emblem is able to connect on a Trickstank, so he's slowed out significantly here. Ice Silence nearby. Does not spot out that pathing, so Trickstank does not eat the abduct and is able to maintain his life yet again. Zeros was completely out of that engagement, decides to walk back up. Once Trickstank uses the Defender of Olympus, says, okay, well maybe we could shut down Sap 7, does not realize Rappio is so close by, and it is an easy kill from there.
Silenced. Might be caught out here, a little bit of greed for the Obelisk. And that is going to be finally a kill on the board for Hex Mambo. Didn't even realize they were sitting on a goose egg until this point. So finally something going in their favor. But Mivlin, Ice Silence might not be worth too much. Rappio, on the other hand, is going to be worth a lot. Johnny continues the chase down. 2 levels down here, but it's a 2v1.
Oh, no.
Doesn't find the kill. And honestly is not in the position to try and turn this around. Sap is going to get the knock up, close the gap a little more, trying to find the distance.
Mogau's got
But
him.
you've just got a little bit of movement. Mogao with a really good pincer should cut this one off. There's the Mire, and you got to think about where you want to go. Sap throws out the Minotaur and locks him down for the kill. 6-1 for the Ravens.
Over aggression from Hex Mambo. They saw one go in. They got their kill on Eye Silence. They decided to dive incredibly deep there. A kill on Rapio would have gone a long way. He's only 2-0 though, so the bounty not insane at this point, but certainly something that would have been a phenomenal boon to Johnny, who is now 3 levels down in the jungle. Caduceus shield finished for Rapio, so even then, maybe that was one of your only opportunities to shut him down. Now that healing going to be just insane in some of these fights, and 17 minutes in, much larger lead than what we saw in Game 1. Highland Ravens in a position where I think they could just group up, go to the Pyromancer. That'll probably take about a minute. Group up, go to the Gold Fury, the Oni Fury that is. Spawn up those enhanced waves. That'll take about a minute. We'll be at the 20-minute mark after that. Fire Giant's pretty good at that point, I'm thinking.
It's insane to me how smooth that gold graph is. It's not like, nothing about it. There's no spikes. There's not like, I mean, I guess there's a little bit, and you can see where the Fury was done, you know, about 4 minutes ago. But the rest of it is just kind of like, okay, Highland Ravens just walking a gold lead more in their favor. Experience, at least, you know, for 10 minutes there was dead even. Maybe even call it
Didn't
13
even take
minutes.
a minute.
Was dead
Nobody
even.
showed up.
And then immediately things start skipping back in their favor. Now, well, the Ravens are going to continue pushing that lead even further. A very steady decline since they're in the Chaos side into their favor. And to just clean, I mean, Mifflin, it's 4,500. No, it's 5,000 gold. They've got an Oni Fury finally to fight over. And it looks like Hex Mambo are putting up at least a little bit of a presence. Not enough to get the Oracles, so Vision favor the Ravens. But at least Hex Mambo are stepping up this time.
Gonna hope so.
Well,
looking at the
yeah.
builds, I mean, the
Yet to be
damage is
seen.
good. We saw what Echrome was able to do there. Vapor's Coast in some trouble. This would be a great pick.
There's the dash, though.
Would have been.
Yeah, the beads were great. And Coast just maintains his life. Has the Aegis, and so admittedly, you do get rid of a big relic. Some damage being dealt to Johnny. A little bit taken out from Rapio's kit. But not a hold Sun. There's going to be the Minotaur from Sap.
Ooh,
there's going to be Argus in response. A lot stronger than your Minotaur. And it's going to go for the chase down. But Johnny is the one who's low, and they're not getting as much damage in return as I think they want onto Rapio. You mentioned the healing, and there it is in full. It's going to be able to get Rapio right back into healthy territory. No kills come out, but a lot utilized.
Yeah, I think Rapio pressed his 3 key, and it regenerated 20% of his HP through a Brawler's Beat Stick proc from Johnny. So the healing from Rapio, certainly very hard to deal with. His Eye Silenced, maybe caught out in the jungle, takes a good deal, but not enough damage output from Hex Mambo. This has been a good defense so far, but now Lamogau's made the rotation. TP's in towards the dual lane for what feels like the 5th time this game.
Oni Fury kicked up. And this time it's finally Hex Mambo. Proactive plays on the map, and they drop it in favor of the Ravens. Frenzy popped,
Good
aggression's
taunt.
there, and a great taunt. But now Mogao just wants to go, and Rapio goes immediately on to 0. So you've got the Athena coming in to help peel a little bit, but it's not going to slow him down. That is a 3rd for the
crazy.
jungler, and he's looking for a little bit more. The axe, not enough damage to kill off Itori, but enough to get him out of this fight. Echrome pulled back in, and the statue is planted and made by Coast. They get 2 kills, and they can fall back for that Fury.
Deja vu, Highland Ravens at the 20-minute mark take a team fight with a significant gold lead and clear out the majority of Hex Mambo. 2 for 0 trade. This time, though, they weren't in mid for that dive, and there was a tier 1 tower in the dual lane, so no tier 2 opportunity for them. Instead, fall back, take the neutral objective. Oni Fury goes down, and that's going to spawn up some enhanced minion waves. At the 20-minute mark, we can start looking at the Fire Giant for Highland Ravens. They haven't got the best objective composition, but their team fight is so strong, they haven't really had too much opposition come their way. They still have 10 to 15 seconds left on Echrome to respawn. It takes about 10 seconds to walk from base to the Fire Giant. If the Highland Ravens are quick, I think if they could just pull it out here.
Now this is, Mifflin, I really should talk about the Fire Giant. It is going to get started up here. Yeah, they're going to have the damage. So instead of going on what I was going to talk about, we'll instead keep our eyes on this. Atori around the wall, should have a little bit of vision, is going in for the deep pull. Trix ain't going to be joining them there, but it's going to be a 2v5 for the time being as the rest of the group tries to come in. Atori might have bit off more than they can chew. No, they get the leap out. They maintain their life for now, but the chase is on. Rapio wants a little bit more. The axe gets some damage out there, but it's not enough for the Ravens to full commit to this. Itori TKO'd, teleport is down. That should be an opening for the Ravens to at least maintain this ground.
And Silence is the only one that loses out on any of his own HP. Trix Tank back to base, Itori back to base as well. But similarly, the Highland Ravens have decided to reset. Highland Ravens go into that team fight with a lot of their relics on cooldown previously, so even in taking that engagement, probably just come out ahead. They're able to strip away the Heavenly Wings from Trix Tank, so good deal of survivability lost there. Beats still down for a little under a minute for Zeros and E-Chrome, so great targets to start looking towards. Speaking of E-Chrome, that damage output, very nice. Goes for the Tank Shredder build, trying to deal with this Cthulhu once he does descend into that madness, and getting that heat check there, I think E-Chrome has the tools to deal with them. That is a lot already. Aussie, Kinsize, Crusher putting in work.
So far, the damage has just been a little too much for the Mambo to withstand. Maybe we'll get to see it over here. I was actually going to ask you about this because we got to see, and not often does this happen, the kills from the Petrify have not really been the highlight of the Medusas. We've seen a lot of good stuns. We really see it for like the slows to kick things off. We did get to see a statue that was planted and cemented over there in the duo lane. I don't know if they left it standing or not, but it was on top of a blood pool, and it just looked so cool there.
Is that
between
what you
the tier
wanted to
one.
talk about?
And that's
going
what I
into
wanted
fire?
to talk about, man.
Oh
It
my
looked
goodness.
really cool. I dropped it for fire.
Okay.
I'm just saying we
Yep.
have some time now, and I thought I'd mention it to you.
And you're right. I wish it was here so I could agree or disagree with you, but it's not. So I've got zero data.
Yeah,
and
you
I
just have to go off of me.
I
It
just
was
gotta
cool.
trust you. Hey, fire's pulled.
Yeah, fire started up. Raven's going to be in control of this one already. 1/2 HP on the FG. The Ravens are
good
going to be
taunts.
looking for a little bit more. Another good
Great
taunt from
ult.
Trix Tank, and then a good leap in, but it's going to end up costing Itori, I think, a little bit more than he bargained for. Good ult from Trix Tank. Make sure Itori maintains that life for a little bit longer, but the damage is just there, and it's pouring through Itori. Going to get taken down finally by Mogao, and it just took him a little too long. The chase is on. Who do they want to go for? Johnny, Trix Tank. Yeah, the jungler is going to be the easier target, but it's Camazotz, and he gets out of there. E-Chrome bullied one more time. The polymorph is there. Rapio healing despite all the damage thrown their way. It's a 1-for-none trade. Fire Giant's going to get started up again.
Sap 7 still full HP and has both relics, so can get aggressive just about anywhere he wants. Spots out Trix Tank, drops him. It's about a 1/4 HP, forces that dash out, which means Trix can no longer engage the fight for his team. Does decide to stick around, though. Maybe goes for the steal?
He's going to be walking forward.
Uh-oh.
Johnny's here. Sap
What a
takes
revive.
a lot, but there's the res from Silence. Still has the Aegis for Sap, but the Fire Giant has to get leashed. Too much damage dealt to the mid laner and to the front line. So they're going to back off here. Pyromancer spawns back up, and it looks like Hex Mambo are finally going to get themselves a neutral objective.
They will. Itori on the respawn as well. Doesn't have the teleport available, so it's going to have to take a little bit of time to walk back towards that Fire Giant. But looking at the relics across the board, I think it's Hex Mambo who come out ahead in that team fight. That said, 10,000 gold lead is pretty hard to fight into at the 24-minute mark. So Highland Ravens, despite having a relic deficit, might still have a significant advantage going into this next engagement. It's the ability to dive, I think, for Highland Ravens. Can they close gap? Can they get the zeros? If yes, that team fight's a lot cleaner. On the other end, for Hex Mambo, it's the ability to answer this front line of the Highland Ravens. Can you deal with Lomogao when he descends into madness? Can Rapio be peeled off once he's in your back line on his own? Because Sap 7, sure, does a lot of damage, but he's only applying it to the frontliners. So Silence has great CC, great ability to keep people alive, but that's generally all he's been doing so far. It has not been a lot of abducts starting off these fights, and Vaporish Coast has been on keep Sap 7 duty, keep Sap 7 alive duty in these team fights. It was multiple taunts onto this Tiamat, and well, Vaporish Coast just standing nearby, making sure that Hex Mambo can't feel confident chasing out the kill.
Well, looking to put out a trap around the FG. Mogao's the one who ends up clamping on the bit, but is it going to be enough? You got to kill a Cthulhu. That's going to be difficult. And so they do get the ult. Maybe a huge play. They lose the Primal Fury, though. Highland Ravens going to be able to do a little more damage to this FG when they do decide to step into the pit one more time. They're going to be missing very little in their kits. Although a minute left on those beads for Sap, along with that ult being used by Cthulhu just now. Mifflin, it feels like this is Mambo's time to shine.
It is. Mogao's not gone back to base just yet either, and doesn't have the ultimate. Rapio taking a lot of damage here, but not enough people from Hex Mambo nearby to follow up.
They're going to get aggressive on the Mogao. Mogao sitting at 2/3 HP.
Great ult.
They're going to be backing away. Rapio has a little bit of separation. Johnny took a lot of damage to start this off. and goes for the ult. There's going to be the slow, I think a little too short from Coast, and isn't going to be able to chase down Johnny. Fire Giant is going to be throwing some damage out there. Trickstank gets pulled in, and Trickstank gets melted down. Nothing you can do about it. Itori has teleported back into the fight. It's going to be hanging around the wall. Fire Giant started by the Ravens. We'll have to figure out how this concludes in just a second. Trickstank gone. Itori in a position looking exclusively for a steal, Mifflin. There's a lot of pressure on him to perform here, or else the game, I think, gets out of hand.
Look, it's pressure on him, sure, to get in and close that gap, but he's got Blink, he's got Ultimate, so he's going to have the opportunity to generate a coin toss, but it's a weighted coin toss. There's a Mage on the other side, right? Simply just hits harder, so this Tiamat going to have the onus on confirming the objective for themselves. Trickstank's still dead for about 40 seconds. It's going to be a while till the respawn comes through for him, and when he does respawn, not even sure if the Ultimate is going to be back up. I think that you don't leave this one up to a steal. You don't say, hey, Itori, go for the miracle play. It's Itori, get in there right now and slow them down. Buy time for the rest of Hex Mambo to regroup and push their way forward. All he has to do is slow down that DPS. Easier said than done, but he's got the tools to do it.
Well, we'll see whether or not they can make the difference here. Around the wall immediately. Fire Giant's getting relatively low. He's going to throw it over the wall, but not able to find it. Now he gets pulled back in. Silence is going to grab him. Almost gets the root off the leap as well, but it's not going to be enough. There's the knock-up, the chase down, the slows, the damage. It's all going to be there. Itori now just trying to make some space for the team. And I think we know how this one's going to end. That is a very cinematic pause, but I think we know what's about to happen to him.
We got to generate intrigue, man. Itori.
Man, is Itori going to die here?
I don't know.
Find out next time on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
He's tanky. I'm hearing some sound effects. Sure hope he's not dying right now. Make me look real dumb.
We'll come back and he's just dead. It's just like, yes, the intrigue, the mystery.
Look, we're in a position now where Fire Giant on 5. You're still waiting on some respawns. It's Itori probably just dead to rights. Could just start barreling down these lanes. It is a good deal of gold infused over towards the Ravens here. Maybe they want to reset, get ready for a siege proper, but I think you got to take advantage of these timers while they're there. I'd like to see them group up and just go for a Phoenix.
Now, if I remember, I think Trickstank either is about to respawn or just respawned, one of the two. And I know Itori looked like they were probably going to go down here. Creates some space, though. Pulls them back away from the base. Yeah, he created like 5 feet. Maybe that's so far.
A lot of units.
So realistically, the question I think is going to be, is that enough to turn this into an end push for the Ravens? Or is this a position, especially with Hex Mambo's like composition, to maybe bully them? And we can see, Itori, dead. He's just gone, as it turns out. And it is going to be aggression on the mid lane. But Mifflin, is this a spot where they can end? I mean, towers are gone. The Titan's going to be its weakest. They get a Phoenix on right. Is it going to be enough?
What you want, baby?
Well, ask me. I'd say I'd probably love to see them go for a push, but 5 seconds left on Itori respawn. Highland Ravens having picked up 2 tier 2 towers and a Phoenix and a Fire Giant and a 1-team fight. Probably want to back up and spend all that gold. So we're upgrading our starter items. We're finishing up the builds. We're upgrading the relics, and Highland Ravens are going to be very confident in their ability to take this next fight. Whereas looking at Hex Mambo, 50 seconds left on beads for Johnny.
It's a baby.
That's the only relic that I'm super concerned about. Chrome's got enough survivability in his kit that I think the Aegis is not going to be completely necessary to survive when you're defending a Phoenix. Could they have gone for the end? Sure. But this is the much more guaranteed play.
Oh, hey, Muffin
Still
Man.
2 minutes left on the
Worst
power
pause
play
time
for
ever, for real.
The Ravens in a lot of control, Mifflin. What was a a regular 10K
I mean,
lead.
Chakra's
Now,
like
11 to
up
1,
in his ultimate.
15,000,
With
just about gold. It's
Osiris
slightly shy.
about to die,
being able
so
to
I
push
mean,
that. But
it's pretty
you know
obvious
what?
he's
I'm
gonna
give him
die.
credit. They're still going to be able to try and continue pushing that. Yeah,
It was
a
a
lot
pretty
of
cool pause,
experience
actually.
separating these teams. Luckily, it's realistically only affecting Trickstank 3 levels down. He hits 17, though. And that's where that gold lead comes in, because he's not going to be able to update it. They're going to go for a fight in the jungle here. I don't know if
Hasn't
they
been
wanted
paused
this,
mid-fight?
but
I don't
they are
know.
caught out. Mogao is surging forward alongside the rest of the team. Sap is even leading the way. That's
I think the
how
players
confident
choose it.
they are in their capabilities. They get a lot of leaps, a lot of disengages, some beads, and defensive relics burned from Hex Mambo. And the Ravens feel pretty comfortable moving forward on the left lane.
Yeah, really good play from Lamogao there. With the grouping that Hex Mambo had the taunt worked from Trickstank, I think Lamogao may have just died. Echrome standing nearby with a tank shred build. Kinsize and Silver Branch now finished up. Maybe would have been enough, but Mogao says, I'll just descend into madness, like immediately. Very good reaction.
Yo, what if
time.
I was crazy?
Yeah, what if I was just like too big and not tauntable? And it worked. He's able to force out some relics. Does lose out on a team fight tool, but now you leave it up to Rapio to carry that torch.
Trick Tank goes in. Good taunt immediately forces the beads out of Vaporish Coast. Itori tries to get aggressive, pulled back by Silence. The damage should be there, but they don't have a lot of follow-up. And Itori doesn't take too much. Rapio on the other side is just bullying Echrome outright, but gets Argus dropped, and there's a res. Once again, Silence proving the worth of this Khepri. And in the meantime, while the fight doesn't go well, the Phoenix goes down. There's a pull onto Itori,
Things can't get
and
a
the team
kill.
wants to continue surging forward. The damage is going to be there. They kill the solo laner. Trix barely gets out with his life, but that's more than Echrome can say. He is dead to rights. Johnny trying to get out of this, and the damage mitigation is going to help. They're going to try to turn this around and go in. Silenced is low, but the Titan is the target. It's a double kill for Coast, maybe looking for more, but the Titan will fall. The Ravens will take this 2-0.
He dove the fountain.
And looking for the extra damage. They're trying to kill him. Not quite able to get Zeros in the fountain.
Yeah, it turns out alternate timeline bought him just enough time.
God.
But what a one-sided set, Gore. I'll be completely honest. I was predicting a 2-0. I was not predicting a 2-0 to these guys. Dope logo, by the way. But just didn't get to see him, right? Hex Mambo did not step up to the plate today.
Could have given bonus points as well. That's my favorite color. These lights, it doesn't show up as well. Well, actually, it does on this. On that monitor, it doesn't look quite as vibrantly blue as it does there. So I'm gonna assume you can see it as vibrantly blue. It's not like that blue. It's like that like not quite turquoise, not quite teal. Yeah, teal is pretty much right where it hits, and it feels really good. It's this one. And I think Shabalba Storm, Shabalba Storm have some really good colors.
Look at you.
I'm partial to. They get a 2-0 here if they're the Ravens, though.
Look at you. Why are you upside down?
And close out the SCC, though.
You're upside down, Cat. Are you upside down, Cat? Meow. It's a roller coaster. Wee. Wee. Oh, don't put your claw on my arm, baby. That hurts. That hurts quite a bit. Okay. Upside down, Cat. Hi. Why are you upside down? Your claws on my arm again. Yeah. Look at this cat. You probably can't really see her very well, huh? Ah! Aha! See? It's a cat. With her legs extended. Today's her birthday. Because she acts like a fool. Happy birthday, foolish cat. You sound funny. But yeah, Matt, I think it's the players that that can pause the game. Yeah, that or like the monitoring system pauses. Spectating. Welcome back from the ad break.
Problem child here, Mifflin. Welcome back. The Highland Ravens win this one. I wonder how. I think at least half of that went live. And yeah, that's the Zervin face, I think, in reaction to that. Either way, the Ravens win this one, Mifflin. You called it as it was. It's a little lopsided in favor of them. Game 1.
Was it like 2 kills for Mambo in game 1? Something like that.
It was like 2 kills for him in game 2, right? Or did they only get 1? They didn't even. Oh wow. They
Wait, it was 2. Somebody died to fountain.
That's not like the reassuring nature. It's like,
yeah,
they got their second kill. They died to the fountain at the end while they were trying to kill Zeros in the fountain.
Yep.
After they did kill Johnny, guess what? In the fountain. This one just feels like it not even got out of hand early on. I think it was just, the Ravens played the same way they did in game one.
Yeah, the lead was more significant this time around, so I think the Highland Ravens can be proud of their macro game throughout the early, the ability to establish that lead and transition it into earlier objectives. But yet again, the same weakness of Hex Mambo rears its head in that the first couple of objectives that do go down, Pyromancers, Gold Furies, go down uncontested, pushing that lead even further.
They ran him down.
Highland Ravens before that, I think it was like 2,000 gold, but they go to 2 objectives uncontested, bump it up to 4, 5K, take a team fight. Now they're at 6, 7. And by the time we started looking at these Fire Giants in earnest, the gold lead was so massive that Hex Mambo, even if they had decided, and they did, by the way, decide to put up a defense, would have been playing at a significant disadvantage. Through that disadvantage, Hex Mambo were able to repel a couple of Fire Giant attempts, but only delaying the inevitable as we approach the Titan. 13-1. I think it eventually becomes like 15-2.
Yeah, and, well, realistically, they earned the 15 relatively hard. They at least earned one of the 2 that happened on the other side. And it was, oh no, they didn't even get credit for it if it did go through. So someone died to the fountain. And
it was Silence. He's got 2 deaths.
Yeah, he's got 2 deaths. Did not have the credit crop up there.
Only one to die.
For anybody on Hex Mambo. So, well, hey, feels pretty good. He only died once to the team. And that, I think, means a lot to them. A lot of 20K numbers there on the side of on the Ravens, apologies, but they just did it. I mean, well, I'm going to call that the EU stomp, right? Because they had a massive lead the entire game, were in control, still took them like 30 minutes to end.
What you doing?
Well, they had a controlling lead that could have gotten into something a lot bigger.
Yeah, they waited for the right opportunity to score Fire Giant. The no fumble style.
Yes.
Ouch. Ouch, you're close.
And they do solidify a bunch of 2-0s here in Europe. Nothing but 2-0s so far this week. We can take a peek at the schedule. Again, the Gladiators, the Wargs, and the Ravens are the 3 teams to find themselves up towards the top. Of course, as we go forward in the weeks, we'll have standings and things to look
I know
at.
they
But
did
right
this
now,
yesterday.
you can imagine it. 3 teams are 1-0, and 3 teams are 0-1. We'll see how that changes up as we move forward in the SEC next week and things like that, and see some of these teams maybe adapt not only to the meta, but to each other. But we also have to look at North America. Tomorrow there's going to be one more in a set.
Upside
That's
down
gonna be
cat.
starting at 11. Again, it's kind of the kickoff warm-up here for the SPL. There's going to be the Wardens versus the Weavers. And I'm personally pretty excited
Wardens
to see
versus
that one.
Weavers.
Just because, again, what we've seen out of all of these teams, there's a lot of prominent names throughout a lot of this. And North America, at least this week, has been nothing but 3-game sets.
Yeah, I really am excited, man. The SEC, it feels like, have really been leveling up their game in the last couple of years. They really are getting a lot more name recognition. The competitive nature of it, the willingness to experiment with the meta has really gone through the roof. So I've got high expectations for these squads coming up, and I'm pretty excited to see how the differentiations are between North America and Europe.
And I'm sure you're excited just tomorrow to see Chinfu play again, right?
A big Chinfu fan over here.
Chinfu's coming back, and Mifflin is ready for it. We'll be seeing that again. That's tomorrow at 11. We're going to be kicking off the SPL in about 30 minutes. But before that, we've got Waiting Room, and that's in about 6. So realistically, stay tuned. We're going to kick off Waiting Room, and then we'll be right back with some more fun content.
You trim your nails again, huh? Even more fun content? Oh my gosh. Gotcha. You good? Okay. Oops. Okay, let's do this chess game. Or make a snack again. Hey Siri, set a timer for 15 minutes.
Your timer is set for 15 minutes.
Be right back, anybody.
Well, hello and welcome to the SBL waiting room. It's a new season, and of course things are kicking off really fun. Season 9 has already been a treat if you've been watching the SCC. If you watched the kickoff LAN, that one was fun, but we'll see how much of that remains true throughout the SPL because we are starting it up just about 25 minutes from now. Things are going to be kicking off. Not a lot of changes happened between, well, at least the teams from Season 8 to Season 9. A couple of players, the Bolts, they have a new coach. Pagon's in as the new mid for the Dragons. We got a whole new Valks team. Otherwise, it's just single swaps pretty much all around the league and a lot of similar names. So you'll recognize a lot of them. We'll get to see how exactly they adapt to the new metas here in Season 9. Of course, you're going to be hearing a lot about the things that change, the obelisk, the scepter that it comes with, the little snake ladies that are in the lane, and the offerings, all of that, plus the items and all the fun relic things, the glyphs. It's almost too much to handle and too much to list in just a small moment. So we'll talk about it all weekend and probably for the next like 4 weeks while Phase 1 is going on, every time it comes up. Either way, that's going to kick us off. So instead, welcome to the SBL waiting room. Sick. Trelly did those tier lists like 2 days ago, and it's in the video already.
quick.
That's awesome.
Hey, we're the best video team. I'm gonna put it out there. They're the best.
We do have a sick video team. I got Mifflin and J-Mac hanging out with me, and we're going to be talking some Smite. We have a lot of rookie. Well, a lot. I don't know if the way is the way
We have like 3.
We have like 4. Whoa, 4.
Okay, I was close.
Yeah, we find the middle ground, right? Not a few, not a lot, but a couple.
It is a few. It is a few.
Is a few like 3 to 5? A handful.
Yeah.
I like a handful.
A pinch.
A pinch should be like 1.
Well, it depends. Like a pinch of salt is like a lot of salt, though.
It's a lot of salt.
How big a pinch are you
don't know
guys
what to do
going
with
with?
How many pieces of salt are in your pinches? Tiny fingers?
Oh, maybe that's the difference. I do have smaller fingers compared to other people.
I got like at least 20.
How did this turn into finger talk? what happened here? Either way, you know what? Gloss over that. We're going to be moving into what I want to talk about, which is the rookie roundup we have. Again, we have a couple of new players in the league. And realistically, 3 of them are on one team. So we can talk a little bit about essentially the Valks. Wowie and Aquarius already have experience, so they get glossed over. We'll look into them a little bit more. Pagon is the first person on the list, though. And Mifflin, I mean, as a new mid laner, you're kind of stepping into where, it was Herwind last year, and then before that it was Twig. So I like experienced shoes to fill. How do you think he's going to do?
I feel like I've got very high expectations of Pagon, namely because I had said in the past that, I believe in Season 7 even, that I think he is the next mid laner that was going to come up to the SPL. He has been very impressive and consistent throughout the last couple of years, has a very deep god pool. We've already seen it flex a couple of times during the For Fun tournament that we just saw for the SPL, where he goes towards some of those assassins, but can very similarly play mages at a very high level. I think Pagon is going to fit in very well. My only concern for him is the fact that he is on the Jade Dragons. It is not going to go over his head that every single year only one player has been replaced on that team, and it's been the mid laner. With Captain Twig,
the pressure is on.
Yeah, like either win worlds or get benched, it's starting to seem like for mid, because that is the only role that has seen any changes. That said, having had the opportunity to speak with the Jade Dragons holistically, each and one of those guys has said multiple times that they are very confident in Pagon's ability and that he meshes well with the team. I think, as far as I'm concerned, his mechanical prowess is very high up there. I think he can match up with some of the best mid laners in the league. Maybe not the best, because Shinto goes absolutely nuts. But look, I trust him, man. I think Pagon's gonna have a great year.
And J-Mac, I mean, I think it was like, last week he played like, I wanted to just say like an arbitrary number of like 12 different gods, but like it was almost a different god every game.
Yeah.
It might have actually been a different god every game.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was every single game that Pagon played, it was a different one, even to the fact that when Panda Cat was playing nothing but Uller, we were still questioning if Uller was going to go to Panda Cat or not, and then they gave us the Uno reverse card there. Pagon is a very diverse god pool, and I think that comes by nature of him also being the brother to Benny Q, who also has one of the most diverse.
Runs in the family?
Yeah, I think
It's
so.
like a
I think
bloodline
that doesn't fall
passive.
far from the tree out here. I think both these guys are insane out
Benny
here.
is dad?
What?
You said this doesn't fall far from the tree.
Can't hear, but anyways, going with it, I mean, Pagon has been in this league for such a long time. He's been grinding out this game. He's really shown, just in this first week, yes, this For Fun tournament, he got to play a little bit of the wackier things out here, but he showed that he's successful in them. It's not like he was playing these Susano mids and going like 0-8. He was playing Susano mids and diving tier 2 towers 8 minutes into the game. He was picking these hunters and winning these matchups. Maybe even just going even in that case. I have high hopes for this mid laner. As you said, he's one that's been sitting right there at the cusp end of SPL for so long. So now getting his first rookie year out here in the SPL, But being with the Dragons, a team that has kind of left their mid laner alone more often than not, kind of essentially made it a feast or famine for this mid, he has some big shoes to fill in here. He's got a lot of things that he will have to kind of learn as he goes with this team. But talking with pretty much every single member of the Dragons in an interview last week, every single one of them said he seems to have filled these shoes in pretty nicely so far. So I have high hopes for this player.
And J-Mac, I'm excited to see it, but you mentioned, I think very appropriately, that this is kind of like a familial thing because Pagon has a brother in the league, and it's Benny Q. And I'm going to talk about our fantasy league a little bit later and how we're going to try to link that in every week and the conversations around that. But someone you drafted for your fantasy league,
oh, good.
I tweeted that out on Tuesday or something, is Benny Q. Again, someone who has been in the scene for ages at this point, but he finally has now made that breakthrough to the SPL, and you had mentioned it, can kind of play some wonky stuff, but he's also really good at just the standard mages. He's just been a solid player.
And that's always kind of been the thing of mid lane, is you have to be good at the meta. That's for every role. You have to be good at what are the top 3 to 5 gods right now. Okay, cool. Those are now getting banned out. You look at players like Paul, who when we watch some of his games, he has 5, 6, 7 bans basically essentially thrown towards him at that point, and he's still able to find something in order to play. And that's where the nature of players like Benny Q come in is, yes, they have the 4 to 5 top meta gods that they can play, but when those go out, what do you go back to? Well, he's got Shock, he's got Kabrakan, Wukong, Tsukuyomi. Those are just the 4 immediately come to mind, and every single time you say those, people go, well, those aren't mid laners. Those aren't mages. Those aren't gods that you would expect to be able to play out there. But Benny Q has done them to a very successful level, so much in fact that he was able to help bring his team to a Worlds qualification stage at the end of Season 8. And the thing about it is, that was only Benny's first full year as a mid laner. He wasn't always a mid lane player. The fact that he's able to grow and develop that quickly in this role and bring this level of success brings real high hopes for him and the rest of his team around here. I have very high expectations for him. I think that this is going to be a very strong first start for the Valkyries. I'm going to say it outright. I think that this team is going to struggle for their very first phase, but that's the growing pains of coming from the SCC as a full squad now into the SPL, is that the SPL doesn't play like the SCC by any means.
And that, like you said, is going to be something. I think even the Leviathans mentioned that. We asked them in a post-game interview last week or something like that, where they were like, "Yeah, they're going to be good. Just give them time. They got to get used to it." Except they said it in much more their voices and not whatever I just did, which was not accurate enough.
A lot like wrong you.
Yeah,
I heard it.
You could hear it. The flavors of Latin America, like the Spanish upbringing, things like that.
Yeah, I got all that.
Fun fact, I am on like a 104-day streak in Duolingo on my Spanish. So, look, I'm just saying, Worlds, maybe full Spanish interview. I'll sound like a kindergartner, but it's going to be sick. Either way, maybe we'll figure that out. Again, Kiermi, Gamma, 2 other players on this. I think, Kiermi in the jungle ties in pretty close with Benny Q, Mifflin, and Gamma is somebody that you picked up onto your fantasy squad. Yeah, well, don't know about this. You did.
Well,
Hey, Siri.
I picked him up.
At
but
3
you gotta
p.m.,
take
remind
into
me to do
account
Duolingo.
The circumstances in which I picked Gamma. It's not that I think
Just a
that Gamma
moment.
is a poor player. I think that the
Okay.
Valkyries,
Your
similar
reminder is
to
set
what
for
J-Mac
this
said, are going to
afternoon.
struggle this year.
Think
just
so.
because they are newer to the league. I think
Nice
that
shirt,
it's going to be
J-Mac.
very hard to break into this style of meta. But I took Gamma because the other options were awesome taken. Okay? And when the Bolts lose, when the Scarabs lose, those guys' slash lines don't look so good.
And it is KDA
fantasy
based,
is KDA based. So I went with the unknown, the relative unknown that is Gamma, hoping that he just doesn't die as much as like Inbound does.
He's just got his fingers crossed. You're feeling pretty good about it.
Just less, please.
Just don't go 0-2. I remember it was actually really funny
Hey,
to me
Siri.
because I was talking to Neil
Set a
about
timer
it
for 2
prior.
hours.
And he was, because I think him and Kiva were playing ping pong, and he was like, "Oh, well, how's it scored?" And I was like, "Oh, well, like most of it is like points on KDA." And he goes, "Don't pick me." And then Kiva pipes up next to him and goes, "Don't pick me either." So I guess we know how the Warriors are feeling about their KDA.
Who was it that picked Cuvo?
Hindu picked up Cuvo, so we'll see.
And people on Twitter are still standing Hindu's fantasy draft.
People love Hindu.
You can love Hindu. You can love whatever you want, but I can say, call a spade, man. His draft is...
And you know what? I have more to talk about that. In fact, we can talk about the fantasy as a whole. So again, we're drafting a fantasy league. Here's my tweet. about it. That was just the draft order, as well as specifically what players that we all brought into our teams, as well as coaches. On this tweet was also like the scoring, but as you had mentioned, like very heavy KDA base. There's some team bonuses, most kills in the game, I think most damage in the game, most assists in the game, things like that, most assists on the team for supports. And then coaches get points based on wins. I believe like Fire Giants and Gold Furies are getting awarded to them as well. If you want to participate in your own version of fantasy, I will tell you, you can go to Reddit. There's a user, Paragon Goblin, that runs one. There's a what is it called? Discord. They have a Twitter. There's a whole ton of stuff you can do. There's going to be scoring on there. I've seen like 3 or 4 different fantasy leagues on there. I just went for the one I saw that updated the most, so that's the reason that I can back that one. But there are a whole ton of them. I even have, because of this, the scores written down as to what our teams would have performed with if we used Season 8. So starting at the bottom, and again, this is using zeros instead of BinnyQ because BinnyQ wasn't in the league. We needed points to put there instead of just a fat zero for you. J-Mac would have lost with 48-21. Unfortunate for you. Then it would have gone over to Trelly, who would have been using Hurry's stats instead of Pagon.
He's rookie.
Then it goes over to Mifflin. Mifflin had 59-13, but it's using Rafts instead of Gamma because Gamma wasn't in the league.
And Raft died a lot.
He did.
Then it goes over to Hindu. All of his players were there. He's at 59-90. Huh?
Who's Hindu's mid laner?
His mid laner is Paul.
Yeah, that's why.
That's where he got a lot of points.
That's why.
Then it was me. I had Row instead of Masked Score, so we'll see how that ends up changing things up. And Dave ended up winning by literally 1,000 points just based on Season 8. And it's because Shinto was 500 points over literally every other mid laner. It was nuts. That's the note I wrote down. So, I guess congratulations, Dave. You're on vacation. Your birthday's tomorrow.
It was nuts.
Happy birthday. Whatever.
The big 3-0. Congratulations.
Yeah? You're just going to keep saying that. People are going to believe you.
Well, it's because he's 30. Why wouldn't you believe
me? Like 20. He's going to be 20.
He was born in 1992.
Yeah?
That's right.
And you said that with conviction, so I have to believe you. Either way, fantasy in the future, we're going to be kind of linking that in with our predictions and kind of talking about like, okay, well, yeah, we think like X is going to do well this set, therefore that means good points for like Miff or for JMac or for me or whoever. We'll talk about who wins week in, week out. But for this week, we actually have Trelly standing by to help you figure out who you should be voting for.
What's up, Smite fans? Now we are going to be looking at the schedule for this week here, and
Too late to vote.
I guess what Gore said is true. I'm going to be helping you guys decide what you're going to be voting for here. First up, if you go in game and you click that esports tab, you're going to be seeing the Camelot Kings versus Leviathans. And if you don't know which one to vote for here, I'm going to give you a little secret here. Leviathans are looking pretty unstoppable right now. Not to say that the Kings maybe weren't holding a little bit back in that tournament. They did, voice their opinions that they were like keeping some strats, under wraps. But I'm thinking the Leviathans are looking pretty unstoppable right now. So I'm going to put my faith in them. And, you can vote however you see fit. But set number 1, definitely going to be giving that one to the Leviathans. Now, set number 2, we have Olympus Bolts versus the Oni Warriors. This one, again, the Oni Warriors, they're having a little bit of a rough patch. They did qualify back into the SPL, but they didn't do it two-handedly. While the Bolts, they've been looking pretty solid as well. So I'm going to go ahead and give my vote to the Olympus Bolts over the Oni Warriors for set 2. Again, it's not to say that the Oni Warriors don't have the talent. They can perform. I'm just feeling that the Bolts they're looking pretty solid right now, and the Warriors, they have a lot to prove. And I feel like they're gonna be looking to prove that. But right now, I'm gonna have to give that one to the Bolts as well. Now, April 2nd, we got the next day, the Camelot Kings for the Olympus Bolts. This one is gonna be a little bit different. You know what? I've been thinking about this one a good bit, and I'm gonna have to give this one again to the Olympus Bolts. Maybe if the Kings show us some promise here against the Leviathans, I'm gonna be giving some fire to them. But again, I mean, I saw Variety go, like 1-27 or something? I think Genetics just tweeted, or I think Twig just tweeted about it. So they're going to have to show me some fire. I'm going to have to see the fire in their eyes before I'm able to give them a win over the Bolts. So I hear Myth yelling from the side with a hot take, but I think the Bolts are going to take that one as well, unless the Kings really show me something today. Now, here we go. Jade Dragons versus the Solar Scarabs. This one is going to be interesting as well. We already saw that matchup. But I think I got to give this one to the Jade Dragons once again. They had some close fights. They had some solid gameplay, but I don't think the Scarabs were ready to take on the Jade Dragons just yet. And I'm going to have to give that edge to the Dragons once again. Now, the Solar Scarabs versus the new Valhalla Valkyries. This is actually going to be a super interesting set. And as much as I want to give credit to the underdog, because again, we've only seen them play versus the ex-world champions. and they looked pretty solid. I'm going to give the edge to the Solar Scarabs. I wanted to make you guys hold your breath on that one. Again, these guys, the Valhalla Valkyries, as we've said, they have some growing pains, but they look really solid against arguably, not even
This
arguably,
guy.
the best team in the league right now, definitively, the world champion. So despite them looking good, I would love to see them come out swinging against the Solar Scarabs, but right now, I'm going to have to give the edge to them as well. And then, last set, April 3rd, we're going to be looking at the Tartarus Titans versus the Jade Dragons. And again, I'm going to have to give the edge to the Tartarus Titans because they were looking really solid. Even against Leviathans, they showed a little bit of life, but besides that, you know, they didn't drop a single game all the way up until those finals. So I'm going to have to give them the edge.
That's
there
exactly
as well.
how I
Pretty
voted
much
so far.
picking everyone that you would assume. So I hope you guys are, you know, going in
There's
and
one more.
voting those sort of things. You don't have to take exactly my votes, but you know,
Scroll
this
down.
is a good rubric to go for here. Remember, make sure you are doing your own sort of research, watching these games, and picking accordingly. But that's going to be my predictions for this week.
You missed
We're going
one.
to throw it back over to Gore, J-Mac, and Myth on the deck.
And I'm, at least for one of those, probably. Well, actually, also Warriors and Kings are playing at the very end of the week. It was cut off at the very bottom there, so that one's another one. That one's pretty easy though to.
Leviathans.
The Kings. Anyway, we can move forward, and I think okay, Mifflin, you want to make an argument for the Warriors against the Kings on Sunday?
Well, I don't want to derail the conversation. I guess the point that I'll make now that I have the floor is that Trelly is lucky that we're not keeping track of like casters voting this year. Or are we? I don't think we are.
No,
We're
that's
just
what
doing
this is, the fantasy thing.
We're doing the fantasy thing. Yeah, Trelly, congratulations, man. You dodged a bullet by a year.
By a year. That's what he says. We can take a look at the full week ahead of us and see what the schedule is going to be shaking out here for the SPL. Here's the first 2 days. And as you can see, it's the match of the week, Kings versus Bolts there, starting out tomorrow at 1 p.m. But today, we're kicking off with Kings and Leviathans, a semifinals from Worlds rematch. It was at the time, best of 5, 3-1 in favor of the Leviathans. I kind of want to ask you guys, I mean, 'cause, like, I think for the most part, it was you know, very, very easy and stable to agree with what Trelly had said. A lot of the teams that we've seen do well are probably going to do well this week. But this first one's going to be a little bit of a doozy.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, when we're talking about these two teams, we know what the Leviathans are capable of. I mean, the world champions, they came into this last little play-in tournament, or not play-in tournament, kickoff tournament that we had with them, and they just dominated across the board. Just plain and simple, they were the dominant team out here. Again, it was a bit more for fun. We heard from some of the Kings players that they want to hold on to some strategies, and that's something that we're probably going to harp on a lot today is what are these strategies that are being hidden? What are all the teams in general not showing us just yet? Because we saw a lot of Assassin Solo come out into the meta. We saw a lot of just stranger picks out there that we're not used to. We also saw some very kind of bog standard drafts out there. You know, we threw Atlas into the mix for a couple of these teams. That was something that at least the Titans and the Leviathans were fighting over more than anything else. But when it comes down to these two teams, the last matchup they had, as you said, was a 3-1 back at Worlds.
Yeah.
Leviathans were by and far the best team in the league at that point in time, and the Kings were the only one to take a single game off of them at that point. That was also when the Kings had only had a couple of weeks, really necessarily, to play together as a full squad here on land. Now they've had all of that time since Worlds to work together, all that time to scrim and build up these strategies and build up that teamwork with each other here. I think that the Kings could be a massive threat here.
Yeah.
I don't want to give a 2-0 to either of these ones, but I still am probably going to put a 2-1 Leviathans if I'm going to give my own prediction here. I think the Leviathans have just been the most consistent team across the board over the last 6 months of play. And this is even, including this off time that we have had there. These guys have been nonstop, just consistent across the board here. So I'm going to give to the Leviathans, but I think that the Kings are going to give us a real run for our money out here.
That's going to be a fun one to kick things off. Again, match of the day, or sorry, match of the week. It's still going to be tomorrow, Mifflin. It's Kings versus Bolts. It's going to be a real fun one to watch. SPL starting up in about 6 minutes. And I know last week, again, we did this whole kickoff tournament. We heard a lot of fun things about the graphics package. We were talking about it, and we were trying to get some things done. And so we have something to debut for you here in Phase 1. So we're going to take a quick break. You'll get to see all the new awesome graphics that we've been working on. We'll be right back with the SPL.
Great musical interlude. What is this music?
This is the beginning of the end for you. Bestowed upon you the power of the sun, a mighty sword! Strike while the iron's hot. For Camelot! For Avalon! Let the heavens rain! I am Ragnarok!
Hi there, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Welcome to the SPL Day 1 Phase 1 here, of course, April 1st. We heard a lot. Oh, wait. Gormizer Mifflin. That's also very important to get out there. We've been sitting here for a while today because we did the
April
SCC.
1st. I went
Other way
phase
around.
1, day 1.
Yeah.
April 1st.
Okay, but with the way they're looking at it, now you're just holding up like a 14.
Yeah, but I got to see it in my own hands.
Well, we heard so much about the graphics package, and we needed to update it, but we didn't.
We do everything for the
a whole lot of time, and yeah, so we've been having a lot of fun here, Mifflin. This is gonna be a fun day, though. I mean, not only do we get to see potentially whatever quote unquote hidden picks. I love this lower third too. No joke, I actually really enjoy this one. But
Very punk rock.
You know, some what's it called? Like hidden picks, new gods, new games, all sorts of fun stuff. Well, not new games. It's still Smite,
Oh, it's
but like
Smite, yeah.
like new matchups,
graphics.
new graphics. Yeah, you can save me here.
Yeah. Oh, like right now.
Yeah, like literally, you can save me.
So yeah, we've got some SPL
I gotta
matchups
work on
coming
this thing.
back.
We gotta
yeah.
schedule to right.
Hurry up on the schedule, man. Yeah, so we've got some SPL matchups
I
coming
don't think
up.
you can
Obviously
see these
very
lightning
excited.
bolts. They're too yellow.
Dude, do you want me to save you, or do you want to make the schedule? Which one do you want to do?
A little bit. What? That's both.
Yeah, exactly.
You said the same thing twice.
So yeah, me and Gore have been working very hard on this graphics package. It is it's very Tony Hawk Underground 2. Like that's the
this
vibe
is
we were
not,
going for.
Is this Tony Hawk?
Well, I
was
mean,
that what I was shooting for? This looks like a high school notebook.
It was Tony Hawk when I handed it to you. What did you do to it?
You've got better handwriting than I do. I do good drawings. That's what I do.
So he does the good drawings. Yeah, we got SPL coming up. Gore, you know the deadline for the schedule was like.
It's now.
It was like an hour ago.
No, it's now. Cause see, look. All right, look. See, I finished it. It's right here. It's done. Look at all the pretty drawings. This is your schedule for today. Your Camelot Kings taking on your Atlantis Leviathans. And your Olympus, this is a microphone. Your Olympus Bolts taking on the Oni Warrior at the very bottom. And you can see, look at the lightning bolts. Look, I got a Leviathan in there. There's the crown, the cool S. We spelled
it's the
everything.
Camelot King.
Camelot Kings. See? It's our schedule. And I'm pretty proud of this. And there's the real schedule. There you can finally see the official, actual legible. Well, this is actually pretty legible. I'm a big fan of the Atlantis Dragons.
Yeah.
The only note I had when you wrote that, I remember I was like, we missed a chance to write LAN in all caps.
Yeah,
so
just
that's on
capital
us.
letters are lame. You know?
But that's a capital letters.
I mean it. They look
You
worse.
capitalized so many on here.
Yeah, on accident.
Oh, okay. Either way, there's your schedule for the day. Kings and Leviathans going to be kicking us off first, and then it's going to be the Bolts and Warriors tomorrow. We're kicking off match of the week, Kings versus the Bolts, and then the Dragons and the Scarabs. Pagon getting his debut in the SPL official, and I'm now gesturing with this microphone. This is why it's dangerous to give me things.
Why don't you get Mike to come grab that
Well,
while we're still on the
because
schedule?
he's doing camera stuff and important job work that is more than just grabbing microphone from my hand. Scarabs and Valkyries as well going to be playing on Sunday, and a lot of fun stuff that's going to be happening throughout the week, Mifflin. But focusing in specifically on today, we saw the Kings and the Levi's. We mentioned it a little bit towards the end of Waiting Room. It is a rematch from the World Semis, and there is a lot, not maybe a lot of weight on the set itself, but a lot to show off here. The Levi's is a hard team to beat, and now they've got the bonus of, hey, we just won Worlds behind them. That is scary.
It really is, man. The Camelot Kings, though, have got a couple of boons to them, right? They're the only squad to have taken a game off the Leviathans at Worlds. Is that the last time the Leviathans lost a game, full stop? Besides,
yes.
I think they may have dropped
they
one.
3-0'd in the finals.
Yeah, but they may have dropped one during the SPL kickoff, right? I think they
Nope.
did.
Did they?
I'm not going to count that. We're going to go ahead and ignore the SPL kickoff.
I have at least the game wins here.
Yeah, we'll ignore it while Gore figures that one out. Otherwise, the Atlantis Leviathans have been looking unstoppable. That's the phrasing Trelly used when he was talking about his votes for this week, and I think it's the one that anybody can legitimately run with. Yeah, so they've lost exactly 2 games in the last, 5 months. That's not a whole lot, is it?
No, it's a lot if they'd only played 2 games, but they kind of been playing a little more than that.
Yeah, they played a lot of games.
Out of those 2, they won 15 or something. So realistically, things have been going pretty well for them. Again, reigning world champs at this rate, and we even got to look into it. A little plug: if you go to youtube.com/SmitePro. You'll be able to take a look into the documentaries, the Worlds documentaries that has
it's
a
very
glance
good.
at. And the one that was most recent was the finals. We got to see that on, Sunday, I believe, last week. And there was a lot of conversation specifically about how good, how concise the comms are, how the Leviathans play is really clean. And the thing is that they're also just really nuts mechanically. They're a hard team to beat, Mifflin.
They really are. And I know the fans are always chomping at the bit to hear how the pros speak or what it is they're focusing in communications, how you figure out who your target's going to be. You get a very good look at that if you decide to tune into the doc. Again, that is youtube.com/SmitePro. And you get to see not only the Leviathans, probably a little bit more of them because they did the most
His hair's so short now.
They were winning most consistently, but you can see everybody's.
Well, the good news is we got to talk to Zapman a little bit earlier about this matchup and see his thoughts and opinions on the Kings.
The biggest focal point for improvement for our team is just to not get complacent. After winning Worlds, it's easy to just relax. You think you're good already and other teams have to catch up, but that's just a trap that, from experience, I don't want to fall into. Playing this kickoff tournament here, we treated it as practice. We made it out shown things or giving it our 100 or maybe made some dumb plays here and there, but at the end of the day, we took it seriously to win and good practice, and we feel really good where we're at right now. The way I feel about playing the Kings first, I think they were the second best team at Worlds last year. They are just an intelligent team compared to most other teams in terms of draft and their preparation. I think they do things a bit more unique than everyone else. It's a little bit harder to anticipate what they're going to do. They always have kind of a strategy or two or a pick or two that you're not ready for. The biggest individual threat on the Kings is, I was thinking Twig because he's so unique in his God pool, but I think Tings is kind of their unsung hero. He's just so consistent. I think he's one of the top mid laners in the league and definitely goes under the radar a bit. He usually is never out of position. He plays really clean. Sometimes he plays unique God pools like Kukulkan. It's going to be interesting. They've had a whole offseason to prepare for this first game, and maybe they're looking for some revenge. I'm not sure, but it should be a good one.
Mifflin, a lot of talk there. A little bit about Twig when asked about who the big threat is, and then Zap immediately goes to someone that I almost regret to say didn't get drafted in our fantasy league, to Tings.
I drafted Tings.
Did you draft Tings?
Yeah, I got
Who
Tings,
am I thinking
man.
of then? That didn't. Oh yeah, no, you were originally you were gunning for Shinto, but that got stripped away.
Well,
from
everybody's
you 'cause
gunning for Shinto.
Yeah, everybody was a little
40
bit gunning
KDA
for Shinto.
Worlds.
You got Tings. You're right. I completely spaced on that one. All of the Kings got drafted, actually, as it comes down to it. And Tings, someone that apparently is getting slept on, according to Zap.
Yeah, I think that the entirety of the Kings don't get enough respect for how good of a team they really are. We've heard time and time again from every single pro when asked about what it is that the Kings do well, it's their macro play. Every single one of them will let you know that they play the map better than just about anybody else. If it's that slow, methodical European playstyle that we see in the EU SEC has been perfected and honed to a fine point by the Camelot Kings. Yeah. These guys will show up and have a 0-0 slash line and a 6,000 gold lead consistently. It doesn't make sense how they're able to play the map that well. And I think that Zap's right to identify the unique God pools of the Kings as a legitimate threat going forward. They're one of the only squads still playing Hun bots consistently out of the jungle. Twigs bots, bar none, probably some of the best we've seen in the SPL. Big man Tings is going to play whatever big man feels like, the Kukulkan. Anything with like a beam ultimate is solidly within his God pool because he lands those skill shots so consistently.
And he was landing on ping. Like a majority of last year, he's playing these gods, and he was on like 100+ ping. I mean, he's landing it where you had to aim in such a specific manner. So getting everybody, fully on land in studio, it feels like this is just going to be a good year, an intrinsic just blanket upgrade for the Kings.
And, I think the Kings might have a little bit of a matchup vendetta here, right? And you got to remember that way back when Netroid was playing with the Leviathans, has since been replaced by Zapman. Well, replaced by Yarkor, right? But eventually replaced by Zapman. And I'm sure it's never fun to be the guy who gets left behind, right? So I'm sure he is coming in with a vengeance, wants to prove to everyone that he was not the issue, he could step up. And look, Zapman said second best team at Worlds. I think he has to contractually say that because it's the only team to take a game off of them. But the Camelot Kings are a squad that I'm keeping my eyes on. I've got them solidly near the top of the league.
Genetics getting double repped there. Netroid rocking a Genetics jersey. And that, look, eventually you're going to be able to get your own. Probably.
Genetics jersey?
Yeah, if you want it.
Yeah.
Specifically
or
Genetics.
your own name.
Here's something else that has caught my eye, Mifflin, and this one's a riff on the you. Why did we write the Leviathan's name in purple and not the King's name in purple? Do you see, why is... And this, I will say, me and Mifflin did, he wrote all the names and I did all the drawings.
He chose all the colors, though.
No, you definitely pulled them out.
Okay, well...
I chose the colors
It
for my
was
drawing.
a limited crayon box.
If I'm Ovrin, I'm yelling at us because this is that's a brand thing that we literally swapped their colors.
She wouldn't have noticed if you didn't blow up our spot, man.
She probably watched. She got to look at this.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
But why would you call attention to it?
Right?
Just to make life harder for us. Either way, it's going to be fun to see how this set is shaking out. Mifflin, I think there's a lot of matchups here. And a lot that is going to be very important, but the jungle styles between these two, like Panatom gets a little more hands-on than Twig. We've talked about Twig specifically being a very setup-oriented player, typically pays off very heavily for where Tings is going to be, whereas Shinto just kind of feasts off of whatever, like, well, not even scraps. Panatom feasts off the scraps Shinto lets it have. That's the way it should be worded. And yet he still manages to keep up in level, still manages to be a big impact player. Do you think that this mid 2v2, especially at the beginning of the game, is going to skew one way or the other?
You know, before Worlds, I would say that Panatom was one of the more reserved junglers in the league, probably because he was giving up so much of his farm to Shinto. But since then, and even the most recent SPL kickoff tournament, Panatom has really stepped up his level of aggression. He likes getting involved in those early fights. He likes picking these gods that can start playing around level 2. Gilgamesh is something that is going to be intrinsically locked to Panatom in my mind now because of how strong his performance was on that pick at Worlds. So whether or not the mid 2v2 is important in the early phase, yet to be seen. It's whether or not the Atlantis Leviathans want to be that quick pace. But the mid 2v2, I think, throughout the duration of the game, is going to start rearing its head because, in my mind, these are two teams that are comprised of their mid laners and junglers. They play through those guys very consistently. Shinto a little bit more so than Panatom, right? Obviously, he's the focal point of the Leviathans, but the two-man core of Captain Twig and Big Man Ting is going for unorthodox combos, the Naja Ra, the Naja Kakolkin, things like that have been very hard to deal with in the past, and I think that is going to be one place that the Leviathans need to put their attention to limit the success of the Kings.
Now, I wonder how this makes you feel just in general, because last year, and you know, we talk about like the Kings God pools, and in my mind, last year, wide was not exactly the word I would use to describe it. Unique is what I would use to describe it, right? Because they had the least amount of gods played, I think, of all the teams that we saw throughout the league, but they were still playing things that nobody else was touching. They were the only ones
playing their picks.
Yeah, exactly. So is that something you think, at least for this year, is going to expand for them? Or do you think that's something that we're going to just see more of? You know, still see the Hunbat, still see the Kukulkan, despite the fact that they're maybe not necessarily the best meta picks?
I think that some picks will carry over to Season 9. I think that there's also a bit of a boon to Big Man Tings particularly, in that he was one of the few players who was willing to go towards Agni last year, and Agni is very strong,
he's strong
in current meta, so an indirect buff to the Camelot Kings, but it's something that I think the Kings have touched on in interviews in the last couple of weeks, that they are looking to expand their god pools, pick up some more of those more standard meta picks, and then also maintain their interesting, unique, eclectic pocket picks, because if you can only play pocket picks, it makes it very easy to strategize around you, to figure out what it is that you're playing and start limiting that. But if you can intersperse those picks into standard meta, that's where it becomes a true weapon for your team. So I am keeping my eyes on the Kings, whether or not they are willing to take things like the Gilgamesh into the jungle, if they've got the Medusas in the long lane, if they're willing to go towards what is essentially the Leviathan's home, which is whatever Reddit says is an S tier, that's what the Leviathans play.
Yeah, something you've got to be worried about, right? And like even looking at it last year, like a lot of the games they had where they played like Raijin, it's because he was the best of the best. And guess what? Shinto played it really well. They do still have a propensity, at least from what we saw the last couple of weeks, to go to the Gilgamesh. We'll see whether or not they end up doing that today as we get into picks and bans for game number 1 between the Kings and Leviathans. Kings are going to be your first pick team. Of course, again, brilliant. I love this neon look to the P's and B's.
I thought ours were better.
Yeah, well, I did not like joke. I told you the other day I'm hanging this up in the green room, and whenever I'm having a bad day, I'm going to look at this, and it just makes me happier on the inside. Something that is worth talking about, though, here in terms of picks and bans. Up front, Yamoja was a conversation at the beginning of the year. 140-second cooldown now on her ultimate. You know, she received some nerfs. Healing got nerfed a little bit in Season 9 again. The shell change. Feels like she got beat down. Rong Yu is still just great at most supports, and he's phenomenal, maybe the best in the world at this Yamoja.
Yeah, just don't let Rong Yu play it. I think it's as simple as that. If Rong Yu is on a team, Yamoja should likely be banned against it, because that is how impactful he is on that pick. Very capable of changing team fights on his own. Very capable of forcing multiple phantom pickups just to make sure that these ultimates aren't completely corralling the Camelot Kings. So good allocation of a ban, great recognition from the Camelot Kings just to make sure that that isn't happening. So far, largely standard across the board, though. I'm expecting some high priority towards mid laners, probably junglers as well.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this continues shaking out, because outside of so far the Daji,
maybe Medusa here.
a lot of this feels real similar to us, right? Erlang Shin maybe a little higher priority, but against Twig that makes a lot of sense. And you had called it out. You know, we've seen Agni, I think, a little bit on the rise. Zeus was a really big power player. He's hovered and locked in first overall for teams here. Zeus has been doing a lot of damage lately.
He has been. He's had some changes since last we've seen him in the SPL. Now gets 20% additional movement speed once at rank 1 of the Aegis Reflector. Just toss out that shield, no longer encumbered by its weight. You move around a lot more quickly. You also auto-attack more quickly. That scales up, by the way, to 40% both ways when it's maxed out. That's a lot. Crazy that he's got a stim like that. And that stim has opened up the door for Zeus to shift up his style of play. You can go towards like a pseudo auto attacker, become that objective shred for your team, maybe even just like a nimble rod, because you don't necessarily need to go like Calamitous on Zeus because he's already got so much burst in his own right. He's a very versatile pick, has great wave clear as well. But I am surprised to see the Kings prioritize it so highly, considering how many mid laners are still available through the first phase of bans.
They grab it first. Camazotz and Gilgamesh, a devastating top 2, I would argue, for the Leviathans. Gilgamesh turns out really good for Panatom specifically, but has performed really well in tandem, there we go, with Camazotz. Probably a hardcore pick. Is something that he did a lot at Worlds and worked out really well. Mifflin, Leviathans are just playing Leviathans right now. This third pick for them might end up being something special, but so far they're playing the same things we've seen them play. The other side, Kernanos and Bologna are alongside the Zeus, and Kernanos Zap played a few times last week, but no one else was really touching him.
Yeah, I think CERN is just good. He's got great scaling. The first ability, the Changing the Seasons, makes you very adaptable in the team fight. A slight buff to his ultimate, well, not even slight, it's a pretty significant buff, now also deals damage to the minion wave. Generally, the answer to CERN was, oh, he turned me into a pig, I'm going to hide in my archers. There's not much he can do about it. Those archers won't be alive through a CERN ultimate anymore, so you're just going to be stuck there, essentially polymorphed. This Bologna pick, though, is something that I'm very interested in. Especially up against the Gilgamesh. You're going to be able to disarm him, make sure that he's not finding value from the Stun Star Scimitar. There's a lot of interesting matchups there. You're going to limit some of that Hunter pool to the Leviathans, make them think twice about their own selection. Meanwhile, on the other end, the Leviathans just keep going to their standard. They just keep going to exactly what it is that they've been playing the entire time. And the Kings are a team that were very vocal about wanting to hide strategies, bring out unique picks this week. The Leviathans not once brought up hiding a strategy. They have not once shied away from showing what they do. The strength of the Leviathans is, hey, here's what we're going to do. Figure out the answer.
They did it last year.
We are just good at the game. This is not new for the Leviathans for their SPL debut this year.
I would argue the Hou Yi is new, and that's only because Zap, I believe, like within the last 2 months, I think it was during the SPL qualifier tournament. He tweeted out, stop picking Hou Yi, he's not great. And oh, how things have changed for Zapman. He's locking it in and playing it here up against the Kernanos. But, I mean, that's the thing that's really interesting to me. You kind of highlighted the Kings wanted to kind of hide the picks from last week into this week. Every single one of those was picked up by the Leviathans last week, so it didn't do a good job of hiding it. Leviathans let them scream out, this is what's meta anyway. The Bologna was picked up by Hardcore, had a really good performance, and has been doing really well throughout a lot of the scenes. I mean, you look in ranked, Bologna is one of the top bands, top picks as well for solo lane in terms of what she's able to do. Good damage down there. Going to be matching up presumably against the Camazotz. The Hou Yi is the one I want to zone in on, though, Mifflin. Specifically the matchup versus Kern, because you had mentioned that Cernanos has the the polymorph, the brambles officially has like the root on it, things like that. Makes it interesting in the duo lane, but Hou Yi's just a good boxer.
He is. He's also the best hunter in the game at fighting from behind. If you're 2-3 levels down, a double bounce with Ricochet can turn around a lane on its own. So Zapman, probably the most likely to die on the Leviathans. That's the reigning bit, the running gag for this squad, but it is true.
I don't even think it's a gag. I think they do it intentionally.
It is just true. He dies often, and, well, this is a god that can play very well from that point. Nox locked in, though. That's your support. Lock in for the Leviathans. And it's got some really strong matchups here. Bologna going to struggle mightily dealing with that. I mean, it's great self-peel there. Even Zeus, if you're ever locking him down with Shadow Lock, that's about it. Curtains for the Zeus in those scenarios. You're able to limit the damage output. It's very telegraphed when you're going for Detonate. Slam him with that massive Dark Orb ultimate. All of a sudden, his damage output takes a major hit there as well. But my concern now, having a good look at the Kings draft top to bottom, is that their initiation is a little bit one note. It's Horus dashing in with Fracture, or maybe an Eagles Rally with Bologna. Those are generally how you're going to start up your fight, both of which not exactly AoE CC, not exactly able to pick up multi-mans. Sure, you can land a double balloon ultimate, but that's a little bit limited. And sure, you can get a double updraft, but that's limited in its own right as well. So who's going to make up for that weakness? It's going to have to be the Bash step. That ultimate might be the initiator in base defense and siege situations, but in team fights around neutral objectives, also single target, also likely going to struggle.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to, especially because you have to thread the needle to find the exact target you want to lock down anyway. The Nox is the one that threw me for a loop. They did it once at Worlds, and afterward they admitted that it was just really good against the E-set in lane. That was something that they did up against the Bolts. It gave Nox a 100% win rate in Season 8. That's
love that.
Yeah, that is a truth that we can speak. Either way, a lot of this Mifflin has similarities, at least to things they've run in the past. Like you said, they're just playing Leviathans. I'm really concerned about this mid, I guess 2v2, but 3v3, specifically more hardcore when he comes in as opposed to really when the Nox comes in. The Camazotz, the Gilgamesh, and the Thoth, the top three they grab here, just feels really powerful for him.
Yeah, Thoth is a pick that I just think Shinto was meant to play, man. It fits his play style very well. I'm going to sit in my own tower line, I'm going to clear a wave, I'm going to go to my back camps, I'm going to clear those two, and I'm going to keep doing that until I'm level 20. And it's very hard to shut him down when he's playing that style, especially with the front line built around him, the Diver in Yarkor with Camazotz, the space control with Winds of Shamash and Panatom. I've got a lot of data on those two picks, on those two guys, so I know how that plays around that mid lane, and it is very frustrating to close gap on a Shinto.
I like that you quantify the Diver in hardcore on Camazotz. I think you could probably just stop the Diver in hardcore.
Yep, he's a diver.
Full stop. He just likes to do it. It doesn't matter really what he's playing.
And scubas.
He likes to go pretty deep. Again, it's looking good for the Leviathans in the draft. We'll see if they can match that play in game number 1 as we go to Hinduman and Trelly.
Me and Trelly for the cast of the opening game of Season 9 SPL, the Kings versus Leviathans. Trelly, you ready for this?
Wow, Hinduman's here.
Ready. Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, good news, I'm debating you pretty hard on chat too, because you're solo casting now, so I'll see you later.
Oh, all right, April Fools. See you, man. Okay, well, looks like we have BMT in the mid lane on this Zeus pick, and he is going for Eye of the Jungle, so that is going to be an interesting start. Not really, though, because Zeus is going to be getting dove quite a lot, and he does need the protection to go for it. So, it looks like on the flip side, pretty normal start here from Shinto, going with the Sands of Time. Double flat pen build that we've seen so much out of this mid lane Thoth pick. The real question mark here for me, though, is this Nox pick that Rongyu is opting to go for in the support role. He's going to have a lot of, a lot of pressure to try to come back from, because Nox is not a very strong early game. And that is going to be a difficult lane to have. So it looks like Netroid and Genetics are going to be looking for that purple buff here. And they're going to be looking for some pressure in this lane again against the Nox and the Hoyi. They're not going to have too much pressure. Hoyi doesn't have that much lane pressure, I would say. And it looks like they are going to be stepping up to this lane. And it looks like the silence is going to go down. Genetics going to look for a little bit of pressure here.
Help.
Yeah, I think a little bit.
You sure?
Yeah, a little bit.
You did better than I expected then. I was expecting more. Welcome to the game, though. Kings versus Leviathans in that dual lane as well. On the Horus pick up this game. Anything stand out to you in the beginning here, Trelly, in terms of itemization? Anything crazy going on?
No, just the normal benevolent stuff that we see all the time. Obviously, Rongyu is going to be prioritizing that sovereignty start that we see every once in a while, because you only really have to learn about that Zeus for the magic damage. So you have 4 physicals. The sovereignty is going to be pretty solid for the support of the the Leviathan. So just going for the sovereignty over that Gauntlet of Thebes start that's going to come online a little bit earlier than trying to stack that item.
Yeah, we saw Gora and Myth on the desk talking a little bit about the compositions and how they're going to play out these games as well, Trell. And honestly, I do agree what they were saying about Camelot Kings. It's going to be very telegraphed when they go for these engagements with the composition they put together here. Outside of maybe, Captain Twig using that new ultimate to maybe pull someone into the fray of danger here on the side of Leviathans, there's not really much, that you can really show them. It's going to be a blink engage, if anything, for maybe a Horus, right?
Yeah, a lot of single target damage. You do have the Lightning Store from BMT that's going to bring a lot of AoE pressure, but besides that, you're right, just a lot of single target engage, looking for picks before the fight starts, that sort of thing. But honestly, this Bass step pick that we see so much, the Huntress of Bass, a very difficult ultimate to land. We honestly see this ult miss more than it hits at this point, and you still can get the value out of that pick. So even if Twig's not crisp on these ults, there's still a lot of lockdown potential with 3 and just a lot of damage coming out of this Bass step pick.
Level 2 in the duo lane right now as the mid lane mages have dinged 3 so far. At the moment, it's Tough versus Zeus in that mid lane. We're not touching it just yet, but right-hand side now, Variety getting looked at here as a leap in from Panitom does connect, but the drop kick off the mark, allowing Variety to just fall back to his tower and continue farming. Going back towards mid lane, though, Toph versus Zeus, I mean, really is Zeus has to step up to clear the wave, and Toph goes, thank you very much for the free poke.
Yeah, getting outranged in the mid lane is definitely going to be an issue, but right now, I imagine you don't want to be dashing on the lanes too much unless you have tabs on where Twig is. Anytime that Bastet can show up, you really don't want to have that evade and punish not down, just to be able to dash away from that, obviously. But something I do want to zone in on here, Variety is going for that teleport as Rongi takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, Genetics just stepped up a little bit too far, and there's the combo the Nox is going to bring to this support role. It's not going to do a ton of damage with building support options here, but it will do a ton of lockdown, and that's the risk that you have happen there.
Yeah, this is what the Nox pick does bring, a ton of lockdown if you don't opt to go for that beat start. Obviously, Genetics does have the blink, so anytime Rongu's crisp with that Shadow Lock, you're going to be getting locked down and tons of damage with the follow-up. Rongu is going to get credit for that kill, so first blood on the Nox support, and the full sovereignty is finished off of one back. That's going to be a huge power spike.
That 400 gold going to support. A lot of people wouldn't like it, the support player themselves, though. I mean, technically, it's giving your team that aura, so it is useful in the long run, especially what you were just saying, too, about how many physicals there are on this roster.
And then on the other side, as I was just about to talk about,
Yeah,
Variety,
go back to it now.
Variety has teleport, something that we've
They're
seen
gonna
fall out
let
of
you do
favor.
it. There's a fight in mid lane again, as you see Big Man Tings dropping the ult down there. Twig was around, but only at level 4. If you notice, he would have just dinged 5 there a little bit earlier. One more minion dies. We may have ended up seeing Shinto in trouble, but now we can go to Variety.
Well, we do have a big win right there, because Shinto did at least use the purification bead. So now I think that's what Twig really wanted there. Maybe not trying to get that kill, but just try to get the beads down. Maybe a regain coming a little bit later. Now that Huntress of Bast is available, but this teleport start, when you're against a lot of CC, a lot of lockdown, could come back to bite Variety, but at the very least, he's going to have a good time out-pressuring, just being able to back whenever he wants. That freedom is why this relic is picked up if you feel like you're not under too much pressure.
I guess the one question about that solo lane then is the fact that Bellona against Kamazots, obviously Kamazots a lot of sustain in that lane. Variety having that teleport lets him get back to lane and continue farming up there and not fall too far behind. But as you said, you know, not having those beads as this game goes on could come back to bite him.
Yeah, we saw Panatom go for that early gank because he saw that as Zap does drop the Suns in that duo lane, just trying to get some farm and back it up there for his purple buff. But if Panatom's drop kick did connect, there probably could have been some form for a gank there, but Variety just going to be sitting pretty in that lane as he's just going to get his blue buff and back it up here. Again, the teleport is available, so if he wants to just go back to lane, that's a certain possibility.
Both junglers with the Jotuns wrath this game. Cooldown reduction on the cards, very impactful for both these two gods. But then again, he also did get a couple of buffs this year. It's 45 power now. You know, it's not too bad in terms of what it optimizes for the build. Looking towards mid lane too, Zeus and Toph here, both going for that Divine Ruin, which isn't really a surprise with these new, I say new, but we're really going to the pen options in mid lane first.
Yeah, the double flat pen build has been quite the start, but I'm surprised because usually on this Zeus pick, we're seeing a lot of that Legion Helm start where people want to get that protection online early, try to survive this sort of early damage from your Gilgamesh and your Yark and the Kamazots if you are going to be getting dove like that, as well as the Voidstone start. But it looks like BMT is just trying to get as much damage online early, as well as some anti-heal. Just going to be dealing with a fair bit of sustain from the things like the Kamazots.
Yeah, I guess one thing to say there as well is I guess Shinto playing that Toph, you're going to get poked anyway, and it's not magical protection that gives you. So, you know, you might as well just go for the raw damage and hope for the best. Only that one kill to talk about so far in that duo lane early on. Everybody continuing to farm up. I've not really seen much jungle attention to the duo lane just yet. But as I say that, you can just see Captain Twig on that left-hand side here, looking for good old Zapman. But he's also given a bit of a window here for Genetics to go in and steal away some of these obelisks. How important are these obelisks these days, Trell?
Yeah, the offerings were a little bit nerfed. It was completely really strong at the beginning. And then they said, you know what, this is a little bit too much. People are dying for them consistently, so it got nerfed. It's still very powerful, especially if you're going to put it on your support, give them a little extra DPS. As Genetics goes to the sky here, we're going to see an engage.
You also see the pull onto Panitom, who leaps away to safety but falls into Netroid's ultimate. Nice little pickup for the Kings here, finding some aggression towards the Leviathans now. And we'll see if they can continue to pressure here. Red buff is up on the left-hand side for Kings and about to come up for Leviathans too. But Genetics really trying to get this obelisk online for the side of the Kings and should be able to do so here. But Zap is around again, finds the ricochet, fractures away, does Genetics, but straight into the waiting clutches of Rongu and Shinto. And a kill for that, is it worthwhile is my question, Trell.
I mean, at this point, I feel like Genetics is putting a little bit too much stock in that obelisk. I think they had the lead on the offerings as is. They probably could have waited for the next spawn and got it. But at least, you know, you do have the Indra Scepter on your side if you do want to get a little bit more aggressive. It seems like Genetics is really putting some stock in that extra buff because he wants to get aggressive on this pick, blink in with the fracture stun, set up all sorts of damage. So it does seem like they're putting a lot of flack in that. But on the flip side, the other support, Rongyu now has 2 kills and is going into what looks like a breastplate. Gonna have a lot of cooldown on this Nox. 2-0 on your support. Rongyu is making things happen.
And that's going to be more impactful as the game goes on. And as you said, physical defense is going to be useful. Drop kick this time from Panitom does connect with Variety. Variety holds his ultimate, leaps away back to the tower line just in time because you can just see Rongyu was on this side of the map on this Nox as well. There could be another gank potential though as Variety steps up again. Rongyu dashing in, looks for the silence route, combo off the mark. And Variety will slip the noose for now as Twig now ends up on that right-hand side to provide cover if a dive continues.
Yeah, it looks like the Leviathan's just recognizing that Variety has a fair bit of physical protection in that Berserker shield, so maybe needing some magical lockdown. The Nox coming over. Shadow Lock off the mark. If it did hit, they might have had a chance to try to kill the solo laner of the Camelot Kings, but it looks like they're just going to be posturing over here, trying to see if anyone will walk up to these Oracles that are already down. But Rongyu is going to path towards the back camp, so I don't think they're going to be looking for a pick over here. Just going to get the mid camps and continue their farm game.
Not the worst composition for Kings, though, to try and rush down a Gold Fury if they see a window there, too. They find a pick maybe on Rongyu. They've got Zeus there to just drop the ultimate on the Gold Fury, burst it down relatively quick. And speaking of that Zeus a little bit more, looks like he's going for the Rondo Tahuti this game. Instead of what we've seen a little bit more of this Divine Ruin Spirit Desolation that you can see on the side of Shinto. Is there a reason for that? Does it just work well with Zeus's kit? Is that the reason?
Yeah, if he is opting to go for that Nimble Rod, the extra attack speed is going to be really impactful. He also could be building into that Chronos Pendant if he feels he just needs more CDR. Again, you're going to be taking a lot of continued aggression from this Thoth, so just try and have your abilities back up quickly. Either one of those, I think, are really solid on Zeus right now, especially that Nimble Rod. Wanting the attack speed, his shield was buffed recently, so whenever that shield is down, gets a little bit of movement speed and attack speed. So a little auto attack never hurt Zeus. But he's going to probably just want to hold off and not try to get too aggressive in this lane. As we've mentioned a few times, just getting outranged by Shinto is going to really start to add up.
Not a whole lot of goal difference between the two teams. Slight experience in favor of the Kings here, I would say. Just looking at where people just leveled up a little bit more. Twig, level 10, as Panitom just hits 10. Variety at 11. And I do believe Genetics was a little bit ahead there of Rongyu, who still has those 2 kills. Experience does matter, though, because it does give you those base stats, but more importantly, extra damage on your abilities.
Yeah, and I would say the big thing right now is BMT just ticked over to 12. He could get a second relic now. Those second relics are really when you're going to start trying to get aggressive, when you could have the beads and the Aegis. Now you have 2 different forms of defense when you're getting dope. Getting those on your carries before the enemy team are really going to start to add up if you want to go for this gold, as the Gold Fury is getting pinged. So it looks like these teams are going to try to put some form of aggression there. Final Judgment, probably the best confirmed tool on the map. Shinto did just take over and finish that Spear of Desolation, so double flat pen now online.
Leviathan is now grouping around the Gold Fury. We did see the pings, as Trelly mentioned then. It looks like it was from the Leviathans as they start to hunt on this left-hand side. But Netroid and Genetics well aware of the danger here. Obviously, you've got Zeus coming back from base and Twig towards mid lane. So they relieve some pressure there, but nothing to be really scoffed at. Just a couple of left-hand harpies taken down from mid lane there at the moment. Both teams not surprising in this one, Trelly taking the time in this game. First one of the season, you know. I guess from King's point of view, they lose the World Championships up against the Leviathans in honestly dominating fashion. They've got a point to prove here themselves.
Yeah, I think even after coming into the play-ins tournament as Variety, takes a little bit of poke over here, and it's going to be running back to the solo lane. The blue buff is up, but they probably just want to make sure everyone knows that, hey, we've definitely been working in the offseason, as Rongyu is going to look for some aggression on BMT. The beats are good, and he is just going to back off.
So you don't need me, you just doing it all. I could just sit down again, you know? You just did it all in under the tower, onto Zapman, go the Kings, though, as the aggression in mid lane subsides, and Zapman trades out his beads. But as we just saw, you know, in mid lane, Big Man Tings did use his beads too. So 2 different carries then on 2 different teams that may be under threat around this Gold Fury. Rongyu takes a bit of damage here. Netro trying to step up and gets pressured. He has to beads away. Kitty Cat pulls in Panitom. Panitom links back in though, keeping the pressure going. But he should fall down to Genetics' basic attacks. And Tings at the same time does manage to bring down Shinto, who was late on that rotation, trying to stay at range. Kings find 2 kills.
It really seems like there was a bit of a communication diff there. Panitom wanting to up down, trying to find the aggression, but the Leviathans could not get into that fight. After Rongyu used all of his abilities, you really don't have any more engage. As the Gold Fury is going to get pulled, no one's even close to this.
I mean, what can they do then?
Yeah, that's a free Gold Fury for the Kings after that fight.
When you look at what Zap's got and what Rongyu's got available, neither with an ultimate up after that engagement, no beats for Zap. There's no way they can contest that. The Kings out to play today and find themselves the first real lead of this game so far.
Yeah, and now you see a level 14 Zeus. That is going to start to add up. 12 minutes being level 14. BMT's farm game has been pretty insane. Already that Rod of Tahuti finish, sitting on a fair amount of gold right now. Going to back and get a large power spike. You're going to really need to start to see these magic defense items come online. Yarkor, if you look over, no sort of defense built right now. Just Blackthorn, high HP, Transcendence, big damage. You're looking over at Panatom, who for his quest obviously did get a tier 1 Ansiler Runic Shield, or even a Caduceus Shield, whatever he wants to build there. Probably going to look to itemize into that because of how much damage this Zeus is outputting.
Would you love the Ansiler here? Was that what your call would be?
Yeah, if he's going to be blinking in and onto this Zeus, I think he definitely wants that silence proc. It's going to help him out a lot, obviously. If BMT is able to detonate right now, it's going to be a huge chunk of damage. 4 levels behind right now.
You can definitely get a sense in that engagement too. The Panatom willing to die for his team if it's going to set things up. Diving back in there when he had his leap to escape potentially, was stuck around in that little skirmish. Didn't pay off in the end though, but it does show that both these junglers, we already know Twig is definitely someone that will do the best for the team rather than his own KDA. And Panatom in this one so far following suit.
Yep, it looks like again, only Rongu having kills on the sides of the Leviathans. The support Nox did opt to go for the double physical defense, so going to be pretty tanky against everyone except for BMT right now. Yeah, the Zeus, again, the biggest force of damage right now on the Camelot Kings. Already has the double flat pen built into, almost going to be going for probably a Spear of Desolation, just trying to get some of that CDR online. And it looks like Twig is going to be looking to get a little bit aggressive here in the mid lane towards this Pyromancer.
His ward's on that right-hand side by that Pyro, though. As Variety does jump in towards Yarkor. Yarkor trying to get back to tower range and keep hold of his ultimate if he could. But Variety did good work there to keep the pressure rolling and trade ult for ult. And this opens up a window now for Pyromancer, knowing Kamizots can't be there. But what can Ronyu do? They steal it away there, the Atlantis Leviathans. What was it that got it?
That was the thought, though. Shinto charged that one up. Ronyu made sure to give the perfect amount of vision. Just that Nox silence saying, hey, you guys cannot use your confirm when you want to. And then just great play by Shinto saying, hey, I've got the most range in the game right now. I'm going to confirm this from downtown.
I'm just going to keep an eye on that tough. Sure, he fell early on, but he's still going to be an impact from range, as you can see there. Now 3-2 on the score lines, a slight 1000k goal lead for the Kings. If we look towards the dual lane, and Zapman is overextended here. Didn't realize Genetics are wrapped around the back. Drop your Suns Lab, but drop your health bar too. Grayscale should be coming through because Twig is still chasing the block from Ronyu, keeps the cats alive. And Ronyu nearly did everything he could to keep Zap alive with the shell, but it wasn't good enough. The Kings find another kill.
I mean, that was a Zapman play through and through, trying to invade that purple buff by himself.
No vision.
Surrounded by 3 members of the Kings, and then Ronyu just clutching up, eating the ult, making sure he almost gets out. Just Twig able to clean that one up, but you do see the relics down, and now that's going to be an issue for Zap if he does come back. Both relics down, Aegis and Beads have been expended, and he still died.
Well, relics for himself, but also the shell from Ronyu, so that was 3 relics, and they still kill Zapman for that one. Kings should have a bit of wiggle room then towards this duo lane to keep the pressure rolling if there's an opportunity to do so now. But they're not running away with this game just yet. It really does feel like we're at 15 minutes. We're still in the farming zone here. No towers down. Just those Gold Fury, Pyromancer to talk about.
Yeah, we've got some time before that Primal Fury is going to be spawning up. Obviously, Netrioid going for the Shred build here. Not building into any crit, probably because itemizing into crit against Hou Yi, not the best because of his passive. So going into that Aussie, possibly a Kin's Rush that we've seen a few times now. Or they're going to be for the Executioner, actually wanting some more penetration. Going to be doing a lot of damage to these tanks. Obviously, Yarkor still has not backed, so we haven't seen him itemize into any form of defense right now. The solo lane for the Leviathan still just having that Blackthorn Hammer into the Transcendence.
I think the fun thing about the start of the league, though, is that you get to see what the pro players really think about itemization in the game. Sure, we've had a couple of months now with the new season kicking in. We've seen some amateur play with the SEC teams. But not everybody's always on track of what their builds are. So a lot of people tuning in today will be very much focused on these builds going, what am I building in the roles I'm playing? Zap under pressure. Remember, no beads, no Aegis, and now no life, as Variety will get credit for the kill, using that teleport here to rotate to that side. But they've left Big Man Tings exposed in mid lane. A 1-for-1 trade across the map. 2 carries down. And where the action's going to be next is probably the Gold Furies. That Primal is up soon as Genetics rooted in place again. And this CC chain from Shinto and Ronyu paying dividends so far.
Yeah, smart play by Variety, making sure to rotate over while Zap didn't have the relics available. Does have the Indra Scepter doing the shock damage as well, trying to get rid of the Leviathan's ADC before this Primal Fury spawns. But Leviathan sniffed this out, and they get their mid pressure down. Take down BMT, the highest level on the map at the moment, was level 17 above everyone else. So now, still going to be a 4-for-4 at this Gold Fury fight if they want to try to pull.
Credit where it's due, though, to Variety's rotation there with that teleport. I mean, You're up against, you know, the Camazons, which is in a lot of ways more influential in some of these team fights that dive in the back line. But Variety getting there so far ahead with that teleport just allowed them to find those wiggle room windows to get some kills.
But it looks like the Leviathans are going to have the vision here, and they're going to be pulling this Gold Fury. It's burning very quickly. Final Judgment not available.
Not much the next can really do here up against Shinto as well, but he's going to try and make a play at the tail end there with the Gust. Won't come through, though. Leviathans get the Primal Fury and claw back some of that gold that they'd lost earlier on in this game. Still, for me, this is anyone's game in this best of 3.
Oh yeah, it's still pretty even here. Obviously, Variety opting not to rotate over for that Fury while Yarkor did, so the Tier 1 tower probably going to be looking at over in the solo lane. That's the first tower that we're going to see drop this whole game if Variety does get it, so not too much. People are not wanting to really step out of their lanes too much, just want to get every sort of farm they could on their side of the map, but no one getting too aggressive right now. Finally, the first tower of the game goes down.
Well, I did talk to Leviathans before this game, and they were saying this is probably going to go 2-0 either way. They don't believe it's going to be a 2-1 in any stretch of the imagination. They feel whoever gets game 1 is probably going to snowball that into game 2. So this one is still all to play for at the moment. I'm edging my bets on Kings with how they're looking so far. Although when we get to those Phoenix Sieges, when we get to those engagements 5-on-5 fights, they are still a little bit lackluster in terms of their engagement and very telegraphed in that. Look at this, Leviathan's 4 strong towards the mid lane. Twig was trying to wrap around the corner here.
Need some petting.
With your core. Variety going to be basing there to continue working on his itemization. And pressure relieved for the time being.
Yeah, realize that they're just going to be waiting around this Pyromancer respawn almost up here, and the Camelot Kings want to make sure they have their pressure. Even Netrioid has rotated over to try to get this neutral objective, but all things considered, the Leviathans have been playing this style for quite some time where they lose the early game but stay pretty even, and then these late game team fights are really where they shine.
Variety going straight towards Shinto, forcing Leviathans to come back and help him defend, opening the window for the Pyromancer for Kings to be started. But the rest of the Kings aren't too confident on that right now. Instead, they're stepping up to support. Pyro now begins. Rongyu and Yarkor are on the way. Keep an eye on Shinto for secure. Won't be available this time. Out of range as Kings take the Pyromancer.
And it looks like they're not going to be looking for the fight after the fact. The neutral objective is all they really wanted. Just Huntress of Bast use, so still 4 ult strong on the Kings, and on the flip side, knocks through her ult out as well, trying to peel for the squad, so Rongyu not going to have that available. But no one, as you said, they're not going to really feel confident enough to pull this Fire Giant. Either team right now feeling like they just want to get their farm, hit that level 20 mark, maybe upgrade those starter items before they really want to try to stay at fights here. But as I was mentioning, hold to that thought, it looks like Janek's going to get aggressive.
He is rooted in place and a lot of pressure coming through, but not enough to bring him down. Tanky enough at this stage with that Thebes and that Kasari, which we've not touched on just yet, as the Leviathans brings that man over to this right-hand side. They don't find anything else, though, just a bit of pressure there on to Genetics. And speaking of Genetics a little bit more, this relic choice of the Frenzy upgraded already. How do you feel about that? Is it that useful?
Oh, it's extremely useful. Yeah, usually you see people going for it in the early game is trying to get pressure, but it looks like the Leviathans are going to be posturing towards this Fire Giant. They recognize Netrioid is still in that duo lane, and they're going to go for a pull.
Yeah, but look at that. Netrioid's in base right now, so this is a 4v5 at the Fire Giant, and they're bursting it down relatively quick. Variety goes to Shinto, tries to keep him busy from trying to secure the buff, and King steal away the FG. It looks like Twig did his duty, but he'll fall down for the pleasure of it. Still, though, Variety and Genetics walking forward. They've left big man Ting's exposed now. He does have Fire Giant, but they can't do damage to Yarkor at this moment in time. Netrioid drops the ultimate down, trying to keep Yarkor out of the fray. And now Netrioid versus Yarkor. Yarkor's 1 hit from death. They will not continue the chase. Instead, what's going on? Tings is just going to be left to deal with this one. The rest of the team heading towards mid lane.
It looks like Yarkor is going to try to escape here. No way. BMT is going to clean that one up.
Look at Variety, though, just on the back line here, trying pushing 3 members of Leviathan's back. What a great little play from the Kings, and it really stems off that FG steal.
Yeah, it seems like they really thought they had the damage to burn that one, as Variety, with the Frostbound Hammer, is just going to be making sure everyone from the Leviathans has to stay back.
Is that legal, do you feel, like Frostbound Hammer on Bologna?
I mean, you can go for it, obviously.
You're one of those scummies that do that, aren't you?
You're up against the world champ.
I
You better
do
be
that.
bringing out all the stops here. And obviously, Variety's doing a ton of auto attack damage, and he's going to be going pretty crazy here. But as we were mentioning, the Leviathans, they really play for this late game team fights. They thought they had the objective burn there, thinking Netrioid is not even close. We have a final judgment, but just great play by Twig and Variety, making sure to dive the back line and make sure they couldn't just get all their abilities up on that objective. And now Fire Giant goes their way and they lose the tier 1 tower.
Well, King's going to head back to base and spend some gold. We should be able to have a little look at that Fire Giant steal again and see exactly how that one played out between the two. I believe it was Twig on there. Oh, I didn't see we showed it. look at that, we didn't get that view. But the production's mean to us today. We don't get to see it anymore. I didn't even know they were showing a replay then.
Well, we know what happened. We saw Variety
was
go
it,
off.
was it Twig then?
And Twig and Variety, I believe Variety was the one who stole it away. I'm not 100% sure on that, but Twig, yeah, okay. So Twig was able to go in once Variety created all that space. That's exactly what you want your tanks to do during that action. Once the Fire Giant fight starts, you really just need your tanks diving the backline. Bastet, sort of a pseudo tank in the fact that she can jump to the backline and then jump back if she needs to. So just great play out of the dive from the Camelot Kings, making sure the Leviathans could not confirm. Shinto can't really charge up his ultimate with all the CC available.
Yeah, and I think Variety did a good job of just keeping Shinto pressured enough not to be able to do that at that FG. But it just shows how important that FG was, because now the Kings are going to get this Gold Fury, move over to the left-hand side for a tier 2, and Leviathans are trying to keep track, I guess, in terms of the towers they lose by split pushing. They don't want to take a 5-on-5 just yet, but they might need to, because this left-hand Phoenix could be under threat. And they're diving in using the ultimate here from Genetics. Going to take that left-hand Phoenix very quick. Leviathan's caught with their pants down there.
Yeah, that was a beautiful play by Genetics, saying, hey, we can dive this Phoenix extremely quickly, because right now, it looks like the Leviathans are trying to trade tier 2s, but they're not going to expect us to get to this Phoenix that quickly. So now, you have the worst Phoenix in the game lost. If you do want to try to defend this Fire Giant, Fire minions are going to be super far away. You have to send someone over there, and every fight you're going to take after that is going to be a 4v5. So for the Leviathans, that's going to be a huge hit, and the siege is not done yet.
So with that, you're going to be looking at maybe Kings trying to make sure they can take that when the waves are coming through on that left-hand side, whereas Leviathans, they want to gather someone back to defend that. But who do you send in that situation, Trelly?
I mean, at this point, you probably have to send Yarkor. He has enough damage to clear the wave quickly and then make it. You have Rongu obviously going for the low-nose mass, so he can't even fight a fire wave right now. His damage is nerfed so much. The only option you have is to send either Zap or Yarkor, and if you send Zap, you don't have any sort of tank shred, so it's going to be very difficult without your ADC to win a 4v5, obviously. So it looks like the siege is going to begin on this mid-Phoenix, but they don't have to wait until that fire minion pushes up.
Keep an eye on Genetics here, and also the blinks available for Variety and Twig to look for these engages. Expect Genetics to look for something. That's a telegraph situation there as the ultimate is used. Where are they going to go is the question, though. They're heading towards that right-hand side, looking to split the difference, and there they are. Frenzy Pop looking to burst down the Phoenix, but here come the Leviathans to defend. Rongu under some pressure there, but he'll be fine for now. Variety CC chained in place, but look how tanky he is to survive all that threat from Leviathans. Left-hand Phoenix now pushing in with those fire minions now that that's down. But the Kings did not find the result they were after there.
No, the Fire Giant ticked away just then. They didn't really have that huge power buff anymore. They didn't have that level of sustain. And obviously, once they saw that Shinto was charging that final judgment, they did opt to leave. I thought they would wait until the Fire Minions started breaking the base, but it looks like they wanted to make sure they got the tail end of that Fire Giant buff before that play started. Unfortunately, they were not able to get that Phoenix, but as we mentioned before, those Fire Minion waves are still going to be pushing down left side. Fire Giant's going to be up in about 30 seconds, and after that, someone is going to have to go back, and it's probably going to be Yarkor. You're going to be fighting without a solo laner if that is going to be the case.
There was about a 1k difference between these two teams before that first Fire Giant was taken, and now Camelot Kings have extended their lead to just over 10,000 at this moment in time. So this next Fire Giant is really for Leviathans to try and defend. They've got a good composition for that, though, Trelly. We kept talking about this Toth in mid lane, the long-range potential execute. I guess the biggest question is, can they keep Variety away from Shinto to have that window?
I mean, I'm looking at a full build Bellona right now. A Death's Embrace for crazy amounts of sustain. Berserkers and Shoguns, crazy amount of attack speed. A Nemean line if you're going to be boxing Hou-Yi. I don't think anyone can kill Variety right now unless he's just diving way too far. Almost double the damage of anyone on the map, but it looks like those Fire Minion waves are not pushed out.
Look how quick that FG went down there. There was no chance for Leviathans to even turn around and re-engage. And now they're on the back foot again with a full Fire Giant available for these guys. Twig goes in, gets a good route on Rongu. Rongu under a lot of pressure here. He will fall down to the trucker horn of Big Man Tings. Meanwhile, Genetics is dunking on down, bringing Netroid with him as Variety continues through towards Zap, and it's Zap and Panitom against the whole team of the Camelot Kings. Zapman doing his best to buy as much time by falling away from his Phoenix line, but I think the damage has been done here, Trelly. There's only Panitom left alive to try and defend as the Kings march on with a Fire Minion wave out left towards the Titan.
Yeah, they're not going to need the minions here. Obviously, Variety just disrupted the back line. Captain Twig makes sure to they were not able to get to base there because of this Bastet chasing. So just great play by the Camelot Kings, making sure that the Leviathans could not get back to base after attempting to defend that Fire Giant, which they didn't even show face on.
From our point of view, though, I really felt that it was going to come down to team fights, but we never really had a proper team fight there between these two teams. If anything, the Fire Giant steal was the biggest turnaround in that game that just opened the door for Kings to take control.
Yeah, the Leviathans really thought they had enough pressure there to burn down that Fire Giant and the Confirm, but again, Variety and Twig just making sure to disrupt that backline, steal away the Fire Giant, and then the game just fell into their hands.
I guess my question for you then is, do we see Leviathans bounce back in game 2, or is Leviathan's prediction right? Is it going to be a 2-0 for Kings now?
I mean, they definitely have the skill and they have the coaching to just, dial back and fix those mistakes. It's going to be an intense one nonetheless.
Are the world champions about to be defeated in week 1, set 1? We'll find out after this break.
This should be fun. I'm really looking forward to this.
Let's see if this fits me. Perfect.
Not
What?
exactly my style, but you can't be too picky when fighting gods.
This will do nicely.
What?
I feel different. I feel powerful.
This gotta be April Fool's thing.
I saw, I wrecked.
Though we look similar, our attitudes could not be more different.
I look like $1 million. You call those wings? Ha! I like.
Hey, what are you staring at? Oh, really? Well, darn.
Yeah, okay. Oh, the April Fools. Mm. Oh, there's nobody here. Turn off the heater. Be right back, anybody? back, anybody? Coming up? Good. Hi. What's up? Need some attention? It's loud. Thanks for visiting. Lucy.
Well, the Kings strike first here in Phase 1.
Sorry.
They get a Game 1 win, Mifflin. And I'm going to be honest, they kind of controlled it. There were some moments that were good for the Leviathans there, but a lot of what's going on feels like it just constantly were pulling a little bit more in favor of the Kings. The Leviathans evened it up there a little bit in the middle with a Pyromancer as well as a Primal Fury that goes their way, but outside of those two things, I'm a little more hard-pressed to come up with all of the success they had outside of First Blood.
Oh, man. The Leviathans really struggled to find their footing. There was some fight back, as you said, around that mid to late game, like last couple of dances around the Fire Giant. It was only about a 2,000 gold deficit favoring the Camelot Kings, but I think the draft is something I slept on for the Kings, man. I said that I was worried about their ability to engage these fights. I was worried about their ability to apply AoE CC. I'd kind of slept on how big some of these Cernunos ultimates were going to turn out to be. I'd slept on the fact that Zeus just does a crazy amount of damage. Felt like Big Man Tings was nearly undiveable at points in this game. Like, anyone who did have the unfortunate circumstance to close gap on him was met by a Chain Lightning Detonate that did like upwards of 60% of whoever was the unlucky guy to see it.
It was that fun, like, friendly reminder of, oh yeah, the Kings are really good.
They
It's
are.
been a little
They
while
really
since
are.
we've gotten to watch them. I guess Worlds, you know, they show up, but like getting them all together on land, all in one spot, just feels different for this team. And honestly, you got to talk about the upgrade there. The picks they come in with. The thing that surprised me most, again, Bastet comes in 9th overall, was remarkably one of like the top picks during the play-ins and earlier on this year. And so kind of surprising to see it go so low down, and then Twig still has a nuts performance with it.
Wow, I think the shell actually timed out there, so Captain Twig's Bleed does finish off that kill on his man. Just great plays all around. And the Camelot Kings are a team that really have shown now that even with some slightly eclectic picks, even like with the Horus or the Cernunos or to a certain extent the Bologna, they still are very capable of performing at a very high level. And I think the crux of the game plan here for the Kings was to shut down Shinto. How often do you see Shinto start a game at like 0 and something? 0 and 1, 0 and 2. I believe he might have
Hardly
gone
ever.
0 and 3 to start off the game this time around.
If ever, actually.
Yeah, yeah, he had a 40 KD at Worlds, by the way, just tossing it out there again. But this time it was dives centered around the mid lane, controlling the farm. The macro farm is something the Camelot Kings have always been very dominant at controlling. It felt like Shinto never really got a neutral mid camp going his way. And that all adds up to a slight lead for Big Man Tings, about a half level to a level at all portions of the game. Into the late, he's allowed to apply his damage a lot more easily. And speaking of damage, man, 19,000 for variety. Asterisk, though, because he's Soul Laner.
Well, Astros, yeah, like a little bit of that's just bullying and boxing in lane. A lot of that was chasing down people. We saw the highlight there, you know, chasing down Zaptings. I think was able to do a ton on the Zeus. You had kind of highlighted starting things out. I do want to talk about Shinto, though, and not the way that we normally would here, where it's like, all right, let's gas him up, let's dap the boy up. It's something I'm going to take from Aggro, I think he said earlier this year. He's not here, so I feel like this is a good chance to embody him.
You could just have it. It's yours now.
Well, specifically was, you know, the conversation around Thoth and Zeus to a certain extent, which is at some level, despite, you know, the damage capabilities they have, whether they're meta or not, what the items are, at the base level, it's still Thoth. And I think we got to see that this game was, you know, that element of he can do so much for you. Final Judgment's a lot of damage. His range is ridiculous. He can get away usually consistently, but there was enough chase down from the Kings that made it a lot more questionable. And we got to see it, you know, fall pretty much exactly in line. We're picks and bans for game number 2. Kings first pick a second time, and so far are not changing a thing. Mifflin, Yamoja, and Artio are the top 2 bans. Kepri. Last time this was an Erlong Shin for the Leviathans, and they're going to go ahead and keep that one. So top 4 remaining the same.
Yeah, game is one-sided as the last one
I banned
is
the
where
Zeus.
the onus is really on the losers to figure out what needs to change. How do you limit what's happening there? Because the Kings
they banned it.
get away with a lot, and even in first pick decide to ban out their own Zeus this time around. So secret strategies they were talking about. This is what they were holding on to. They're going to keep you guessing. I wonder what it is now. Do they prioritize their mid laner still? I projected that in game 1, but instead it's the Bologna lock-in. Very interesting.
Now, I want to ask you about this because, you know, I just mentioned it with Thoth. I feel like Zeus falls in a very similar category, right? Like, he's got movement speed. You would highlight it, kind of nuts movement speed that he has access to in his kit. Good damage, as we could see. But, again, at a base level, he's still Zeus. So if you do decide to focus him, he can fall apart. This feels like we don't want Shinto to have him, but we don't want him either. The Bologna, and specifically Variety's performance, what they're more hanging on, the Kings wanted that back desperately enough.
He did a lot of damage. He had a perfectly fine time in lane, had very good totem control as well. So props to Variety, and good job going back towards the Bologna. Bastet picked up for them as well. So put that one back on Twig. You've got another CC core for your team, the ability to finish off some of these kills or even apply damage to some of these guys that can be a little bit safer. I'm imagining we see the Leviathans probably prioritize some safety for their own mid laner. On the other end, though, Leviathans are going to keep the Kings guessing a little bit with this Kleena lock-in. Does have flex potential into multiple roles. Could go into jungle, could go into the solo. Medusa pretty clearly likely headed for the duo lane, but I would be remiss to say that it doesn't have some flex potential in her own right towards mid. I think it is much more so favoring Zapman, though, on the side lane. So what do the Kings do in response? Will the Leviathans, I don't think we're going to see them pick up much that's going to shine a light on where this Kleena lands. Instead, they go towards their support. So duo lane locked in now for the Leviathans. And it is a high kill pressure lane, man. Kinetic charge from Atlas does so much damage. The CC lockdown, the slows, going to make it that much easier for Lacerate to find its way home. And you can't sleep on what a Medusa can do throughout the early. But now the Kings in a hard position. What are they going to ban out? Are they going to call the bluff here from Kleena and decide to ban out some junglers? They prioritize the soul lane? It's yet to be seen.
That's going to be fun. Giannis gets banned out here. I'll pick your brain about that. I know you shook your head. You were like, I don't know. Which is, I mean, something that maybe we've seen a few people. I think Baronic whipped it out last week during the kickoff. We'll see whether or not, I guess, that has any more credence to it throughout the rest of the day, because it's not getting played this game. Mifflin, I think this Atlas is another thing to really crack into, because it's not just, oh, can Atlas bring pressure, which you already highlighted. The answer is yes, alongside that Medusa. It's can Atlas, played by Wrong You, we got to see a little bit of that last week. I feel like his playstyle links up with Atlas really well in terms of providing kills, and I think in this case, I see Bologna Bastet, maybe necessary for Peel.
Yeah, very aggressive style support as well. I mean, you're able to just get in their face and stay there. You want to be able to channel that ultimate, despite it being a global, most effective at point blank, so you can kind of channel it up, get that defense shred, and then send the damage through. So I am curious to see how Wrong You pilots this one. And again, it's something that I've said a lot. We haven't seen just yet competitively, but I think that Atlas really does have great flex potential into the soul lane, just by nature of his scaling. The damage output from Kinetic Charge can do upwards of like 700 if you've got a couple of damage items under your belt. The ultimate with that global presence, it's going to be able to be very strong to send it over towards mid, and his damage scaling is just great on all of his abilities. And you're still benefiting from the large CC core on this team. If this ESET gets locked in,
now
I think it might be Atlas solo.
Really? I was actually going to say it's mid, because they played it last week when we asked Shinto about it. He professed love for this. He said he liked it more with the items.
He does, but yeah, every one of these guys has got flex potential. But let me have my thing, Gordon.
Okay.
All right? I just wanted to be right for a second.
That's a life raft for you. You're declaring this as support now. I'm letting you know Shinto within a
all right, well,
7
I
days.
poked a hole in your life raft. I don't want it. Okay.
Okay.
I'd rather
get locked
sink.
in anyway. But because it's Morgan Le Fay, I still posit that was probably going to be a Shinto pick. Either way. We'll pocket
We can both be right.
Well, actually, now if they lock in ESET, I look a fool. So realistically, no matter what, she's not here. She's off the board. It's Morgan Le Fay that gets locked in here. Morgan Le Fay kind of faded in and out throughout last year. Like, there was a period of time where it was like, oh, we got to get her first pick. And then she disappeared for a while, and she started showing up again. And you know, this area, the bottom two for a lot of these teams. How do you feel about her mid lane matchup, especially since you don't even know who she's going against yet?
Yeah, so I don't feel anything about the matchup because I don't see it yet.
There's no matchup.
Regarding her just relative strength in the meta, I think she is still very strong, has consistently easy to apply CC, unreactable self-peel with Dragonflight. Also, with a third ability, gives yourself a good boon in movement speed, just the ability to just walk away faster than everybody else. CC immunity, the ultimate, a very safe pick, I think. Now looking at the draft from the Kings, I think it is likely going to be Chiron in mid, and Chiron is a god that is very aggressive and can very easily close that gap on a Morgan Le Fay, even though she does have CC immunity to avoid the giddy up or even Dragonflight to get him off of him. I don't know. Centaurus is going to make it very hard for Morgan to survive there, and the death immunity in Centaurus able to finish off some of these kills, revive yourself. Very interesting matchup, to say the least. And the Kings have got themselves a draft that is very scary when it comes objective time. Essentially a double hunter, one physical, one magical, matched up with a Fafnir. Haven't seen it built out like this in a little while, but we've seen what it is capable of, and it is going to shred Pyros and Gold Furies.
And then you factor in Bologna, like, you know, she does swing pretty hard with her abilities, but she's going to swing a couple of auto attackers out there. Bastet, again, mainly ability, but I feel like Fafnir just fits with this comp beautifully. And Miv, you didn't even talk about Sanctified Field. Like, you're talking about the double hunter plus Fafnir. They got a Sanctified Fields to drop too. It's
well, I knew
nuts
Cthulhu
on that
was
side.
coming, so like Descent into Madness, you're
just
not worried
to like
about
chase
it.
him down and make him feel.
He's like immune to that.
That does put this Kleena into the jungle. So I think this is maybe I'd have to go back and look, but I believe this is the first time that we've seen Panatom played into the jungle. We've seen it a lot in the solo in the SBL. We've seen it over the last like month or so, getting flexed back between both solo and jungle. Do you like it more here going into the jungle just because they were able to pick up that Cthulhu?
I think that having Kleena in the jungle, maybe not so much because of the Cthulhu, but because of the matchup that you see with Oleron in a lane, is going to be very nice. Kleena has got decent ability to chase him out. You're able to apply that slow from a range, make it a little bit harder for him to navigate the map. Even in Sanctified Field time dilation, you still don't want to walk through that pierced veil. So she can lock down. It's essentially going to act as a wall and lock him down a little bit more so. So getting Kleena involved and dealing with this Oleron earlier on, I think, is the main reason we see her slated for the jungle.
Does Sanctified Field work like through the wall? Like if you drop it, I'm assuming it would, right? Drop it over like a rock, and she's in the rock. She's gonna just move slower.
No,
rock.
you are outside the play field when you're in the rock.
Okay, so you can
think of it like a self banish.
So depending on like where it gets placed, that could be like a close game.
Yeah, she could just like use it like a walls and
walk through. Yeah, that's kind of neat.
Yeah, Kleena's got like really interesting interactions.
I thought that was a cool interaction. I'm sorry.
No, I agree. No, why are you apologizing?
I don't know.
Man?
You didn't seem as interested as me.
Well, yeah, because I knew how it worked.
Yeah, I had to ask. You're right. That's definitely like you can tell the playtime difference. Who spends more time in jungle?
I do.
I look at Ymir's back most of the time. So realistically, you can see where the balance is. The Oleron, I mean, maybe that opens up a bit of counterplay here for the Leviathans. I'm interested to see how this Cthulhu's going to do. Sanctified Fields, huge around the team fights, though. That's what you had highlighted here for the Kings. Cthulhu, is that enough to balance that? I mean, Cthulhu Atlas is the front line. Does that help deal with the pressure the Kings can put on things like that? Objectives.
There's a lot of space control, but dealing with pressure on objective is more so just being in range to take the fight, right? Like, it's not so much, hey, we're going to, like, limit your damage. It's, hey, we're going to be there, so please don't leave it to a coin toss. And if it does come down to a coin toss, unless Oleron's getting, like, a fully channeled first ability that also crits, they're not going to have the Kings that is the same level of secure that the Leviathans are bringing. Pierce the Veil from Kleena or Morgan Le Fay's just straight up damage output should be the best objective secure on the map right now. But something that we had talked about, the objective burn for the Kings, kind of glossed over Eagle's Rally. Bologna's ultimate also going to make it very easy to shred these objectives. I'm talking multi-man Coerce, multi-man Eagle's Rally, double Hunter composition, one physical, one magical. Could even go for both crit if you so choose. Yeah, you are eliminating Fire Giants. You are eliminating anything on the map. You can't leave this team alone with an objective for more than 5 seconds.
If they get and I'm assuming that they will at some point be able to line them up, but if they can line up all of that at once, like with a multi-team Coerce around
and like
FG
a Belt of the Berserker,
I would love to see how fast a Fire Giant can get burned. Like, that feels like it's blink and you miss it, right? If you're not there already for the Leviathans, maybe it completely disappears for you. You've got the Morgan Le Fay, you've got this Medusa we haven't actually talked on too much. Presumably going up against the Oleron. Oleron's not really known for his early lane pressure. Medusa kind of is. You had mentioned that with the Atlas being kind of bullying. Is that a good pressure point for them to apply?
Yeah, I think the Leviathans, if they do want to play through the duo lane, or it's going to have to be pre-level 5 before the supports start to rotate out. Once Sanctified Field becomes available, he's going to be very safe in this lane. Won't ever really be looking for the 1v1 up against Medusa, just because Lacerate and a Viper shot just does that much damage that quickly. But Acid Spray from a range, now having the anti-heal on it means that you're not going to be able to sustain as easily with Olrun in lane. So if it becomes a poke war, maybe Medusa has a slight advantage there. Then you got to evaluate the jungle ganks like Bastet into Medusa. Pretty easy to lock him down. Kleena and Olrun, easy, but not as easy.
Well, we'll see what wins, objective pressure or dual lane pressure here for Leviathans and Kings Game 2.
Let's see how this one plays out then, Trelly, because looking at the picks and bans, the first thing for me that stands out, Bellona first pick in Season 9. Is that what I'm seeing here?
I mean, what I saw Variety do last game, I wouldn't be surprised if they do Bellona every game. I mean, he just got so far ahead and was able to disrupt the backline, just pretty much untouchable on this pick. He had such a lead. So, yeah, I see the prioritization, and he's going to be going for a similar style build here, too.
Well, we saw Big Man Sings picking up this Chiron for mid lane now. A lot of talk on the desk about that to see how that would play out. I do think Mogul are facing a bit of trouble here because up against Bastet and Chiron in that mid lane, a lot of potential pressure available from those two towards her.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of range from this Chiron pick specifically, but Shinto with the Morgan Le Fay at the Dragonflight going to be a pretty hard self-peel character. It's very difficult to get on top of Morgan Le Fay. She just has, you know, so much avenues to say, hey, get away from me. I'm going to fear you this way. I'm going to slow you. I'm going to run away, get movement speed, that sort of thing. So Shinto probably going to be just staying back under tower, getting his farm as well as he can, as he usually does.
Yeah, a little bit of a difference here in terms of starts between the two. You notice how Panitom's in the mid lane now. Well, he went speed to red alongside Shinto there and allowed them that bit of a window, whereas right-hand side, you can see Captain Twig assisted Variety with that blue buff. Rongyu taking his charge at level 1 here to get the pressure rolling in lane. I think the charge is pretty underrated in the early game as first leveled ability because it clears the wave and it does a ton of damage if you connect.
Yeah, and if you can time it properly, you dash right in, hit the damage, and then you get your pull the gravity well, pulling them back in. You can get some pretty solid early damage, or at least even a relic down or two if you're hitting it properly. But obviously, Genetics and Netrioid not wanting to fight this early game damage from the Atlas, so just staying back until Genetics hits over level 2. Because of that start they did, Netrioid's able to walk into lane level 2 and not have to worry about trying to get the extra farm to get his second ability.
Hammer traded for the attempted pull in there from Rongyu, and Genetics just played around it but cost him both abilities. But you can see here that the Leviathans trying to control the sustain of this lane, trying to force a couple of experience points deficit between this dual lane by freezing it a little bit here. They want to scrap in this lane, and you were saying, as we were waiting for this game to go on, you are scared of this dual lane Leviathans have put out here.
No, absolutely. Medusa and Atlas, some of the best level 2 fight you can really get, barring maybe like a Bacchus or a Sobek. Atlas just has a lot of engage as Twig. Gonna be looking for a little bit of poke here.
Just pressuring away a little bit there on Panitom, making sure they open up these mid camps on the left-hand side. So Kings get the left-hand side mid camps, whereas Leviathans get that Harpy on the left-hand side in the dual lane as Twig now steps up towards Shinto. And you can just see how far Shinto's got to be back in these engagements. He's very careful about his spacing, and he has to be against this composition.
Yeah, usually with these solo lane cleanas, you see the Soul Eater start because you take a lot of damage when you're inside of the wall. But on a jungle cleana specifically, you're going to want to make sure that you're getting your ganks out, but not really trying to take too much damage in the wall until you can get some sort of sustain online. Obviously, you can heal up from a camp or two, as that man going to take a good bit of poke.
He really did. Just on the tail end, has to dash back away. Rongyu was patient, though, didn't use his shell there at all, but just a check for Zatman there. Like, you step up like that and a hammer hits your face, you're going to have a bad time. Purple buff now started up by the Kings as the Astrolabe is down by Rongyu. Trying to force a bit of a reset there if he can as well by pulling that buff out, but will be secured by the Kings for the time being and be able to get their wave 2. Now Leviathans will go back and get their purple buff as Tings in mid lane. This is what you expect to see in this matchup, Chiron versus Morgan Le Fay. Chiron trying to dominate and pressure up, but by doing so, he opens this up for Panitom to rip round the back. Remember, Big Man Tings just used his dash there, so you saw the self-cleanse to avoid some of the extra damage and CC that's going to come through from Panitom.
Yeah, it seemed like Panitom was trying to silence out that giddy up if it was available, but obviously was not. You're just going to be looking at more of a slap fight in this duel lane.
Definitely.
With Netrioid start going for this gilded arrow, as we see a possible solo kill.
Great work from Yarkor there on that right-hand side. Basically, ult used, and Variety was trying to hold his ult there, more funny enough. I do feel like by how far he was positioned forward there, even with his ultimate, Cthulhu at full health would still be able to tower dive, so I guess chose to save the ultimate, will have teleport to get back to lane. But Yark the Shark's back, baby, and he's on his Cthulhu.
Yeah, that Descent into Madness has a massive range, obviously. The Eagles rally probably would have had to juke out at least 2 or 3 shots while he was under tower there. So probably just holding on to that. Did have the teleport available. Now Variety might try to look for an answer back or at least steal away some of this farm because, again, it looks like Yarkor actually didn't pick up a relic until just then. recognized he had to teleport and backed up and picked it up himself. So now teleports are going to be on similar cooldowns. You get the solo kill, and you don't have to lose any of that farm. So Yarkor going to start off big in this solo lane.
I do like that option from solo laners, though. You know, if you're not sure what the other's going to go, you can play rock, paper, scissors a little bit and go, well, I shouldn't need it for the first rotation back to base. You know, if I go back now, maybe I can get TP. Maybe I can look for, you know, something a little bit more damaging. Your Frenzy, something like that.
Yeah, but right now, Yarkor has a full Legion Helm and a Vampiric Shroud. There's no way Variety is ever going to try to box into this. Opting to go for the Berserker Shield start, so not even putting any stock in magical defense against this Cthulhu. Just going for, you know what, I'm going to get some physical defense, I'm going to get some attack speed. So pretty much Cthulhu's going to run this lane for quite some time. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some pressure growing towards these blue buffs.
See a bit of a difference in the supports now as well. Genetic staying for a couple more waves in this dual lane, supporting Netroid in this early game. Whereas you can already see Rongyu starting to make those rotations, leaving Zap on the island he's used to being on, in both, I would say, competitive and ranked at this stage of his life.
Oh yeah, Zap's used to getting focused at any stage in the game. He wants to look for those 1v1s, and if people show up, as we saw last game, he's going to be up way too far anyways, and he's going to try to take those fights. So Zap just going to be getting a little bit of pressure towards this purple buff right now as Genetics is posturing here, but it looks like Panatom might be looking for the rotation over.
Yeah, Genetics got to be a little bit careful here, but will jump away using the underhanded tactics there, away from the pull from Rongyu. And that's really the trade we've seen between these two Guardians so far. Rongyu's trying to force the jump, or at least try and find the pickup, and Genetics are having to react. I guess in one sense, Rongyu is like just, it's keeping that ability on cooldown almost, so Rongyu's not able to use it later in the team fights.
Yeah, forcing your escape as opposed to just your CC ability is always going to be a good trade, but Fafnir with the Draconic Transformation can get a second dash if needed. So right now, Genetics obviously not needing to put too much into his jump at the moment, but I'm curious to see if Panatom is going to opt to upgrade this Jotuns into the Glyph with the healing. Obviously, Jotun's Vigor does give a little bit of extra sustain on this Kalina. It just really depends on if you want to put that much gold into it as Genetics. Once again, trying to steal away these offerings.
He needs one more, and it will give the Obelisk to the side of the Kings. I do remember at the start of the season, it definitely felt that this buff, this Obelisk buff, would go towards a support or a solo laner, those tanky guys that can just be there and in the fray. Genexo has to get away from danger. Netroid was alongside him, and actually going to put the pressure on Panitom, who has to use his beads to escape the clutches there and get back to safety. But the damage is done in favor of the Kings here. Do we see the Obelisk going to junglers these days now then, or is it still Guardians as support you expect to see it?
Early game, usually always a support as Genetics is going to pick it up, but we saw Twig have it a few times last game. Even Variety was able to pick it up on that teleport over, and then he went and ganked Zapman. So it's sort of like a Discordia passive. Whoever's doing that damage and you want to give them a little buff, you just hand it over to them. Genetics right now with the Dragon and the Indra Scepter, that's going to be a lot of damage. And I don't think Zapman sniffed this out.
He did not, and now Genetics is able to wrap around the back. In comes Netroid too, but Netroid has no ultimate for this. The dash from Zapman gets caught by Genetics, followed by the hammer and the beads. Ultimate user to prevent some CC immunity and hope for a bit of luck, but he's in trouble still. He will get back towards Shinto though. Here's Zap. Can he get enough support? Zapman is slipping the noose right now, and Genetics doesn't want to give this one up, as on the right-hand side we've got a 3-on-2, or make it a 3-on-3. Big Man Ting's late to this fray. Rongyu into his ultimate. Variety leaps away to safety, and Rongyu's one hit from death, but Twig gets annihilated by the combo with Panitom and Yarkor. A kill on the right-hand side in favor of the Leviathans. Kings will not be happy, especially when they drop that one on Zapman.
I gotta say, Yarkor right now opting to go into the double physical defense. There's no sort of magical damage he's threatened by right now. So when you see the Descent into Madness, you see this Legion Helm, Breastplate, Vampiric Shroud Star, there's no one on the map that can kill Cthulhu right now. Yarkor is going to be owning this side of the map. You see the rotation from Tings, but it's a Chiron. It's a physical damage hunter, so he doesn't care about that. Obviously, just being able to just reign supreme over this whole right side of the map right now. I'm not surprised to see the Leviathans putting pressure over here.
Still, though, between the two teams, 2 kill lead for Leviathans, but the goal differential marginally in their favor. This is still anyone's game in game 2, as now Yarkor back to farm up this right-hand side. I do wonder, though, if you're right, does Variety need to see some magical defense eventually in this build? Would you like to see him go some just to deal with, you know, Shinto and Yarkor more in this game?
I would say so. I mean, that Shogun's Kusari is always going to be a good option, but Variety just wanting to really box here, going for that possible Frostbound hammer we saw last game, just being able to W key as Bologna being so annoying. As we're seeing a little bit of a skirmish here for the Oracles, and they are going to go the way of the Leviathan. So now there's going to be some vision on that Gold Fury. We've already touched on how much objective shred both of these teams have with Tear the Veil from Kalina. Obviously, Viper Shot does so much damage. And then on the flip side, you have Fafnir and 2 ADCs. Obviously, your objective shred is going to be insane.
Oh, well, Zap steps up here very dangerously. No beads there. does eat a hammer, but there's no follow-up available from Netroid at that time. Rongyu was on a late rotation. And even though they didn't kill Zap on that last little skirmish before this one, they did do a ton of damage to that tier 1 tower on the left-hand side there. Netroid able to hang around as Janeig's trying to look towards the red buff, gets pulled back into a bit of danger, but he's tanky enough even at level 7 right now with that Gauntlet of Thebes online to weather a bit of storm and escape back towards his teammates in mid lane.
Yeah, Fafnir having a lot of tank stats at the moment, obviously. Just wanting to be getting very annoying, hitting those hammers where he can. Obviously, looked for the gank on Zap. The beads are still going to be down for 20 seconds. Try to see if he could body block out that last array, but I think Zap was well aware of his presence that time and just held it perfectly. And now, you're right, that tower is getting quite low. And Netroid, again, with that gilded arrow, is going to be getting a lot of extra gold in this lane. Any sort of wave that just goes neutrally is going to be going in the favor of this Olron, a magical ADC that really shouldn't be having pressure over a Medusa right now, just judging by their builds. But because of how much genetics has stuck around in this lane, Zap's going to be sitting under that tower still.
Well, Doug, as you can see, putting up the gold per minute on the left-hand side, and you can see it's the carries of the Kings here that are doing a better job of the carries of Leviathans. But you've still got that Yorkor threat of this Cthulhu now that is farming insanely once again, just under 500, over 500 GPM a minute. It's a ton of gold. Janeig's, though, still paying attention towards Zap in this dual lane. Rongyu now on the rotation to support. Hammer does connect. Zapman doesn't panic, though, as he knows he's got Rongyu in support. Rongyu going to pull Janeig's back in, but that's all the tale is she's wrote there. It's just opened up a bit of a window for Leviathans to get their own purple buff.
Well, now we have the Obelisk respawning here, and we're going to have to see if Genetics wants to get active and steal away those offerings once again. You do have to give a little bit of your HP every time you steal one, but Genetics really likes this Interceptor and puts a lot of stock into it, so that's why he's hanging on this side of the map. We're going to see it.
Under a lot of pressure here, but the ultimate out from Netroid reduces that away. Obviously, Rongyu did a nice job of pulling him in there. Pressure relieved again, but a couple of ultimates exchanged. And it actually goes in favor of the Kings. There's York looking for more pressure onto Variety. He was low on health here, but no panic from Variety yet. Has teleport available, will be able to get back. But you can see this Cthulhu pick is really causing problems for Variety so far.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see that Gold Fury peel here. We do have the Berserker available, the Belt of the Berserker. They're going to be straying this very quickly, and they're going.
What can Paddington and Rongyu do? Will Paddington be able to steal this one away is the question. They do! And now with that, the Kings have to turn tail, and Genetics is very, very low. He's going to transform and buy some time, but the damage is there as well from Shinto. Whipping over the wall. It's still not enough. Great hammer from Genetics, and he is back towards the tier 1 tower. No one here to support. Will Leviathans die? Rongyu going to go in, looking for the kill. Needs some support here. Genetics and gets it. Netroid, a big man, tings round the corner. Will at least return some damage, but Genetics does fall as Leviathans get a Gold Fury and a kill.
You have the absolute greatest shred on the map right now if you're the Camelot Kings. You have this Fafnir buff, almost the Shogun's finish, but still you have the Coerce that's going to make you burn it down so quickly. But what you really need is burst. You don't need burn. Right there, obviously, Tear the Veil, Panatom was able to steal away the Gold Fury, and then Genetics isn't even able to make it out. So that Gold Fury pull that you thought you had with so much burn just doesn't end up getting confirmed. And now you have two big L's on the screen right now. Leviathans are able to take a small lead here. Obviously, Yarkor was ahead in the solo lane, but now you have a lead pretty much everywhere right now.
And on top of that, you just see Zap steal away the purple buff from Camelot King's side of the map. Red buff up soon, and Leviathan's starting to get more control on this left-hand side. Meanwhile, Twig, who starts to the right-hand side, has done a perfect pin using the kitty cats to keep Shinto surrounded, and that's the danger for Morgan Le Fay when there's a bastard in the jungle.
You gotta love seeing the cat as Netroid's gonna take some damage here. He's sprinting away.
Oh, he's not gonna get far though. Will drop his ultimate to try and buy some time. A couple of ultimates exhumed there by Leviathans too, but beads down as well as I believe that sprint available there for Netroid that's gonna be taken out of the fray. Good to see sprint back in the meta though. Surprised we're not seeing that on more support, more ADCs over time. As Kings will find a window, the Pyromancer, however, after killing Shinto in mid. So that is a nice little grass back of gold that they lost around that Gold Fury.
Yeah, we've been seeing the beads in the Aegis. We've seen the beads in the Shell, but beads in the Heavenly Sprint, you kind of get this old hasten effect where you can
Season
just
one,
chase
season
down.
two. Remember that?
The gas pedal. Yeah, we love this build, and obviously with the Sanctified Field, you're going to be quicker, and everyone else is slower as is. So with the sprint popped inside of the Olron Ultimate, you're pretty much just running around in circles. Just great heads-up play by Netroid, recognizing, hey, Medusa's got to slow, Atlas has got to slow, Olron